Yakumo walked through the village streets, still quite sore after her morning practice with Kushina and Konan-sensei. She smiled, knowing the intense training would only make her stronger, but the thought of training soon turned her smile into a frown as she remembered her boyfriend's training trip. He'd only been gone 2 weeks, and she already missed him. Shaking her head to clear her lonely thoughts, she realized she had unconsciously wandered into an unfamiliar training ground. The area was a small field encircled by numerous trees. As she prepared to turn back, Yakumo froze, hearing nearby sniffles and quiet sobs. Moving slowly and stealthily through the trees, she approached the sound, careful not to reveal her presence. When she finally found the source of the crying, Yakumo was surprised to see Hinata Hayaga. Her eyes narrowed at the girl who had captivated her former teacher, and Yakumo continued to observe, searching for the cause of Hinata's sadness. She gasped silently upon noticing a large purple mark on the right side of Hinata's face. Biting her lip, Yakumo decided to confront the crying girl, stepping out from the forest. "Are you okay?" Yakumo asked softly, startling Hinata, whose eyes widened at the girl before her. Hinata hadn't spent much, if any, time getting to know Yakumo, but she recalled the brunette's ferocity in their Chunin exam preliminary match. Noticing Hinata's fear, Yakumo quickly raised her hands, signaling peace. "I didn't mean to scare you, I just heard you crying and wanted to see if you were okay," Yakumo said calmly, slowly approaching the Hayaga. Hinata sniffled, wiped her eyes, and nodded. "May I sit down?" Yakumo asked, and Hinata nodded again. Yakumo smiled, sitting beside the dark blue-haired girl. "I take it hasn't been your day?" Yakumo inquired, causing Hinata to look at the ground and sadly shake her head. "I know we barely know each other, but sometimes it helps to just talk about what's going on," Yakumo said with slight concern. Hinata shook her head, wiping her eyes further. "It's nothing worth worrying about. I just want to be a strong kunoichi and make my family proud, but I keep messing up. No matter how hard I try, I always find a way to fail," Hinata said, staring at the ground. Yakumo frowned, looking at the Hayaga. It seemed like just yesterday her sole aim was to humiliate Hinata in battle. Hinata had drawn her first teacher's attention and affection, and part of Yakumo resented the genin and her jounin sensei for it. Sighing and observing Hinata's pitiful state, Yakumo realized it wasn't about Hinata having more potential, it was that Hinata needed more guidance than she did. Looking forward, Yakumo took a deep breath. "I used to hate you, you know," Yakumo admitted, making Hinata look up. "I don't know if you knew this, but Kurane was my first sensei when I was a child. I tried my best to prove myself in genjutsu, but it wasn't enough to keep her from leaving me. Years later, when I saw how she interacted with you, I became jealous, angry, and perplexed, trying to figure out what you had that I didn't. Those thoughts could have led me down a dark path, but I had friends and people who cared about me to show me I didn't need Kurane's approval," Yakumo explained. A smile began to spread across Yakumo's face. "I discovered what it meant to be a true kunoichi with my friend's help," Yakumo said, turning to look Hinata directly in the eyes. "All it takes is for one person to believe in you. That's all you need to discover what type of ninja you will be. Whenever you're in doubt, whenever you think you can't go on, just think about that person who believes in you and show them their belief isn't misplaced," Yakumo said, her smile faltering slightly. "I'm sorry for how I treated you in our Chunin exam battle. I was still a little angry and took it out on you. For that, I am sorry," Yakumo said, looking down, surprising Hinata. Hinata quickly shook her head. "It's okay, it was a battle after all. I'm sorry that I stole your teacher away from you," Hinata said, nervously poking her fingers. Yakumo smiled and shook her head. "Don't worry about it. Now, let's get to work cheering you up. First stop, lunch," Yakumo declared, dragging Hinata by the hand. At Yakiniku-Q, Hinata watched, a little taken aback, as Yakumo consumed plate after plate of cooked meat. Hinata was full after her first plate, but Yakumo was on her fifth. Quickly finishing her fifth bowl, Yakumo looked up at Hinata. "So, what have your team and the rest of our class been up to?" Yakumo asked, tilting her head. The brunette had never been close with her fellow academy students, but she was curious about their ninja careers. Hinata took a moment to process the question after witnessing Yakumo eat more food in one sitting than anyone whose last name wasn't Akamaiki. They're good. Most of us are preparing for the upcoming Chunin exams, seeing as you and your team are the only genin who became Chunin last time," Hinata said, causing Yakumo to blush and rub her arm. "Yeah, I guess we did rock those exams, didn't we?" she said, feeling a surge of pride. "If you ask me, the whole thing was just troublesome," a nearby voice remarked. Turning their heads, Yakumo and Hinata saw Shikamaru Nara, Koji Akamaiki, Ino Yamanaka, and Asuma Saratobi standing before their table. Shikamaru wore a bored expression, Koji looked hungry, Ino had her hands on her hips and eyes slightly narrowed at Hinata, and Asuma stood smiling. "Hello, we were wondering if we could share this table with you since all the others are full," Asuma politely requested, earning a nod from Yakumo and Hinata. The newcomers, Team 10, graciously took their seats. "So you're Yakumo Karama. I've heard great things about you from Itaki. I'm Asuma Saratobi, Asuma said, introducing himself to the now renowned genjutsu prodigy. Yakumo smiled and nodded. I've had great teachers and teammates to help me get where I am, Yakumo responded with a smile. Asuma nodded in agreement. Still, watching you and your team slash through the competition during the Chunin exams and hearing about your team's other deeds has caused me to alter my team's training regimen, the Jounin admitted before putting out his cigarette. Shikamaru snorted. Because of your team, being a shinobi has become even more troublesome, Shikamaru said, prompting giggles from Yakumo and Hinata, a smirk from Asuma, an eye roll from Ino, and Koji to continue searching for the waitress. Koji's search for the waitress was brief as she soon appeared, took everyone's orders, and later brought their food to cook. Initially, it was just a meal between comrades, with stories and jokes exchanged, but Yakumo and Koji quickly changed that. The two engaged in a fastest eater contest, which Koji won, though just barely. Patting his stomach, Koji looked at Yakumo, the only non-Akamaika girl to nearly beat him in an eating contest. Gazing at the brown-haired Kunoichi, Koji reached across the table and grabbed Yakumo's hand, hearts in his eyes. Yakumo, you are the first girl I have met outside my family to provide such competition in eating. You are truly a magnificent sight, and for that, I ask for you to be my bride, Koji declared, causing large sweat drops to appear on everyone's foreheads at the table. Yakumo chuckled softly and shook her head. Sorry, Koji, but I have to say no, she said, shattering the hearts in Koji's eyes. Looking up again, Koji asked, why? Yakumo withdrew her hand from the big-boned genin. Because I'm already taken, sorry, Yakumo replied. Koji looked heartbroken before shaking his head and regarding the kunoichi with determination. Then I shall challenge whoever has tried to claim you to prove my worth, and I will defeat him in battle, Koji proclaimed, puffing out his chest, which caused the table to wobble slightly. Yakumo blinked a few times before bursting into loud, hearty laughter. Trust me, Koji, it would be best for your health if you avoid challenging Naruto, Yakumo said with a smile. Shikamaru raised an eyebrow at Yakumo's statement. Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze, the Nara asked, receiving a nod from Yakumo. I barely remember him from the academy. I know he skipped a year and came back to graduate, but we never really talked, Shikamaru said. Koji looked down at Shikamaru's words, knowing he, too, had never tried to befriend Naruto. Hinata looked at her plate, reflecting on her history with Naruto. Before he left the academy for a year, she was infatuated with the boy. She saw how he was treated and neglected by his family, much like her, yet he didn't cry. He kept moving forward, and it encouraged her to do the same. Seeing the mood start to drop, Asuma changed the subject. So, Yakumo, would you and your team be interested in a joint training session with mine? Asuma asked. Yakumo looked up for a moment before nodding. I think that would be fun. Of course, I would have to ask Kushina-sensei, Konan-sensei, Itaka-sensei, and Suzuki, but it should be fine, Yakumo answered, earning a confused look from Asuma. What about Naruto? The Jounin asked. Yakumo shook her head. He's kind of busy for the foreseeable future, Yakumo said with a nervous laugh. Asuma was about to comment, but Ino spoke before he could. Well, as long as I get to see my Suzuki, it doesn't matter. I haven't seen him in so long, he's probably missed me so much, Ino said with hearts in her eyes. Yakumo shook her head at Ino's display. It was so hard to be taken seriously as a kunoichi, and fangirls impeded the progress of kunoichi everywhere. Sure. Well, we should get going. I'll make sure to mention the joint training session as well, Yakumo said as she left money on the table and quickly left with Hinata. In the streets of Konoha, Yakumo and Hinata walked in silence. The sun was nearing setting, and they continued towards the Hayaga residence as it was almost time for Hinata to go home. So, things don't seem to have changed much from what I remember about those three, Yakumo said, breaking the silence. Hinata gave a subtle nod. In terms of personality, they're still pretty close to the same as when we were in the academy, but they are a really strong team. My team has had joint practice sessions and spars with them, and we have yet to win, Hinata said with a sigh. Perhaps I'm doing something wrong. Sometimes I just think that I'm not cut out to be a ninja, Hinata said dejectedly. Looking up, Hinata realized they were no longer in the streets but in front of a lake. Before she could comment, Yakumo began to laugh loudly beside her. Yakumo stopped walking, causing Hinata to stop as well. You know, Hinata, it's uncanny how similar you and I were. Just like I told you earlier, I didn't know if I could be a ninja, but with someone standing behind you and a cause to fight for, you can become a great ninja. I don't know where you got the idea about being inferior, but I can say that it's up to you to prove them wrong. And trust me when I say this, the feeling of rubbing your achievements in the faces of your doubters is one of the best you could ever feel, Yakumo said, looking at the setting sun. Hinata looked at the girl standing next to her, who exuded strength and confidence, so different from her academy days. Thinking about Yakumo's words, Hinata looked at the brunette with a confused expression. Who are you trying to prove yourself to? Hinata asked, eliciting a chuckle from Yakumo. Turning her head to look at the Hayaga, Yakumo smiled. At first, I wanted to prove Korone wrong. I wanted to prove that I could overcome my deficiencies and become a great ninja, but I never truly had the resolve I needed to achieve my goal. When I met Naruto and became friends with Sasuke, I knew I would attain my goal no matter what because I had them backing me up. Now, my goal isn't to prove Korone wrong because I don't need to. I've reached a level of power she could only dream of. No, instead of focusing on something so petty as trying to prove myself to someone who rejected me, I have dedicated myself to becoming the greatest genjutsu master of all time, Yakumo said with a smile. And I know that it's a goal I can achieve because I have people who believe that I can achieve it, and I believe in myself. So Hinata, if you feel inferior, strengthen your resolve, believe in what you can do, and find people who care about you and want to help you achieve your dreams. One of them is standing right over there, Yakumo said, pointing at a nearby tree. Korone Ui stepped out from behind the tree, revealed by her former pupil. Inside, she felt a deep sadness. Ever since abandoning Yakumo, she had been plagued with what-ifs that she still hadn't resolved. But hearing that her departure had affected Yakumo so deeply made Korone feel truly ashamed. As she listened to Yakumo from behind the tree, it further reinforced that she hadn't needed to abandon Yakumo as she did, yet the girl's words to Hinata about becoming strong instilled a curious sense of pride. So, as the red-eyed genjutsu mistress emerged from the tree, she couldn't help but allow a small amount of water to form in her eyes as she looked at Hinata. The Hyaga was her second chance, her shot at redemption, and practically her daughter. Taking a breath, Korone walked to Yakumo and Hinata. When she reached them, Korone gave a small smile. She's right, you know, Korone said, making Hinata tilt her head. Hinata, you have people who believe in you. I believe in you, Kiba and Akamaro believe in you, and Shino believes in you. All that's left is for you to believe in yourself, Korone said, putting a hand on Hinata's shoulder before pulling her into a motherly hug. I see so much potential in you, Hinata, and I can't wait until you realize the potential you have. I believe in you, Hinata, Korone said as a few tears began to fall, and her waist wrap started to get wet from her students' tears. Yakumo watched the scene with a small smile, but deep down, a flurry of emotions like envy and anger raged. Kill them, the dark voice of Ito whispered, causing Yakumo to flinch. The brown-haired Chunin shook her head and turned to leave. Well, I'll leave you to it. See you around, Hinata, Yakumo said with a wave. Wait, Korone called out, making Yakumo stop. I know it doesn't mean much now, but I am sorry for how I departed from you, Korone said with remorse. Yakumo clenched her fists. Let's call it what it is, Korone, you abandoned me because you were like all the others. You could never see the real me, just my flaws and imperfections. I can't forgive you, Korone, not yet, and maybe not ever, but that's how things go. Actions have consequences, and sometimes a simple I'm sorry doesn't help. I don't wish you any harm, so don't worry about me seeking revenge. If you truly want to make it up to me, however, make Hinata strong. She's going to be pretty strong one day, I can tell, Yakumo said before walking off again. The words Yakumo spoke were painful for Korone to hear, but they were deserved and needed to be heard. While it hurt that she might never have a relationship with Yakumo again, she found solace in the girl beside her. She wouldn't abandon Hinata as she did Yakumo, she would help Hinata however she could. 6 hours later, in Yakumo's room, she slept soundly, twitching every few moments. When she had returned home hours earlier, she quickly wished her parents good night and went straight to her room. The moment she shut and locked the door, Yakumo fell to her knees and began to sob softly. No matter how much time passed, no matter how much had happened, she was still so angry and hurt by Korone's betrayal. It cut deeper than the pain of any enemy Konao, and she didn't know why. Her life was so much better without Korone in it, but seeing the red-eyed woman share such a bond with Hinata, a bond she herself had wanted years ago, clenched her heart. As tears fell, all Yakumo could think of was her boyfriend and what he would say. Something about moving on and living your life. But Naruto didn't know that over their time together, Yakumo could see the true feelings that swarmed Naruto. He told everyone he was over his past, but all he was really doing was bottling it up and denying it, much like her. The thought made her chuckle. She and Naruto truly were two of a kind. Reaching up and wiping her puffy eyes, Yakumo stood. She would no longer hold anything against Hinata, but Korone was not someone she could forgive. She just didn't have the strength, patience, or understanding. Shaking her head, Yakumo got into bed without even changing into her regular sleep attire and quickly fell asleep. Not long after, the brunette was pulled into a dark, familiar area of her subconscious that she tried to avoid as much as possible. Within Yakumo's mind, her eyes flew open as she looked around and took notice of her surroundings. It took a short moment for her eyes to adjust to the darkness, and when they did, she was met with the sight of her personal demon, Ito, staring directly at her with a satanic smile. Well, it's been some time since you've come to visit me personally. I suppose I should thank you for the amusement you gave me in Kiri. There is nothing more delicious than the taste of pure human horror. Anyway, I suppose you're curious as to why you're here? Ito asked. Yakumo glared at the demon and gave no answer, which caused the demon to chuckle. Well, Yakumo, I'm here to give you a way to get rid of the pain you're feeling, Ito said, making Yakumo's eyes widen slightly. Ito smiled as it saw that Yakumo was intrigued by what she was offering so far. It's quite simple, Yakumo. Release me. A part of me will exit your body just for tonight and exact retribution on the woman who caused you such pain. I will leave no evidence, and that part of my presence will return after the deed is done. With her gone, you will be able to move on with your life and finally be truly happy, Ito said, outstretching its arm. Yakumo looked at the arm for a long moment before bursting into laughter. Ha 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 ha. You really think I would allow you anything? I thought I made this clear to you already. Sometimes I will provide you with victims, but you will never take control of my body ever again. As for my pain, everyone deals with some sort of burden in life. I could send you after Korone, but I won't because I don't want her dead. I don't care about her anymore, and I will just move on with my life from now on, Yakumo said as she turned to leave. Ito scowled slightly at Yakumo's declaration but smirked soon after. Oh, Yakumo, still so naive. Ignoring your inner darkness can have serious effects, which I'm sure your boyfriend can attest to, Ito said, causing Yakumo to stop in her tracks and slowly turn around. I must say that I haven't seen so much darkness and inner conflict within an individual in a long time. I can't wait to see what happens when it finally overcomes him, Ito said, laughing insanely. Before Yakumo could comment, she was thrown out of her subconscious. Back in Yakumo's room, she sat up, panting and sweating. Looking around rapidly, she took deep, slow breaths to calm herself. Ito was lying, it had to be. Sure, Naruto was secretly conflicted within, but it wasn't like it was having any serious effects on him, was it? Yakumo sighed and placed a hand on her rapidly beating heart, which was starting to slow down. Looking out the window, she noticed it was a full moon, and the light from the moon seemed to shine directly on her. Yakumo smiled and whispered, I believe in you, Naruto, before going back to an uninterrupted sleep this time. 2 days later, at Team 11's training ground, Yakumo was swinging her scythe. Tsunade, Shizun, Tun, and Sakura arrived at the training ground. Tsunade, arms crossed, addressed the Jonin, I've heard about your little training session. My apprentice will be joining. It's time everyone stopped talking about the legendary cage killers and started talking about my new apprentice, she declared, raising eyebrows across the field. Kushina sighed at the mention of Team 11's nickname. She'd only just learned of it yesterday, so the two Chunin likely didn't grasp its current significance, especially with their new bingo book entries. Kushina shook her head, glancing at Yakumo and Suzuki, and added, I'll tell you later. Sakura moved to stand beside Ino, adopting a battle stance. Ino glared at her. So, Forward, planning to try and steal Suzuki from me today? If so, I can tell you now, it won't work, Ino challenged. Sakura sighed, keeping her focus on Team 11. Take him if you want, Ino, I'm focused on other things, Sakura replied. Shikamaru, behind them, mumbled troublesome, already anticipating Ino's complaints about Sakura's perceived disrespect. Shaking his head, Shikamaru announced his strategy, Koji, I need you to attack Yakumo and keep her busy until I can trap her with my shadow imitation jutsu. Once I do that, Ino, it's up to you to knock her out. After that, we can move on to Suzuki and help out, since I'm sure Niji will want a rematch. This gives us the chance to surprise Suzuki and offers our best shot at beating them. We just need to take them down one by one, got it? Koji and Ino nodded. Shikamaru looked over his shoulder at Sakura. Sorry, Sakura, but you'll have to figure things out on your own, he finished, missing the determined look on the pink-haired Kunoichi's face. Tenten, Lee, and Niji assessed their opponents. How should we do this, guys? Tenten asked. Lee adopted a concentrated expression, but Niji scowled. Do what you want, I'll fight the Uchiha, Niji growled. Lee, misunderstanding Niji's thirst for revenge as youthful excitement, smiled. Then I shall join you in your youthful battle, Lee declared. Tenten observed the Uchiha, then shifted her gaze to Team 11's brown-haired girl. I'll take Yakumo and help with Suzuki afterwards, Tenten decided, contemplating the best approach. Niji clenched his jaw. Don't bother, the Uchiha will have already been dealt with, the Hyuga stated. Kiba stood with Akamaru, who had recently grown, while Shino and Hinata flanked them as Team 8 devised a plan. I've got it, Kiba exclaimed, clapping his hands. Akamaru and I will go after Suzuki, and you two can take on Yakumo, Kiba said, eliciting a confused look from Hinata and a raised eyebrow from Shino. I understand myself being sent after Yakumo since fighting Suzuki would be counterproductive, but what's your reasoning for Hinata? Shino inquired. Kiba snorted, head held high. Listen, Hinata, I just think the fight with Yakumo will be a lot easier. Suzuki might be a challenge, but Yakumo is just a kunoichi, so it should be easy pickings, Kiba explained. Facing forward, the Inyazuka missed Shino's hand over his face, Akamaru shaking his head, and Hinata's face, which was red from anger for once instead of embarrassment. Asuma exhaled a puff of smoke. How well do you think they'll do? He asked Korone, Guy, and Tsunade. It will be a youthful battle, but I believe my team will prevail through the power of youth. My apprentice is going to kick ass. After all, I trained her. I suppose we'll see," were the responses Asuma received. He chuckled at the varied opinions and let out another puff of smoke. He already knew the outcome, he just hoped it would be a wake-up call for their teams. Once everyone was ready, Kushina yelled, "Begin!" Surprisingly, Sakura was the first to act. Raising her fist, she slammed it into the ground, sending a massive fissure towards Suzuki and Yakumo, shocking everyone except Tsunade, Shizun, and Tun. As the fissure approached, Yakumo and Suzuki exchanged a quick glance, nodded, and leaped away from each other. The remaining teams took this as their signal to attack. Yakumo's battle. Upon landing, Yakumo immediately unsealed her scythe and leaned on it, awaiting her opponents. Soon, she found herself surrounded by Team 8, Tenten, Shino, and Hinata. Observing them, Yakumo let out a chilling giggle. "So, you guys thought I was the weakest, hoping to take advantage? Well, let's go, fresh meat," Yakumo taunted, slightly surprised when Hinata attacked first. Seeing Hinata activate her Byakugan, Yakumo smiled at the futile effort. With her impressive flexibility, she easily dodged each of Hinata's palm strikes one by one. Bending, moving left and right, Yakumo found herself entertained. It was as if she were dancing with the Hyaga. But the dance ended when she bent backward and saw a swarm of bugs flying directly at her. Yakumo leaped backward and moved toward Shino. Just as she neared him, another swarm of bugs emerged from Shino's jacket, flying at her. As Yakumo prepared to jump back again, she tripped, and the multitude of bugs swarmed her body. However, Yakumo's body quickly revealed itself to be a collection of paper sheets, each bearing a seal. Shino looked at what his bugs were attached to, and before he could command them, a pair of hands grabbed his shoulders. "Oh, so close," Shino, Yakumo said before the paper pieces exploded in small bursts of flames, just enough to eliminate all of Shino's bugs. "Never throw everything you've got at the beginning of a battle," Yakumo said sweetly before knocking him out with a strike to the neck. After knocking out Shino, Yakumo tried to readjust her battle stance but found herself unable to move. "Not bad, Shikamaru. Way to take advantage of the situation, but not enough, I'm afraid," Yakumo said with a smirk as her real body burst from a paper shell, releasing her from Shikamaru's shadow technique. Seizing her chance, she dashed towards Shikamaru, sending him flying with a punch to the face before anyone could react. Once she landed the punch, Yakumo moved just in time to avoid a blow from Koji. Leaping backward, she positioned herself so all her opponents were in front of her. She watched as Koji, Hinata, and Ino prepared to charge, but Tenten stopped them. "Hey, you three, let me take this. I'll end it quickly," Tenten declared, drawing a ninjato from a sealing scroll. Seeing Tenten's intent, Yakumo laughed and summoned her scythe, Graceful Lily. "Arrogance will get you killed. I should know, I've killed and seen many killed purely out of arrogance. I guess I can't blame you, though, the excitement of battle is a strong temptation," Yakumo finished, resting her scythe on her shoulder much like her boyfriend did with his sword. Tenten snorted at Yakumo's words. "From where I'm standing, you and your team are the arrogant ones. You get lucky on a couple of missions and think you're above us all? You're right that I'm excited for this battle because it's my chance to knock you down a few pegs and teach you some humility," Tenten said, gripping her ninjato tightly. Tenten sped towards Yakumo, aiming for a quick strike. Yakumo chuckled at the simplistic attack. Lifting her scythe from her shoulder, she swung it toward Tenten, causing the girl to jump up and throw her shurikens. Yakumo raised her scythe, deflecting all the shurikens with another effortless swing. Tenten landed and paused, trying to devise a strategy to bypass Yakumo's guard. Yakumo watched her opponent formulate a plan and also observed the other three genin who stayed out of their fight. She shook her head in disappointment. Kanaha's teamwork, a cornerstone, was absent. Sighing, she looked back at Tenten, who seemed to have settled on a strategy. "Are you ready now?" "I'm getting bored," Yakumo said, which infuriated Tenten. "Fine, you asked for it," Tenten exclaimed with fire in her eyes, throwing 3 kunao at Yakumo. The brunette genjutsu master watched the kunao, noting they were off target. Just as the kunao flew past her head, she noticed something, tags on each one. Yakumo's eyes widened, and before she could react, the kunao exploded. Tenten, Hinata, Koji, and Ino looked at the smoke where Yakumo had been. When it cleared, Yakumo lay on the ground, her face visibly burned. Seeing the result of her attack, Tenten, Hinata, Koji, and Ino ran towards Yakumo to help her but found themselves unable to move. As they realized their legs wouldn't obey, they also noticed their breathing becoming more and more labored. The world in front of them grew hazy and distorted as they each fell, their legs no longer supporting them. Their breathing became so shallow they could only take small gasps. Just as they were about to pass out from lack of oxygen, the distortions ended, and Yakumo was no longer on the ground. Instead, she stood before them, without a scratch, arms crossed, and a disappointed look on her face. "I expected more. A Konoha ninja is supposed to value teamwork, but I've seen none of that so far. Two of you are out of the fight, and if I had wanted, each of you would be dead right now. Hinata, Koji, Ino, you three let Tenten face me alone. Tenten, you let your emotions control you from the start of the battle and told your fellow ninja not to assist you. Mistakes like these get you killed out there. Now, get up and try to work together when you fight me, Yakumo said as she returned to her starting position. Tenten, Hinata, Koji, and Ino slowly rose and regained their composure. Yakumo waited, watching her opponents huddle to quickly devise a strategy. When they broke, Yakumo raised an eyebrow as Hinata and Koji stepped forward. Koji acted first, shouting multi-size technique and instantly growing significantly larger and rounder. Beside him, Hinata activated her Byakugan and prepared to attack. Koji, in his expanded form, yelled human bullet tank and began to spin rapidly, remaining in place as his speed increased. Once Koji started spinning, Hinata rushed toward Yakumo and attacked using the gentle fist, this time with more determination and energy. So much so that Yakumo was now exerting effort to dodge Hinata's attacks. Thus began the Taijutsu match between Yakumo and Hinata, flexibility versus technique. Hinata attacked quickly, but Yakumo was faster, bending, moving, and twisting to avoid strikes aimed at her tenketsu points. Just as Yakumo prepared to strike Hinata, the Hyuga jumped away, slightly confusing Yakumo until the brunette looked behind her. A massive, speeding ball that could only be Koji was rapidly approaching. Thinking quickly, Yakumo jumped and began to actually fly as paper wings sprouted, helping her avoid Koji. Once Koji passed and stopped spinning, she landed in front of him, preparing to deliver a knockout blow, but was suddenly grabbed tightly by her ankle. Looking down, she saw her ankle held by a chakra string that seemed to run through a trail of blonde hair. Before Yakumo could act, she was swung by the chakra hold and slammed into the ground, landing on a small amount of hair that held her down. That's when a shadow fell over her. Looking up, Yakumo saw a giant scroll hovering high above her. Behind the scroll, Tenten shouted heavenly chain disaster, and a swarm of weapons, from kunao to katanas, rained down to impale the genjutsu user. Yakumo smiled, genuinely impressed with the teamwork. There was definitely potential. Still smiling, Yakumo whispered dance of the Shikigami as her body dispersed into hundreds of paper sheets, allowing her to escape the suspension jutsu once again. As she dissipated, hundreds of weapons impaled the papers. When Yakumo reappeared, she had a smile on her face and started clapping. Good teamwork, guys. As Leaf Shinobi, teamwork is one of the most important parts of our job. If your teamwork is strong enough, you can be a threat to anyone, Yakumo said. Hinata, Koji, Ino, and Tenten each smiled at their lesson. Their smiles vanished, however, at Yakumo's next words. Now that you've learned your lesson, I suppose it's time I end this, Yakumo said before bringing her hands together and shouting peaceful lullaby, casting a genjutsu that sent each ninja into a dream-filled rest. Once all her opponents had succumbed to the jutsu, she decided to leave and observe Suzuki's fight. Suzuki's battle. Suzuki stood with his arms crossed, a cocky smirk on his face, facing his opponents, Kiba and Akamaru, Niji Hyuga, Rock Lee, and Sakura Harano. Not a very interesting challenge, in the Uchiha's opinion. Suzuki did, however, raise an eyebrow when Sakura stepped forward as if to challenge him herself. Still smirking, Suzuki walked until he stood directly in front of her. Looking down at her, Suzuki grinned in amusement. My, Sakura, so bold. I'll tell you what, I'll give you a free shot right now. Maybe that will make you see the consequences of being a stupid fangirl, Suzuki said. A second after he finished speaking, Suzuki was sent flying from a chakra-enhanced punch to the face by Sakura. Suzuki continued to fly until he collided harshly with a tree. Getting up with a groan, Suzuki raised a hand to his lip to find he was bleeding. Wiping his lip, he walked back to his opponents, chuckling the entire way. When he reached them, Suzuki shook his head. Nice punch, Sakura. Serves me right for underestimating my opponent, he said before entering his battle stance. It won't happen again, I promise you, Suzuki said, no longer grinning. Before Sakura could attack, a shout of fang over fang came from beside her. Kiba and Akamaru, now rapidly spinning spirals, sped towards Suzuki. Suzuki sighed before jumping high and summoning his double-sided spear. After Kiba and Akamaru impacted Suzuki's previous position, they quickly adjusted and spun upward towards Suzuki. In the air, Suzuki gave a small shake of his head before raising his spear and shouting lightning rain. Bolts of lightning flew from the spear directly into the incoming forms of Kiba and Akamaru. The lightning stopped the spinning ninja and dog, shocking them to unconsciousness. Once Kiba and Akamaru were out, they began to fall to the ground and would have been hurt from the landing, but Sakura managed to get beneath them and catch them. Sakura gently laid Kiba and Akamaru on the ground, quickly examining them. Both had burn marks from where the lightning bolts had struck, but luckily, the electricity hadn't been too intense and had left their bodies quickly. The pink-haired aspiring medic turned her head and watched as Suzuki landed gracefully on his feet in front of her. It's your turn now, Sakura. Get up, and I'll end it as quickly as. Suzuki began but was interrupted as he narrowly dodged a gentle fist strike from Niji, whose Byakugan was activated. Turning his attention to the Hyaga, Suzuki smirked. The Hyaga and Uchiha had been rivals since Konoha's inception, both vying to be the signature dojutsu of the Hidden Leaf Village. "Have you learned from our last fight?" Suzuki asked, making sure to remind Niji of his loss to Suzuki in the Chunin exams. Niji narrowed his eyes and entered the gentle fist pose. "Your fate is to be defeated by me, and you can't fight fate," Niji said as Sakura and Lee stood by his side. Suzuki rolled his eyes at Niji's words. "I really had hoped you learned, especially with that teammate of yours," Suzuki said, looking at Lee, which elicited a surprised expression on the taijutsu specialist's face. Lee was labeled the dead last of his class, yet he has surpassed most of you genin. Through determination and hard work, he defied your so-called fate. "But if you believe my fate is to lose to you right here, then prove it," Suzuki said, stabbing his spear into the ground. With a smirk, Suzuki entered the Uchiha interceptor pose and activated his three-tomo Sharingan. Niji rushed at Suzuki, attempting to land a strike on one of Suzuki's tenketsu points in his chest, which the Uchiha easily avoided. Niji tried to follow up his attack but missed again. One after another, Suzuki dodged each of Niji's attacks. Seeing the situation, Lee took it upon himself to join the fight. Rushing toward the two, Lee threw a punch at Suzuki just as he dodged another of Niji's strikes. Noticing his new opponent, Suzuki dug his heel into the ground and pushed off to narrowly avoid Lee's attack. Unfortunately for the Uchiha, he had forgotten all about Sakura during his unfinished skirmish with Niji. When Suzuki pushed off and went backward, he moved directly into Sakura's vicinity, who landed a chakra-enhanced kick to Suzuki's side, sending him back toward Niji and Lee. Seeing their opportunity, both Niji and Lee prepared their attacks. As Suzuki neared Niji, the Hyaga entered his stance and set 8 trigrams palm rotation before spinning and creating a dome of chakra. Lee, meanwhile, backed up and waited for his teammate to land his attack so he could land his own. Suzuki flew into a rotating chakra dome, an impenetrable barrier that knocked him skyward. Lee appeared, shouting Primary Lotus, restraining Suzuki with his arm wrappings as they spun rapidly to the ground. A large dust cloud formed on impact, slowly clearing to reveal Lee on one knee, breathing heavily, and Suzuki lying on the ground, assessing his damage. Though his body ached, Suzuki found no broken bones or significant injuries. He rose, grinning, and said, "It's nice to see teamwork in action, and I respect your effort. To show my respect, I'll stop holding back." Rolling his neck, Suzuki launched his Solar Destruction Golden Fireball. Lee and Sakura dodged, but Niji used 8 trigrams palm rotation to defend. After immense effort, Niji's dome outlasted the fireball. Suzuki smiled, charging Niji, shouting, "Well done, Hyaga, but I want to test your impenetrable defense myself." He slammed his chakra-infused fist into the spinning dome, feeling it tear at him. Noting the heavy resistance, Suzuki pushed harder. Niji sped up his rotation, determined to end the fight. Suzuki intensified his chakra, pushing even harder, yelling as he finally shattered the Hyaga's defense and knocked Niji unconscious with a powerful blow to the face. Sakura and Lee were stunned. Suzuki had breached the unbreachable Hyaga defense. The Uchiha gasped for air, his right hand bloody and numb, attributing it to the dome hitting every tenketsu point. Sighing, Suzuki turned, knowing he needed to end this quickly. He walked towards his spear, watched by a wondering Lee and Sakura. Reaching it, Suzuki laughed loudly. "You three almost had me. I admit I didn't expect much, and I'll probably get a lecture from my brother and Yakumo about underestimating opponents," he said, smiling at them. "I've had fun, and you both deserve to be ninja." His smile vanished. "But it's time to end this." Suzuki performed quick, one-handed hand signs, shouting Meteor Rain. He launched 10 fireballs, instead of the usual 20, into the air, then removed his spear from the ground. Each fireball split into smaller ones, landing with small explosions where Sakura and Lee had been. They jumped to avoid the fireballs, only to hear lightning rain before being taken out of the battle. Suzuki surveyed his work, deactivating his Sharingan as he heard clapping. He turned, smiling, to see Yakumo approaching. "Nice job, Duck Butt," she said, making Suzuki clench his jaw. "Now come on, we should get your girlfriend healed." Suzuki, confused, tilted his head to ask what she meant, then saw where her gaze was directed. Looking at his hand, he quickly became angry and embarrassed, much to Yakumo's amusement. Suzuki walked past her, muttering about privacy, as Yakumo followed, laughing. An hour and a half later, the genin were conscious, healed, and eating lunch with Yakumo and Suzuki. "How did you guys get so strong?" Koji asked, prompting everyone to lean in. Suzuki and Yakumo looked at each other, then simultaneously shrugged, making everyone fall over. "Don't worry about our training, focus on yours. Different ninja grow stronger from different training. Just find your best method and your reason for being a shinobi." "Right, Suzuki?" Yakumo asked. Suzuki grunted and nodded. Lee stood, smiling, and shouted, "Your words are so youthful. I will train non-stop every day until I am as strong as you two." Lee beamed, while others' sweat dropped. "We should do this more often," Sakura suggested. Yakumo grinned, nodding. "That sounds fun. It would be nice to have someone other than his lame ass as a training partner," she said, elbowing Suzuki, who twitched. Away from the genin and shinin, their senseis smiled. "It's nice to see everyone getting along. Maybe we should make this a regular thing," Korone suggested, watching the laughing group, especially Hinata, who showed a genuine smile. All the senseis nodded. "Training together will make their youth burn hotter and hotter," Kai said, flashing his sparkling white teeth. "It would be nice for Suzuki to get some friends besides Naruto and Yakumo," Itaki added. At the mention of Team 11's leader, Asuma turned to Itaki and Kushina. "Speaking of which, where is Naruto? I wanted to see how my team stacked up against him, but Yakumo said he's unavailable." Kushina, Itaki, and Konan exchanged glances. "He's in a crucial part of his training, so he'll be unavailable for a while," Konan explained. Asuma nodded. The senseis returned their gaze to their students, enjoying their time together, and vowed to make these gatherings regular to strengthen both their abilities and their bonds. Suzuki was doing push UPS in his backyard, having started at dawn. It was nearly noon, and he'd been training for hours without a break, needing to catch up to Naruto. Itaki found him like this. Since Naruto left, Suzuki had been intensely training, pushing himself daily. While concerning, Itaki understood his brother's drive. Many saw his obsession as greed for power, but Itaki saw through it. Suzuki wanted to be ready for when Naruto couldn't handle an enemy alone, to be a good teammate and friend, even if he wouldn't admit it. Itaki stopped in front of Suzuki, placing his foot on his brother's back, forcing him down. "You're exhausted, Suzuki. Come inside and take a break," Itaki said, removing his foot. Suzuki slowly rose, faced his brother, and shook his head. "No time, I have to get stronger." Itaki looked at his brother sweat-drenched, heavily breathing, and on the verge of collapse. "I wasn't asking, Suzuki. As your sensei, I'm ordering you to take a break." Itaki expected an argument but was pleasantly surprised when Suzuki simply nodded and walked towards the house. Itaki smiled, following quickly. Inside, Suzuki immediately collapsed onto the couch, amusing Itaki, who watched from the kitchen. "You know, Suzuki, there's no point in trying to reach Naruto's level if you kill yourself in the process," Itaki said, bringing an ice pack. The tired Uchiha slowly took it, nodding. "I know, but I have to get stronger. Yakumo is getting powerful, and I don't want to think about how strong Naruto is now," Suzuki said, shaking his head. "I don't want to be the weak link of the group," he added, looking defeated. Itaki sighed. "Suzuki, not every team has a weak link. Each of you are incredibly strong in your own rights, and you each contribute equally to the team." Suzuki looked away. "You don't believe me?" Itaki asked. Suzuki scowled. "You may think we do things as a team, but I know the truth. When we fought Yagura, we did it as a team, but I knew Naruto could have taken him on by himself if he chose to," Suzuki said, clenching his fists. Itaki was silent for a long moment before responding, so surprising Suzuki. "Maybe he could have taken Yagura on his own, but he asked for your help. And there will be times when he needs your help again," Itaki said, subtly reminding Suzuki of the Shinigami's blade incident, making Suzuki clench his fists tighter. "You want to help your friend by shouldering his burden, which is understandable, but you have to know your limits. This non-stop training is tearing your body apart, not making it grow. So, as your sensei, I'm ordering you to take a week off from training," Itaki stated, widening Suzuki's eyes. Before he could argue, Itaki vanished in a whirl of crow feathers. Taking a deep breath, Suzuki lay back on the couch, his muscles trying to relax. Maybe his brother had a point. Slowly, Suzuki fell asleep. Suzuki's dream. Suzuki awoke on a wooden floor, rubbing his sore back. He was in a large, dimly lit wooden room. "I've waited some time for this opportunity," a deep voice startled him. Suzuki reached for his kunai, realizing his ninja pouch was gone. He growled, "Show yourself." After a long silence, the voice echoed, "Very well." A swirl of smoke appeared, clearing to reveal a grown man with long black hair, familiar armor, and a gunbei strapped to his back. Suzuki examined him, feeling a sense of recognition. A minute passed in silence. Impatient, Suzuki broke it. "Who are you?" The man chuckled, folding his arms. "I am Madara Uchiha, former leader of the Uchiha and co-founder of Konoha," he smirked. Suzuki's jaw dropped, then he shook his head, narrowing his eyes. "Bullshit. Madara Uchiha has been dead for years. Also, I'm pretty sure nothing here is real." Madara chuckled at Suzuki's suspicion, reminded of his younger self. "You're correct that we're not in the physical world, and I am dead. But I assure you, everything you're experiencing and what I have to tell you is very real," Madara said seriously. "What are you playing at?" Suzuki demanded, his patience waning. Madara chuckled again at Suzuki's attitude. Well, young Uchiha, I want you to sit and listen to what I have to say. Suzuki's eyes remained narrowed. And why would I do that, he asked. Madara smiled. Because I have the experience to tell you which mistakes to avoid if you want your loved ones to live on. He sat on the floor, motioning for Suzuki to do the same. Hesitantly, Suzuki sat beside him. Smiling at Suzuki's willingness, Madara took a breath. You remind me of myself, young one. I once wanted to protect those close to me at all costs. I trained until I became the strongest Uchiha. I believed myself the most powerful human with my Mangekyo Sharingan, and my victories proved it. That's when I met Hashirama Senju, who would become the first Hokage of Konoha, Madara said with a warm smile. Like me, he fought for those close to him. Many, including him, thought we were equal, but I knew the truth, he was stronger. My life was consumed by becoming strong enough to protect my loved ones. I refused help, choosing a lonely path that made me powerful but changed me without my realizing it until it was too late. I became cold and impatient, pushing away those I swore to protect, hoping to shield them better. My thoughts and assumptions distracted me, which is why my brother died. Izuna died at the hands of Hashirama's brother, Tobirama Senju, because I wasn't there to protect him. The revelation that after all my effort, all my sacrifices, I still couldn't protect my loved ones, was devastating. I had pushed them away to the point that my own clansmen considered joining the Senju clan. Deep down, I couldn't blame them. Izuna was the Uchiha clan's light, so the idea of only having me wasn't appealing, Madara said with a short laugh. Suzuki looked at Madara. But you did go, and you formed Konoha. So in the end, you listened to your clan like any respectable leader, Suzuki said. Madara let out a louder laugh. No, my boy, that's not the story. In fact, I considered killing anyone who spoke positively about the Senju clan. That's what I'd become, Madara frowned. Suzuki tilted his head. Well then, how did Konoha get founded, he asked, now very interested. Madara's frown slowly turned into a smile. One rainy night, Hashirama Senju knocked on my door, alone. I allowed him to speak. He offered condolences for Izuna and wished only for peace. He wanted a world free of pointless conflict, even offering to kill himself to end it. In that instant, I saw a man who truly wanted peace, unlike any other. We talked, and eventually, I agreed to his ambition. The Senju and Uchiha clans came together to create Konoha, and the rest, I'm sure, you've learned from history books. Unfortunately, I didn't learn anything, Madara sighed. Suzuki, intent on hearing the rest, asked, what do you mean? Madara looked at Suzuki with a sad expression. I believed I needed to be stronger to protect my precious people, and that only I could do it. You see, boy, that's why Hashirama was always stronger than me. He accepted and embraced others and their help, while I pushed it all away. I suppose it was destiny that our paths would clash. I considered Hashirama's continued belief in everyone's good as foolish and naive. He believed in world peace through unity, and I believed in peace through control. So we met for the final time in a valley outside Konoha, fighting for supremacy. I lost the battle, but not my life. Through events you're not ready to understand, I lived, though Hashirama believed me dead. From the darkness, I prepared to achieve my idea of peace, unaware that I wasn't alone in believing in peace through control. Time passed, and my plan's pieces fell into place, but it wasn't to be, Madara said, clenching his fists. What happened? Suzuki asked, noticing Madara's change. Madara was silent before answering. A group of 5 found where my pieces were based. 5 came, but only 1 acted. 1 man killed all the ninja I gathered to enact my plan except for 1, ruining my hopes of being brought back. This 1 man wielded power not meant for normal humans, Madara said, as Suzuki's eyes widened at the revelation. I often wondered what Hashirama and I could have accomplished had I not become the cruel man I did, Madara said, looking directly into Suzuki's eyes. You trained to protect those close to you, just as I did. I am here to tell you to slow down. Calm your desires for greater strength, it will only lead you down a dark road like mine. Your friend will not overcome the coming danger alone. He knows this well, just as Hashirama did. You must be ready to help your friend when the time comes, unlike me. I was unable to be there for my precious people because of who I had become. Do not make my mistake. End the cycle of hatred and redeem my mistakes, for it will ultimately be up to you, Suzuki Uchiha. Do you understand? Madara asked solemnly. Suzuki simply nodded. Good. Now, I will give you a precious gift. It's your choice whether to use it, but if you do, use it only in dire need. It's time for you to go now, young Uchiha. Remember what I've told you, Madara said with a smile. Uchiha Estate. Suzuki woke abruptly, breathing heavily. As he calmed, a sharp pain flared in his eyes. Yelling, he rushed to the bathroom mirror. The pain subsided, but Suzuki was shocked. His activated Sharingan was different. His eyes now featured a 6-sided red star with a black pupil. Before he could think, a voice whispered, Mangekyo. Yakiniku Q. Itaki and Konan waited for lunch. Konan observed her boyfriend, who was silent and concentrating on the table. She sighed, grabbing his hand. Okay, what's up, Itake? Konan asked. Itake looked up. Suzuki's been training too much lately. He's pushing himself too hard, and I'm just worried about him, he said, returning his gaze to the table. Well, maybe he just needs to get out more. He seems to enjoy the weekly spars against other teams, so maybe encourage him to hang out with them. And if he's still so focused, get him a girlfriend, she said, widening Itake's eyes slightly. I don't think my mother would appreciate that last part, but you might be right about the friends aspect, Itake said. Konan smirked. I'm always right, I thought you'd learned that already, Itake, she said, making Itake chuckle and nod. Their conversation was interrupted by the server arriving with their meat and a large order of paki for Itake. A few minutes later, they were eating. Itake looked up. How's Yakumo doing? Konan swallowed her food. She's doing really well. Her taijutsu is improving, and her paper ninjutsu is getting very good. Yakumo's also working on integrating her ninjutsu into her genjutsu to amplify the effects when damage is dealt. But we've come up with something I think will make her the most powerful kunoichi in Kana, but you have to keep this a secret, she said seriously. Itake nodded. We've found a way to make her nearly, if not as fast as Minato, she whispered, making Itake's jaw drop. How is that possible? Itake stammered. Konan chuckled at his reaction. That, my dear Itake, is a secret. Just know your student is making you proud, she smiled. Itake laughed softly. Konan, I've been proud of them since their teamwork test. I've never doubted they'll be Konoha's most powerful ninja someday. Still, it's nice to hear she's doing well, Itake said, his smile fading. I wonder how Naruto's doing. It's been months since I've seen him. I know he's getting stronger, but I miss him, and I know Suzuki does too, Itake said. Konan nodded. Yeah, Yakumo's been going crazy about it too. But what he's doing is very serious, and it's something he has to do, she said, looking down, reminiscing about her own sister. Itake's eyebrow rose. Do you know what he's doing? He asked. He's finishing his training. I just hope he comes back the same. If what Sarah went through is any indication, the kid is going through hell, she said, clenching her fist lightly before Itake placed his hand on it. Itake looked into Konan's eyes. Hey, Naruto will be okay. He's strong, and he's only going to get stronger, he said with a smile. Konan smiled back, and they continued their date. Uchiha Estate, 1 week later. Suzuki meditated outdoors, contemplating the gift from Madara. He understood the Mangekyo Sharinan, a level all Uchiha learned before the academy. Activating it required extra chakra, separate from his normal 3-tomo Sharinan. Each Mangekyo granted unique, yet sometimes similar, abilities, like those of his brother and cousin Shisui. Excessive use, however, led to vision loss. Consequently, Suzuki hadn't activated it since its discovery, knowing it needed training but also absolute secrecy. How's it going? Itake's familiar voice interrupted Suzuki's meditation, causing his eyebrow to twitch. I was trying to meditate, but I guess that's not happening now, Suzuki replied, standing to face his amused brother. Up for a spar? You've been restless this week, so I thought I could make it up to you, Itake offered, arms crossed. Suzuki smirked. Are you sure you can take me? You might be rusty since dating Konan. Itake raised an eyebrow. Well, let's find out, shall we? Itake assumed his interceptor stance and activated his Sharinan. Suzuki mirrored him. After a long moment, they both dashed forward. Suzuki threw the first punch, which Itake dodged, then countered, a move Suzuki narrowly avoided. They exchanged taijutsu blows, landing hits, until Suzuki leaped back, shouting, solar destruction. The golden fireball flew at Itake, who dodged swiftly but not before throwing 3 kunao. Suzuki evaded the kunao and barely dodged a follow-up punch from Itake. Suzuki distanced himself from Itake, and they stared at each other. Itake smirked, Suzuki clenched his jaw. Biting his thumb, Suzuki smeared blood on his seal, summoning his spear. Itake responded by drawing his ninjato. They rushed, engaging in a kenjutsu battle. Strike after strike was blocked until their weapons locked, grappling for dominance. What's wrong, Suzuki? Tired? Itake prodded, attempting to provoke his younger brother. Suzuki, however, smirked. Itake, I'm disappointed, Suzuki stated, making Itake frown. Before Itake could inquire why, an electric surge from Suzuki's spear traveled through Itake's ninjato, sending him flying backward. A small smile formed on Suzuki's face as he quickly performed a series of hand signs. Finishing, he yelled the name of his new creation, Emperor's Tempest. A giant vortex of fire and lightning engulfed Itake. Satisfied, Suzuki ended the jutsu, and the vortex diminished, then dissolved. As Suzuki prepared to check on his brother, a kunao at his neck stopped him. Still so arrogant, little Suzuki, Itake said, breathing heavily, from behind him. The younger Uchiha's eyes widened. How had his brother escaped? Itachi removed the kunao and stood before Suzuki. How did you get out? Suzuki asked, wiping the small amount of blood from his neck. Simple, I was never in, Itachi replied, earning a confused look from Suzuki. When we were locked in our Kenjutsu battle, you made the ultimate mistake when facing an Uchiha. You looked into my eyes, Itachi explained, causing his brother's eyes to widen further. You've grown very powerful, anyone else would be seriously injured. But you must use your knowledge of your opponent. For the most part, you did well. I was impressed with your new technique, Itachi concluded. As was I, announced Fugaku, who had been observing his son's battle. You've grown worthy of the Uchiha name, Suzuki, Fugaku added. Itachi looked at his father. Would you like to train with us, father? Itachi asked. Fugaku shook his head. No, I have somewhere to be. Carry on, he said before leaving. 30 minutes later, Suzuki and Itachi, sweaty and tired, entered the house. Mikato, emerging from her room, smiled at the sight, recalling her own ninja days and relentless training with Kushina. I see you two are done training for the day, Mikato asked, alerting them to her presence. Yes, mother, I think we are. Suzuki did very well today. I think he's earned a rest, Itachi said with a smirk as Suzuki collapsed onto the couch. Mikato giggled at her youngest son, who had clearly overdone it, just as she used to. He, this reminds me of my ninja days. Kushina and I would train all day, pushing each other. I couldn't always keep up with that famous Uzumaki stamina, but I did beat her a few times, Mikato said with a proud smile, raising an eyebrow from both sons. Their mother rarely spoke of her ninja days, but they knew she was on the same team as Kushina Uzumaki and Sumin. How did you beat her? Suzuki asked. Mikato giggled. Well, in terms of power, Kushina had the massive advantage, but little things like calling her tomato head or making sexual comments about Minato usually threw her off enough for me to win a few spars, she explained with a grin, causing Suzuki and Itachi to sweat drop. I see, and how does that relate to our spars, when I'm both stronger and smarter than little Suzuki here? Itachi asked. Suzuki ignored the jab, looking to his mother for her answer. A full minute passed as Mikato concentrated, attempting to formulate a response, before she simply shrugged. Both Suzuki and Itachi fell to the ground at their mother's reply, to which Mikato merely giggled. Underground Konoha. Danzo watched a large group leave his base, a small smile forming as a man emerged from the shadows. Danzo, the shadowed man said. I'm glad you could make it. I take it you have an answer for me, Fugaku? Danzo inquired. Fugaku Uchiha stepped into the light and nodded. When the time comes, the Uchiha clan will fight for your cause, but only if our demands are met, Fugaku stated. Danzo nodded, his smile widening slightly. Yes, you will be next in line for Hokage after I take the title and increase the Hokage's power. After I am no longer Hokage, the title will belong to the Uchiha clan for as long as you wish, Danzo promised, extending his hand. Fugaku looked at his hand for a moment before reaching out and shaking the old man's. Later that night, Suzuki sat outside, staring at the moon, a habit he knew his sword-wielding teammate practiced regularly. It had been a strange day, and he hoped the night's quiet would bring some clarity, as it did Naruto. So many questions spun in his mind. Was it truly Madara Uchiha who appeared to him? Why would Madara appear to him? How did Madara bestow the Mangekyo upon him? It made Suzuki's head spin. It had to be Madara Uchiha, who else would possess such knowledge? Suzuki sighed. Looking up at the moon, Suzuki smiled. Naruto, you carry a great burden, but when the time comes, I'll be there to lighten the load. I will also ensure the Uchiha clan survives and works for Konoha's good, that I promise you, Madara. The cycle of hatred will end, and we will become a clan to be proud of, not just in strength, but in integrity and honor as well, Suzuki vowed, still gazing at the moon. As Suzuki headed back inside, a voice whispered in his mind, I leave the Uchiha clan to you, Suzuki. Naruto dodged an intense stream of water from his personal summon, Levios. Evading, Naruto dashed at the serpent coiled beside a large lake. Levios, obligingly, had constrained himself to 3 times Naruto's size. As Naruto neared, the serpent stopped the water stream, turned toward Naruto, and opened its mouth wide. Inside, a large, crackling ball of electricity formed, which Levios launched at the blonde ninja. Thinking quickly, Naruto summoned his sword and swung it powerfully, deflecting the incoming lightning. Before Naruto could act further, he was tightly wrapped in Levios's coils. The serpent had moved too fast for Naruto's eyes to follow. You lose, the serpent declared, holding the blonde. You must learn not to rely completely on that sword. A time will come when it won't be enough, and you must be ready for that moment, the serpent advised before releasing Naruto, who stood disappointedly, looking at the ground. Naruto sighed at Levios's words. I know. It's just that my sword has become part of me. Of course, it doesn't hurt that it's probably the most powerful sword in existence, Naruto grinned, causing his serpent companion to shake its head. Besides, you and I both know I'm way ahead in my water and lightning techniques. Couple that with getting better at the Hyratian, and I should be able to take anyone on. And if I can't, I'll just call on you to fight them, like a good friend would, Naruto said, now with a full smile. Levios took a deep breath and shook his head. I'm more like the parent who has to restrain the child who keeps picking fights with everyone, Levios countered, making Naruto sweat drop. Also, you must remember not to let your pride evolve into arrogance. You are powerful, and your potential is undeniable, but arrogance and overconfidence can be the end of anyone, no matter how strong they are, the serpent said in a slightly scolding tone. The serpent and summoner's conversation was interrupted as Leviathan, the serpent head, rose from the lake, slithering before Naruto and Levios. Looking down, Leviathan nodded. Wise words, son. You would do well to remember them, young Naruto, for even the strongest warrior can be killed by the weakest villager, Leviathan stated, earning a rapid nod from Naruto. It made Leviathan chuckle slightly, seeing Naruto was still intimidated despite their many interactions. Rising fully, Leviathan examined his son and his summoner. When you first arrived, Naruto, you were tasked with strengthening your bond with Levios, Leviathan began, causing both Naruto and Levios to straighten, paying close attention. Naruto, in one of your previous battles, you called upon the energy for a sage transformation. You were lucky to have a medic of Tsunade's caliber to heal you immediately after your pseudo-transformation. When you transformed, your muscles strained greatly. I cannot stress enough that transforming is a last resort, at least for now. Now I must ask, how well are the two of you working together? The serpent boss inquired. Naruto and Levios exchanged glances before looking back at the boss serpent with grins. I think we're good on teamwork. I've still got a ways to go until I can perform a technique as powerful as Levios. Other than that, we work really well together. We know how each other attacks, how to complement each other, and I feel like I can beat anyone as long as I have Levios at my side, Naruto said, patting Levios' scaly side. Levios simply nodded when his father looked at him. Good. Then I suppose it would be best for me to test you two personally, Leviathan said with a smirk, causing Naruto and Levios' eyes to widen. It took little effort for Leviathan to suppress laughter at their expressions. Naruto gulped. And no, that's okay. I'm sure you're busy today, but we should definitely schedule it for some time in the future, Naruto said nervously. Distant future, Levios added, to which Naruto nodded quickly. Plus, I'm sure you're busy with serpent stuff and whatnot, so don't let us distract you from your regular schedule, Naruto rambled, trying to come up with more excuses to avoid a spar with one of existence's most powerful creatures. Leviathan shook his head. No, I'm cleared for today. Now, I believe a serpent summoner is not supposed to show fear or apprehension in battle. I also expected more from you, son. I know I didn't raise you to be a coward, Leviathan stated, which had an immediate effect on the blonde Chunin. The boy's eyes narrowed, and he clenched his fists, while Levios bared his teeth. Naruto turned to Levios. You know enough to lead the serpents, right? The boy asked, and Levios smiled, revealing razor-sharp teeth. Turning back to the boss serpent, Naruto wore his confident smirk, reserved for serious battles. Alright, prepare to get your stupid tail ripped off, Naruto declared as electricity crackled around him. Beside him, Levios' fangs extended, and a line of water with electricity running through it surrounded his body. Naruto and his personal summon looked at each other before Levios dashed at his father. Naruto vanished completely. The elder serpent launched a powerful stream of water at his son, slightly surprised when Levios pushed off his tail, launching into the air. Mid-air, the water and electricity that had flowed along Levios' body coalesced into a large water ball containing multiple lightning bolts violently trying to escape. Leviathan raised his tail to shield himself from the powerful ball, which would undoubtedly be launched directly at him, but was then very surprised when Levios launched the ball past his father to an area behind him. As the water and electricity ball flew, Naruto finally appeared, jumping into the air in the attack's path. Uzumaki seal, forceful counter, Naruto shouted as the ball impacted him but was immediately repelled, flying faster and more powerfully at Leviathan's back. The water and electricity ball made a powerful impact, actually moving Leviathan from his stationary spot and creating a small smoke cloud. When the smoke cleared, Leviathan's powerful chuckle could be heard as the serpent boss rose to its full constrained height. The Uzumaki clan was always unparalleled in seals. You two have grown stronger than I anticipated, but it's time for this spar to end, Leviathan said, attempting to move but finding himself unable. Leviathan looked at his son, who was grinning toothily. A special note about that attack is that it provides temporary paralysis to the victim if it doesn't kill them. Now Naruto, Levios shouted after explaining his attack. Naruto nodded at Levios' order and formed a very specific hand seal. Shadow Clone Jutsu, Naruto declared, already feeling the exhausting effects of using shadow clones. After creating the clones, Naruto channeled all his chakra into his hands, forming the Raisin Shuriken. Normally, shadow clones were needed to form the chakra shuriken itself, but Naruto did it alone while his 5 clones simply stood by. When the chakra shuriken was complete, errant sparks of electricity popped from it. Raising his arm, Naruto shouted Tempest Raisin Shuriken and threw it. As it left his hand, the shadow clones performed their part, jumping up and pulling apart the attack until each clone held a mini Raisin Shuriken. Once stabilized, the clones simultaneously threw their Raisin Shuriken, shouting, "Tempest Raisin Shuriken Barrage!" The 5 Chakra Shurikens flew toward the paralyzed Leviathan as Levio's slithered quickly away. Upon impact, a massive Chakra dome formed, tearing everything in the immediate area apart. Levio's made his way to Naruto, who had fallen to his knees, panting heavily. Reaching his summoner, Naruto looked up, offering a strained smile before looking toward Leviathan to see the attack's result. It took 10 minutes for the dust to finally clear, leaving Naruto ready to pass out from exhaustion. Looking at the result of Naruto's powerful attack, they saw Leviathan in the same spot, but this time, there were a few small gashes on his giant body, leaking blood. Naruto fell unconscious after seeing that one of his most powerful attacks couldn't even seriously damage his opponent. Leviathan turned and slowly approached his son and the serpent summoner. Levios took a defensive stance in front of his summoner, making Leviathan proud of their camaraderie. "Relax, son, the spar is over. You two have proven to be powerful on your own and able to utilize teamwork to an acceptable degree," Leviathan said, looking down at the unconscious blonde while Levios sighed in relief. "Sira certainly had an eye for talent, huh, father?" Levios commented, happy to be partners with someone of such potential. When he looked at his father, however, he saw immense sadness in the serpent boss's eyes. Leviathan simply nodded and slithered away to the lake, head down. Levios was confused but was pulled from his musings by Naruto's snoring. Chuckling, the serpent picked up the ninja with his tail and took him to his resting area by the lake. Night time. Naruto sat beside the lake, staring at the moon. He felt its light ease the tension in his body. As he silently gazed at the source of his power, a sharp pain shot through his head, making him clutch it tightly. Secretly, these flashes of pain had been occurring for a couple of weeks, but Naruto couldn't determine their cause. He knew one place for answers. With a sigh, the swordsman stepped into the lake, swam to the center, and dived down towards the Stone of Sanctity. He continued until the summoning tattoo on his arm glowed. Continuing to dive, the lack of oxygen began to affect Naruto, his lungs screaming for air. Despite their pleas, Naruto persisted until he reached his objective, the beautiful purple stone known as the Stone of Sanctity. The moment Naruto grasped the stone, his need for air vanished, and he was no longer surrounded by water. Around him were different shades of many colors. Stone of Sanctity. "Welcome back, Naruto," a familiar voice spoke, causing Naruto to smile and turn towards its source. Sira stood, smiling at her protege. Reaching out her hand, the blue-haired swordsman pulled up her fellow swordsman to stand across from her. Her smile faded as she saw Naruto's eyes clouded with confusion. "What's up with you?" Sira asked. Naruto shook his head. "I don't know. I've been having these excruciating head pains, and I can't figure out why. I was hoping I could get some answers here," he said, crossing his arms in concentration. "Also, something feels off lately. Whenever I hold my sword, it just feels different than any other time I've used it." Naruto frowned. When Naruto looked up, he saw Sira looking away. "Sira, do you know something about what's going on with me?" the blonde asked. Sira turned to her former apprentice and nodded. "Your sword has mostly accepted you, but it's starting to slightly reject you. You've been ignoring certain past events and just moving on. While that's good, you've been lying to yourself, causing inner conflict. That conflict is disrupting your ability to use your sword. You see, Naruto, our swords are very special. They're among the few things with pure chakra flowing through them. To wield such a weapon, you have to accept who you are, including everything in your past, which is why I'm here," Sira said, looking at Naruto. Naruto tilted his head. "What do you mean, Sira?" the blonde asked, to which Sira stretched out her arm. "I mean it's time to move past me. You and I will fight right here, right now," Sira said as her sword appeared in her hand. A long silver and blue katana was raised by Sira as she waited for her blonde apprentice to summon his sword. Naruto took a deep breath and summoned his sword. Sira stood with her sword in both hands, while Naruto stood with his sword resting on his shoulder. The two swordsmen examined each other for weaknesses before both smirked simultaneously and dashed at one another. Naruto swung his sword downwards, forcing Sira to block the strike. Naruto pushed his sword, eventually adding his second hand for more force, while Sira held him at bay. The blue-haired woman smiled at his inability to gain leverage and slid her blade away before striking at Naruto's midsection. The blonde barely dodged, suffering a small cut to his side. Jumping backward, Naruto raised his sword and shouted "Hammer Slash" as he swung his blade down, launching a series of chakra waves intended to slice his opponent to pieces. Sira shook her head at the action and ran towards Naruto and the chakra waves. When Naruto's attack made contact, something happened that Naruto had never seen his master do before. Sira burst into water, which gathered into 10 separate locations. From these 10 spots, 10 forms of Sira rose, each with their sword poised to attack. One of the forms in the middle stood. Naruto gripped his sword, facing a rapidly approaching water attack. Unbeknownst to him, a pool of darkness formed at his feet, rising to envelop his body as he raised his blade. As Sera's attack neared, Naruto declared his finishing move, Final Calamity, unleashing a massive stream of darkness from the ground that surged toward his opponent. Their attacks collided. Naruto's assault halted Sera and her vortex, bringing them to an almost complete standstill. For a prolonged moment, neither Naruto nor Sera yielded ground. The Lunar Soldier and Aqua Knight fiercely pushed their respective attacks, but the struggle ended as Naruto gritted his teeth and advanced, each step forcing his opponent back further. Sera resisted, but Naruto's superior attack prevailed, a flood of darkness sweeping over and through her, decimating her chakra network and crushing her limbs and organs. Lying on the ground, Sera faded, yet smiled. Her apprentice had finally become strong enough to be the 11th legendary swordsman. As her eyes began to close, she felt a presence beside her. Forcing them open, she turned to see her apprentice, a mess of exhaustion, bruises, heavy panting, and unfocused eyes. Before Sera could speak, Naruto embraced her, and she hugged back, hearing his quiet sobs. "Shh, Naruto, it's okay. This is how things are supposed to be. It's time for both of us to move on," the blue-haired woman whispered, finding the strength to gently rub his back. Naruto nodded, slowly laying her down. Sera smiled again at her successor, who was trying to wipe his eyes. With her last strength, Sera grasped Naruto's hand, saying, "I'm so proud of you," before dissipating into nothing. The Aqua Knight was no more. Naruto knelt for 10 long minutes, staring at the empty space where his teacher had been. Killing her this time hurt more than the first, knowing he'd never see her again. Her spirit would no longer be his companion. He couldn't confess his problems to her, for she was truly gone. Wiping his eyes one last time, Naruto finally stood, looking up at the non-existent sky. "Sera, I make this promise to you and all the legendary swordsmen before me. I will make you proud and I will show that I am worthy to wield this power," Naruto said quietly. "Don't make promises you can't keep," a voice behind him stated. Naruto spun, sword in hand, shocked to see his exact replica, only with completely black eyes. "Hello Naruto," the replica greeted, stepping forward. "I think it's about time I introduce myself considering what is about to happen." Naruto narrowed his eyes. "Who are you and why do you look like me?" he demanded, tightening his grip as the other Naruto smiled. "It's simple, Naruto. I'm you. Or rather, you will be me soon. For so long, you've allowed jealousy, bitterness, and neglect to fester, giving birth to me. You've tried to contain me, but I refuse to be kept inside. It's time for me to take over, my time to experience life. For you see, I have my own goals, Naruto, one of which includes paying back those who did us wrong for so long." "Something you are too cowardly to do," Dark Naruto sneered, making the real Naruto growl. "There's nothing cowardly about forgiveness. Sometimes it's best to just move on from the past. I live my life balancing my feelings, and I've become stronger for it," Naruto retorted, causing Dark Naruto to laugh. "Balance, eh? I'll let you in on a very little-known secret. Balance is the greatest form of perfection there is. People try to find balance between right and wrong, good and evil, and think an even scale equals perfection. It's actually quite the opposite. For you see, balance is neither right nor wrong, neither good nor evil. Balance equals neutrality, and neutrality leads to hesitation. Hesitation makes you weak, and we both know what happens to the weak in our world, Naruto. No, the truth is that the ignorance of regular mortals makes them crave balance. It makes them crave imperfection. But there is hope, Naruto. There are strong beings like your enemy Tsuranabe. He recognizes that balance is just another form of perfection, so he has taken the root of evil in order to perfect himself and achieve his dream of a perfect world. Though his goal may be contradictory to his methods, he is at least among those who wish to perfect themselves," Dark Naruto said with a menacing grin. Naruto shook his head at his counterpart's reasoning. "You're off your nut. Life is not black and white, perfection isn't possible, whether you think so or not," Naruto countered, causing Dark Naruto's grin to fade. Dark Naruto stared for a long moment, then smiled again. "Perfection is very possible for those strong and willing enough to make the necessary sacrifices. And whether you like it or not, Naruto, we will reach perfection. From now, you will no longer be in control of our fates. It's my turn now," he said, raising his hand, forming black orbs around him. "Goodbye," Dark Naruto whispered as the orbs flew at Naruto. The blonde raised his sword defensively, but the orbs exploded a fair distance away. The last thing Naruto remembered was his dark self whispering, "Embrace your memories." Naruto's eyes snapped open as light hit his face. He found himself in his living room. He saw his younger self silently sitting on the couch while Menma and Narumi nearby boasted to their mother about their future strength. All three children appeared about 5 years old. Their attention, and Kushina's, shifted as the front door opened, revealing Minato. Naruto watched his younger self's face light up as he ran to greet his father, only to be pushed aside by his siblings who embraced their father. As young Naruto picked himself up, the rest of his family engaged in a group hug, neither parent noticing their son pushed to the ground. "How was Kumo?" Kushina asked Minato as she, Menma, and Narumi gave him space to speak. Menma and Narumi listened intently, eager to hear about their father's ninja adventures. Minato chuckled at their enthusiasm. Kumo was fine. The Raikage should be coming to Konoha within the next 2 months to finalize the treaty. Anyway, enough about work. I just so happened to bring presents, Minato said, immediately clutching his ears as his children screamed presents. Taking out a sealing scroll, Minato ran his blood across the seal, revealing 2 sets of flawless kunao. Menma, Narumi, these were given to me for you directly from the Raikage himself. Now you'll have to wait until your training begins to use them, but they are very valuable, the blonde Hokage said as his son and daughter happily grabbed the sets to admire them. Minato smiled at their excitement and turned to his wife. For you, my dear, I got you this, Minato said, fishing inside his cloak. He pulled out a necklace with a beautiful purple gemstone for his red-haired wife, who immediately gave him a giant hug. While the 4 smiled, Naruto approached his father. Do I get a gift as well, father? The small blonde asked, causing his father's face to pale and gain a nervous look. Naruto looked away, remembering his parents' response and waiting for his younger self to feel the same hurt he had years ago. Minato scratched his head nervously. I'm sorry, Naruto, I forgot about your present. Don't worry though, I'll remember to get you something next time, he said, feeling bad upon seeing the sad, disappointed look on his son's face. Kushina stepped in to shift attention and ease the tension. Naruto, let's stop badgering your father. He's probably very tired from his trip and needs rest, she said, earning an appreciative look from her husband. Besides, Naruto, your training is still a long way off, so you shouldn't even be thinking about your ninja career right now. Now, I've almost finished dinner, so everyone get washed up and take your seats. Naruto looked at his younger self, feeling the heartbreak and hurt the little 5-year-old felt. It pained him to see any child go through this, even if it was just him in a past event. Before other thoughts could enter his mind, the memory shifted. The blonde swordsman surveyed his new surroundings, the kitchen. It was dark outside, and Minato and Kushina sat at the table. Naruto watched his younger self enter with a chakra control book. Naruto remembered this memory, it was the last time he asked his parents for training before returning to Konoha. He was 7. The blonde watched, bracing for another disappointment. Mom, Dad, the younger Naruto meekly asked. Minato and Kushina looked at their son, sighing in annoyance and exhaustion. What do you want, Naruto? Minato asked, trying to dismiss him quickly. Young Naruto approached slowly, looking at the ground. I was hoping you could help me with a few of these words in this book, young Naruto quietly said as his parents' eyes narrowed. Both his mother and father looked at the book before Kushina snatched it away from her son. Where did you get this, Naruto, and why are you reading it? Kushina demanded angrily, causing her son to step back and nervously rub his shoulder. I just want to be a strong ninja like you, and I thought if I could learn some ninja techniques, maybe I could be strong enough to join in training with Menma and Narumi, the little blonde said hopefully. He thought his parents would be proud, but they felt the opposite. Kushina stood up, scowling. We already told you your training will begin when we say so. You do not have permission to go through our things just because you are too impatient. This is one of the reasons why we aren't training you, Naruto. You're impatient and not mature enough to begin training yet. Maybe you should take notes on how Menma and Narumi act, you may learn something. Now go to your room and don't bring this up with us again, Kushina said harshly as the little boy turned and walked away, shoulders sagging, tears beginning to fall. Naruto watched his younger self walk away, once again feeling the deep stabbing pain of neglect and despair he had felt so long ago. It hurt his heart again as old memories he thought he had overcome were brought up. Just like before, his memory caused deep pain within him before the memory changed. Naruto examined his surroundings, now in his room. It was bare, no decorations, nothing to individualize it as his. He looked at his younger self, sitting quietly on his bed, when Menma and Narumi burst in without knocking. Once again, Naruto immediately recognized the memory. It was the day after his 10th birthday, and this very memory held the reason he left Konoha. Menma and Narumi stood before young Naruto, sneering. We told you Mom and Dad hate you. You aren't even a part of this family anymore, you're just a pathetic nobody, Menma said, with Narumi nodding. Yeah, loser, and pretty soon you'll be out on the streets because no one cares about you. Not Mom, not Dad, not Grandma Tsunade or Grandpa Jiraiya. Not even Kakashi cares about you because you are a loser. I bet we could end you right now, and no one would even ask why. You could die, and no one would even care, Narumi added. Naruto watched, clenching his fists, seeing evidence of his siblings' hatred. He never found out why they hated him, but honestly, he didn't care. Now, Menma and Narumi were enemies of Konoha and enemies of him. The memory shown thus far angered Naruto, but he calmed himself, thinking of the good memories that had forged him into a fearsome ninja. Yakumo showed him real affection, Suzuki real friendship, Itachi real instruction, and Sira the care of family. With his resolve intact, Naruto broke free from his memories. Naruto's eyes sprang open just in time to see his dark self standing over him, bringing Naruto's sword down. On pure reflex, Naruto raised his arm defensively. In his hand appeared his trident, used in Sage mode. The golden trident blocked the sword in Dark Naruto's hand. Dark Naruto frowned at the resistance and pushed harder, only to begin to be pushed back. Naruto slowly but steadily rose, pushing against his own sword, until he stood eye level with his dark self. My past may not have been favorable, but I prefer to focus on the present. I focus on those who give me strength, something I don't think you truly understand. Allow me to demonstrate, Naruto said, pushing strongly with his trident, knocking Dark Naruto back a few feet. Before Dark Naruto could recover, Naruto summoned a fair amount of water from the air, forming a wave behind him. Reaching his arm back, Naruto infused lightning chakra into the wave and shouted voltage wave before sending it rushing towards Dark Naruto. As the attack went, a vision of his mentor Sira popped into his mind. The attack soaked the other Naruto, delivering several shocks. Before Dark Naruto could regain his footing, Naruto shouted electromagnetic field as electricity surged along the ground, electrocuting his dark self. The image of his best friend Sasuke appeared in his mind with the attack. Just as Naruto prepared for another attack, he had to quickly dodge as Dark Naruto appeared behind him, swinging his sword. The dark form was drenched and twitching. Yelling in anger, Dark Naruto continued after Naruto, unleashing sword slash after sword slash. Naruto blocked each one with some difficulty but blocked them all the same. Once again, Blade and Trident came to a standstill as Naruto and Dark Naruto pushed against each other, each trying to gain leverage. Why do you get to live, huh? Why can't I get a shot in the real world? What's so wrong with wanting to live? Dark Naruto screamed, causing Naruto to frown. It's not your desire to lie that's wrong, it's your desires of vengeance and hatred that are wrong, Naruto responded, making Dark Naruto growl and separate before yelling, ending void. A large pulsing mass of dark energy formed in front of a smiling Dark Naruto. This is the end of you and the beginning of me, Dark Naruto said, launching the attack at Naruto. Naruto stared down the attack with a frown and stabbed his trident into the ground. Reaching out his arm, he focused hard. After a second of heavy focus, his sword removed itself from Dark Naruto's grip and appeared in Naruto's empty hand. Once the blonde took hold of his sword, he swung a strong strike forward to meet Dark Naruto's attack. A wave of chakra met the dark mass of energy, and the two struggled for dominance for a long moment before ultimately destroying each other. The explosion of the two attacks knocked both Naruto and Dark Naruto backwards more than a few feet. After a few seconds on the ground, Naruto shakily stood up with a throbbing head and ringing ears. He noticed Dark Naruto getting up as well and knew it was time to finish this. Going through a few quick hand signs, Naruto shakily said, "Lightning Prison." When Naruto finished speaking, a multitude of tiny lightning bolts surrounded Dark Naruto much like his girlfriend's Porcupine's prison. An image of Yakumo flowed through his mind as he silently thanked his girlfriend for the power she gave him. Making one final hand sign, Naruto watched as each lightning bolt simultaneously plunged into the dark figure. One by one, each inflicting more pain than the last, went through Dark Naruto's body. It took a total of 2 minutes before the attack graciously ended for Dark Naruto. Dark Naruto looked up, still standing but panting heavily. "If you think that pathetic attempt of an attack was enough to beat me, you're in for a surprise," Dark Naruto said, and tried to take a step forward but found himself unable to move. He looked forward to see his opponent giving a small grin. "It wasn't meant to end you, but this will," Naruto said before forming one final attack in his hand. Slowly but surely, he formed his own special Rasengan as he started to run at Dark Naruto. As he approached Dark Naruto, an image of his father flashed through his mind before he slammed his Rasengan into Dark Naruto shouting, "Tempest Rasengan." When the attack died down, everything was quiet. For a long time, neither Naruto nor Dark Naruto moved. Eventually, Dark Naruto weakly walked just past Naruto before stopping and looking up with a sad smile. "All I really wanted was a chance to experience what real life is like. What it's like to feel the wind in my hair, what it's like to swim in real water, to experience what nature is like." Dark Naruto sighed in disappointment. "Guess it was a foolish dream," he said before looking at Naruto. "Word of advice, sometimes it's okay to take things personally. Whether you like it or not, you've got some repressed feelings up there that you're gonna have to come to terms with sooner or later. You've got a long and tough journey ahead of you, but I'm sure you'll do fine. You are the lunar soldier after all," Dark Naruto said with a smile before dissipating into nothing but dust. Naruto watched his darker self cease to exist with conflicted feelings. On one hand, he was glad he was gone because he was still angry over what he tried to pull. On the other hand, he couldn't help but feel bad for the being. Such a menial dream that was never to be realized caused him a bit of sadness. Naruto slowly sat down, breathing heavily and feeling exhausted. Looking up at the sky, he quietly said, "I'm coming home." Shinigami's Blade Base. Tsuranabe sat in his chair as Sashura entered his office. "Have you found the body?" asked the leader of the Shinigami's Blade. Sashura quickly nodded. I found the body with the seal still intact. Tsuranabe smiled at the information and started to chuckle. Good, good. Soon we shall see what is stronger. A serpent or a dragon, Tsuranabe said before chuckling again. Naruto stood in front of his village, a smile on his face. After months of training, he had finally returned home. Soon he would be able to reconnect with Yakumo, Sasuke, Itachi, Konan, and his parents. Naruto frowned at the thought of his mother and father. His training trip had opened his eyes, and he had come to a very important revelation. Shaking his head, Naruto rid himself of negative thoughts and walked forward. He smiled as he walked past the two guards, Katetsu and Izumo, who were too busy arguing over something menial to notice him. As he walked the streets of Konoha, Naruto closed his eyes to focus on his girlfriend's chakra signature. He sensed her at Team 11's training ground and noticed Sasuke, Konan, Itachi, and a few other familiar chakra signatures with the Genjutsu prodigy. With the location in mind, Naruto quickly took off, heading for Team 11's training ground. Team 11 training ground. Yakumo sat with Sakura and Hinata, discussing current events and gossiping. So when is Naruto coming back, Yakumo? Sakura asked, causing the brown-haired girl to frown slightly. I don't know. He hasn't sent me any letters in over a month, and I'm starting to get worried, the brunette said, looking down. Hinata and Sakura exchanged frowns. Listen, Yakumo, I'm sure he'll be back in no time. And when he comes back, you can show him how much stronger you've gotten. I'm sure he'll be impressed, Sakura said, making Yakumo smile again and nod. You know, I would like to know how strong you are, babe, a voice said, making Yakumo stiffen and her eyes widen greatly. Turning slowly, she saw her boyfriend and started to drool slightly. Naruto had grown taller, his face looked more mature, and his muscles were very defined. He wore a black sleeveless shirt showing off his muscles and summoning tattoo, and black umbu pants. Naruto grinned, noticing his girlfriend staring. Well, I take it you like what you see, Naruto said with a smirk. His comment made Yakumo, Sakura, and Hinata blush before Yakumo hit her boyfriend over the head. She immediately followed with a tight hug. Naruto held onto his girlfriend, hugging her back as she tightened her grip. Naruto and Sasuke exchanged grins, anticipating a battle they wouldn't have to share before striking their fighting stances. I hope you've gotten stronger, Naruto, because I certainly have, Sasuke declared. A massive surge of chakra erupted from the Uchiha, dropping everyone's jaws except Naruto's. Sasuke, it seemed, had kept his true abilities hidden, saving them specifically for this confrontation. Naruto smirked, releasing his own chakra until it matched Sasuke's intensity, with occasional sparks of electricity dancing in his blue eyes. With their chakra unleashed, both Naruto and Sasuke blurred into action, nearly invisible to the untrained eye. Naruto landed the initial blow with a punch to Sasuke's face. The Uchiha quickly recovered though, dodging a follow-up punch and delivering a kick to Naruto's chest that sent him skidding back. Sasuke then leaped backward, quickly weaving hand signs before unleashing Dragon Flame Jutsu, a torrent of fire aimed at the blonde. Naruto countered instantly, performing his own series of hand signs and shouting Water Wall Jutsu, spewing a powerful stream of water that formed a defensive wall just in time to block Sasuke's attack. Sasuke panted slightly, waiting for the steam from their clashing jutsus to clear. As he moved to step forward, a black, tar-like substance ensnared his legs, immobilizing him. He struggled against the new bonds, but it was futile. His attention snapped to a figure emerging through the steam. As the figure neared, Sasuke smirked. Naruto stood before him, skin red and slightly burned, scorch marks on his pants, and half his shirt incinerated. Nice move, but it just wasn't enough, Naruto grinned, looking into Sasuke's eyes. Sasuke chuckled at Naruto's statement, causing the blonde to frown. And you broke the number one rule of fighting in Uchiha, Sasuke countered, his eyes shifting into the Mangekyo Sharingan. Tsukuyomi, the Uchiha whispered, and the world around the Tuchinen twisted into a new reality. Tsukuyomi world. The sky turned blood red. Before Naruto could react, he found himself pinned to the black ground, unable to move. He struggled, but an unseen force prevented him from standing. The sound of approaching footsteps drew Naruto's gaze upward. Sasuke walked towards him, a smug grin on his face. The Uchiha stopped in front of the blonde and chuckled. I hope you like my new jutsu. It's considered one of the strongest Uchiha jutsu there is. In fact, no Uchiha has ever used Tsukuyomi to its fullest potential, something I plan to change one day. Sasuke then slammed his foot down on Naruto's leg, shattering the boy's knee. Naruto screamed in pain but quickly growled. Sasuke smiled at Naruto's reaction. You see, Naruto, I knew you'd come back far stronger, so I pushed myself harder than ever, with help from an unlikely source. With this power, I can finally stand as your equal, he said before a katana materialized in his hand, which he plunged into Naruto's chest. Naruto gasped, the sharp pain and taste of blood filling his mouth. The agony was almost unbearable, intensified exponentially by Sasuke, though Naruto didn't know this. Just as Naruto was about to retort, 10 katanas materialized from the blood-red sky, each impaling his body, 2 in his shoulders, 2 in his legs, 2 in his hands, 2 in his feet, and 2 in his chest. Naruto screamed again, begging for the mercy of unconsciousness, but Sasuke controlled his state of awareness. Blood flowed from Naruto's mouth, his breath labored. Closing his eyes, Naruto focused on the only way to escape Sasuke's hellish genjutsu. Sasuke observed his friend, who lay unmoving but still breathing. As Sasuke knelt, a sharp pain suddenly shot through his eyes. Clutching them, he cried out, losing focus for a moment. That was all Naruto needed. The blonde's eyes snapped open as he roared, "Lunar expulsion!" A powerful surge of dark chakra pulsed from his body, expelling the katanas and disrupting Sasuke's genjutsu with every ripple. Within 20 seconds, pieces of the red sky began to shatter, along with the rest of the jutsu, as Sasuke continued to writhe in pain, clutching his eyes. The genjutsu quickly crumbled entirely. Real world. Naruto blinked repeatedly, panting for air, his body aching and exhausted. He looked around, noticing that the mist from his and Sasuke's clashing water and fire jutsu still lingered, indicating that hardly any time had passed. His gaze found Sasuke, who was shakily rising from a kneeling position. The Uchiha's eyes had returned to normal, though small trails of blood ran from them. Concerned, Naruto quickly asked, "Are you okay, Sasuke?" to which Sasuke nodded. Sasuke wiped his eyes as he stood upright. "You really did get a lot stronger, Naruto. I need you to promise me you'll keep my eyes a secret. I don't want anyone knowing about them, not even Itachi," Sasuke requested. Naruto narrowed his eyes at first, then nodded. "Now, Naruto, what do you say to one last jutsu?" "Winner take all," Sasuke challenged with a smirk, already knowing his best friend's answer. His smirk widened into a full smile when Naruto returned it with his signature confident look. Sasuke leaped backward, creating ample distance for his jutsu. Holding his hand forward, Sasuke declared Emperor's Ember as a small blue flame formed. The flame rapidly grew larger and more intense, heating the ground beneath him. When the flame solidified into a fireball half Sasuke's size, he launched the blue flame towards Naruto. As soon as Sasuke began forming his jutsu, Naruto started creating the attack he had developed during his time with the serpents, the Tempest Raisin Shuriken. He quickly formed the Raisin Shuriken, added the electrical element, and applied the finishing touches until the attack could sustain itself. Sparks of lightning crackled around the attack as it remained in Naruto's hand. He held it until he saw Sasuke unleash what appeared to be a devastating jutsu. Digging his foot into the ground, Naruto threw his attack with all his might, shouting Tempest Raisin Shuriken, sending it on a collision course with his adversary's attack. Spectators of the battle. It took a minute for the mist from Naruto and Sasuke's colliding jutsus to clear. When it did, the jaws of every onlooker dropped. Sasuke and Naruto faced each other head-on, each wielding a jutsu of immense power. They watched as both attacks flew towards each other and quickly met. The collision was nothing short of earth-shattering. The ground trembled, and dust billowed as Naruto's electric attack and Sasuke's fire attack fought for dominance. Each spectator could feel the immense chakra radiating from the attacks, an unreal amount, especially considering they were unleashed by Chunin. After a minute of intense struggle, both jutsus imploded, sending everyone in the area flying backward. Each member of the audience lay on the ground for a moment before slowly rising to witness the battle's aftermath. What they saw shocked everyone present. Both boys had burn marks and were panting heavily. The ground beneath them was charred. What was once a green meadow was now nothing but ash. Naruto and Sasuke stood weakly for a long moment before the Uchiha collapsed face first, while Naruto fell to one knee. After recovering from their shock, Yakumo and Itachi rushed to Naruto and Sasuke, picking them up and hurrying them to the hospital. Konoha Hospital, 3 hours later. Naruto lay in his hospital bed, trying to relax his muscles. He had woken up minutes earlier and received a major tongue lashing from Tsunade herself for disregarding her orders not to exhaust his chakra. He learned from Tsunade that he'd be discharged in 2 days, the same diagnosis given to Sasuke. Sighing, Naruto stared at the ceiling board. His boredom didn't last, however, as his door was slammed open, nearly making him jump out of bed. A red blur tackled him in his bed as his father entered immediately after. Kushina held her son tightly. He had been injured worse in the past, but it still pained her to see her child in a hospital bed. Sniffling, barely holding back tears, she finally released him, only to glare. "Naruto Uzumaki, why didn't you tell me you were back? I've been so worried, and I haven't seen my baby in 3 months. Do you know how much I've missed you? You should have come to see me, but you just had to start a fight," Kushina pouted, earning a chuckle from Minato, who stood behind his wife. Deep down, Minato was in shock at his son and Sasuke's progress. When Naruto and Sasuke's final attacks collided, the entire village felt the intensity and power of the two Chunin. He had never seen two ninjas so young wield such power. Shaking his head, Minato dismissed those thoughts and smiled as his wife doted on their son. His smile quickly faded, however, when he noticed Naruto frowning. Naruto ended his mother's lecture by gently moving her away, causing Kushina to stop talking. Mom, Dad, I have something to say, he stated, a bad feeling beginning to stir in both parents' stomachs. Since I returned to the village, I've fooled myself. During my training in the Serpent Realm, I witnessed the consequences of doing so. I convinced myself I had forgiven you two for all those years of neglect, but the truth is, I just buried and ignored those feelings to get stronger. I thought I had risen above the negative feelings, but it was just the opposite. I'm sorry I've led you both on for this long, but for now, we can't have the kind of family relationship we've had since I returned. I still love you both, but I need time to truly forgive you, Naruto said, looking down, unwilling to meet his parents' eyes. Minato stared at his son in shock, while his wife sobbed at Naruto's confession. Deep down, he knew this was something Naruto needed to do, not just to grow as a ninja but as a person. It was similar to his own childhood. He had been so angry at his parents for leaving him alone, but he eventually overcame that anger and began his journey to becoming one of Konoha's strongest ninja. This knowledge did nothing to ease the deep pain he felt. He looked at his wife, who was already a mess, broken, her eyes conveying heartbreak. Minato knew Kushina was taking it the hardest because of her Uzumaki heritage. Knowing she had pushed her son away to this extent caused her unparalleled pain. The blonde Hokage looked down as tears fell from his face. He truly had failed as a father. The child he neglected couldn't forgive them, and the children he had raised to the best of his abilities were now enemies of Konoha. The blonde Chunin looked sadly at his parents but knew this was something he had to do. His experience with his darker self had made him realize it. His heart still ached slightly at the sight of his parents in such emotional distress because of him. Listen, I just need some time to figure things out. You two are still my parents, and I still love you, I just have a lot to process. It's hard to disregard all the years of neglect, all the years of witnessing the favoritism shown towards Menma and Narumi. No matter how hard I tried, I just couldn't ignore it any longer. I understand if you're angry with me, he said, but his mother interrupted him by tackling him again. Don't you say that, Naruto. If anyone should be angry, it's you. I'm so sorry that I put you through so much pain. I failed you as a mother, but I will win your trust back, I swear on my Uzumaki name, she declared, trying to stop the tears, but they wouldn't cease. Naruto looked away for a moment as tears welled in his own eyes, but he quickly wiped them away. Minato approached his son. I also failed you, Naruto. I wish things were truly okay between us, but I understand, and I'm sorry I caused you to feel like this. I swear we will regain your trust, he said before joining Kushina in hugging their son. All three Uzumaki Namikazes quietly cried as they hugged like a family. Naruto knew the path ahead would require more than just heartfelt apologies, but his parents were off to a good start, as he could feel the immense love they had for him. Later that night, Kushina and Minato reluctantly left Naruto's room to let him rest. Shortly after, he received visits from Yakumo, who launched into a long lecture with a special appearance from her demon, Ito, before attacking him with a series of long kisses that left both of them red-faced for a while. He also received visits from Itachi, Konan, and all those who witnessed the spar between the cage killers. Most visitors asked for lessons or sparring opportunities, which Naruto eventually gave into. Eventually, everyone had to leave due to Tsunade's orders for him to get some rest. Naruto shifted in his sleep. A vivid dream played in his mind, preventing him from getting proper rest. Naruto's dream. Naruto looked around his surroundings. He stood in a quaint house, observing two people in what appeared to be the kitchen. One was a grown woman with long black hair and pale skin, the other was a little girl with long black hair, but her skin was a shade darker than what he presumed to be her mother's. Walking forward, he quickly realized he was invisible to the two. Naruto entered the kitchen and listened to their conversation. I said no, Aiko, the adult woman said sternly, not looking up from her cooking. The little girl pouted at her mother's answer. But Mom, I just want to play outside for a little bit. Please see, the girl, now identified as Aiko, whined. She tugged on her mother's apron until her mother turned from her cooking to face her daughter. Aiko, I have to cook dinner, and I've said 100 times that I have to be with you when you go out to play, the mother said before kneeling to Aiko's level. Listen, Aiko, I know you think I'm being mean, but I just want you to be safe. I love you too much to risk anything happening to you, the mother said as she caressed her daughter's cheek. Aiko looked down at the ground before looking back up into her mother's eyes. But Mom, old man Sao said that nothing bad ever happens here. If nothing bad happens here, then why can't I play? Just for a little bit, I promise I'll be good, Mom, the little girl pleaded with the cutest puppy dog eyes. Aiko's mother smiled at her daughter. Her little girl was too cute for her own good. It had taken years for her to grow immune to her daughter's puppy dog eyes. Taking Aiko in her arms, she held the girl tightly. I know the village's history, but no matter how safe somewhere is, I'll never stop worrying about my little girl. That's what a mother is supposed to do, after all, she said as Aiko's face began to redden from both embarrassment and being called little. Aiko pouted, I'm not little, I'm just still growing, then turned and ascended the stairs to her room, prompting a sigh from her mother who resumed cooking. Naruto observed the exchange, watching Aiko pass by him unnoticed, yet an instinct urged him to follow. Upon entering her room, he found Aiko perched on the window ledge, legs swinging. She sighed, but a smile touched her lips as sunlight bathed her. Naruto's last glimpse was of her appearing to glow in the light. Real world. Naruto awoke, breathing a bit harder than usual, bewildered by the vivid dream but dismissing it as merely strange. He slowly got out of bed, slipped out the hospital window, and used his chakra to scale the building to the roof. Settling on the edge, he gazed at the moon, his perceived source of power and an object of immense beauty, feeling its healing presence as he closed his eyes. "It's a beautiful night, isn't it?" A sudden voice broke the silence, making Naruto's eyes snap open and him instantly assume a battle stance. He scrutinized the intruder. A black-haired man with a regal hairstyle and a thin golden headband sat calmly on the roof's edge. The man smiled, patting the spot beside him before looking up at the moon. Naruto narrowed his eyes but took a seat a short distance away. "Who are you?" Naruto asked, suspicion coloring his tone. The man chuckled. "My name is Tenji, and I am the creator of the weapon you wield," he revealed, widening the blonde's eyes. "Long ago, I envisioned peace among all nations and people, willing to do anything to achieve it. Then, I met an angel, a woman I quickly fell in love with, who shared my desire for peace. We would spend evenings under the moon and stars, discussing our path to peace and our future together, a family, showering our children with love, spending every day together for the rest of our lives. But I shattered that future," Tenji recounted, looking down sadly. "One night, a rival kingdom sent soldiers after her, she defended herself and killed them. The kingdom retaliated with threats of war. I was enraged, feeling betrayed. She knew my quest for peace, and I foolishly believed she shared my exact methods. My temper took over, and I pursued her to bring her to justice, never considering the rival kingdom simply sought war. I sacrificed my love for Kaguya for my own selfish ambitions," the man continued, glancing back at the moon. With a sigh, Tenji resumed his narrative. "The chase led her to the god tree. She consumed one of its fruits, and from it, chakra was born. My men and I caught up shortly after, and then I understood my error. As she mercilessly slaughtered my men, I realized I had created a monster. In desperation, I took a fruit, but could only eat half before she turned her attention to me. We fought, and at one point, I gained the upper hand. I could have killed her, but I couldn't bring myself to harm my Kaguya any further, so I accepted my fate and let her kill me. As I fell, my sword landed beside the half-eaten fruit. The fruit transferred its power into the sword, a sword that has evolved in form and wielder over time. It is the sword you now possess," he explained, further widening Naruto's eyes. "Your sword contains the purest form of chakra, far more potent than regular chakra and nearly extinct. I've observed recent events and can tell you that only Tsuranabe and you wield this pure chakra," Tenji stated, fixing his gaze on Naruto. "You bear a great burden, Naruto Uzumaki, but here's crucial advice: a burden is always lighter when shared." With that, Tenji began to fade. Naruto, still processing Tenji's words, noticed the man disappearing. "Wait, what does that mean?" he asked, but Tenji vanished without a response. Looking back at the moon, Naruto shook his head. "Damn spirits and their vague messages," he muttered, before leaving the roof and quietly returning to his hospital room. Hokage's office 3 days later. The fourth Hokage sat with folded hands, assessing the ninjas before him: Naruto, Sasuke, Yakumo, Sakura, Hinata, Itachi, Konan, and Kakashi. Minato straightened up and addressed his subordinates. "First, I'd like to confirm each of you is healthy enough for missions," he stated, receiving nods from all. "Good. The Leaf has 2 high-profile mission requests I'll assign now. Yakumo Kurama, Sakura Harino, Hinata Hayaga, and Konan, you 4 will undertake an escort mission," he announced, causing Yakumo's eyes to narrow, recalling her last unpleasant escort duty. "You 4 are tasked with protecting and escorting the actress Yuki Fujikaze to the set of her latest movie," he said, a small smile playing on his lips at the 3 girls' starry-eyed, nearly squealing reactions. "Konan has all the mission details, so she can answer any questions. You 4 are dismissed," Minato concluded, earning nods from the kunoichi. Yakumo left after giving Naruto a kiss on the cheek, which left him slightly red. Once the 4 kunoichi departed, Minato's expression turned grim. "I'm afraid your mission won't be as straightforward. A critical situation has arisen in the land of demons. A fool named Yomi has allowed himself to be possessed by the demon Morio, which has, in turn, raised the Stone Army due to Morio's return. The Stone Army consists of immortal stone warriors under Morio's direct command. We believe Yomi will head to the shrine where Morio's physical body is kept, aiming to fully revive the demon. If that happens, the elemental nations face a high probability of falling. Our hope rests with a young priestess named Shin, residing in the land of demons. She alone possesses the power to seal Morio, which is why you 4 must quickly go to the land of demons and escort her to Morio's shrine. There, she will seal the demon and eliminate the threat. This mission is of utmost importance, and you must not fail," he emphasized, receiving nods from the 4. "You are dismissed," Minato said, and they swiftly exited his office. Alone, Minato rose and faced the village. The threat to the elemental nations was real, but he trusted the ninjas he had chosen. He knew that, no matter what, those four would never cease fighting, embodying the will of fire. And as long as the will of fire burned, Konoha would never fall. Outside Shinigami's blade base, Jiraiya stood before a large, dark building. Ma and Pa had just left him, having tracked Menma and Narumi here, and wishing him luck. Jiraiya gazed at the edifice for a long moment, feeling an unprecedented sense of solitude. He knew no one truly cared about his fate, and he might well die in the impending battle. Shaking his head, the Sannin banished his self-pity and sadness, replacing them with a resolve to rectify his past mistakes and rescue his godchildren. Taking a deep breath, Jiraiya stepped forward. Jiraiya stood at his destination, unsure of his exact location, but with the final help of Ma and Pa, the Toad Sannin had pinpointed Menma and Narumi's whereabouts. The white-haired man took a deep breath before stepping into what felt like the proverbial lion's den. Shinigami's blade base. The Toad Sannin traversed a dark, chilling hallway, feeling a fear he hadn't experienced in a long time. As visibility decreased, Jiraiya extended his senses, trying to locate his godchildren. He moved cautiously, aware of the potential for attack from dangerous individuals at any moment. While pushing onward, his mind drifted to long-forgotten memories. Flashback. Jiraiya was ecstatic, on his way to visit his sensei. His joyful mood stemmed from being told he would be a godfather to triplets, a revelation made even better by a prophecy outline he'd received from the great Toad Sage just before meeting Minato. He knew it couldn't be a coincidence, his apprentice's children were destined to usher in peace to the elemental nations. This goal was deeply important to Jiraiya, and being so close to its realization intensified his desire. Reaching Hiruzen Sarutobi's house, he let himself in. Quietly sneaking through, Jiraiya made his way to Hiruzen's study, where he knew his teacher would be. Hiruzen sat with his back turned, engrossed in calligraphy, when the Toad Sannin entered. Just as Jiraiya prepared to announce himself and startle his master, Hiruzen spoke. "Hello, Jiraiya," the old man said without looking up. Jiraiya frowned at failing to surprise his sensei, but his smile quickly returned. "Hey, sensei. I've got incredible news," Jiraiya said, barely containing his excitement about Kushina's pregnancy. The third Hokage turned from his work to face Jiraiya. "I take it you've learned of your apprentice's impending fatherhood," he said, chuckling at Jiraiya's shocked expression. "Tsunade told me about Kushina's pregnancy, she was there for the examination," Hiruzen explained, and Jiraiya nodded. Jiraiya affirmed his sensei's accurate guess. "Yeah, that's the main thing, but I have more news, even Minato doesn't know yet," Jiraiya said, earning a serious look from his teacher, who knew Jiraiya trusted Minato above all others. "I just returned from Mount Mayaboku, and while there, I received a prophecy. 2 ninjas of powerful heritage will either lead the ninja world to peace or cause its destruction. I know it's about Minato's kids, I just know it." "Think about it, sensei, peace finally realized throughout the elemental nations," Jiraiya said, looking up with a smile. Hiruzen sighed at his student's enthusiasm and slowly rose. "Listen, Jiraiya, I know how much world peace means to you, but you mustn't obsess over it, as obsession of any kind never yields good results. Also, prophecies are meant to be left untouched, so you should forget what you've been told. You know better than I the consequences of interfering with a prophecy of this magnitude," Sarutobi said, placing a hand on Jiraiya's shoulder. "You've made me a very proud teacher, Jiraiya. You've become not only a strong ninja but a good person, despite the protests of the entire female population. I trust you will do the right thing with the information you've been given," Hiruzen concluded. The Sannin frowned slightly at Hiruzen's words but nodded. "I will, sensei," he promised, receiving a smile from his old teacher. Flashback end. Jiraiya continued walking, reflecting on that memory. He had made a silent promise to his sensei that day to keep the Toad prophecy secret, a promise he would break shortly after the Nine-Tails attack. After the Fox's defeat, Jiraiya witnessed the widespread devastation. All the death and destruction infuriated him, as it was nothing new. When he learned his teacher had sealed the demon within 2 of his apprentice's children, Jiraiya felt compelled to inform Minato and Kushina of the prophecy, hoping to avert such large-scale destruction and death for the rest of their lives in future generations. The memory of his promise to Hiruzen pierced his heart, knowing he had not only betrayed his teacher but also the Toads, Minato, Kushina, their children, and possibly everyone in the elemental nations. His constant blunders had jeopardized the entire ninja world's future, and he knew he had to set things right. Still moving through the dark corridor, another memory forced its way into his consciousness. Flashback. Jiraiya entered the Hokage's office, seeing a now familiar sight. Minato sat at his desk, doing paperwork, eyes devoid of life. He had been like this for 3 months, ever since Umbu reported no trace of his missing son. With a sigh, Jiraiya approached and stood before his apprentice, who hadn't even looked up from his work. "Minato, we need to discuss the twins and their destiny," Jiraiya said, prompting the blonde to stop writing. Minato looked up, his eyes irritated and angry. Why must I remind you that I have 3 children, Jiraiya? One of whom is out there, in danger every second he's outside the village, and it's all because of that damn prophecy. Because of that commie damn prophecy you told me, I made my son feel unloved enough to leave, so I'm not in the slightest mood to hear any more of your destiny bullshit, Minato fumed, clenching his fists. The Toad Sonin clenched his teeth at Minato's attitude. Listen, kid, I know you're upset about your son, but you have 2 other kids to think about. Menma and Narumi are foretold to bring peace to the ninja world. It's what we've always wanted, and it's within our grasp. We just need to nurture those kids until they're ready to fulfill their destinies, the older man finished. The Hokage scowled at Jiraiya's words. It sounds like you're thinking of my children simply as a means to an end, Jiraiya. How very cold. I think that as their godfather, you'd be at least a little concerned with not only their well-being but Naruto's as well, the blonde Cage said, causing Jiraiya to look away. Jiraiya stared at the ground, stung by Minato's insinuation. You know I love Menma and Narumi and would do anything for them, but you need to give up on Naruto. He decided to leave and become a traitor to Jiraiya was cut off as Minato instantly appeared before him, delivering a punch that felt like Tsunade's, sending Jiraiya flying into the wall. As Jiraiya tried to recover, he saw his Hokage slowly approaching him. Minato stopped in front of his teacher, who was rubbing his head, and growled, fists clenched. Don't you ever call my son a traitor. The only betrayal in our relationship with Naruto is on the part of Kushina and myself. I will never stop looking for him until he is found and safely back in the leaf, where I will spend the rest of my days trying to repent for my sins as a father. Now, listen closely, Jiraiya, because I will only tell you this once. If I ever hear you speak of my kids or Naruto as you have done in front of me again, I'll kill you. I promise you, Jiraiya, I will erase you from existence if you try to ruin my family. Am I understood? The 4th Hokage demanded, focusing an immense amount of killing intent on his teacher. The older man quickly nodded and left the office without a word. Flashback end. Jiraiya frowned and shook his head, recalling that memory. That day marked the beginning of his regret for telling Minato the prophecy, realizing he had hurt those closest to him far more deeply than any Kunao ever could. If asked why he said such things to Minato, he'd have no answer. The best reason he could conceive was frustration and his comfort in speaking freely with his student, causing things to slip out. The memory brought significant pain and shame to his heart, but the Sonin cleared his mind. Today would be his day of penance. Today, he would right his wrongs, even if it cost him his life. 10 minutes later, the Toad Sonin reached the end of the dark corridor and stepped through an open door into a large, well-lit room. The floor was black, but the walls were blood-red, with torches hanging along them. As he ventured further, he noticed a large black throne at the room's far end, occupied by a black-haired man with a prominent scar. The man's grin unnerved the Sonin. Jiraiya stopped when the man began to stand. Tsuranabe smiled at the appearance of Jiraiya the Toad Sage as he rose, everything proceeding according to plan. Well, if it isn't the great Jiraiya the Toad Sage, Tsuranabe chuckled. I take it you're here for the Kyuubi Jinchuriki, are you not? The black-haired man asked with a grin, causing the white-haired man to clench his fists. Jiraiya narrowed his eyes at the man. He could sense the immense power radiating from him, easily identifying him as a member of the Shinigami's Blade. I'm here because you kidnapped my godchildren, which was mistake number 1. Mistake number 2 was one of your members attempting my student's life. And mistake number 3 was another of your members trying to kill my 3rd godchild. A hefty bill, but one I'm willing to overlook if you return the 2 kids you kidnapped, Jiraiya stated in a threatening tone. The Shinigami's Blade leader's eyes nearly bulged at the outrageous insinuation that he kidnapped Menma and Narumi. Kidnapped? They practically begged me to take them, so long as I gave them the power to kill the one known as Naruto Uzumaki. If you don't believe me, then I guess a reunion is in order, Tsuranabe said, snapping his fingers. At his snap, 2 pillars of flames appeared on either side of him, slowly fading to reveal Menma and Narumi Uzumaki Namikaze. Demonic duo. Menma and Narumi, physically perfected, stood transformed. Gone were their mother's purple eyes, replaced by demonic red ones, screaming with Baijuyu Chakra. The 2 Kyuubi Jinchuriki smirked at Jiraiya's stunned face. Hello, Jiraiya, your appearance is rather unexpected, Menma said, Narumi nodding in agreement. As they acknowledged their godfather's sudden arrival, a slow, red, demonic chakra began to envelop their forms. It's a shame you won't be leaving here alive, otherwise we'd tell you to ensure Naruto knows we'll kill him nice and slow, Narumi commented, as the red chakra completely consumed them. Jiraiya's jaw nearly hit the floor. His godchildren hadn't been kidnapped, they'd left willingly. Even more perplexing, they seemed to control the Kyuubi's chakra without succumbing to madness. Shaking his head, Jiraiya spoke with a tremor. But why? You had everything you ever wanted. You were showered with love and trained by the best. How could you do this? The Toad Sonin demanded. Narumi laughed aloud, while Menma chuckled before speaking. We do this because we are above all you mortals. We wield unmatched power and deserve to be worshipped. By the time we're done, there will be no cages, no villages, all people will gather to look up to and worship us, Menma declared, earning a nod from his sister, a narrowed-eyed gaze from Tsuranabe, and a fearful look from Jiraiya. There's also the small matter of destroying Naruto, brother, Narumi added, receiving another nod from Menma. They were insane and had to be stopped. Jiraiya's initial thoughts quickly shifted to a feeling he'd never experienced before, the desperate need to protect his last remaining godson. Clenching his jaw, Jiraiya stood tall. You won't lay a finger on Naruto. I made a mistake, both in raising you two and neglecting him. Only now do I see how special that boy truly is, and I refuse to let either of you harm him. Now, Menma and Narumi, I'll give you one chance to surrender peacefully, otherwise I'll bring you back to the leaf broken in more than one place, Jiraiya stated, preparing for battle. Menma and Narumi exchanged smirks before vanishing. Jiraiya narrowed his eyes, trying to sense the Jinchurikis chakra. He brought his hands together, performing a series of hand signs, but was interrupted by a fist slamming into his stomach. Jiraiya's eyes widened at the force of the punch, groaning in pain before looking up to see Menma with a dark smile. Menma's gaze briefly left Jiraiya, flicking to his sister, who stood behind the Sunin, ready to bring her red Baijuyu blade down. In Menma's lapse of concentration, Jiraiya quickly rolled aside just as Narumi swung her sword. With Jiraiya out of the way, Narumi's strike slashed across Menma's face, causing him to cry out in pain. Jiraiya smirked at the two children, who still hadn't grasped the importance of coordination in battle. His smirk quickly faded, however, as Menma began to laugh, his face healing as red chakra erased all evidence of the wound. Menma and Narumi turned to Jiraiya, a smile on their faces. Jiraiya swiftly performed a series of hand signs, shouting, "Swamp of the Underworld." As he finished, a layer of mud rapidly spread across the ground, trapping Menma and Narumi. The two children looked down, frowning at the mud that held them. Jiraiya executed another set of hand signs, following up with another jutsu, yelling, "Dragon Flame Jutsu." A stream of fire engulfed the two children. When the attack ceased, Jiraiya hunched over, panting slightly. He looked up as the smoke cleared, utterly shocked by what he saw. Both Menma and Narumi stood with bored expressions, severe burns covering their bodies, but the Kyuubi's chakra rapidly healed their injuries at an alarming rate. The Sunin bit his lip in concentration before shouting, "Needle Jizo." His white hair grew rapidly, covering his entire body, forming a sharp, protective shell, allowing him to strategize his next move. Inside his shell, Jiraiya ground his teeth in thought. Those two are accessing the Kyuubi's chakra with ease, it's almost as if the chakra is acting on its own. It's okay, Jiraiya, you've been in binds before. If I can somehow neutralize the Kyuubi, then I should be able to beat these kids. But then there's the problem of that man watching us, Jiraiya mused. His thoughts were interrupted, however, as Narumi's hand pierced through Jiraiya's sharp defense and pulled him out by his face. Narumi dragged Jiraiya by his face, slamming it into a nearby wall, relishing the sound of his nose breaking upon impact. Pulling his head back by his hair, she slammed it into the wall 5 more times before forcing him to the ground on his stomach. She kept him pinned by placing her foot, covered in red chakra, on his back. Jiraiya screamed in pain, trying to escape the toxic Baijuyu chakra burning his back. He barely registered Menma approaching his right arm until a sharp pain shot through it. Looking down, Jiraiya saw a red chakra chain impaling his arm and now wrapping around the limb. "Please no," whimpered the Sunin, realizing Menma's intent. Menma chuckled at Jiraiya's plea. "You were always pathetic, Jiraiya," the boy said, causing Jiraiya to struggle more vigorously to break free. Looking down at Jiraiya's arm, Menma saw his chain had completely encircled the old man's limb. With a deep breath, Menma gripped the chain, red chakra covering him, and began to pull. Thanks to the Nine Tails' enhanced strength, he slowly, and for Jiraiya, agonizingly, ripped the Sunin's arm from his body. Jiraiya screamed at the loss of his arm, blood gushing from the wound. Menma frowned at the sight of Jiraiya, who was starting to lose consciousness, so he reached down and placed his hand on the wound, allowing his Baijuyu chakra to cauterize it, jolting Jiraiya back to lucidity and resuming his symphony of screams. Narumi giggled at the beautiful sound of a man in pain before sending a Baijuyu chakra-infused chain into Jiraiya's shoulder, eliciting a violent jerk from him. Using the chakra as a conduit, she injected her own chakra into the Sunin's chakra pathway, which rapidly corroded and destroyed his chakra network. Kneeling on his back, Narumi whispered, "Let's see how great of a ninja you are without the ability to use chakra," before violently yanking her chain from his shoulder. Menma smiled at the sight of the man, who was now sobbing from the pain he'd endured. "That's enough," a voice said, causing both children to look at Tsuranabe as if he were mad. Tsuranabe stepped forward until he stood over the fallen ninja. "Impressive, aren't they, Jiraiya? And to think, they weren't even trying their fullest. Perhaps next time, don't underestimate an opponent, not that you'll be doing much fighting in the future," he chuckled. Menma spoke up, noticing a look from his sister. "May we kill him now, master?" the boy asked, but to his shock, Tsuranabe shook his head. "No. After all, haven't you heard the expression, 'Don't shoot the messenger'?" Jiraiya here will be our little crippled messenger, he said before kneeling and lifting Jiraiya's head by his hair. You will tell your Hokage that anyone who attempts to come for us here will die a very painful death. Also, I want you to tell Naruto that I look forward to our showdown. That is, if he's alive to see you again. I've sent him a challenge that will tell me what I finally want to know about the boy. One that I doubt he'll survive, but fingers crossed. Now, let's get you back home, Tsuranabe said, before a massive darkness engulfed the Sunin, and he vanished from the Shinigami's blade base. Near Konoha gates, Orochimaru, Kimimaro, and Teiuya walked back to Konoha after a productive day of training. Since their recovery, the Sunin had diligently taught them everything he knew, hoping they'd never again face the situation from which he'd rescued them. A part of Orochimaru still grieved for Seikon, Yukon, Jirobo, and Kidomaru. Their greatest sin was being seduced by his past evil beliefs and caught in his schemes. This only strengthened his resolve to care for Kimimaro and Teiuya as much as he did. Along with Anko, these two were the closest he had to family. He would not only protect them with his life but also train them to become strong enough to no longer need his protection. The trio continued towards Konoha, the gates in sight, when all three felt a malevolent, short burst of chakra nearby. Orochimaru narrowed his eyes in the direction of the burst. Kimimaro, Teiuya, on me, the Sunin commanded, both students instantly serious, Teiuya pulling out her flute and Kimimaro extending the bones from his arms. Cautiously, they made their way through the trees to the chakra's source. After a short while, the trio reached a small clearing, only to witness a truly shocking sight. Lying on the ground in a puddle of blood was Jiraiya, the Toad Sage. Orochimaru's eyes widened, and he quickly turned to his two students. Kimimaro, get the Hokage. Teiuya, get a medic team, he ordered. Both children nodded and swiftly departed. Dropping to his knees, Orochimaru examined his wounded friend. The man was in terrible shape. Bruises covered his face, his nose was badly broken, and his right arm was gone. The overwhelming smell of burned flesh indicated whoever did this had cauterized the wound. Orochimaru recognized the type of beating his former teammate had taken. It was one fueled by anger and hatred. The assailant wanted Jiraiya to suffer. The Sunin gave his friend a slight shake to see if he was conscious. The shake elicited a groan, which was a good sign. It's okay, Jiraiya, you're back in Konoha, Orochimaru said in a comforting tone. Moments later, Minato Namikaze appeared in the clearing. Jiraiya, Minato shouted in surprise. Without another word, the fourth Hokage grabbed his teacher and flashed away from the area. Konoha Hospital, 8 hours later. Minato, Kushina, and Orochimaru sat outside Jiraiya's hospital room. All three looked up when Tsunade opened the door and emerged with a sad expression and her clipboard. Minato, Kushina, and Orochimaru stood to hear the news. Tsunade sighed, her exhaustion palpable. He's stable for now. He lost his arm, I'm sure Orochimaru told you, Tsunade inferred, and Minato nodded. We were able to heal his nose, though it will be slightly crooked from now on, she said, flipping a page on her clipboard. I'm afraid the healing of his nose is the last of the good news. He has multiple skull fractures, 4 broken ribs, a punctured lung, multiple burn marks, and finally, a problem we don't quite understand. His body is producing the bare minimum chakra a body can produce. I don't know how it happened, but it doesn't look like a temporary problem. I'm afraid it will be impossible to keep Jiraiya in the ninja force, she concluded, causing the three visitors to look down. The somber moment was interrupted by Shizun, who quickly opened the door to Jiraiya's room. Lady Tsunade, Jiraiya is awake, Shizun shouted, widening everyone's eyes. Tsunade, followed by Minato, Kushina, Orochimaru, and Shizun, entered the room to see Jiraiya trying to sit up, grimacing in pain. Tsunade rushed to his side and gently placed a hand on his chest to keep him down before raising the bed so he could sit slightly. Jiraiya, how are you feeling? The slug Sunin asked, placing a hand on his head. Jiraiya was quiet for a moment before looking around and locating Minato. Minato, I found Menma and Narumi, the Sunin said, interrupting himself with a small coughing fit. Seeing this, Shizun quickly left to get him some water. Minato, where is Naruto? The Sunin asked, getting confused looks from everyone. Naruto is on a mission, Jiraiya. You said you found Menma and Narumi, where are they? Minato asked quickly, as Kushina looked at the man, desperate for an answer. The former Toad summoner was about to speak, but another coughing fit interrupted him. Luckily, Shizun entered just in time with a cup of water and held it to his mouth. Jiraiya took a few short gulps of water before looking back at Minato. I was wrong, Minato. They weren't kidnapped, they left on their own. Menma and Narumi are a lost cause, Minato. I was too late, he said, tears streaming from his eyes. Listen to me, Minato, they are with the Shinigami's blade now, and they are able to fully utilize the Kyuubi's chakra. After those two did this to me, one of the members of the Shinigami's blade said something, Jiraiya said before taking another sip of water from Shizun. After finishing, he spoke again. He said he had a challenge for Naruto that would probably kill him. If he's on a mission, you have to call him back, or he could die. I can't fail another godchild, Minato, so you have to call him back, Jiraiya said before lying down and losing consciousness. Minato held his head while his wife sobbed at what they had just been told. Orochimaru turned to Minato. Minato, do you want me to send a message to Itachi and Kakashi's team? The Snake Sonin asked. The Yellow Flash thought for a long moment before shaking his head. They will be nearing Demon Country by now. I trust that Itachi and Kakashi will keep my son safe, the blonde said. What? Shouted the Hokage's wife, causing everyone to look at her. I don't give a fuck where he is, you bring my baby back now, she ordered with puffy eyes. Minato once again shook his head. Kushina, it isn't that easy. Naruto is on a high-profile mission that has to be completed. We have to trust in the people that surround him, and we have to trust our son, the blonde tried to reason. Kushina said nothing, she just stormed out of the room. Minato put his hand back on his head before turning to Orochimaru. Orochimaru, add 2 new names to the bingo book, Menma and Narumi Uzumaki Namikaze. S-rank, dead or alive, the blonde said, looking at the ground with an utterly defeated and hopeless expression. The other 3 occupants in the room were shocked but understood that at this moment, the Hokage had to be objective, even if that meant declaring his own children as criminals. Such were the duties of a cage. Unknown location. A black-haired man sat on the edge of a mountain cliff, watching the sunset. 2 scars ran down his eyes, both of which were yellow with a black sclera. He wore a red shirt and tan shorts, barefoot. Only a short time ago had he been brought back to the mortal plane. It felt good to see the sunset again. The man looked beside him at one of the reasons he had been brought back. Sitting beside him was a black blade, red-handled sword that held a dragon eye where the blade and handle connected. The man sighed. Soon, he would be reunited with his long-lost friend, and the two would fulfill their agreement. The dragons would conquer the serpent. Movie theater. Yakumo, Sakura, and Hinata walked out of the movie theater. For the past 2.5 hours, they had been watching Fire Country's most popular actress, Yuki Fujikaze. Her most recent Princess Gale film had been quite entertaining to the 3 kunoichi, but Yakumo was growing tired of Sakura's endless chatter about the male lead. Fortunately for the genjutsu user, she noticed what looked like someone on horseback heading straight for the trio. Back, Yakumo shouted, startling Sakura and Hinata out of their musings as they each jumped back, out of the horse's path. As the horse sped past them, a familiar figure was visible on its back, Yuki Fujikaze, their assigned protectee, racing away. Yakumo, Sakura, and Hinata watched her ride off, increasing the distance, none of them reacting immediately. Before any of the girls could speak or react, 10 masked figures rode past them on their own horses, pursuing Yuki. I think maybe we should do something about that, Yakumo said before quickly taking off. Sakura looked at Hinata for a moment before gaining a determined look and running to catch up, Hinata immediately following suit. Yakumo, Sakura, and Hinata quickly caught up with Yuki, roof-hopping while assessing the situation. The brunette genjutsu user looked back at Sakura and Hinata and nodded. Sakura nodded back and sped up before leaping off the roof and landing on the ground behind their client. Seeing the masked figures approaching, the pink-haired kunoichi raised her fist and slammed it down, causing the surrounding area to shake. The shaking caused the figures' horses to lose their footing and fall, violently throwing their riders. As the figures slowly began to stand, Hinata landed in front of them in her gentle fist stance with her Byakugan activated. Just as the purple-haired Hyaga was about to attack, a flurry of paper quickly surrounded her, restraining her movement. A second later, a blue-haired woman appeared in a paper shunshin in front of Hinata, holding Sakura by her collar. Konan had arrived, looking quite annoyed. It would be best if we refrain from assaulting associates of our client. Bad for business, Konan said with a sigh. Now, where is my brash apprentice? The blue-haired Jounin asked. Yakumo's perspective. Yakumo stood with her arms crossed and a frown on her face. Not far away, Yuki was swarmed by a multitude of child fans. It was amusing at first, but Yakumo's mood quickly soured as she watched the actress rudely dismiss the children. With a sigh, Yakumo approached Yuki, who was about to get back on her horse. Ms. Fujikaze, I am part of your security escort, and I would appreciate it if you would come with me, Yakumo said, standing in front of the actress. Honestly, she had been truly excited about their mission when the Hokage assigned it. How quickly her opinion had changed. The genjutsu user shook her head. She was supposed to remain objective during a mission. Yuki looked down at Yakumo and snorted. Get lost, kid, I'm not going anywhere, the actress said, going to get on her horse, only to be pulled down by her shirt. A second later, she was being dragged along the ground by the brown-haired girl. Hey, kid, let me go. I told you to get lost, so leave me alone, Yuki shouted, but Yakumo ignored her and continued dragging her. Seeing that resistance was futile, Yuki crossed her arms and clenched her fists in anger. As the brunette kunoichi continued to drag the distressed actress, Konan appeared in a paper shunshin in front of Yakumo. The blue-haired Jounin assessed the situation before sighing and face-palming. Yakumo, what have I told you about making rash decisions? Konan asked, going to Yuki without waiting for an answer. Kneeling down, Konan tried to help the actress up. My apologies, Ms. Fujikaze, my student tends to act impulsively at times, she said, reaching out to help the woman up. Yuki scoffed at Konan's apology and refused the brunette's assistance. I'll say, keep your brat on a leash, because if something like that happens again, I'll personally see to it that you and your team are fired, the actress said before walking off. Konan frowned at Yuki's comment and shook her head before looking at Yakumo. Listen, Yakumo, sometimes you will get missions where you can't stand the client. Our duty as ninja is to put those feelings behind us and act professionally, so try to curb your temper, Konan requested. She smiled when Yakumo nodded at her request. Good. For now, I'll have a shadow clone trail her and let her cool off. Meanwhile, we have to meet with the director of her movie, Konan said before bringing her hands together and silently creating a shadow clone. Movie studio. It took Konan and Yakumo 10 minutes to reach the movie studio where Hinata and Sakura awaited them in front of the director, an orange-haired man in a backward hat, and an elderly man with glasses. I'm sorry that we're late, Konan said as she and her apprentice stood before the director. I also apologize for the team's behavior. The director puffed his pipe, a chuckle rumbling from his chest. No worries. I heard they were about to pummel my men, so I'm sure we'll be fine, he said before another puff. Normally, we'd finish Princess Gale here at the studio, but Mr. Asama, Yuki's manager, insisted we go to Snow Country, to Rainbow Glacier. Sandeya nodded, while Konan shot him a suspicious glance. The distance and risk of robbery, or worse, made hiring ninja an easy choice, he concluded. Once the director finished, Sandeya Asama stepped forward, adjusting his glasses. Speaking of which, where's Lady Yuki? Konan raised a hand, closed her eyes, then opened them a few seconds later. Yuki's at a nearby bar, about 3 shots in already. Sandeya stared at the ground for a moment, then looked up. Then that's where we must go. Preferably right now, he said, looking at Konan. The brunette sighed, turning and heading towards the bar, her team and Sandeya close behind. So, we're just babysitting a pompous actress? I was hoping for more action guarding the legendary Princess Gale, Yakumo said, speeding up to walk beside Konan. And to think, I barely spent any time with Naruto before this mission. It's so frustrating, whenever things calm down, he's off training. Ugh, it's official, Yuki has ruined my day, Yakumo grumbled, prompting giggles from Sakura and Hinata behind her. Yakumo's comments about Yuki immediately spurred Sandeya to speak. Excuse me, but you know nothing about Lady Yuki or what she's been through. I'd appreciate it if you'd withhold your hasty judgment, the old man requested politely but sternly. Konan chuckled at his request. He's right, you know. Judging a book by its cover is one of the greatest sins we ninja can commit. I thought you girls had already realized that. As kunoichi, you should be the last ones to jump to conclusions, she said, causing the Chunin and 2 genin to look down. Chin up, girls, I'll have plenty of time during the mission to emphasize that point, Konan said with a smile, sending a cold shiver down Yakumo, Sakura, and Hinata's spines. Now, here we are, Konan said, stopping in front of a bar. Sandeyo entered first, followed shortly by the kunoichi, who were met with the sight of a wasted Yuki Fujikaze. Lady Yuki, we must hurry, the boat is leaving soon, Sandeyo said, attempting to get his message across to the intoxicated actress. It didn't work. Yuki glared at Sandeyo for a second before snorting. Forget it. I don't care how much they pay me, I'm never going back to the land of snow. Go tell the director I quit, Yuki said, taking a large sip of her drink. Sandeyo's jaw dropped at her statement. But my lady, you can't just quit in the middle of production. You'd never get another job in the industry, he said, desperately trying to make his point. Bah, actors and directors change all the time. As for not working as an actress, I don't care anymore. I'm not going back there, period, Yuki stated before finishing her drink. Konan sighed from behind Sandeyo. Obviously, we don't have time for this, the blue-haired jounin said, walking behind Yuki and knocking her out with a swift chop to the neck. Catching her before she hit the ground, Konan lifted her over her shoulder. She's heavier than I thought, Konan said with a smirk, looking at Sandeyo. We have somewhere to be, don't we? Sandeyo responded with a rapid nod. None of the bar's occupants noticed a man in a hat and shades standing by the door, hearing everything. After Yuki was knocked out, the man quickly and quietly departed. Yuki's room on the ship. Yuki tossed and turned in her bed, occasionally muttering unintelligible words before going still. This cycle repeated every 10 minutes. The source of her troubled slumber came from the vivid experiences playing out in her mind. Yuki's dream. Young Yuki, in a kimono with twin tails, walked through lightly falling snow towards her father in an unfamiliar room. As she approached, her father looked up and smiled. Ah, Koyuki, come here, he said, beckoning. She obeyed, passing several mirrors before standing before him. Stand there and tell me what you see, he said, pointing to one mirror. The little girl stood, tilting her head before answering, I see you and me, which earned a chuckle from her father. She kept staring until visions flashed before her eyes, herself sealed within ice, then falling into water. Back in Yuki's room, Yuki's eyes flew open from the dream. Taking a small breath, she shielded her eyes from the sunlight streaming through the window. Slowly sitting up, she yawned, rubbing the sleep from her eyes. A slight headache lingered, no doubt from her bar visit yesterday. Yuki held her head as the room began to rock. It felt strangely like she was on a boat. It took a few seconds for the actress to connect the dots before her eyes widened. Quickly getting up, Yuki ran out of her room, opening the door only to be met with a sight she feared. She was on a ship, and she knew exactly where it was heading. 30 minutes later, Yakumo, Sakura, and Hinata excitedly watched the movie staff set up on the ship. Yakumo might have an unfavorable opinion of Yuki at the moment, but being on an actual big-budget movie set was exciting nonetheless. Meanwhile, Sakura and, surprisingly, Hinata were discreetly watching the male actors. Ever since Yakumo had given the two Kunoichi copies of Mei Terumi's Special Guide to Getting Your Man, the newest Mizuki's recent book, both had become far more fascinated by the male species. Konan leaned over the ship, gazing at the sea, lost in its beauty. Then, she noticed something in the distance. Squinting, she saw what looked like a dark-haired boy with a straw hat standing at the front of a pirate ship. Rubbing her eyes, Konan looked back, but saw nothing. Shrugging, the jounin returned to watching the ocean. Yuki sat in a chair, surrounded by makeup staff and her manager, looking dead, emotionless, and cold. When the makeup crew finished, the director shouted, "Actors on set," prompting her to get up and go to her spot. She knelt beside a male actor lying on his back. "All right, let's start this thing." "Action," shouted the director. The moment action was uttered, everyone's eyes, including the Konoha ninjas, widened. Yuki shed her cold demeanor, and in its place was the woman known as Princess Gale. They observed her acting, a performance that seemed unreproducible. She truly is an actress like no other, those watching Yuki thought, until she raised her hand. "Stop. Sandeo, I need the drops for the tears," she said, prompting sweat drops and then groans from everyone on board except Sandeo, who rushed to her with the drops. So much for an actress like no other. The rest of the day involved multiple takes, many redone at Yuki's insistence. By day's end, everyone was exhausted and ready for bed. Yuki returned to her room without a word. Next morning, the entire movie crew along with the Konoha ninja sat around a small furnace in the snow. Earlier, the director had decided that filming in front of a giant glacier blocking the ship's path would be a perfect location. Wanting to finish the shoot and return to the ship as quickly as possible, everyone took their places after a few minutes of warming up. Now, a man dressed as Princess Gale's enemy stood atop an ice hill. Below, a few actors portraying soldiers stood in front of Yuki, ready to fight. "Princess Gale, stand back. We'll take care of him," said a soldier, drawing his sword, as did the others surrounding Yuki. The man dressed as the villain laughed a little too enthusiastically. "You think you are a match for me? Please, you're too." He never finished his line as an explosion erupted near the tip of a nearby glacier. Before anyone could comment, Konan stepped forward. "Everyone back to the ship now. Yakumo, with me. Sakura, Hinata, protect Yuki," the blue-haired jounin said, getting nods from her team, but the movie crew didn't move. Instead, they kept rolling. Konan noticed their disregard for her orders and gritted her teeth. Anything for the camera, she thought, as Yakumo took her spot beside her master and unsealed graceful Lily. As the smoke cleared, a light blue-haired figure stood with a smirk. He wore a light blue and gray uniform and a mechanical device. "Welcome to the land of snow," the man said. "Hello, Princess Koyuki, I take it you brought the hex crystal," said a female wearing a similar outfit to the man who stood at the tip of the glacier. The statement caused Konan's eyes to narrow before she sensed another chakra signature a good distance behind them. Konan turned to see a large man rise from under the snow, also in a similar outfit but with purple hair. Her examination of the large man was interrupted when the first man spoke. "Fubuki, Maizuri, take care of the princess," the man said before jumping down. Konan turned to her apprentice as she noticed the man descending. "Yakumo, protect Yuki," Konan ordered before jumping up to meet him. When they met, Konan stood with narrowed eyes while the man smirked. "I don't know who you are, but it would be in your best interest to leave now," Konan said, taking a defensive stance. The man chuckled. "Allow me to introduce myself, I am Nadare Raga, ninja of the land of snow. And you should be more concerned with your own situation," he said before the two leaped at each other, starting a taijutsu battle. Yakumo, Sakura, Hinata. The three remaining kunoichi immediately surrounded Yuki, taking defensive positions. Yakumo saw the large man, Maizuri, and the female snow ninja, Fubuki, approaching Yuki. Making a quick decision, Yakumo gripped her scythe. "Sakura, get everyone out of here. Hinata, we have some snowflakes to take care of," Yakumo said, taking off with Hinata following. Once they left, Sakura turned, cracked her knuckles, and performed a jutsu she'd studied for years at the academy, the fabled big-headed jutsu created by Irika Amino. Everyone get the fuck back on the ship, the girl shouted, her head growing 10 sizes and instilling enough fear into the movie crew for them to flee, though they continued filming. Yakumo ran with Hinata behind her before they split off. The genjutsu user ran towards Maizuri, who promptly removed a board and stood on it. A second later, he was speeding towards Yakumo. As Maizuri neared the girl, Yakumo smirked, jumping to avoid being run over. Mid-air, Yakumo swung graceful lily, striking Maizuri's shoulder but was disappointed when the blade couldn't pierce his unique armor. Just as she was about to land, she transformed into a flurry of explosive notes that flew quickly in front of Maizuri, the explosion throwing him off his board and face first into the snow. Hinata faced her opponent, the Akugan activated. Fubuki stood with an evil grin across from the Hyaga heiress. Look, little girl, you know you can't beat me. I can see it in your body language. You're not ready to take on someone like me, she said, which only caused Hinata to get into her gentle fist stance. Fubuki sighed before smiling. Don't say I didn't warn you, kid, Fubuki said, performing a quick sequence of hand seals and shouting, ice style, subaim blizzard, sending a number of ice shards in the form of swallows flying towards Hinata. The Hyaga faced the attack with a determined look. I won't lose. Rotation, the girl shouted, spinning and creating a dome of chakra that destroyed Fubuki's attack, causing the snow ninja to frown at the result. Before Fubuki could attack Hinata again, the leaf genin rushed at her with open palms. Just as Hinata landed her palm strike, she was violently thrown back. Fubuki chuckled at the downed girl. I take it you're pretty confused. I told you that you couldn't beat me. I'm wearing chakra armor, an armor that makes all ninjutsu and genjutsu useless against me. Any usage of chakra against me is basically a death warrant sign for yourself. Now, I have a schedule to keep, so ice prison jutsu, the snow ninja said, launching a wave of ice at the immobile Hinata. Before it could hit, Yakumo appeared in front of Hinata, picking her up and taking the attack herself, which sent her flying back near Sakura. Konan. The blue-haired jounin was getting tired of her opponent and stopped when she saw her apprentice in Hinata land near Sakura and Yuki. Leaving Nadare behind, Konan sped to her team, reaching them quickly. Looking at her team, she noticed Yakumo and Hinata shakily standing, while Sakura looked concerned for her friends. Turning her head, Konan noticed Yuki had inexplicably fallen to her knees. Sensei, they've got some sort of armor that neutralizes chakra, Yakumo said, lightly panting. Konan's eyes widened at the new information. The jounin had only heard rumors of such advanced technology as Snow Country's chakra armor. Konan turned to Yakumo. Yakumo, I'm going to need you to get us back to the ship because this attack will most likely cause me to lose consciousness, Konan said before walking forward, not giving her apprentice a chance to respond. Her 3 snow ninja opponents stood a fair distance away, smiling. Outstretching her arms, Konan summoned as much chakra as she could before shouting, Origami Devastation. Thousands of paper sheets, each with an explosive tag, flew at the 3 snow ninja. Nadare's eyes widened at the massive amount of explosives heading their way, and he performed a series of hand signs as quickly as he could. White whale jutsu, he said as he finished. Just before the explosive notes reached their target, a narwhal made entirely of ice rose from the middle of the glacier and took the attack head-on. When the thousands of explosive notes struck the whale, they exploded, creating a blast that destroyed the whale and even knocked the 3 snow ninja onto their backs. As the 3 slowly got up, they watched the ship containing Koyuki and the Konoha ninja sail beyond reach. Nadare sighed and gritted his teeth at the sight before looking at his companions. Come on, we have to report to Dodo, he said, and the 3 quickly left. A silent observer. High above the glacial landscape, a white-haired woman with a long braid knelt, her sword in a blue and white sheath resting on her back. A smile touched her lips as she surveyed the scene below. Your sister is truly powerful, Sira. I see why you boasted about her so much, she murmured, then leaped from her perch, disappearing from view. Port of the Land of Snow, the next day. Inside a ship at the Port of Land of Snow, Yakumo, Sakura, Hinata, Sandayo, the director, and his assistant gathered around a large wooden table. Konan, looking weary but alert, sat beside Yakumo. All right, boys, I think you owe us an explanation, Konan stated, arms crossed. The director puffed on his pipe, Sandayo cast his gaze downward, and the assistant appeared utterly bewildered. Sandayo broke the silence, taking a deep breath. I haven't been entirely truthful. Yuki Fujikaze, the woman you've been guarding, is an alias. Her true identity is Koyuki Kazahana, princess of the Land of Snow. I served her as a child, and before that, her father, Lord Sosetsu Kazahana. A sad frown replaced his initial smile. The Land of Snow was small but peaceful, everyone seemed happy. However, 10 years ago, Sosetsu's younger brother, Dodo, hired an army of snow ninjas and launched a rebellion, Sandayo recounted, wiping a tear from his eye. He destroyed everything, killed all who opposed him, and murdered Lord Sosetsu. For years, I believed Princess Koyuki died with her father, but then I heard a rumor. Further investigation revealed she was saved the night of the rebellion by a masked Konoha ninja, which is why I chose Konoha for this mission, Sandayo explained with a smile. A princess's cold indifference. I should have died that night, a voice declared, causing everyone to turn and see Koyuki standing in the doorway. After that, I refused to care. My heart died, and my tears dried up, Koyuki said, her voice devoid of warmth. Sanday arose and bowed before Koyuki. Please, Princess Koyuki, you are the land of snow's last hope. I beg you to join your people and rise against Doto to reclaim your rightful place as daimyo. Please, my lady, for your people, he pleaded, tears streaming down his face. The others watched, curious about the actress's response. Koyuki stared at the kneeling, weeping Sandayo. Forget it. Why should I care about snow? Doto rules Snow Country, and that won't change anytime soon. You might as well give up, she said coldly, making Sandayo look down. A long silence filled the room until Yakumo rose from her chair, breaking it. Yakumo's fiery resolve. You know, it's taking everything in me not to punch you. Wallow in self-pity if you want, but don't belittle others' hopes and dreams. Sandayo simply wants his country and people free, a nobler dream than most. You have the chance to free a nation and fulfill an entire people's hopes, yet you spit on it. I refuse to work for someone so selfish and cold, so I'm making the decision for you. We will kill this Doto, the country will be free, and you will be the best damn daimyo of all time, whether you like it or not, Yakumo declared, fire in her eyes. Everyone except Koyuki smiled. Sakura and Hinata exchanged determined nods. Konan grinned at her apprentice's spirit, the director thought of the filming opportunity, and Sandayo wept with joy, seeing people believe in his goal. Koyuki clenched her fists at Yakumo's speech. This isn't a game. You can't beat Doto, he's too powerful, she shouted, irritated by their perceived foolishness. Yakumo smirked, unsealing graceful lily. Well, lucky for you, you've got one of the 3 cage killers to help level the playing field, the brunette genjutsu user quipped. 2 hours later, the chase. The movie crew paused filming near an unused railroad tunnel. As they prepared, the director's assistant ran out, shouting that Koyuki was missing. Before panic set in, the Konoha Kunoichi fanned out to find her. Yakumo found an almost unconscious Koyuki. With a sigh, she hoisted the actress onto her back, hurrying towards the rendezvous point. They were in the railroad tunnel when Koyuki awoke. You know, this is the second time I've had to carry you, princess, and I'm not a fan, Yakumo said, continuing to walk. You're really heavy. I thought actresses were supposed to stay in shape. Honestly, you could be an honorary Akimichi. Then again, if I ate celebrity food, I'd probably gain weight too. Either way, you'll need a diet soon. A leader like you can't be too pudgy, right? Yakumo asked sarcastically, giggling. Koyuki groaned at her position. Why don't you just give up? She asked, making Yakumo stop. This situation has nothing to do with you. You have no responsibility to help Snow, and I don't either anymore, Koyuki said, looking down at the tracks. Yakumo paused, then spoke. You're wrong. I do have a responsibility to help Snow and anyone else oppressed by evil tyrants. We all do. I've learned that in my short time as a kunoichi, liberating 2 nations from evil. This time, I'm going for the hat trick. Trust me, princess, you'll understand your responsibility the moment you look into a freed person's eyes. Helping someone achieve true freedom is a feeling like no other. You'll find that out soon enough. Yakumo smiled. Now, let's go. Yakumo stopped as the ground began to shake. Turning slowly, Yakumo saw her fear materialize, a train hurtling towards them. She looked at Koyuki, then they both screamed. Yakumo turned and ran, pouring chakra into her legs. The train rapidly gained on them. Gritting her teeth, Yakumo forced her legs to move faster than ever, ignoring the burning in her muscles. Doto's cruelty. Just as the train was about to run them over, Yakumo barely cleared the tunnel, jumping off the tracks and avoiding being flattened. After about a minute, Yakumo pushed herself up from the snow. Checking on Koyuki, she was confused to see the princess shaking and muttering Doto. Beside them, the train had stopped. Nadare and a tall man, Doto Kazahana, stood on its roof, smiling sinisterly. Why hello, Koyuki. It's been about 10 years, hasn't it? Doto said, but his attention quickly shifted to a large number of logs that had collided with the side of the train. Narrowing his eyes, Doto looked to a nearby hill where many men in battle gear stood. Among them was Sandayo, fully armored with a sword at his side. Sandayo unsheathed his sword and glared at the tyrant. Doto, I and 50 loyal soldiers of the true land of snow have waited long for this day. Today, we shall avenge Lord Sosetsu Kazahana and reclaim the land of snow to restore its former glory. Sandayo shouted, eliciting a loud chorus of agreement. A hidden film crew recorded everything. Nadare turned to Doto. My apologies, Lord Doto, it seems a few rebels survived. I'll dispose of them immediately, the blue-haired man said, but Doto stopped him with a hand on his shoulder. Doto smiled at the rebels on the hill. No, it's time they learned true despair, he chuckled, signaling his men on the train. Immediately, parts of the train opened, revealing large launching machines. As the 51 warriors approached, the launchers fired. Hundreds of kunao launched in a non-stop barrage, engulfing the entire rebellion. Not one of the 51 men reached the train, each was instantly killed by a swarm of kunao. Dodo laughed with twisted glee at the bloody sight. Yakumo and Koyuki watched with equal horror. Just as it seemed everyone was dead, Sandeya slowly rose, covered in kunao and breathing harshly. He faced the launcher as it fired again. The kunao sped towards Sandeya for the finishing blow, but they never reached him. A wall of reinforced chakra paper shielded the man. Konan, Hinata, and Sakura appeared next to Sandeya. Konan gently lowered the old man to the ground while Sakura and Hinata threw kunao with explosive tags at the train. Dodo frowned at the explosions and retreated into the train with Nadare as it sped off before sustaining more damage. 10 minutes later, a manager's plea and a princess's indifference. Yakumo, Sakura, and Hinata surveyed the battlefield, littered with bodies and bloody kunao, the result of Dodo's cruelty. They watched as Konan and some film crew members brought Yuki Fujikaze's manager on a stretcher and laid him at the actress's feet. Sandeya looked up at Koyuki, grateful his last sight would be of the person so important to his people. Princess Koyuki, please forgive me. I never should have involved you in this. I just wanted you to be the leader I and so many others believe you could be. Your life gave us, and continues to give me, hope. I just pray you will believe in yourself as I do, the man said with a strained voice. Having spoken, Sandeya surrendered his soul to the Shinigami and died. Koyuki looked at her dead manager with her usual cold indifference. You were a fool, Sandeya, Koyuki said before looking at the crew and Leaf Ninjas. I told you it was pointless to try and stop Dodo. I hope you've gotten all the film you need because I want to go home now, Koyuki said, turning to leave. Abduction and pursuit. Before she could get far, a large blimp rose in front of the actress. Maizuri, standing in an open door, shot his chakra armor hand, which latched onto Koyuki, pulling her off the mountain and towards the blimp. Fubuki flew overhead, dropping kunao with beads attached. When the kunao hit the ground, ice spikes rose high, preventing anyone from pursuing the princess. As the blimp floated away, Konan, Sakura, Hinata, and everyone else got situated. Konan and Sakura remained alert, ensuring everyone was okay. Hinata looked around, then noticed something. Konan-sensei, where's Yakumo? Hinata asked. Konan tilted her head in confusion, looked around, then her eyes widened as she stared at the distant blimp. Damn her, Konan muttered in frustration. I'm afraid a missing student is the least of your problems, Konan, a voice nearby said, causing everyone to turn. Sashura, the Shinigami's Blades No. 2 swordsman, stood in the snow, smirking. Yakumo's ascent. Yakumo clung tightly to the rope connected to the kunao she'd lodged into the blimp. She didn't know why she'd instinctively pursued the blimp, it was an automatic reaction. Ignoring the fatal drop, Yakumo began to climb the rope, slowly ascending in her effort to save Koyuki. Koyuki's capture and the hex crystal. Inside the blimp, Koyuki sat looking at the ground as Dodo stood before her, smiling. You've become quite beautiful, Koyuki. It's so good to see you again, he said, walking closer. Stopping in front of her, he stroked her face until she jerked her head away. Dodo chuckled. I'll get straight to the point, Koyuki, I want the hex crystal. When I took over Snow, I found the Kazahana clan had no resources. I was furious, but over the years, I learned our resources weren't depleted, they were hidden. Your father hid all the Kazahana clan's treasure in one location, the Rainbow Glacier, Dodo explained. Koyuki continued to look at the ground, disinterested. I don't see why that concerns me, the princess said in a dead tone. Dodo smiled at her answer. It concerns you because of the gift your father gave you years ago. In the Rainbow Glacier, there's a keyhole shaped exactly like the hex crystal. I'll need the hex crystal to retrieve the treasures that are rightfully mine, he said. Koyuki sighed, grabbed the hex crystal from her neck, ripped it off, and tossed it to her twisted uncle, who caught it with one hand. He examined it, then smiled and nodded thanks. There, you have the hex crystal. May I go back now? Koyuki asked, wanting to leave quickly, but felt a pang of fear as Dodo's smile darkened. Thank you for your cooperation, Koyuki. As for leaving, I'm afraid that won't be possible, Dodo said, leaning closer. Before she could ask why, Dodo again ran his hand down her face. You have become so very beautiful, Koyuki, he said, his evil grin widening as Koyuki's eyes widened in fear. A test subject for a new device. Take your hands off her, creep, a voice commanded, making both turn. Yakumo stood, panting, and ready to fight. Exhausted, low on chakra, and barely standing, she remained defiant. Koyuki, come on, we're leaving, the brunette said, but chakra strings wrapped around her. Maizuri, who had been above her, jumped down behind her and forced her to the ground. Too tired to resist, Yakumo merely growled at her oppressor. Dodo smirked at the sight of the grounded Liefchinen. It seems we have a stowaway. Nadare, I believe we've found the perfect test subject for our new device, he said, and Nadare grinned. The blue-haired snow ninja opened a wall panel and retrieved a gear-shaped device. Walking towards Yakumo, he separated it in half and forcefully placed it on her stomach. The device latched on, sending a surge of electricity that made Yakumo scream in pain before passing out. Koyuki looked at the unconscious girl, then at Doto. That's our new chakra restraining device. It absorbs a person's chakra and creates a barrier around it. I'm sorry to say your rescue won't be happening anytime soon. Don't worry about the girl, I won't kill her. She'll provide pleasant entertainment for me, Doto said, turning to a snow ninja piloting the blimp. Take us to the fort. We'll land there, regroup, and then head to the Rainbow Glacier, Doto instructed, his dark smile returning as he looked at Yakumo. Conan's confrontation. Conan observed the woman before her, white braided hair, a small blue coat, umbu pants, and a sword at her side. Conan felt a significant power emanating from her. Everyone leave, Conan ordered, her eyes fixed on the woman with the sword. The film crew obeyed, but Sakura and Hinata stayed. I'm sorry, Conan-sensei, but leaf ninjas don't abandon their comrades, Sakura said, taking a fighting stance, while Hinata nodded and assumed her gentle fist pose. The blue-haired Jounin shook her head. That's an order. This is far beyond your level. Get back now, Conan growled. The girls hesitated, then slowly nodded, retreating a short distance, ready to assist if needed. Sakura smiled at Conan. Now, Conan, we don't need to fight, Sakura said, making Conan narrow her eyes. How do you know my name? Conan shouted, causing Sakura's smile to widen. Sira and I were very close when she was part of our group. She was my best friend. We shared many stories about our lives, many of hers included adventures with her sister, Sakura explained, sighing as Conan visibly angered. For the record, we didn't kill Sira. We didn't even attack her, she attacked us. When she left, she tried to kill our leader and came somewhat close but failed. Her death is on her living legacy, Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze. Anyway, we don't have to fight, just give me what I want, and I'll be out of your hair, Sakura stated. Conan was trembling with rage. Here stood a member of the Shinigami's Blade, responsible for many of her friends' deaths, her former group's destruction, and a member of the group that would have killed Sira had Naruto not acted. And this woman dared to call herself a friend to her beloved sister. What is it you want? Conan growled. Sakura smiled at the question. I want the Gobi and the Yanbai. Before the Akatsuki's destruction, you captured the 4- and 5-tailed beasts. When your group was eliminated, you compressed and sealed their essences, a nifty trick few know, and one I know Sira took a long time to master. You thought we wouldn't notice, but we were waiting for the right moment. Now, I'll be taking the tailed beasts. The blue-haired ninja gritted her teeth. Over my dead body, she declared, closing her eyes and concentrating. Her chakra flowed from her hands, forming 2 chakra blades, similar to chakra scalpels but larger and more powerful. Sakura shook her head at the sight, unsheathing her blade, a bluish-gray blade katana from its blue and white sheath. For a second, neither woman moved. Then, simultaneously, both dashed forward, their blades meeting. Conan looked into Sakura's eyes with pure hatred and fury, while Sakura maintained her confident smirk. You're out of your league, Conan, you know that, the white-haired swordsman said, pushing her blade forward and knocking Conan back. All I want are the 4 and 5 tails. Are they truly worth your life? Just give them to me, and I will leave, Sakura said, holding out her hand. Conan gritted her teeth in anger. You and your group massacred my friends, threatened my new home, and are responsible for my sister's death. I would rather die than help you, Conan stated, standing tall. She noticed Sakura's smirk disappear, and the swordsman clenched her blade tightly. I didn't kill Sira. In fact, if it were my decision, I would have killed that boy already to avenge Sira. He's an insult to her memory, a memory you apparently don't care about, Sakura said. Her words were the final straw. Conan screamed in rage and rushed at her, chakra blades poised to kill. Sakura raised her sword and waited until Conan was too close. At the last second, Sakura dashed forward, ending up behind Conan without being hit. Conan stopped, seeing Sakura vanish, then turned to face the woman before feeling a pain in both arms. Looking down, she saw 2 gashes, one on each arm. Sakura stared at Conan with a dark look, no longer confident. When I said you're out of your league, I meant it. I'm the Shinigami's Blade's number 2 swordsman for a reason. Every strike I land with my sword creates another strike on the exact opposite side of the initial attack. With 2 strikes, I could dismember both your arms and legs. One strike to your right chest, and the second goes through your heart, killing you. Only one person has ever beaten me in a duel, and soon to be everyone's, leader. Now, this is the last time I'll ask for the tailed beasts, Sakura said sternly. Conan watched Sakura, her mind racing. The swordsman had struck precisely to incapacitate her, preventing her from using her chakra blades. Recalling the blades, Conan quickly formed hand signs, yelling, Dance of the Shikigami. A paper vortex enveloped Sakura. The white-haired swordsman calmly observed, then noticed explosive tags on some papers. Before Sashura could react, a chain of explosions erupted. From a distance, the blue-haired Jonin observed the clearing smoke, hoping the attack had killed the Shinigami's blade member. But before the smoke fully dissipated, Sashura materialized in front of Konan, gripping her throat. Sashura was unharmed, but her eyes blazed with murderous intent. "Enough games," the white-haired woman growled, stabbing Konan's left side, inflicting a corresponding wound on her right. The non-fatal stab bypassed vital organs. Lifting Konan higher and tightening her grip, Sashura sliced Konan's right arm, then her left shoulder, then her right leg before dropping her onto the snow, letting her wound stain the ice. 5 attacks left Konan with 10 sword wounds and bleeding profusely. Sashura knelt, turning Konan over to open her coat. Around Konan's neck hung a necklace with 2 orbs, one cloudy white, the other vivid red. Sashura ripped the necklace off, stood, and turned to leave, but felt a weak hand grasp her ankle. Sashura kicked her foot free, then stomped hard on Konan's hand, breaking it. Without turning, Sashura addressed Konan, "I'm sparing you today only because of your sister. I loved her, and that's the sole reason I won't kill you. Cross me again, and there'll be no mercy. Consider this a blessing." The white-haired swordsman then walked away. "Naruto will stop you. He won't let your pathetic group win," Konan rasped, prompting Sashura to turn and, for the first time, smile a truly evil smile. Sashura laughed at the wounded woman's words before delivering the final blow. "The dead can't stop what we've planned," Sashura chuckled, vanishing in a shunshin. Konan, eyes wide and mouth agape, barely registered Sakura and Hinata appearing to heal her, her thoughts fixed on Sashura's last words. It couldn't be, yet the woman sounded so certain. Snow Fortress prison cell. Yakumo hung chained from the ceiling, her hands and legs bound. Every attempt to use chakra to break free resulted in agonizing electrical surges. As she pondered an escape, a small group of guards escorted Koyuki into the cell across from her. Koyuki entered, sat on the cold floor, and stared blankly before turning to Yakumo. "I told you it was pointless to defy Dodo. You deserve this," the woman said, eliciting a growl from Yakumo. "I'm sick of your pathetic, bitchy attitude. I don't know why you're like this, but maybe just shut the fuck up about giving up, because it's not happening," Yakumo said, her voice rising with each word. A long silence followed before Koyuki spoke. "You can see it in the spring. My father told me those words many years ago. He said spring was like running through an endless field of flowers, and as long as I never gave up, spring would come, but it never did. Snow is still a frozen wasteland. I no longer believe spring will come to this land. So I tell you again, there's no point in believing things will change. Just give up," Koyuki said, her tone cold. Yakumo narrowed her eyes at Koyuki, then went limp and looked down. "It would be easy to give up, wouldn't it? For so long, I was hurting at home. I was considered a freak, people avoided me for reasons beyond my control. That pain hurt my heart more and more every day. Eventually, I stopped trying to be social to avoid the hurt. I was giving up," Yakumo said, starting to rise. She pulled herself up, screaming as electricity surged through her, but she kept pulling. "Just when I thought it was all pointless, I met people who started to care about me," she said, flashes of Naruto, Sasuke, Itachi, and Konan filling her mind. Another electrical surge hit as she tried to break her handcuffs. "They saved me from myself, and from then on, I swore to never give up as long as I lived," Yakumo said, tears falling as another surge hit. "Your father and Sandeya weren't wrong. Never give up, and your dreams will eventually become reality. I will prove that to you," she yelled, electricity coursing through her as she pulled with all her might. Koyuki's eyes widened at the sight. This girl endured immense pain yet relentlessly tried to escape. Yakumo gave one last shout before her handcuffs snapped, sending her to the ground. The brunette Shinin slowly rose, bit her thumb, and smeared the blood on her arm. A puff of smoke, and Yakumo held graceful Lily. In an instant, Yakumo severed her ankle chains with her scythe, then stood, facing the cell bars. Raising her scythe, she swung powerfully. 5 seconds later, the bars exploded outward, freeing Yakumo. The girl smirked, then slowly walked to Koyuki's cell. "Stand back," the Genjutsu master instructed. Once Koyuki was safely distanced, Yakumo swung her scythe less forcefully, but still strong enough to cut through the bars, creating an exit. With Koyuki free, Yakumo turned, breathing heavily, as Koyuki came to stand beside her. Yakumo looked up, then lowered herself for Koyuki to climb onto her back. The brown-haired girl grunted as she stood, then looked up. "I'm serious about that diet, princess, because I'm getting tired of carrying you," Yakumo said before leaping high enough to land on a walkway. Once they landed, Koyuki dismounted, wondering their next move. Sensing Koyuki's confusion, Yakumo sighed. "Listen, I know you're scared, but we need to find Dodo and get that hex crystal back." "Got it?" she asked sternly, receiving a hesitant nod from the actress. Reaching into her pockets, Yakumo pulled out 4 explosive notes, a plan forming. "Time to let the team know where we are," Yakumo said with a scary smile, throwing one explosive note up, one down, one left, and one right. Turning to Koyuki, Yakumo grabbed the woman's hand and shouted, "Run!" The pair swiftly navigated the fortress, relying solely on luck. They were fortunate to avoid patrols and find signs pointing toward Doto's likely location. As they neared, four loud explosions echoed some distance away, making Yakumo giggle. 10 minutes later, Yakumo and Koyuki entered what appeared to be Doto's throne room. The man sat in the dimly lit space, a frown on his face. "I take it you believe you can kill me now. If so, you're sorely mistaken," Doto said, standing with a dark gaze directed at the two girls. Yakumo chuckled at his words. "You know, the fourth Mizukage said something similar before my teammates and I killed him and liberated Kiri. I don't think you compare to Yagura, so if I were you, I'd be thinking of reasons why I might spare you," Yakumo said, raising graceful lily. Doto laughed at her words. "You may be strong, but the chakra restraint is still on you, so all that bravado and confidence is for naught. But don't worry, I won't kill you. No, instead you'll be used as entertainment and fun for my soldiers until there's nothing left of you. Now, Nadare, if you would," Doto said, confusing Yakumo until the blue-haired snow ninja appeared behind Koyuki, grabbed her, and appeared beside Doto, handing the woman over. Doto smirked, removing his robe to reveal chakra armor underneath. Grabbing his niece tightly, he activated his armor's wings and took flight. Yakumo quickly threw a kunai wrapped in ninja wire to Koyuki, who caught it and held on tightly as Yakumo rose with her and Doto. As the three flew over a forest, Doto looked down and saw Yakumo clinging to the wire held by Koyuki. Scowling, he used one of his own kunai to cut the wire, sending the girl plummeting to the distant ground. As the wire was cut, the last thing Yakumo heard was Koyuki screaming her name as she fell. Near the fortress, Sakura, Hinata, and the film crew drove along the road towards the blimp containing Yakumo and Koyuki. Konan sat with the director's assistant, resting as best she could. Sakura, a newly minted medic, had done a good job patching her up. Luckily, Sashura's strikes were meant to temporarily disable, not seriously injure, Konan. Still, the attacks hurt like hell, and Sashura's easy victory was both humiliating and infuriating, but Konan suppressed it. Looking at the night sky, she sighed. They had driven for hours searching for Yakumo and Koyuki, but her student wasn't Konan's main focus right now. Her thoughts lingered on Sashura's words about Naruto. It had to be a mind game. But what if it wasn't just hollow manipulation? Before Konan could ponder further, an explosion sounded nearby, bringing everyone to a halt. Konan slowly dismounted the truck, attempting to sense her apprentice's chakra signature, but for some reason, she couldn't find it. Shaking her head, the blue-haired woman knew her student was responsible for the explosion. Focusing more, Konan managed to sense the snow ninja from before. Turning to Sakura and Hinata, she said, "Girls, let's go," before taking off as quickly as she could. Hinata and Sakura nodded, following their commanding jonin, leaving the film crew to wonder what to do. If the three kunoichi had waited a few moments longer, they would have witnessed what the film crew fortunately saw: Doto and Koyuki flying, as Yakumo plummeted into the nearby trees. Seeing what had just happened, the film crew looked for the Konoha kunoichi to inform them they'd found Yakumo, but the three were already out of sight. Making a decision, the director pointed in the direction of the fallen girl, and the movie truck continued onward. Konan, Hinata, and Sakura. The three kunoichi quickly reached the area surrounding the fortress. Stopping to examine the fortress ablaze, no doubt Yakumo's doing, Konan focused on tracking the three snow ninja. Just as she began to sense something, a small number of kunai with beads attached flew at the three Konoha ninja. All three quickly dodged. Having encountered the beaded kunai before, they easily avoided the ice spikes that erupted when the kunai hit the snow. Konan held her ground while Hinata adopted her gentle fist stance and Sakura entered her battle stance. They waited in silence among the trees for a short time before Fubuki came into view, using her chakra armor to fly towards them. As the three prepared for Fubuki, they were caught off guard when a metal fist slammed into Sakura's face. Maizuri emerged from a group of trees with an unsettling, out-of-place smile. "Now, miss, I do believe we have some unfinished business," a voice said from behind Konan and Hinata, causing both to turn around. Nadare Raga stood with his arms crossed, a smirk on his face as he looked at Konan. Maizuri stood a good distance from the Konoha ninja, as did Fubuki. "Fubuki, Maizuri, finish off the kids. I'll be taking our blue-haired beauty," he said before pulling out a kunai and licking his lips. Konan turned to Hinata and a rising Sakura. "Girls, take those two out of here. I'll try to return and assist you as soon as possible," Konan said, looking them both in the eyes. "I believe in you," the blue-haired woman added before entering her stance. She didn't even turn to ensure Hinata and Sakura had left. They were smart girls and capable kunoichi, that's why she was confident they would succeed in beating Maizuri and Fubuki. Narrowing her eyes at her opponent, she noticed his smirk hadn't faded. "I've had a very, very bad day, which is unfortunate for you. I need to blow off some steam, and beating you to a bloody pulp sounds as relaxing as a day at the spa." Afterwards, you're going to tell me what's become of my apprentice, Konan said, rolling her neck. Konan's words only widened Nadare's smirk. You're quite optimistic for someone who was forced to flee from our last meeting, Nadare said as he cracked his knuckles. Let's begin, because by the end of this, you'll be begging me for more, he started, but was interrupted by a sharp pain in his side. Looking down, he saw a bloody paper spear. When he looked back up, the blue-haired ninja he'd been speaking to had dispersed into hundreds of paper sheets. From behind, Konan pushed the spear deeper. Like I said, it's been a rough day for me, so I'm not in an entertaining mood. This fight is over. Now, while my genin kick your fellow snow ninjas' asses, you and I are going to have a very short chat. Cooperate, and you live. Resist, and I will slowly get you open, she said before grabbing Nadare's neck and flipping him roughly onto his back. She followed up with a heel smash to his chest, easily breaking a few of Nadare's ribs, making the man gasp in pain. Konan squatted just above him and removed a kunai. Let's begin. Hinata and Sakura. Hinata stood in the trees, waiting for Fubuki, while Sakura stood in the snow on the ground, waiting for Maizuri. The two had managed to briefly lose the snow ninja and find a good defensive position. Hinata had her Byakugan activated, ready for the blue-haired snow ninja, while Sakura's fists were clenched, eager to repay Maizuri for his cheap shot. Fubuki was the first to enter the area, flying through the trees and taking Hinata with her into the air. The two ascended high above the treetops, out of Sakura's view. When she lost sight of her teammate, Sakura simply re-entered her stance and waited for the large man to appear. A second after the kunoichi readied herself, Maizuri entered the area on a speeding snowboard, intending to collide with Sakura. Gritting her teeth, Sakura raised her fist skyward, then brought it down hard onto the ground. A large crack formed at the impact point and immediately spread toward Maizuri. Unable to avoid the incoming crack, he was thrown from his board as the ground shifted beneath him. Hinata and Fubuki wrestled in midair before Hinata gained leverage by grabbing Fubuki's hair and pulling. Still gripping the woman's hair, Hinata hurled Fubuki downwards and intensified the fall by slamming her leg into the snow ninja's chest, accelerating both their descents. As they plummeted, Hinata used Fubuki's chest as a launching point for a backflip, landing on her feet. Fubuki, however, continued to fall at an even faster rate, impacting a dazed Maizuri who was just recovering from his snowboarding accident. When Fubuki landed on Maizuri, a flash of electricity erupted, knocking both of them unconscious. Sakura stared at the two unconscious snow ninja for a few seconds before looking at Hinata and nodding with a smile, which earned a reciprocal smile and nod. Before they could do anything more, Konan entered the area, her jonin vest and arms stained with a significant amount of blood. The blue-haired jonin took a few seconds to examine Sakura and Hinata's work before speaking. We need to get to the Rainbow Glacier. Yakumo and Koyuki will be there, the brunette said, then quickly dashed in the direction of the Rainbow Glacier with the girls following close behind. Yakumo sat in the director's truck as they drove to the Rainbow Glacier. She was lucky the film crew had seen her fall, and equally lucky that the Rainbow Glacier was nearby. Yakumo hoped Sakura and Hinata were alright, though knowing her master was protecting them brought her great comfort. Upon reaching the glacier, Yakumo saw Dodo standing over a downed Koyuki and noticed the air around them was almost warm instead of freezing. She jumped from the still-moving truck and took off running. Speeding toward Dodo as fast as she could, she tried to pump chakra into her legs, only to suffer an excruciating shock that sent her to the ground. Groaning from her spot on the ice, she tried to muster the energy to get up, but her body wouldn't move. Lying back, she stopped struggling and considered how easy it would be to stay there and let someone else handle the problem. Pathetic, a dark voice echoed in Yakumo's mind, making her grimace. I've stayed out of your consciousness because you haven't done anything to warrant my interference until now. You speak of never giving up, yet here you lie because of a little shock. Do you think this would keep Konan down? Do you think it would keep your teammates down? The voice challenged, prompting Yakumo to consider the people most important to her and what they would do. She shook her head as best she could. Good. Now get up, kill that man, and free this country, the voice commanded. Yakumo shakily stood up. Looking forward, she was met with a large, dark ice dragon hurtling towards her. The impact was harsh, sending her flying, as Dodo laughed in the distance. Koyuki looked at Yakumo, now flat on her back, and considered the futility of it all before shaking her head. Yakumo, don't give up. I believe in you, the princess shouted before being backhanded by her uncle. Dodo glared at the girl below him. Do not speak unless I permit it, he said before kneeling to her level and smiling sinisterly. I would hate to damage that pretty face anymore, he said, caressing the spot he just hit. Koyuki responded by spitting in his face, which only angered him further. He raised his hand to strike her again but stopped when he felt a burst of chakra nearby. Looking in the direction of the chakra, he was surprised to see Yakumo standing with her scythe out. The blade's edges glowed blue, and the device on her chest was cracked and clearly broken. Yakumo gritted her teeth, tasting her own blood. Taking a moment to regulate her breathing, she immediately dashed toward Dodo. The large man performed a series of quick hand signs and shouted Twin Dragon Blizzard as two dark ice dragons flew toward the brunette. Yakumo simply sped up, then leaped high into the air. As the dragons neared her, she swung her side down with a loud shout, completely disrupting the jutsu. When she landed, Dodo ran toward her and swung his armored fist. Yakumo bent backward and launched a powerful kick upward, impacting his chin and sending him backward onto his back. When the man rose, a small line of blood ran down the side of his mouth, and he growled angrily. Dodo charged again, launching a punch at Yakumo which again missed. He continued to swing and swing, only to continuously miss. As he kept swinging, his attacks became slower and slower. Before long, Yakumo was dodging the attacks with an amused grin. The man had exhausted himself quite quickly. Deciding she had toyed with him enough, Yakumo dodged a punch and swung her fist hard into Dodo's eye, knocking him to the ground. "That was for Sosetsu," she said, walking up to the downed man. Standing over Dodo, she kicked an unguarded area of his side as hard as she could, causing the man to grunt in pain. "That was for Sandeo," Yakumo said. Once again walking up to his tired body, she picked the man up and put him in a kneeling position. Raising her scythe, she stared the man in the eyes and found the sight she had been waiting for. A look of fear showed on Dodo's face, and it made Yakumo smile widely. "And this is for the land of snow. Give the Shinigami my regards," were Dodo's last words as the Konoha Chunin brought her scythe down and decapitated the evil ruler. Yakumo stared at the body and the blood staining the ice before looking at Koyuki. "Are you okay, Koyuki?" the Chunin asked, to which Koyuki nodded before standing and coming to stand beside her. "You have saved my country," Koyuki said, still looking at Dodo's dead body. Yakumo shook her head at Koyuki's words. "All I did was kill its leader. It will be your duty to save it. The land of snow needs you, and whether you want to admit it or not, you need the land of snow," Yakumo said as both looked up at the rising sun. After a long gaze into the sunrise, they were startled by gasps from the nearby movie crew. Looking back down, they saw fields of beautiful green grass instead of the icy glaciers. The sky was a canvas of black, shrouded in rising smoke. Nearby, vast expanses of land had turned into molten lava. Shin watched the horrific scene, her eyes wide with terror, as a dark-haired leaf ninja, clad in a Chunin vest, knelt beside her. The boy's jaw hung open, his eyes dilated in disbelief. A tremor ran through his body, and then, his eyes transformed, revealing a six-sided red star. He struggled to stand but collapsed, prompting Shin to rush to his side. Seemingly oblivious to her presence, the boy persisted in his attempts to rise, before letting out a desperate cry, "Naruto!" Shin's room. Shin's eyes snapped open, her vision fading. She slowly sat up, staring blankly at the floor. Moments later, the sounds of battle erupted outside her room. Her guardians were fighting and dying to protect her, yet she remained transfixed, gazing at the ground. Soon, 4 figures burst into her chamber. She barely registered the lone guardian, still willing to sacrifice his life, standing directly in front of her. Sword raised, he prepared for a fight to the death as the 4 enemies advanced. But then, everyone froze as a single kunao embedded itself between the 2 sides. An instant later, a blinding flash caused those in the room to shield their eyes. When the light subsided, a blonde teenager stood tall, a bored expression on his face. Naruto surveyed the 4 figures, presuming them to be assassins. After a quick assessment, he shook his head and sighed. "Look, I'm not in the mood for games, and I've got bigger fish to fry. Now, I'm guessing you 4 work for Yomi?" Naruto asked, smirking when their only reply was 4 glares. "Good, that saves me some time. How about you tell me where he is, and in return, I won't beat you to a bloody pulp," the blonde said, cracking his knuckles. He barely noticed Shin and her guard escaping through a hidden panel behind him. The assassins readied themselves, preparing to charge, but just as they moved, their opponent exploded forward, incapacitating them. Roof of palace. From the rooftop of a nearby building, Naruto, Sasuke, Itachi, and Kakashi watched as the 4 assassins slowly recovered. Itachi turned to Naruto and Sasuke. "Naruto and Sasuke, handle them, and try to keep them alive. Kakashi, summon a tracking dog so we can meet up with the priestess," the elder Uchiha instructed, receiving nods from the Konoha ninja. As the assassins rose, they looked up just in time to see Naruto and Sasuke land lightly on the ground in front of them, arms crossed. The 2 Chunin approached their 4 enemies, who quickly jumped up and assumed their battle positions. Setsuna, Jitai, Shizuku, end them with an earth, wind, fire combo, their apparent leader, Kusuna, ordered, earning nods from his team. A man with a cloth covering the lower half of his face, Jitai, stepped forward and slammed his fists into the ground, shouting, "Earthen corridor." The ground rapidly rose around the 2 Konoha ninja, who stood with bored expressions. In a matter of seconds, a large earth dome enveloped Naruto and Sasuke. The leader watched as his fellow assassin cast his jutsu and smirked. "I'll leave them to you and go ahead to find the priestess," the leader said before jumping away and speeding off. The dome encasing Naruto and Sasuke had a narrow opening, perfect for the assassins. An orange-haired one, Shizuku, stepped forward and performed a series of hand signs, concluding with a shout of fire style, fire run. He sent a ring of fire into the opening. The final member of the group, a purple-haired individual named Setsuna, stepped up next and declared, wind style, divine current, thrusting his hands forward and sending a powerful stream of air into the dome as well. The result was a powerful and fiery explosion that shook the Earth Dome. Each member of the trio chuckled at the power of their combined jutsu, but their laughter ceased abruptly as the smoke cleared, revealing the two Konoha ninjas surrounded by a small sphere of water, completely unharmed. Once the explosion ended, the water sphere dissipated, and Naruto and Sasuke stood tall. Naruto shook his head while Sasuke's eye twitched. The Uchiha turned to his teammate with an angry look. "You idiot, I could have just forced their jutsu back at them. Now look at us, we're soaking wet, and it's all your fault," Sasuke said before turning away and crossing his arms in irritation. Naruto glared at his teammate, but after a few moments, the glare softened into an apologetic look as the blonde fell to his knees. "I'm sorry, Sasuke, I should have thought about your feelings before I did that. I promise it won't happen again, and I'm sorry," Naruto said, tears forming in his eyes. Sasuke stood with his back to the blonde, but a slight tremor ran through him. A second later, Sasuke turned, tears welling in his own eyes. "No, I should be apologizing to you. You were only trying to protect us, and I was being overdramatic," Sasuke said as Naruto stood up. The two looked at each other and sniffled. "Friends?" Sasuke asked, to which Naruto quickly nodded, both with tears in their eyes. Immediately after reconciling, Naruto and Sasuke shared a bro hug. A few feet away, the trio tasked with killing the two Konoha ninjas stared at the bizarre sight, utterly bewildered. The trio quickly refocused when Naruto and Sasuke ended their hug and turned to face them. Naruto looked at Sasuke, and both nodded. In the blink of an eye, the two vanished, only to reappear less than a second later behind Setsuna and Jitai, delivering powerful kicks to their backs that sent them flying. As they went face first, the two Konoha Chunin vanished again and reappeared where the two assassins were heading, slamming their fists into their faces, knocking them into the ground and effectively out of the battle. Naruto and Sasuke took a moment to examine the state of their enemies, confirming they were alive, before slowly looking towards Shizuku, who appeared very nervous and began to take a few steps back. As Shizuka slowly started to back up and prepare her escape, her foot bumped into something on the ground. The last thing she saw before being knocked out by a single punch was a three-pronged kunai. Nearby waterfall. Carried on her guard's back, Shin and the man slowly made their way to the base of the beautiful waterfall when Itachi and Kakashi appeared in front of them. The guard readied himself to defend the priestess. Kakashi raised his hands with an ice smile. "Hey, it's okay, we're from the Hidden Leaf Village and are tasked with protecting Priestess Shin. You have nothing to fear," the masked ninja calmly assured, causing the guard to relax slightly. The guard looked back at his priestess only to see her with glazed-over eyes. In an instant, the guard realized what was happening. Shin was having a vision. "So he's going to revive himself," the guard heard Shin say quietly. With a frown, the guard looked back at the leaf ninja. "I think it's best we find a safer and more private place to discuss things," he said. Itachi nodded. "I agree. Let's return to the palace. Naruto and Sasuke should be done by now," the Uchiha said before the group took off back to Shin's palace. Nearby, Kusuna scowled at the news of Konoha's involvement. "Yomi would like to know of this," the man muttered before leaving. 1 hour later, Shin's palace. Shin sat with a dull look in her eyes as her guard knelt near her and introduced her. "Behold, Shin, priestess of the land of demons," the guard said respectfully before looking at the four sitting Konoha ninja, waiting for them to introduce themselves. One by one, the Konoha ninja introduced themselves, but her eyes narrowed when she looked upon Sasuke Uchiha and Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze. The guard spoke after the four had introduced themselves. "Unfortunately, we lost many in the attack by the group sent by Yomi. It has been straining, and unfortunately, it proved true with a prediction made by Priestess Shin," the guard said solemnly. Shin snorted. "Naturally, I was correct, but as you can see, I still breathe, so I'm sure they died without regrets," she said, causing the two Chunin to clench their fists, and Sasuke to jump in front of her. The Uchiha had a clenched jaw and narrowed eyes. "Listen, lady, those men sacrificed themselves for your life. The least you could do is show them a little respect instead of acting like a little bitch," Sasuke said, before getting a punch to the back of the head from his best friend. "Sasuke, we've been over this about your temper and proper etiquette. Yes, she may be acting like a spoiled, ungrateful, stupid, vicious bitch, but we can't just say that out loud, much less to her face," Naruto said loudly, causing the guard's mouth to drop, Kakashi and Itachi to put their faces in their hands, and Shinzai to twitch all reactions to the continued barrage of insults towards her. Shin abruptly stood up and walked a few steps forward to stand in front of Naruto and Sasuke. "A horrible fate awaits you both. For you, a lifetime of grief and self-hatred," Shin said, pointing at Sasuke, causing him to frown. "As for you, your death is near," she said, looking at Naruto, who frowned as well. Before the two could respond, they were roughly dragged by their hair back to their spots, courtesy of Itaki Uchiha. Shin examined the group charged with protecting her before taking her leave and going off to her room. The guard watched the priestess leave before turning to the Konoha group with an apologetic look. "You must forgive her, Lady Shin often sees visions of others' deaths, but you shouldn't let it bother you," the man said. Naruto waved off the apology. Don't worry about it, there's a lady in Konoha's red light district that predicts the same thing constantly. Psychics often get a little cranky when they're always wrong," Naruto said, crossing his arms with a small smile. The smile dropped, however, when he saw the guard shake his head. "No, Lady Shin's visions have always been 100% correct to the very last detail, but like I said, don't let it bother you because worrying won't change the future," the man said. Itachi took the opportunity to offer his input. "Naruto, Sasuke, I'd like for you two to shut up for now. It's bad enough that you two forgot to tie up the assassins. That is literally rule number 1 when capturing a prisoner, so for now, shut it," Itachi irritatingly said, making Naruto and Sasuke look down in embarrassment. He looked to the man with glasses. "Listen, Taraho was it?" the Uchiha asked before continuing after receiving a nod from the man. "Okay, Taraho, we need to get Shin to the shrine as soon as possible. The Stone Army is marching, and if we don't hurry, Yomi will revive Morio," Itachi said, getting a solemn look from Taraho. Taraho pushed up his glasses and looked at the Leaf Ninja. "I understand the situation, but I believe it would be best to wait for more guards in order to assure Lady Shin's safety. You four may be strong, but I would rather not take any chances with the priestess. Her safety is my lifelong duty that must be upheld," Taraho said. Before any of the Konoha ninja could argue, Shin walked into the room. "I'm ready to leave. After all, you can't beat fate, so more security will not change anything," the blonde said as she gazed at the figures in the room. Her gaze lingered on Sasuke as a warm feeling started to swell in her stomach. She did remember herself trying to comfort him affectionately in her vision, but she shook her head of the thoughts and looked at Taraho. "These four will attempt to guide me to the shrine, but you will stay behind, Taraho," she said and raised her hand as the man stood up to object. "That is my will, Taraho, and your duty is to me," the blonde girl said. "I would like to leave now," Shin said over her shoulder and continued walking. Itachi sighed and looked at Taraho. "Don't worry, Taraho, we will protect her with our lives," he said, getting a nod from Kakashi and confident smirks from Sasuke and Naruto. As the group stood up to leave, Sasuke took it upon himself to add to the assurance. "Yeah, and if these two don't convince you, which is understandable, having two of the cage killers should provide all the comfort you need," Sasuke said as he and Naruto left, not seeing the even more nervous Taraho behind them. Yomi and his group. Yomi stood glaring menacingly at his four subordinates. They had failed in their task to assassinate Shin, and their window of opportunity had just significantly shrunk with Konoha's involvement. The Stone Army was marching to the shrine, where they would form a last line of defense in case things did not go according to plan, though he doubted such a contingency would be necessary. "Listen to me now," Yomi said, prompting Kusuna, Setsuna, Jitai, and Shizuku to raise their heads and meet his gaze. "The four of you will keep track of Shin and her protectors, and when the moment is right, you will strike and kill her at all costs. Failure to do so will result in a death more painful than anything any of you could possibly fathom," he growled, causing the group in front of him to flinch and nod quickly. "Go now, and do not disappoint me," Yomi ordered, and the four assassins vanished as quickly as possible. Turning around, Yomi looked at the sky. "Soon, Morio, soon you will be whole, and the world will be yours," he said with a grin. Near the shrine. From a fair distance, a man with shoulder-length black hair, wearing a red shirt and tan shorts, watched as the Stone Army marched to their positions as planned. His yellow eyes didn't blink as he leaned against his black serrated sword, which was stuck in the ground. He looked at the stone soldiers and wondered exactly how effective they would be against his upcoming opponent. In all honesty, the man just wanted to fulfill the requirements of his resurrection and return to the afterlife. Many in his position would try to get as much as they could out of their new opportunity or try to prolong it, but he had known when he died that it was his time. Being alive for him seemed unnatural, and the sooner he returned to his rightful place, the better. He looked up at the sky and sighed. "Soon, Serpent Summoner, I can feel your presence. Soon, you will die by my hand, and I will return to the spiritual plane once more," the man said before standing straight up and pulling his sword out of the ground. Naruto's group. Naruto, Sasuke, Itachi, Kakashi, and Shin were jumping through the trees on their way to the shrine where Shin would seal Morio. Sasuke had unfortunately drawn the short straw and was carrying the uppity priestess on his back, who complained with every jump he made. Just as the four ninja were about to jump again, they stopped as an arrow flew into a nearby tree. Looking at one another, Naruto, Itachi, Kakashi, and Sasuke jumped to the ground, earning a small squeal from Shin as they fell. When the four landed, Naruto and the two Jonin looked around for the new presence, while Sasuke was being hit on the back of his head by Shin for scaring her. Taraho revealed himself shortly after the Konoha team landed, a determined look on his face. Itachi sighed at the man. He knew why Taraho was here, but for the sake of conversation, he had to ask, What are you doing here, Taraho? The glasses-wearing guardian stepped forward. I have dedicated my life to protecting Lady Shin, and I will not waver in my duties. I may not be as powerful as you, but I will not hinder you, and I will do whatever is necessary to protect the priestess, Taraho said, gripping his fists tightly. Itaki eyed the man closely, pondering the repercussions of letting him tag along. Taraho, we can't be responsible for your safety, and we have to get to the shrine as soon as possible, so we have no time to let you play catch-up. I think you should go back to the palace and— No, interrupted Taraho, cutting off Itaki, causing the Konoha ninja's eyes to widen. I will not sit idly by and let others do the fighting while I do nothing. The assassin sent after Lady Shin killed many of my friends who shared the same duty as I do. I will carry on in their memory, and I refuse to leave Lady Shin, Taraho said, taking a step forward. I will be going with you. Itaki clenched his teeth for a moment. He wasn't used to being interrupted so thoughtlessly. Looking to his side at Kakashi, he saw the Cyclops give him a short nod. Biting his lip and shaking his head, he turned around and spoke. Don't fall behind, the Uchiha said before the Konoha group took off, Taraho joining quickly behind them. 10 hours later. The Shin escort group sat near the edge of a cliff. It was now nighttime, and Shin and Taraho were exhausted. Naruto and Sasuke were discussing battle strategies, Taraho was washing Shin's feet, and Itake and Kakashi were looking over the cliff. Itake took a short breath as he looked out in the direction of the shrine. Why did I let Taraho come along, Kakashi? We could still be going, but he's at his limit, Itake said, regretting his decision to let the guardian join them. Kakashi looked at his fellow Jonin for a moment before looking back over the cliff. It's because you understand duties greater than oneself better than anyone, Itaki. Taraho would give his life for Shin without a second thought, just like you would do the same for Konoha. Your loyalty to Konoha is among the strongest, which is something so many people admire about you when they look past your obvious skill. His undying loyalty to Shin mirrors your undying loyalty to Konoha, Kakashi said with an even tone. The Uchiha looked down at the ground and nodded before looking up. Kakashi, has the Hokage been acting somewhat different to you lately? The Uchiha asked, causing Kakashi to tilt his head in confusion. He's been keeping me near him more than most of his other ninja, and he's been talking to me about what it's like to be Hokage. Do you think he feels endangered? Itaki asked, looking to the Hokage student for an answer. Kakashi looked at Itake for a few seconds before chuckling and turning around to make his way back to where they had made camp. Nope, the Cyclops said, walking away. Nearby, Shin was looking away from Naruto and Sasuke with a disgusted look on her face. Naruto and Sasuke had been looking down at food that the priestess had thrown on the ground for being not good enough, but now the two Chunin were looking at the priestess with a look that said they were ready to strangle the girl. All of this food is cold. Make me something warm to eat, Shin said with a snobbish expression. Taraho continued to kneel before the priestess with an apologetic look. I apologize, Lady Shin, but lighting a fire could alert those who intend to do you harm, so I am afraid that we will have to make do for now, the man said, still kneeling in front of the blonde. Shin huffed at the apology and looked away. Useless. I'm going to bed, the priestess said, getting up and walking away. 1 hour later. Taraho sat staring over the cliff in the direction of their final destination. He was surprised when the figures of Kakashi Hatake and Itaki Uchiha managed to sneak up on him, but the surprise quickly died when he remembered who he was dealing with. Is Lady Shin alright? Taraho asked, confused why the two strongest ninja in the group would leave their charge. The two-leaf Jonin nodded in the affirmative and sat beside Taraho. Lady Shin is fine. As a matter of fact, she is probably the safest person in the elemental nations at the moment, so there is no need to worry, Itaka said, looking up into the nighttime sky. Taraho frowned and was about to argue before he was cut off by Kakashi. Let me ask you, Taraho, why you think Konoha only chose 4 ninja? Training and determination, along with some things I can't discuss, Itaka stated, rising to return to the campsite. As Kakashi always says, there's never been a job too big for us, so don't get so worked up. Kakashi nodded, following his fellow Jounin's lead, while Taraho remained seated, pondering what he'd just heard. After what felt like hours, but was only one, Taraho stood to head back to camp. He turned to find Shin standing before him, a surprising sight. He quickly knelt, respecting the blonde girl, his gaze fixed on her. My lady, how may I serve you? Taraho asked, ready to obey. Shin eyed him narrowly before speaking. I ask that you leave and return home, Taraho, she said, shocking him. I will be escorted by the Leaf Ninja, you're not needed here. She noted his flinch and the fleeting look of hurt in his eyes. Before he could protest, Shin raised a hand to silence him. I've made my decision, Taraho, and following me will only lead to one thing, death. Shin said coldly, turning and walking away, not allowing him to speak. 5 hours later, the Shin protection group sped through the forest, stopping at a series of rocks rising from a river. Itaka signaled a halt on one of the rocks, then motioned for Sasuke to put Shin down. We're quite close to the shrine. Lady Shin, I've heard the sealing jutsu you'll use is very draining, so we'll rest for your sake, the Uchiha explained. Shin dismounted Suzuki's back, arms crossed, a displeased look on her face. Whatever, just get me to the shrine unharmed. That's what you're paid for, the blonde said, sitting down, oblivious to Suzuki's irritated expression beside her. Suzuki quickly shook his head, remembering a good shinobi always stays calm, and reached into his ninja pouch. Kneeling, the Uchiha offered Shin his water flask. Shin turned, narrowed her eyes, but took the water. Meanwhile, Kakashi conversed with Naruto and Itaki. We should reach the shrine by day's end. I don't think we'll encounter those palace assassins again. They seem to favor jutsu that amplified their fire release. Surrounded by water, I think we'll be fine for now, the masked Jounin said, earning a nod from Itaki. Naruto, however, looked around, then focused on the distant area behind Itaki and Kakashi. Not to be the bearer of bad news, but we should probably move, Naruto said, pointing behind Itaki and Kakashi. Both Jounin quickly turned to see a massive water dragon speeding towards them, intent on their demise. Suzuki, get Shin now. Let's go, everyone, Itaki quickly ordered, then looked at his fellow Jounin. Can you handle this? Itaki asked. After a quick nod from Kakashi, the Uchiha leapt to follow Naruto and Suzuki, who were already heading for higher ground. Kakashi took a few steps forward and a deep breath. Performing a series of rapid hand signs, Kakashi forcefully expelled a large amount of chakra, shouting water-style, water dragon jutsu. He sent a water dragon almost as large as the approaching one. The two dragons collided, sending massive amounts of water everywhere, including towards Kakashi. The masked Jounin managed to stick to the rock using chakra, deflecting the torrent, but at the cost of significant chakra, leaving him panting. From above, Itaki, Sharingan activated, quickly scanned the area while keeping an eye on Kakashi. Behind him, Naruto and Suzuki were in battle positions, ready to protect Shin. After a few more seconds of searching, Itaki found what he was looking for. On a distant ridge were two assassins, the orange-haired one and the masked one, who appeared to be responsible for the water dragon. Turning slightly, Itaki glanced at his two students. Suzuki, Naruto, get Shin to the shrine. Kakashi and I will take care of things here, the older Uchiha said before running towards where the assassins Shizuku and Jitai were. As he began his run, he noticed Kakashi had recovered and also located the two. Naruto, Suzuki, and Shin. Naruto immediately sped off in the direction of the shrine as ordered. Suzuki lifted Shin bridal style and quickly caught up to Naruto. Naruto, what's the plan? The Uchiha asked as he rushed alongside the blonde, ignoring Shin's slight blush. The blonde Shinin was silent for a few seconds before the group entered another forest. The attack was a diversion, so stay alert. There were 4 assassins, and I think I only saw 2 on the ridge. Itaka-sensei went towards, Naruto said without missing a beat as the 2 ninja tree-hopped, scanning every inch of the forest. Itaki. Itaka swiftly ran to engage Shizuku. Arriving in very short order, the Uchiha came to an abrupt halt. 10 feet away was Shizuku, a leg raised in position, water pooling around her. His eyes widened for an instant, then Itaki jumped back. Damn it, the Uchiha muttered in frustration as Shizuka shouted water-style, surface slicer. Continuing to jump back, the sharp water jutsu sent by Shizuku followed closely. Gritting his teeth, Itaki turned and began leaping into the forest to avoid the powerful jutsu, pursued by Shizuku, who was skating on water that had formed beneath her feet. Before long, the two reached a small clearing in the woods. Itaka stood, subtly glaring at Shizuku, who had a maniacal smile. You know, I've never had the chance to see a Sharingan in its true form. Would you do me the favor of letting me see it before I kill you, she said, laughing wildly. Shizuka stopped laughing, however, when she heard Itaka chuckling. Looking at him, she saw the Uchiha wearing the arrogant smirk for which his entire clan was infamous. Laugh all you want, by now your 2 little children and the priestess are dead while you stand and joke with me, she said. Itaka chuckled some more before his smirk slowly faded. If I thought any of you were a challenge for my brother and my student, then I wouldn't have left them alone. No, they will take care of your little obstacles, but you shouldn't worry about that right now. In fact, there's no need to worry about anything anymore, for you have already sealed your fate, Itaka said, shifting into battle mode. Shizuka scowled before performing a series of quick hand signs. Your words are nothing but those of a dead man, Uchiha. Water attack, Water Gorgon, the orange-haired assassin shouted as a creature of water rose from the ground. The creature immediately targeted Itaki, flying after him with multiple streams of water breaking off and circling, intending to attack the Uchiha from all sides. Itaka took a small breath and, without any hand signs, shouted Great Fireball Jutsu, sending a massive fireball from his mouth that flew into the water creature. Even though the water jutsu provided some resistance, Itaka's attack was far more powerful, pushing through the creature without diminishing its flames at all and slamming into a wide-eyed and scared Shizuku. The orange-haired ninja flew back, hit a tree, and fell face-first onto the ground. Her body smoked from the effects of the fireball, and she lay motionless. Itaki walked cautiously to his opponent. His years in Umbu had taught him never to assume someone was dead until he was sure. Coming to stand above Shizuku's body, Itaka slowly knelt and pulled out his kunao. With a quick stab to the back of the head, Itake confirmed Shizuku's death and took off to find Sasuke, Naruto, and Shin. Kakashi. Kakashi had made his way to Jitai after taking a moment to recover. The masked Jounin was slightly panting when he arrived at Jitai's location and immediately noticed that the man had surrounded himself in rock-like armor. The assassin smiled at Kakashi before his arm expanded enormously and lunged at Kakashi. The Jounin quickly jumped up to avoid the arm, only to be hit by Jitai's other arm, which had also expanded into a rock structure. Jitai slammed his arm onto the downed Kakashi to crush him and end his life, but growled when the leaf ninja substituted himself with a nearby rock. The leaf Jounin was slightly hunched over. He was rusty, and he'd underestimated his opponent. Biting his lip behind his mask, the Jounin reluctantly pulled up his headband, revealing the implanted Sharingan that had become his own eye. Seeing Kakashi reveal his Sharingan made Jitai smile wider, as he could tell the man was now taking the battle seriously. Unfortunately for Kakashi, it would be too little, too late. Jitai chuckled with that thought in mind. I see you're finally ready to face me, but it's a futile effort. You already used a lot of your chakra to defend against Shizuku's water dragon, and I know about the toll using the Sharingan can take on the user. It's over for you, the masked man said before the ground rose and surrounded his body from the neck down. Jitai swung his massive arms repeatedly at the Jounin, trying to crush him. Kakashi barely dodged Jitai's punches. If not for the Sharingan, his body would likely be broken by now. Unfortunately, the Sharingan was taking its toll, and it wouldn't be long before he passed out from chakra exhaustion. He had to come up with something fast. He was running on a timer, and his chakra was draining quickly. Jumping back to avoid another swing of Jitai's massive fist, which now had rocky spikes protruding from it, Kakashi threw 5 kunao with explosive tags attached to each. When he landed on the ground just before the tags went off, he threw down a smoke bomb. The kunao landed and embedded themselves in Jitai's rock armor before each exploded, creating large blasts along the armor. Despite the powerful explosions, they did little damage to the armor and nothing to Jitai himself. As he recovered from the explosions, he looked at the smoke concealing Kakashi in front of him. With a shake of his head, Jitai smirked. I told you, Kakashi, it's a futile effort, and now your life is over, the man said as he slammed his fists hard into the smoke and drove them into the ground, expecting to crush the masked Jounin. His smirk quickly turned into a frown, and his face showed confusion as the smoke cleared, but Kakashi was nowhere to be seen. Jitai was pulled from his confusion as a loud chirping sound reached his ears. With a slight turn of his head, Jitai's blood ran cold. A life is over, but it isn't mine. Chidori, the masked Jounin shouted from behind Jitai as he sped towards his opponent. Jitai was unable to move, much less defend himself, as his arms were firmly dug into the ground. All he could do was scream as Kakashi shoved his lightning-covered hand through the rock armor and into his body. The scream quickly died, as did Jitai. After killing Jitai and ending his jutsu, Kakashi pulled his hand from the dead assassin's body and fell to his knees. His entire body ached, and he was panting harshly. He could feel his chakra almost completely depleted as he slowly raised his headband with a trembling hand. Kakashi tried to stand but fell, expecting a small collision with the ground. The masked Jounin looked up and was relieved to see his fellow Jounin holding him up. Try and hang on to me. We've got to find Sasuke and Naruto, Itaka said, and after getting a nod from Kakashi, took off with him. Naruto, Sasuke, and Shin. Naruto and Sasuke were swiftly jumping through the trees when they heard a sound behind them. Glancing back, both growled at the sight of Kusuna and Setsuna tailing them. Naruto shook his head as the two sped up until Setsuna began throwing spinning razor discs at the trio. Gritting his teeth, Naruto sped up before stopping on a tree branch. Keep going. I'll take care of these two, Naruto shouted as Sasuke sped forward, causing the priestess to hold on for dear life. Reaching his arm out, Naruto's sword appeared in his hand, and the blonde ninja smirked. It's your unlucky day, but find solace that you died at the hands of the lunar soldier, Naruto said before pulling his arm back. He swung forward and shouted, hammer slash, sending only about 100 sword slashes in one swing, having decided to tone down the attack. His sword swing, however, still hit and cut both Setsuna, who had a look of shock on his dead face, and Kusuna in half. The attack continued, cutting through 20 trees, sending them falling loudly. Naruto chuckled as he jumped down to examine the bodies, but he froze momentarily when he saw that Kusuna's body was not a body at all, but a puppet instead. Thinking quickly, Naruto jumped onto a tree branch and went as fast as he could to catch up with Sasuke. Sasuke and Shin. Sasuke and Shin were jumping as quickly as possible. The Uchiha didn't know where he was supposed to go, but he knew his fellow leaf ninja would find him soon enough. As his thoughts wandered for a moment, he failed to sense Kusuna, who appeared quickly behind Sasuke and quietly said, anesthetic jutsu. A scorpion-like creature emerged from Kusuna's body and bit the boy on the neck, causing Sasuke to lose all feeling in his body, resulting in instant paralysis. Sasuke fell from the tree, landing face first on the ground, creating a cloud of dust from his fall. Shin suffered some slight pain but was not seriously injured, as Suzuki provided a cushion for her. The Chunin groaned before attempting to struggle. He tried with all his might but was unable to do anything as Kusuna landed with a wicked smile and approached the priestess, who now had a fearful look on her face. Reaching his target, Kusuna stood as 4 of his scorpion-like creatures rose from his body and opened the jacket he wore, which contained a number of scalpels. With a whisper, Kusuna said, "Dark medical jutsu. Let's perform a little surgery, shall we?" he said as each scorpion took a scalpel and sent one into her temple, one into her throat, and 2 which sliced both of her wrists. Before Kusuna could enjoy his victory, a spinning sword came flying, which took off the man's head and landed in a nearby tree. Naruto arrived on the scene only to see the gruesome death Shin had suffered. Clenching his fists, the blonde shouted, "Damn it," before he noticed his teammate, who made a sound that was either a groan or a yell for his attention. Walking slowly to his teammate, he arrived at Suzuki, turned the fellow Chunin over, and knelt beside him. 5 minutes later, Itachi and Kakashi broke the tree line to see a kneeling Naruto, a paralyzed Suzuki, and Shin kneeling beside another Shin. Sitting Kakashi down, Itachi quickly walked to his brother without a word and knelt beside him, examining the boy. Reaching inside his pouch, he pulled out a vial with a sharp needle containing green liquid. As he approached Suzuki's neck, the boy tried to fidget and yell at his brother not to stick him with the shot, but Itachi did so anyway. 30 seconds later, Suzuki slowly rose into a sitting position, but an angry look marred his face, as it did for Naruto. Itachi stood up. "What happened?" he asked as both boys looked at the ground. Naruto remembered what the real Shin had told him, and Suzuki remembered what had actually happened. Taraho had been following us and used a special transformation jutsu to transform into Shin. He insisted that he take Shin's place, and I agreed. "It's my fault that Taraho is dead," Suzuki answered, saying the last part so quietly that barely anyone could hear it. Shin snorted, declaring Taraho was an idiot. His death was inevitable, so there's no reason to mourn him. Naruto glared, but Suzuki, eyes blazing with Sharingan and killing intent, roared, "He died for you, you arrogant useless bitch." Suzuki's words struck Shin, who spun and fled. Suzuki pursued, but Itachi stopped Naruto, shaking his head. "Shin and Suzuki, how can you not shed a tear for someone who gave up everything for you? Do you only care about yourself?" Suzuki yelled as he found Shin, slumped against a tree, hugging herself. Reaching her, Suzuki was shocked to find her sobbing, tears streaming down her face. "Of course I cared about Taraho. He died because of me, and I have to live with that. So many have died to protect me, and I hate it. Why must I be someone everyone sacrifices themselves for? Every death for my sake stabs my heart, causing unbearable pain. But Taraho wasn't bound by duty. He died because he genuinely wanted me to live, and that pain is just too much. I can't take it anymore," she choked out, her words completely changing Suzuki's perception. He had been wrong. Suzuki slowly approached, stopping a few feet away. "I've made a horrible mistake. I thought you were just a spoiled girl, but now I see you've carried a burden few could bear," he said, then knelt. Shin, shocked that an Uchiha whose pride was legendary even in the land of demons would humble himself before her, turned to face him. "I will protect you at all costs, and more. I'll ensure you feel no more pain on this mission. I'll give my life if needed, but I'll also do whatever it takes to ease this burden you've carried for so long." Speechless, Shin simply nodded, still sniffling. "Let's return to Taraho and give him the burial he deserves," she said, stepping beside Suzuki and extending her arm. Suzuki rose, raising an eyebrow with slight hesitation, then took her arm. "I believe you, and I believe in you, Suzuki Uchiha," Shin whispered. 2 hours later, the Konoha escort group was tree-hopping towards the shrine. Shin, insistent on reaching it as soon as possible to no longer be responsible for so many deaths, held tighter to Suzuki, now without fear of him dropping her. As they neared the shrine, Itachi halted them. "The shrine is just up ahead. Are you all ready?" Itachi asked. His teammates only nodded, each with a determined look. Itachi gazed at his brother, who radiated new energy, feeling immense pride. His eyes then shifted to Naruto, whose blank expression now held a confident smile as he looked at the full moon shining in the sky. Itachi almost pitied their opposition. He then turned to Kakashi, frowning. "Kakashi, are you okay for this fight?" Kakashi nodded. "The soldier pills will last a while." "I'm ready," he said, standing straight. With newfound confidence, each Konoha ninja stepped from the tree line to face the stone army, arrayed to protect the shrine. Itachi looked at Naruto. "Naruto, do you think you could prepare a path for us?" he asked, genuinely. Naruto chuckled and ran forward without answering. As he neared the army, the stone soldiers became alert, preparing to attack. Naruto launched himself high into the air, leaving a small crater. Suspended mid-air, his sword appeared. A white glow enveloped him and his blade as he closed his eyes, breathing slowly. He remained suspended, the glow intensifying, until he opened his eyes. The swordsman slammed his sword downward, hurtling towards the ground. As he fell, Naruto shouted, "Lunar Slash." After he landed, a few seconds passed where nothing seemed to happen. Then, hundreds of stone soldiers were obliterated, leaving no recoverable pieces. Hundreds of the immortal Stone Army soldiers had just lost their titles and their hololives. A clear path emerged, which the Konoha team quickly took, still comprehending what they had witnessed. Before admiration could be voiced, more stone soldiers approached. Naruto raised his sword, ready to fight, knowing he didn't have another special attack prepared. Itachi and Kakashi joined him, preparing for battle, anything to buy time. "Sasuke, get Shin inside and start the sealing," Itachi ordered. Sasuke sped up, safely entering the shrine with Shin. "Are you okay, Naruto?" Itachi asked, concern etched on his face. Naruto looked up at his teacher and smiled. "Never better, Itachi-sensei. Now, let's go kick some stone soldier ass," he declared before shifting his attention to the army and charging into the fight. Kakashi and Itachi shared a brief, amused look before quickly following, a futile attempt to avoid being outdone by a Chunin. Sasuke and Shin. Sasuke and Shin swiftly navigated a massive cave, arriving at a series of ground passages surrounded by lava. In the distance, Sasuke spotted Yomi and, behind him, the sealing shrine. Without a second thought, Sasuke raced along the earth trails, reaching Yomi's side in under 30 seconds. He stopped before Yomi, looking back at Shin, who nodded, prompting him to set her down. Without a word, Shin began walking towards the shrine while Sasuke kept his eyes on Yomi. Yomi offered a weak smile. His body was deathly pale and appeared to be decaying, yet he maintained his smile, as if holding an ace. "It's impossible, you know. Not even your mother could completely seal Morio," Yomi chuckled, expecting a reaction from the blonde priestess. He was disappointed. She continued walking, looking more determined than ever. Yomi frowned at her newfound strength. "Haven't you ever wondered how she sealed Morio?" he asked, trying again to bait her, only to be disappointed once more. Now, a slight concern crept into the man's expression as the girl reached the sealing platform and swiftly began the sealing motions. After completing her hand signs, Shin rose and created a barrier around herself. Sasuke glanced at the priestess, assessing the toll the seal was taking. Unfortunately, that brief moment was all Yomi needed. He flung his body, with all his remaining strength, through the barrier, sacrificing his life. Yomi's remaining essence rapidly faded into a rising darkness that slowly entered the tomb where Morio's body was kept. A dark chuckle echoed as Shin's eyes widened. Her barrier fell from her loss of concentration, and she stumbled backward, landing in Sasuke's arms. "My body and soul have been reunited. I thank you, Priestess Shin, for reviving me and securing my rule of this world," a dark voice boomed, followed by a chuckle. "Kami, what have I done?" the girl whispered, tears streaming down her face. She felt a small comfort as Sasuke's grip tightened, but it quickly loosened as he stood, helping her up. "Shin, find somewhere to protect yourself. Leave this to me," the Uchiha said, looking at the shrine, awaiting Morio's rise. Shin wanted to argue, but something in his voice told her he would handle everything. Sasuke advanced as multiple dragon heads of darkness erupted from the ground ahead. Without stopping, Sasuke summoned his spear and activated his Sharingan. Immediately, the dragons lunged, but Sasuke's response was swift. "Phoenix Sage Fire Technique," the dark-haired Chunin shouted, unleashing a volley of large blue fireballs that impacted the dragons forcefully, pushing them back. Extending his arm, Sasuke followed up by shouting "Solar Destruction" as a golden ball of fire began to form in his hand. The ball grew as the dragons recovered and prepared to attack. Just as they were about to launch themselves, Sasuke sent the large fireball hurtling towards their core instead of a single head. The impact caused a shriek from the dragons as the ball continued burning, actually pushing them backward. The attack, however, was not without risk. Sasuke was panting harshly from both physical and chakra exhaustion. Standing upright, Sasuke looked at his opponent, knowing that even a few of his best attacks were no match for a full-fledged demon. Without diverting his attention, Sasuke addressed Shin. "Shin, you need to leave. I'll hold Morio off, just get out of here," he said, finding it difficult to keep his Sharingan active. Shin looked at him with a mixture of shock and horror. "Absolutely not. You promised me you wouldn't let me feel any more pain. If you sacrifice yourself for me, I will never forgive you," the blonde priestess screamed from nearby, tears flowing. Sasuke growled in regret at his earlier promise, then gripped his spear tightly. "Women can't live with M, can't live without M," he muttered, preparing to throw his spear while summoning as much chakra as he could. Finding just enough energy, the Chunin launched his spear as hard as he could at the dark dragons, who were again preparing to attack. Just before impact, Sasuke shouted "Lightning Rain," unleashing a barrage of powerful lightning bolts that rapidly struck each dragon, making Morio shriek again. Sasuke fell to his knees, panting, and quickly deactivated his Sharingan. Every part of his body ached, but he ignored the pain, feeling a sense of dread as his attack faded while Morio seemed unaffected, just seriously enraged. Preparing for death, he felt a feminine figure land beside him and hold onto him tightly. Taking a deep breath, Sasuke turned and looked into Shin's eyes. Throughout the entire mission, he had never truly seen them. Now, he realized they were the most beautiful eyes he had ever seen. With a smile, he gently took her hand and looked at her. Shin, it's time to go. Get out of here and find Naruto or Itachi. They will protect you, and I promise they'll do a better job than I could, Sasuke said with a laugh, which quickly turned into a coughing fit. Shin tightened her grip on the Uchiha and shook her head. No, Sasuke, I won't. If it's our destiny to die today, then we will die together, she said before giving him a small kiss on his lips and looking forward. As both stared at the approaching Morio, a warm feeling enveloped them. Both felt replenished and stronger than ever, exchanging confused looks as a small glow formed around them. Seeing what was happening, and secretly knowing this was the hidden power passed down from priestess to priestess, Morio growled and sent a dragon at the two. The dragon was obliterated upon hitting some sort of barrier. Morio sent another, only to get the same result. Sasuke and Shin shared a confused look before standing up, hand in hand, with a smile. I see now why you needed me to die so badly. I have the power to erase your existence, Shin declared as she and Sasuke walked forward, Morio recoiling. Well, the day of your end comes today. Sasuke, together, she said calmly, receiving a nod from Sasuke. Performing a series of quick hand signs, Sasuke smirked. Combined chakra meteor rain, he shouted, sending 20 massive fireballs covered in intense white fire. One after another, they struck Morio, not allowing the demon to recover. Normally, the attack wouldn't significantly affect him, but Shin's chakra changed everything. The multiple powerful attacks combined with the priestess's chakra were highly detrimental, even for a single fireball. With 20, the demon was completely obliterated. Looking forward, Sasuke and Shin were unsure how to react. Laugh? Cry? Both? Sasuke summoned his weapon and turned to Shin with a smile. Well, let's go see how the rest of the group is doing, the Uchiha suggested, holding out his arm. Shin giggled and nodded, taking his arm. They walked out of the cave, completely floored by the sight before them. Naruto, Itachi, and Kakashi. The Chunin and the two Jounin stood, surveying the battlefield and the now inanimate, fallen soldiers. All three smiled, knowing Sasuke and Shin had defeated Morio in the shrine. I must say, I'm not disappointed with the opponent Tsuranobe has tasked me with killing, a voice nearby stated. Looking around, the three finally looked up to see a black-haired man leaning against a black serrated sword plunged into the ground. I have been waiting for you, Serpent Summoner, the man said, causing both Jounin's eyes to widen as they looked at Naruto, then quickly back at the man. Itachi activated his Sharingan while Kakashi drew a kunai. Who the hell are you? Itachi asked with a hostile tone, ready to kill anyone threatening his student. The newcomer pulled his blade from the ground and dropped down to Naruto, Itachi, and Kakashi's level. I am a man whose life ended many years ago. I am an unbeaten soul returned for one purpose. I am the dragon summoner Ryuki. Now then, I have no business with you two, so step aside before I end your lives right now. Kakashi and Itachi raised their weapons but stopped at Naruto's words. Stop. I can feel his power. This is too much for you guys to handle. In fact, I can only think of one way to beat him if what he says is true, Naruto said, eliciting an unbelieving look from Kakashi but an understanding one from Itachi. The Jounin had learned from many instances not to count Naruto out, no matter the opponent. Kakashi, let's go, Itachi said before heading towards the shrine entrance to keep an eye on everything. Kakashi looked at the boy for a long moment. The masked Jounin hadn't yet made up for his neglect of Naruto. Good luck, Naruto, the masked ninja said, leaving after a quick nod from the blonde. Taking a deep breath, Naruto plunged his sword into the ground and began to walk forward. Ryuki walked forward as well, until they stood about 12 feet apart. I am Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze, and I am the serpent summoner that will end you, the blonde said with a confident smirk that only made Ryuki frown. Arrogance is the folly of all men, Ryuki sighed, raising his hands. Naruto did the same with a chuckle. We'll see, the blonde said before both summoners' expressions turned serious. Summoning Jutsu, Levios, Summoning Jutsu, Hachiman, the two summoners shouted simultaneously. For 30 seconds, nothing happened, all was silent. However, the silence ended in an instant. The ground behind Ryuki turned to molten rock and collapsed inward as a massive red dragon soared into the sky, letting out a roar that would strike fear into any man. After the roar, a large field of mist formed behind Naruto before Levios, in his full size, rose from the mist and let out a roar of his own. The serpent and the dragon stared at each other, their sharp teeth bared in mutual hatred. After processing the sight of the two fearsome beasts poised for battle, Ryuki turned his attention back to Naruto. I will not hold back in this battle. I strongly suggest you do not hold back either, the man said as a dark red glow began to form around him, and scales of the same color quickly spread across his arms and body. Naruto nodded as a blue light formed around him. Purple scales began to cover his body, and small lightning bolts flashed in his eyes. Fins grew along each arm, sharp edges pushed out of his knuckles, his fingertips transformed into purple razor-sharp claws, and his teeth grew sharp. His transformation also caused him to grow a full foot in height. Golden lines ran along his body over a water covering that enveloped him. The final part of his transformation was the formation of a hard purple helmet-like structure covering his hair and head. The now purple Naruto looked at his opponent and summoned his trident. The trident was vastly different from when he first summoned it in Kiri, now longer and shining brighter. Lightning crackled along the weapon, emanating immense power. Ryuki looked at his opponent and smiled, ready for a good fight. His transformation was complete. Blood-red scales covered his body, sharp fangs protruded from his mouth, his fingers had transformed into claws, and his already yellow eyes had intensified in color, with the sclera in the middle becoming darker. The transformation of his sword was mostly an increase in power, but the dragon eye connecting the blade and handle was now dark red. Seeing their summoners' transformations complete, the serpent and the dragon began their battle. Simultaneously, Naruto and Ryuki rushed at each other, prepared to end the other. Leviosa and Hachiman. The dragon in the sky glared at the serpent below before letting out a mighty roar and firing a stream of intense flames towards Leviosa. The serpent roared, opening its jaw wide. A second later, a powerful stream of water mixed with equally powerful lightning bolts intertwined within the water flew from Leviosa's mouth and met the fire blast head-on. The result was a massive explosion that created a large mass of steam around the area. Hachiman growled in annoyance. The combined attacks had given the coward perfect cover. Or so the serpent thought. Baring its fangs, Hachiman thrust its massive wings forward, blowing away the mist, but was momentarily confused as the serpent was nowhere to be seen. That moment of confusion proved painful as Leviosa rose from the ground behind the great dragon and sank its sharp fangs into Hachiman's back. The bite elicited a roar of pain from the dragon as the serpent's teeth dug past the hard scales, drawing blood. Enduring the pain, Hachiman flew upward, increasing the agony from Leviosa's bite as they ascended. After reaching a satisfactory height, the great dragon spun its body fast enough to throw the serpent off, sending it plummeting to the distant ground below. Before Hachiman could revel in its victory, however, a shot of water mixed with lightning struck its chest as it hadn't been paying attention. The lightning bolts intertwined with water coursed through its body, inducing temporary paralysis, and it too fell. Naruto and Ryuki. The now purple Naruto engaged in a trident-to-sword battle with the red-scaled Ryuki. Each clash of weapons resulted in small sparks and flames. They fought ferociously, each increasing the intensity with every strike. Naruto thought as quickly as he could, trying to discern his opponent's tendencies, flaws, and weaknesses. Ryuki, so far, appeared to have none. After another minute of weapon clashes, Naruto saw a small opening as Ryuki stabbed his sword towards Naruto's legs. The serpent summoner quickly brought his trident down, trapping the sword. He followed up by swiping his clawed left hand across Ryuki's face, forcing him to jump back to avoid further hits. Naruto kept his trident atop the dragon summoner's sword as he watched his opponent touch the wound stretching along his right cheek. Ryuki chuckled, feeling the sting of the scratch. "Well done, serpent summoner, it seems you've drawn first blood. Unfortunately, a scratch won't be enough to defeat me," the dragon summoner said, leaping into the air. As he jumped, his dragon sword turned to flames and reappeared in his hand. Ignoring his weapon's presence, Ryuki opened his jaw wide, his eyes glowing as if actual fire resided within them. Without missing a beat, the lightning-eyed Naruto opened his jaw as well. From the dragon summoner, a mass of fire quickly rushed towards Naruto. The serpent summoner, however, sent a powerful blast of water with a few small electric bolts within that met the fire blast head-on. As the two attacks met, they seemed equal at first, but the situation quickly changed. The fire blast began to push back against Naruto's attack before it started to head full force towards the purple summoner. Naruto's eyes closed, bracing for Ryuki's blast, but the impact never came. He slowly opened them to a large dome of water, which extinguished the fire. Unsure of its origin, Naruto soon found his answer as the water receded to cover him. After a brief self-examination, he looked up to see his scowling opponent. The serpent summoner offered a faint smile and a sigh of relief before retrieving his trident. "Let's try this again, shall we?" Naruto challenged, and the two resumed their battle. Front of Shrine Cave entrance, Itachi and Kakashi observed Naruto's battle with his foe, alongside the colossal beasts clashing before them. Both were speechless and feared for Naruto's life. They attributed a transparent barrier, seemingly designed to prevent interference, to the unique summoner battle. Itachi and Kakashi could only perceive this barrier with their Sharingan activated. The Uchiha Jonin clenched his fists until they bled. He knew he stood no chance in this fight, but at least he would have died helping his student. Watching his student in a life-or-death struggle, unable to assist, caused him indescribable pain. "Come on, Naruto. I believe in you, we all do. So come out of this alive. Please Kami, let him come out of this alive," Itachi whispered. Kakashi fared little better. He longed to intervene but knew he'd likely only get the boy killed. The masked ninja wanted to bang his head against something as he watched his sensei's son fight a battle unlike any he'd ever witnessed. The chakra emanating from Naruto and Ryuki was monstrous, each feeling more powerful and potent than anything he'd ever encountered, including the Nine Tails. The creatures battling nearby emitted no chakra, instead pulsating with pure, unfelt power. He'd never been so amazed and terrified simultaneously. The sound of Sasuke and Shin rushing from the cave snapped both Jonin from their thoughts. Emerging, the younger Uchiha froze at the sight and trembled from the immense power. In his arms, Shin shook and tried to burrow into Sasuke. Sasuke slowly turned to Itachi. "Itachi, where is Naruto?" the black-haired Shinin asked, struggling to avoid stuttering. He knew the answer but sought confirmation, which he received when Itachi pointed towards the battlefield, looking down in shame. Gritting his teeth, Sasuke looked up with determination and approached Itachi. "Brother, take Shin. I have a friend to help," Sasuke said, offering the girl, only for her to cling tighter and whimper. Itachi quickly shook his head. "No, Sasuke. This is a fight where numbers don't matter. It's a battle truly beyond anyone's skill set except Naruto's. I know it's hard, but you have to believe in him and let him do this on his own. Believe in Naruto like he has always believed in you," Itachi said quietly. Sasuke wanted to argue, to yell, to rush to his friend's aid. But his brother was right. Anyone who tried to join would only distract Naruto and likely get him killed. So, with great restraint, Sasuke held Shin closer and activated his Sharingan. He would never stop believing in his friend, just as the blonde would never stop believing in him. Naruto and Ryuki. Naruto's trident was on the ground, as was Ryuki's sword. Realizing they were too evenly matched with their weapons, they abandoned them for other means to kill each other. For Naruto, Ryuki's death meant further harming the Shinigami's blade and ending the immediate threat. For Ryuki, Naruto's death meant returning to the afterlife, never to be recalled. Both had much at stake and fought with everything they had. Naruto and Ryuki transitioned to hand-to-hand combat. Their punches caused only scratches from their knuckle blades, but the physical impact inflicted real damage. Naruto was faster, lighter, and landed numerous quick blows. Ryuki's strikes, however, were heavy and powerful, each one momentarily stealing Naruto's breath. Ryuki pulled back his right fist and lunged forward, aiming for a devastating blow, but Naruto dodged at the last second and rapidly landed 10 quick, powerful punches to Ryuki's midsection. Just as Ryuki reached with his left arm, Naruto swiftly swept Ryuki's legs, sending him onto his back. Naruto immediately leaped high, a smile spreading across his face. "This is the end, Ryuki," Naruto said quietly as a large ball of blue lightning formed in his hand. Still on his back, Ryuki watched Naruto's lightning attack form, soon enveloped by a large water orb. When the former blonde launched his attack, Ryuki smiled, impressed for the first time in a very long time. In the air, Naruto watched his attack speed towards Ryuki and land with a powerful impact. Hanging mid-air, he panted, smiling in victory. That smile soon faded as his attack subsided, revealing no sign of Ryuki. As Naruto pondered what happened, Ryuki appeared behind him, holding his arms pinned. The dragon summoner smiled from behind the serpent summoner. "I am impressed, serpent summoner. For giving me a glorious battle, you will learn perhaps my most deadly technique. That is, if you last that long," Ryuki said before spikes emerged from his body, piercing the former blondes. The multiple impaling spikes caused Naruto to scream in pain and struggle to break free, but Ryuki's grip held firm. Taking advantage of Naruto's immobility, Ryuki inverted their bodies, sending them plummeting headfirst. Ryuki chuckled as they landed in a vicious piledriver. Leviosa and Hachiman. Leviosa slowly rose, breathing heavily, blood dripping from his mouth, scales missing, his body feeling spent. Nearby, he noticed a large, moving form slowly getting up. Recognizing it as the dragon, Leviosa gritted his teeth, thinking, "I am so kicking Naruto's ass for what I'm having to go through." The serpent gathered his remaining strength and rose as the dragon approached on all fours, limping and twitching occasionally. Leviosa's last-ditch attack had clearly done more than just paralyze Hachiman. One eye twitched while the other was closed, bleeding from underneath the eyelid. One of Hachiman's wings was bent at a painfully abnormal angle. Some scales were missing, and his jaw hung open, revealing missing teeth. The difference in their injuries was simple. Hachiman had flown them high enough for a fatal fall for the serpent, but he hadn't accounted for the serpent's infinite knowledge to create a large water pool below, cushioning his fall just in time. Unfortunately, Hachiman was not afforded the same luxury, falling without any cushion due to the serpent's paralysis. Pure, unadulterated hatred barely described the dragon's feelings towards Leviosa. He, Hachiman, the Dragon King, was being humiliated by a pathetic serpent. It was unacceptable. So, with every fiber of his being, not caring if the attack destroyed himself, he raised his head and unleashed his largest fire stream yet. White, yellow, orange, blue, red, and black flames formed a growing ball above him. Leviosa looked at the dragon, knowing he couldn't attack Hachiman head-on anymore. The heat was too intense to approach. So, the serpent pulled his neck back and opened his jaw as wide as possible, letting out a loud, ferocious, horrifying roar. For a few seconds, it seemed Levios had only roared again, but soon dark clouds rapidly covered the sky above. Constant lightning bolts illuminated the clouds before striking downwards towards Levios himself. Winds picked up, and rain poured heavily as the wind and rain joined the lightning around Levios. A powerful hurricane soon surrounded the serpent, focusing on the dragon before him. With loud, roaring battle cries, Hachiman launched his incredible fireball towards Levios while the serpent commanded his hurricane to rush forward. A second later, the two attacks met. Collisions of such magnitude, unseen for centuries, fought for leverage. The power of the dragons versus the power of the serpents. Both creatures pushed their attacks with all their might, knowing the harsh truth: the loser of this clash would die. Minutes of attacks pushing against each other ensued until one began to yield. The dragon's fireball started to shrink, while the hurricane's intensity grew. With a final push, Levios roared and drove his attack forward, his hurricane swallowing the fireball. Hachiman could only watch as the serpent's attack reached him, ending his existence. Once the attack finished off Hachiman, Levios fell flat, eyes barely open. He glanced towards his summoner and, before returning to his realm, offered one final thought: "I believe in you, Naruto." Naruto and Ryaki. Ryaki stood with a blank expression, examining Naruto, who now lay in a crater. The boy's transformation had just ended, as had his own dragon transformation. It didn't matter, his mission was accomplished. The man started to walk away, picking up his sword, when he heard a surprising sound: the coughing of his seemingly dead opponent. Ryaki turned and looked at Naruto, who, by his appearance, probably wished he was dead. The blonde was barely breathing, his eyes unfocused, his nose broken, with several cuts on his face and many along his arms, and his jaw slightly dislocated, as was his left arm. Shaking his head, Ryaki began to approach the boy, a hint of pity in his eyes. "Hey, you told me you were gonna show me your most powerful technique," Naruto said weakly before coughing. Ryaki narrowed his eyes and shook his head. "No, boy, I told you that you would learn of my attack if you beat me," the dragon swordsman said as he walked towards Naruto. Naruto chuckled lightly, blood leaking from his mouth, but his eyes shone with determination, and he wore a victorious smile. "Like I said, you owe me that technique," Naruto insisted as Ryaki now stood before him. Just as Ryaki swung his sword, ready to decapitate the boy, the blonde swordsman flashed away. Nearby, Naruto flashed to a high-ration kunai he had secretly buried when he buried his sword. Before picking up his blade, Naruto summoned what little summoning strength he had left, and his golden trident, in its lesser form, appeared in his right hand. With great effort, the blonde threw the trident with all his might. Ryaki had turned around after his opponent flashed away but had hesitated just long enough so that when he turned, Naruto's trident was flying into his chest. Looking down at the trident, Ryaki mentally applauded the surprise attack, but it was meant for someone alive, which he was not. "I'm sorry, boy, but your attack has no effect on me," the black-haired swordsman said, but frowned when he saw Naruto smile. "Who said that was my attack?" Naruto countered before his trident emitted enough lightning to momentarily stun his opponent, dead or alive. Looking beside him, Naruto pulled up his sword and looked skyward. The clouds that had covered the sky immediately cleared as the moon shone brightly on him. Looking at his opponent, the blonde didn't hesitate as he raised his sword. "Lunar slash!" the boy screamed, swinging his sword with all his strength. Ryaki stopped trying to escape his paralysis. Knowing he couldn't avoid what was coming, Ryaki admired the shining attack rapidly approaching him. A part of him did regret what was about to happen. The attack struck, and an incredible burst of pure chakra flooded Ryaki's body. Naruto's attack ended Ryaki, as the dragon swordsman's body slowly began to deteriorate into nothing. He was returning to the afterlife, which caused the black-haired man to smile. That smile lessened, however, as Naruto started to approach him. The rest of the Konoha group. The Konoha group was all smiles and in awe of what they had seen. The battle they had witnessed was one each doubted would ever be seen by anyone for many lifetimes. But then again, for Naruto, this could just be another Tuesday. Sasuke cheered loudly before looking to his side where he had put Shin down. For some reason, the blonde refused to look at the battlefield. Sasuke started to wonder but decided to wait until everything died down to ask questions. Naruto and Ryaki. Naruto felt relief from defeating the powerful opponent, but as he approached the man, his body began to feel off. A sudden numbness came over him, which soon turned into needle-like pricks along his body. A few seconds later, a strong pressure started to impact his entire body. The boy slowly looked towards Ryaki, who was looking at the blonde with a sad expression. "I'm afraid that you lost this battle the moment you and I found each other. You are suffering from my most powerful attack, the Destiny Seal. When two people are marked with the Destiny Seal, whatever attack happens to one also happens to another. When I impaled you, I marked you with the seal. Now that I'm dying, you will die as well. But know that you were the greatest opponent I have ever faced," Ryaki said before his body turned to dust. The blonde swordsman's eyes widened as his sword fell from his hand. He started to panic as the pain he was feeling only increased. No, he was lying. He had to be lying. I can't die, not yet. Not his thoughts were cut off as the attack from his own blade began its end. Chakra started to rush through his body, and he felt his body being ripped apart. The boy screamed in pain but couldn't hear his own screams. A second later, an explosion of chakra, enhanced by the power of the moon, erupted from the user, destroying the nearby area. The rest of the Konoha group. The Konoha ninja had started frowning when Naruto dropped his sword, but once he began glowing, each grew gravely concerned. Before any of them could go down and help Naruto, a massive explosion, seemingly from Naruto's own body, erupted, widening everyone's eyes. The explosion was massive, sending large waves of earth, dust, and rocks flying everywhere. The debris approached quickly. Itachi looked behind him but knew they wouldn't make it into the cave in time. Making the best decision he could, Itachi shouted, "Hit the ground," causing everyone but Suzuki to fall on their chests against the ground. Suzuki stood shocked at what he was seeing. Everything seemed to be in slow motion to him. He watched as the wave of debris approached. The group would die once hit, lying down or not. Just before he was ready to accept his fate, a single word came into Suzuki's mind, seemingly from nowhere. Without hesitation, Suzuki shouted the word given to him, Susanoo. The moment Suzuki spoke the word, a giant, purple, winged guardian appeared in front of him and his group, covering them all. For 2 minutes, waves of debris continued, but none got past Suzuki's guardian. After the last wave stopped, Suzuki fell to his knees, and Shin rushed to his side. Itachi and Kakashi, who had stood up when they realized they weren't dead, only to see the famed Uchiha Susanoo, looked at the Chunin with shocked expressions. Itachi quickly turned to Kakashi with a glare and his Sharingan activated. "This never happened," Itachi growled, to which Kakashi nodded quickly. The two immediately turned their attention back to where Naruto had been. Both looked at the ground and allowed a few tears to fall. Shin knelt beside Suzuki, who was sobbing. His fists were clenched as he looked towards where his best friend had once been, a 6-star shape in each of his eyes. Looking at the sky while crying, Suzuki screamed out, "Naruto," mirroring the feelings of everyone there. 20 minutes later, Itachi and Kakashi looked drained as they stood. Looking at Suzuki, they could see him shaking and crying as Shin tried to console him. With a sad sigh, Kakashi stepped forward. "We have to finish the mission. When we get to Konoha, we will give him the burial he deserves," the masked ninja said. Suzuki shakily stood up with Shin's help. His chakra was practically drained from the Susanoo. "Kakashi, we don't need a funeral because Naruto isn't dead," the dark-haired Chunin said with a serious tone. Before Kakashi could refute the response, Itachi looked at Kakashi and shook his head. "Well, in any case, we should finish the mission and get back to Konoha as quick as possible in order to send out a search team," Kakashi said, which got a stiff nod from Suzuki. 2 days later, Suzuki lay in his bed inside Shin's palace. They had traveled constantly, and according to Itachi and Kakashi, they needed a short break before returning to Konoha. The thought of them taking their time infuriated him. They needed to get back to the village as quickly as possible. The only one who seemed to understand was Shin. The blonde priestess had been understanding, and in his moments of weakness or doubt about Naruto's survival, Shin gave him strength to maintain his beliefs. He would find Naruto, and then he would kick the blonde's ass all the way to Kumo for scaring him like this. It was going to be a pain to tell Yakumo about Naruto's little joke, but she'd get over it, and any genjutsu she used, he could dispel with his new eyes. The thought of the eyes brought a serious look to his face. Itachi had told him to keep it quiet because they were far more valuable than a regular Sharingan due to their special abilities. Apparently, he had used one of the abilities called Susanoo, which came from the Mangekyo Sharingan. When Itachi asked how the Chunin had gotten it, Suzuki replied that he had no idea what it even was. Itachi seemed to accept the answer, but he never knew with his brother. After contemplating for the past 2 days while returning to Shin's palace, Suzuki had come to a realization. The day he first heard the voice that said Mangekyo Sharingan was the day he not only got the true eyes but also the day he met the actual Madara Uchiha. Questions flooded his mind. Why him? What made him superior to all other Uchiha? Why not Itachi? Why not someone stronger or smarter? It was a weird feeling to be humble, but Suzuki enjoyed the thought that his humility set him apart from the rest of the clan, not unlike his older brother. Suzuki also wondered if he had received his own Mangekyo Sharingan or Madara's eyes. It was so exciting. He couldn't wait to tell Naruto. Suzuki frowned, a sad look forming on his face. He knew his friend was out there. He didn't know where, but he knew Naruto was alive somewhere. Someday, he would be reunited with his friend. The Uchiha's thoughts were interrupted when he heard his door quietly opening. Slowly turning his head, he was surprised to see Shin herself in his room. The blonde priestess made her way to Suzuki and sat on the side of his bed. Suzuki sat up and moved over so that Shin could sit fully on the bed. "Shin, is something wrong?" the Uchiha asked. Shin smiled gently, raising her hand to his cheek. Not with me, but with you. She continued, you feel despair and sadness within you. You feel burdened by everything that has happened, which is why I've come here. Allow me to remove your sadness and share the burden you carry. In return, I give you myself, the blonde priestess murmured, leaning in to gently kiss the Uchiha. The next morning, Itake and Kakashi were ready to leave. They'd already thanked Shin for her hospitality. Sasuke, however, was still with Shin, holding her hands. I expect you to write me consistently and visit as much as possible, Shin said, her serious expression softening into a giggle at the end. Sasuke nodded obediently. I will, he promised. And I look forward to you visiting the Hidden Leaf. You will always have a place in my house, and my room. He kissed her cheek, then turned and ran off, leaving a blushing blonde priestess behind. Upon reaching his fellow ninja, Sasuke's face turned deadly serious. Let's get to Konoha as quickly as possible. At the Hokage's office, Sasuke marched up the stairs. Kakashi and Itachi followed, both looking at the ground. It wasn't until they reached Konoha that the gravity of their comrade's situation truly resurfaced. The Uchiha Chunin strode past the secretary, who tried to stop them, but Sasuke kept moving. Reaching the Hokage's office doors, he pushed them open. Lord Hokage, I would like to make an official request for a search team, Sasuke announced loudly. He then froze, seeing the room's occupants. Minato sat at his desk, and Kushina stood beside him, smiling. Orochimaru sat near the Hokage, detailing a report. A team was already speaking with the Hokage. This team happened to be Yakumo, Konan, Hinata, and Sakura, who had just returned from their mission to the Land of Snow minutes earlier. Itachi and Kakashi came to stand behind Sasuke. Both were unable to look at the Hokage and his wife. Lord Hokage, I request that you send Genin Sakura Harano and Genin Hinata Hayaga out, Itachi said quietly. Minato narrowed his eyes but motioned for them to leave without a word. The girls quickly obeyed. Minato then looked at Itachi and Kakashi, noticing their refusal to meet his gaze. Kushina, however, wasn't paying attention. She was just happy her son was back home. Yakumo, smiling at the side of the room, thought, lazy Naruto not even coming to say hey to his girlfriend. Konan felt a pit of ice form in her stomach. She remembered Sashura's words from the snow mission and gently placed her hand on Yakumo's shoulder. Hey you guys, I'm guessing that it was a mission success? Of course it was with my son on call, yeah no. Just kidding. Anyway, where is Naruto? Did he stop by at Shiraku's or something? I'll bet that he Kushina, enough, Minato interrupted with a shout. He then looked at the Jounin present. Itachi and Kakashi, look at me, the blonde Hokage pleaded, praying he was wrong. When the two slowly turned their eyes to him, his eyes widened. His heart broke. No, Minato whispered. Kushina and Yakumo looked on in confusion. Konan looked down at the ground, her grip on her apprentice's shoulder tightening. With a deep breath, Itachi looked at his brother, Yakumo, Konan, Kushina, and the Hokage. He then stated, Shinin Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze was killed on our mission, his voice sad. The response was quiet for a long moment. Then Yakumo fell, caught by Konan. In her blue-haired teacher's arms, the girl immediately began to sob, denying Itachi's words. The brunette clutched her heart, telling herself it was just a cruel joke. Not a second later, Yakumo pulled out a kunao and tried to stab herself. Konan quickly stopped her. Yakumo begged her teacher to let go so she could join Naruto. Konan refused. It was a heartbreaking scene, but Kushina's reaction was worse. The red-headed woman's eyes squinted. Her mouth began to twitch. Seconds later, her twitching mouth turned into a horrified gasp. She fell to the ground, tears streaming down her face. No, 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 no. You're lying to me. Why? Why would you make up such a thing? No, 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 no. Please Kami no, the redhead cried, pulling at her hair tightly. She screamed loudly before looking up. Please Kami, if you have to take someone, take me. Not my baby. Send me to the worst pits of hell, just don't take my baby, I beg of you. Please, Kushina screamed out as tears continued to fall. She felt so alone. She found little comfort as she felt her husband's arms wrap around her. Her sobs continued in full force, however, as she felt tears falling on the back of her neck. Minato held onto his wife tightly. He thought of all the years he had missed with his son, and all the years he would never get to experience with his son in the future. The blonde Hokage gritted his teeth and looked up at Itachi and Kakashi, who were also crying. Sasuke was not. Who was all Minato was able to growl out. A man under the employment of the Shinigami's blade. The man died by Naruto's hand, but we still aren't sure what happened after that, Itachi answered. Kakashi looked at the ground, still unable to meet his teacher's eyes. The Hokage's face showed pure rage. He turned to the nearby Orochimaru. Send word, Orochimaru. I want a cage summit held within 2 weeks. We will end the Shinigami's blade once and for all. And I will deliver the most brutal and horrible torture upon their leader for his sins, the Hokage ordered. The Sunin nodded and rushed out of the room to take care of it. 5 minutes later, Konan had taken Yakumo home. Itaki, Kakashi, and Suzuki stayed behind. They delivered their mission report, as much as they hated to. Minato didn't care about the report, or even his job as Hokage, at the moment. There was too much pain in his heart. Kushina had a dead look in her eyes. But inside, she was in the middle of a serious contemplation of her failings as a mother. Two of her children, whom she had given all the love she could in the world on a platter, had become such twisted human beings. Her firstborn son, who was neglected and ignored for most of his life but had started to forgive her, was now dead. A new question arose in her mind: how could she go on? The two jounin finished their report and left without a word, but Suzuki Uchiha stayed behind. He stood in front of the couple, without a tear stain on his face. Minato and Kushina were confused. Naruto and Suzuki were best friends, after all. But their confusion was interrupted when the Uchiha spoke. I have heard many stories about the two of you before you gained your personal reputations. Lord Hokage, I have heard stories from my father, who was a teammate of yours. Lady Kushina, I have heard stories from my mother, who was your teammate. Both spoke of your strength not just in battle, but within your hearts and ideals. I stand before you without a tear shed because I know in my heart and soul that my best friend is still alive. If a mere friend has that much faith in Naruto, I can only imagine how much faith his parents must have in him. Suzuki then walked away. Minato and Kushina sat in shock for a long moment. Then both gained hopeful, confident, and determined looks on their faces. Pulling out the Konoha official ninja logbook, Minato changed Naruto's status from killed in action to missing in action. He then turned to his wife with a small smile. I believe in our son, and I know that you do as well, Minato said, getting a nod and then a kiss from his wife. Underground Konoha, Danzo stood before many former civilian clan heads, root forces, and shinobi from different clans. My people, he announced loudly, I have received word from a secret courier that the Hokage has plans for a cage summit soon. Once the Hokage leaves, the village will be unguarded and ours for the taking. Soon, Konoha will belong to the people instead of that untrustworthy bastard Minato. This earned shouts of admiration and cheers in his favor. Kushina sat on Naruto's bed, looking out the nearby window. She had done so every day after finding out her son's status from the mission to the land of demons, just as she had when she realized that Naruto had run away from Konoha as a child. With a sad smile, she realized that it seemed like just yesterday when Menma and Narumi had revealed the horrible fact that her firstborn had left. After her earlier conversation with Suzuki, her beliefs in her son strengthened, but the pain in her heart from the absence of her firstborn son was almost too much to bear. For the past week, she had reflected on her sins as a mother. She had spoiled two of her children to the point of believing that they deserved the world, and she had neglected her older son to the point of no longer feeling like her son. It wasn't inconceivable how Menma and Narumi would turn out from how she raised them, but to this day, she thanked Kami for the miracle that her sword-wielding son didn't hate her. Noticing the familiar feeling of tears, Kushina quickly wiped her eyes. The worry she held for her son, her blood, her baby boy, was indescribable. She believed in Suzuki's words about her son being alive. She didn't know what she would do if they were wrong. Her failures as a mother had been recognized too late, and she had yet to gain Naruto's forgiveness. Naruto and she needed more time. No, Naruto was alive. He had to be alive. Inside her mind, so many years of neglect ran by, but it all started on one day. Flashback. Kushina stood beside her husband, who sat in his Hokage chair with a calm expression. Kushina, on the other hand, was red-faced with fury. Her hair was starting to raise, and her killer intent was starting to flood Minato's office. She glared with fire in her eyes at Jiraiya the Toad Sage, who was standing in front of the two, looking at the ground and shaking slightly. I would explain quickly, Jiraiya, before I remove a body part, one in particular, Kushina said. She barely lessened her killer intent enough for the man to tell her and her husband his infuriating plan. She narrowed her eyes as Jiraiya stood straight and gulped. With a deep breath, Jiraiya calmed himself and straightened his clothes. Minato, Kushina, a prophecy has been foretold by the great Toad Sage. The prophecy speaks of two children of great lineage who will determine the future of the world. These two will wield more power than the cages themselves as they come together to either destroy this world, or to save it. Peace or destruction, the white-haired Sunin said, causing Minato and Kushina's eyes to widen at the prophecy. Jiraiya stood straighter, seeing that Minato and Kushina were ready to listen. Menma and Narumi come from the Namikaze and Uzumaki, two names known and feared throughout the elemental nations. They hold the power of the nine-tailed fox, a power that will allow them to surpass all ninja. I know that not training Naruto at the same time as his brother and sister will be hard on him, as it is on you, but the boy will understand one day. But I need for you two to understand right now why this is so crucial. As for Naruto, neither of you were specifically trained by a clan, and look how you turned out, Jiraiya said, hoping his message got through. Kushina stood looking at the ground. Her mind was at war with itself, as was her heart. As a mother and as an Uzumaki, what Jiraiya was suggesting was outrageous and impossible to even think of accepting. On the other hand, the cold, logical part of her brain knew that these prophecies didn't just grow on trees. What Jiraiya was telling them had merit, and was cruelly correct in its ways. Her inner turmoil was interrupted by the calm words of All Right beside her. Turning her head, she looked at Minato with tears about to form in her eyes. But her husband refused to look at her. The rest of the conversation sped by, but Kushina could hear nothing. She was too focused on accepting the need to leave out her son. Unable to stay in the room any longer, Kushina slowly walked past Jiraiya. She didn't levy any type of attack. She had no fight left right now. She left the Hokage's office with a tear falling down her face. Flashback end. Time and time again, she had ignored her firstborn son's desperate cries for attention, until he fell out of her view as a son. After years of neglect, his presence and importance faded. He went from being one of her most precious people to nothing more than a common villager. She didn't care about his need for his mother. The constant cycle of her just trying to avoid her son out of pain became something far more cruel in an attempt to quell that pain. The entirety of her children's lives had been irreparably damaged because of the decisions that she made. A tear fell down her face as she remembered what should have been a red flag to her, but she was preoccupied. Flashback. What do you mean you haven't found him? Kushina yelled at her sorrow-filled husband. According to Menma and Narumi, Naruto had not been in the village for over a month. She had, of course, yelled at her two remaining children upon discovery for not telling them, but were met with the cold, hard answer of "We didn't think you cared." Although it couldn't be further from the truth, the horrible realization was that Menma and Narumi had no reason to believe any different if her years of ignoring Naruto weren't evidence enough. Thinking of Menma and Narumi would cause her mood to worsen. Since her eldest had left, a sheet had been raised that revealed what the result of her parenting had produced. Her remaining two children were arrogant, spoiled, and entitled brats. They had received years of praise and adulation from everyone around them without a hint of criticism, and it was all her fault. Shaking her head clear of her thoughts, she returned back to the present. She stood outraged in front of Minato, who had Jiraiya behind him. Minato sighed sadly. "I have sent every Inuyasha, Hyuga, Abarame, and Uchiha tracking team we have. Hell, I've even asked the Toads and Kakashi's dogs, but none have returned with results. If I knew where he was, Kami knows that I would flash to him in a second," the blonde Hokage said with heavy sorrow in his voice, which caused Kushina to lighten up. The disappearance of their son had taken a heavy toll on her husband, something that she occasionally forgot from time to time. For a short moment, there was nothing but silence, until someone who just didn't belong decided to speak up. "Look, I know that you miss Naruto, but we still need to focus on the twins. Let's just put him on the back burner for now and keep training Menma and Narumi. I'll try to make time to look into a few connections, but we really need to just move on," the Toad Sage said, but regretted it quickly as killer intent flooded the office. Minato looked up at his sensei with a furious expression on his face. He was angry at the man's disregard for his own godson's well-being, but it was nothing compared to Kushina, who looked more terrifying than the Shinigami itself. A golden chakra chain sped through the Sunin's right shoulder. It painfully twisted once buried within. "You listen to me, you pathetic old fool. We would not be in this situation had you not forced your ridiculous prophecy upon us. Because of you, my son is out there, and I have no idea of whether or not he is alive. So I will issue this warning to you because of your connection to my husband. I will kill you. I will kill you in a way that is more painful than anything you could ever imagine. Jiraiya the Toad Fool will be a name spoken only out of mockery after you die, and your legacy will mean nothing," she said in a dark voice. She then backed up and focused on both Jiraiya and her husband. "Pray, Jiraiya, that my son is okay. Because if he isn't, then not only will I kill you, but I will find my way to Mount Mayaboku and slaughter every Kami damn toad from the eldest toad to the newest of tadpoles," Kushina promised. She then roughly took out her chakra chain and left the office in a storm. Both men trembled at Kushina's words, knowing she'd keep her promise, and Uzumaki always does. Jiraiya and Minato, though they'd never admit it, both had significant wet spots on their pants. Flashback end. Kushina almost laughed recalling that day. She'd meant every word, and Jiraiya was lucky Naruto had returned. Her mood dipped slightly, her son missing for a second time, but she knew he'd come back, not just to the village, but to her arms. A small smile formed as Conan's knock signaled it was time to leave. Hokage's office. Minato sat, hands clasped. Today, he was off to the Iron Country for a meeting with other village leaders. He felt optimistic about them hearing his plea, having witnessed the power of even the weakest of the Shinigami's blade. He'd chosen Kushina, Konan, and Yakumo as his escorts. Shaking his head, he knew precisely why this cage meeting was happening and who was to blame. Years of neglect had made his eldest son feel unwanted, leading him to leave the village as an untrained child. Even after Naruto's return, his and Kushina's relationship with him was complicated, to say the least. Naruto was beginning to show parental affection, yet underlying anger and hurt still lingered beneath the love he offered. It pained Minato to see his son in such distress, but he was overjoyed when Naruto promised to rebuild their relationship upon his return. Cruel fate, however, had intervened, and now his son was missing. The blonde Hokage's thoughts drifted to moments in his son's life that had forged the negligent father persona Naruto had been forced to endure daily. Flashback. Minato, freshly home, was eager to join Kushina, Menma, and Narumi for training. As he shed his standard Jonin flak jacket, typically worn under his cape, he heard the door open. Turning, his excited smile morphed into an annoyed frown. With a sigh and a shake of his head, Minato crossed his arms, looking down at his firstborn son. "What do you want, Naruto?" Minato asked, aiming to dismiss him quickly. Naruto shuffled his feet, eyes on the ground, and in a shaky voice, quietly asked, "I was wondering if maybe I could train with all of you today." The elder blonde strode to his bedroom door, glaring at his son until the boy understood and moved aside. Walking quickly, he noticed Naruto speeding up too, expecting an answer, which irked him. Stopping abruptly, Minato turned, his angry expression causing the child to cower. "Naruto, I don't have time for this, so let me make this clear for the final time. You'll learn to be a shinobi at the academy, becoming stronger is up to you there. I can't waste time on you, I must focus on Menma and Narumi. They are the priority, and you can't distract them. So, as I've told you repeatedly, no, Naruto, neither your mother nor I will be training you," Minato declared, turning away without waiting for a response. Had he looked back, he would have seen his firstborn, tears streaming down his face. The small blonde boy hugged himself, sobbing as he went to his room. While the eldest cried inconsolably, the Hokage laughed, enjoying training in time with his children and wife. Flashback end. Minato closed his eyes, reliving that memory. It was truly the last time Naruto had made such a request. The boy had taken his father's words to heart. Shaking his head, he couldn't pinpoint why he'd chosen to ignore Naruto. The blonde Hokage considered himself a good person, mostly, but when it came to raising his own son, he had been a heartless bastard. He remembered reaching that conclusion just a month after realizing his son was gone because of him. Flashback. The fourth Hokage sat at his desk. It was 2 a.m., and the man reeked of sake, evidenced by the numerous bottles littering his desk. His usually clean-shaven face was now covered in stained stubble, his eyes bloodshot and unfocused. Minato wanted to throw the bottles at the wall, to throw something, to break something. His son had left, and it was all his fault. The only thing preventing a complete mental breakdown was the need to remain sane, hoping for a chance to atone for his mistakes. Raising his head to look at the picture on his desk, the one that reminded him he was once a lonely orphan but now had an incredible family, he noticed Naruto wasn't even in it. Shaking his head, Minato let tears fall, not bothering to wipe them, as he took another swig of sake. He had ruined everything despite being the most powerful shinobi in the world. What was the point of being the strongest ninja if you couldn't even protect your family? He had shattered his family, twisted Menma and Narumi into questionable individuals, and forced his eldest son to endure amplified loneliness, feeling not just alone but unwanted. Minato took another long swig of sake from the bottle. Flashback end. Minato shook his head at the memories. He had vowed never to make his son feel that way again, and hoped that vow remained unbroken. Before he could dwell deeper, a knock sounded at the office door. "Come in," Minato said, relieved to see Itaki enter. "Ah, Itaki, I'm leaving in a few minutes. I called you here because while I'm gone, you'll be the acting Hokage." The blonde chuckled at the Uchiha's expression. "Listen, Itaki, you're one of my most trusted and loyal ninja. I'm sure you can handle everything while I'm away," Minato said, standing and placing a hand on Itaki's shoulder. The Uchiha, still shocked, nodded silently. "I will not fail you, Lord Hokage," Itaki said, kneeling and bowing his head. He looked up, hearing his Hokage chuckle. "Stand up, Itaki. And as I've told you before, you may call me Minato," the blonde said with a smile, helping Itaki up. The Jonin was still in shock before looking up at his leader. "But why me, Minato?" Itaki asked, somewhat desperately. Minato's smile widened. "Because, Itaki, I trust you. I've watched you grow into an incredible ninja. Success at such a young age would go to most people's heads, but not yours. You are a ninja unlike most others. That's why I trusted you with my son, and that's why I'm trusting you with my village. Protect it well," Minato said before walking out, leaving Itaki to adjust to his new responsibilities. Gates of Konoha. Minato, Kushina, and Konan stood at the gates, determined. Yakumo stood beside them, a determined look masking a cold-blooded killer. Since Naruto went missing, she'd trained relentlessly, almost to the point of injury. Her genjutsu was becoming respectable. Yakumo intensified her taijutsu and scythe training, reaching a point where Konan had to forcibly intervene. After much discussion and many tears, the Chunin assured her master she was ready to resume her duties. The four powerful shinobi took one last look at the village behind them before departing for the Land of Iron. The first step in planning to destroy the Shinigami's blade had begun. Underneath Konoha, Danzo stood among his root ninja, many newly recruited powerful shinobi, and even more ninja from most of the clans. Stepping forward, Danzo smiled at the crowd. "My people, the fourth Hokage has left Konoha. We will wait for him to reach the Land of Iron before we launch our attack. Once he arrives, we will reclaim Konoha, and the village will be governed by the people. No longer will a child rule and force everyone to follow his decree. Konoha is ours," Danzo announced, smiling at the cheers and applause. As the man turned, an evil grin spread across his face. Members from each ninja clan had joined his cause, and soon he would be the unquestioned ruler of Konoha, and eventually, the elemental nations. As he walked away, he noticed the Uchiha clan leader, along with 2 Hyuga clan elders, standing and waiting for him. Approaching the trio, Danzo looked at the group before smiling. "So, I take it I have your support?" Danzo asked. Just as Fugaku was about to speak, the 2 Hyuga elders interjected. "We will support you as Hokage, as long as our promise is upheld. We demand a more powerful caged bird seal. Ever since that blonde bastard broke the seals on every branch member, they've begun to see themselves as our equals. In our world, it's best for people to learn their place sooner rather than later. We'll ensure the lesser members of the Hyuga clan stay in line, and you will have our full support," an elder stated, earning a raised eyebrow from Danzo and a shake of the head from Fugaku. "I notice Hayashi isn't here," the crippled man pointed out. The elders quickly shook their heads. "What's happening now doesn't involve him. It's time for a new clan head, one who understands the need for a lesser branch more than Hayashi," said the other elder. Danzo nodded, then looked at Fugaku, who stood with his arms crossed. "Anything you'd like to add, Fugaku?" the crippled elder asked. Fugaku stared at Danzo with narrowed eyes for a long moment. The stare lingered long enough that the Hyuga elders slowly departed, leaving the two to converse privately. After a sufficient pause, Fugaku broke the silence. "As long as you keep your word and give control of Konoha to the Uchiha, then you'll have my clan at your disposal in taking over the village," the Uchiha stated, earning a smile and nod from Danzo before the man walked off to converse with his followers. Turning to leave, Fugaku cast a final glance back at Danzo manipulating the crowd before walking off. Lost in thought, Fugaku hadn't even considered his destination, but before he realized it, he had reached home. Coming back to himself, he found he had stopped outside his youngest son's room. With slight hesitation, Fugaku quietly opened the door, and seeing Suzuki asleep, entered the room. Slowly, he came to stand before his sleeping son, a small smile appearing as he gently brushed some hair from Suzuki's eyes. After about 2 minutes in Suzuki's room, Fugaku slowly walked out and into the hallway, where he silently slid down the wall to the floor. Sitting there, Fugaku looked down, tears falling for the first time since childhood. "Mikoto, Itachi, Suzuki, please forgive me. What I do is for the best, not only for you but for the entire Uchiha clan," Fugaku whispered before closing his eyes. When he looked up, his fabled Mangekyo Sharinan was activated. "I will be gone from this world soon, but ancestors, I beg of you to guide my children and grant my wife happiness. Mikoto always deserved better than a bastard like me," Fugaku said, chuckling at the end of his prayer, tears still flowing, but he smiled nonetheless. 2 figures stood in the darkness, looking down at a soulful presence lying in shadow. "Well, I'll be damned, the kid survived the destiny seal. You must be proud," Tenji, spoke the voice of a recently defeated dragon summoner through the darkness. Whomever the voice addressed chuckled before responding. "Proud indeed. He shows incredible potential and an indomitable will. I believe he will become the greatest swordsman in our line yet. One day, all will know the name Lunar Swordsman," spoke the wise voice of the first legendary swordsman with pride. Tenji turned to his side. "So what now, Ryaki?" Tenji asked, but was met with the sight of Ryaki slowly fading into dust. Ryaki looked up with a smile. "Now, I will finally enter the afterlife for good. As a reward for defeating me, I have imprinted my most precious and sacred technique within his mind. It will take time for the technique to reveal itself to him, but he is the one I entrusted to," the dragon summoner said before his entire being faded into dust. Ryaki the dragon summoner had finally reached the afterlife, he was finally at peace. The thought of Ryaki passing on brought a slight smile to Tenji's face before he looked at the spiritual form that was starting to take shape. "It is time to awaken, young swordsman, and when you do, your journey will continue," said Tenji as the form began to increasingly resemble Naruto. 20 seconds later, the lost spirit had regained itself and reformed. Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze had returned to the land of the living. Paradise. Naruto's eyes snapped open. Blinking slowly, the Konoha ninja raised his arm to shield his eyes from the bright overhead sun. His arm felt incredibly heavy, and keeping it raised was a struggle. Blinking again, Naruto slowly, and with great effort pushed himself into a sitting position. Still blinking slowly, the swordsman raised a hand to his head, which throbbed painfully. Taking a few deep breaths, Naruto's eyes slowly adjusted to the sunlight. When he could fully see his surroundings, his eyes widened slightly. The area where he had woken up was perfect. The grass was a flawless light green, each blade the same height. A crystal blue river quietly flowed a short distance away. The sky was a picture-perfect image, a beautiful light blue that could mesmerize anyone, completely white and fluffy clouds drifting slowly across the blue ocean, and a bright, radiant sun providing ideal warmth. Looking around, he noticed a series of beautiful oak trees encircling his sitting spot, giving off a forest vibe. As Naruto continued to admire his surroundings, he sensed someone approaching from behind. Slowly, the Chunin turned, hoping whoever or whatever it was wasn't hostile. Preparing to defend himself as best he could without the use of his legs, the boy was surprised when a small black-haired girl entered the area with a picnic basket on her arm. As soon as the girl entered the area, she looked up, and seeing Naruto sitting up, she smiled broadly. "You're awake," shouted the girl, running to Naruto, her basket bouncing with every step. Quickly appearing in front of Naruto, the girl knelt and set the picnic basket beside her. Before Naruto could say a word, she spoke. "I was wondering when you were gonna wake up, mister. You're lucky I found you. Anyway, I'm happy you're awake because now I don't have to eat all this food by myself again." The girl pouted slightly before opening her basket. Naruto was silent as his brain tried to process everything. Blinking rapidly, he observed the girl as she pulled out a small, folded tablecloth. She quickly spread it out as best she could before pulling out 2 plates and setting them down. After the plates were set, Naruto briefly wondered what meal the girl had prepared. His anticipation died, and his sweat dropped when he saw her pull out the makings for peanut butter and jelly sandwiches. "Who are you?" Naruto asked as the girl continued to make the sandwiches. After quickly finishing the meal, the girl looked up with a smile. "I'm Aiko," she said, her smile so infectious it made Naruto smile too. Iron Country. The 5 great ninja village leaders sat around a large wooden table in the designated room in the Iron Country. Minato was surrounded by Kushina, Konan, and Yakumo. The Raikage sat with Darui, a talented jonin from the Hidden Cloud Village, Yujito, the 2 Tails Jinchuriki, and Killer Bee, the 8 Tails Jinchuriki and the Raikage's brother. Oniki, the Tsuchikage, sat with his son Kitsuki, his bodyguard Akatsuki, and his ambitious granddaughter Kuratsuki. The Mizukage, Mei Terumi, sat with her bodyguards Ao and Kojuro. The Kazekage, Gaara, sat with his sister Temari, his brother Kankuro, and his advisor Beiki. At the head of the table sat the samurai Mifune, who would moderate the summit. Minato surveyed the powerful individuals in the room. After a brief examination, the blonde Hokage spoke. "I have called this summit to address a threat that has been ignored for too long, the Shinigami's blade," he said, causing each of the cage to narrow their eyes. "We can confirm that 3 of them are dead, but the 2 most powerful members remain, along with my children, Menma and Narumi," Minato informed, earning a snort from A. "So that's why you put your children in the bingo book. So much for the perfect man and his perfect family," A said with a mocking smirk, receiving glares from both Minato and Kushina. "Hurry up and get to the point, Minato, some of us have villages to run. Do you have any information that will help us beat them or not?" A asked, crossing his muscular arms. The entire room looked at the blonde Hokage expectantly. The 4th Hokage sighed and nodded. Recently, Jiraiya of the Sunin managed to locate the Shinigami's blade's base of operations. He infiltrated the base and eventually made contact with the leader and my 2 children, Minato began, garnering wide-eyed and interested looks from everyone in the room. The leader did not fight, but Menma and Narumi did, viciously destroying Jiraiya, who is currently recovering. The only reason he was left alive was to serve as a warning. The blonde Hokage paused, allowing the idea of a Sunin falling to 2 children to sink in. After a brief pause for everyone to ponder his words, Minato continued. "That being said, we need to form a coalition of nations to eliminate this threat. They are becoming increasingly powerful. I have no doubt that if they desired, they could destroy any of our villages. But if we unite, our numbers will hopefully overwhelm them, and we will extinguish the Shinigami's blade," Minato concluded. The room was silent for a long time after Minato's suggestion. Each leader contemplated how to handle such a serious threat to their villages and whether Minato's solution was sound enough to work. After serious consideration, Oniki, the Tsuchikage, was the first to speak. "In my long tenure as not only a cage but a shinobi, I have never seen a threat as serious as the Shinigami's blade," Oniki said, turning to A and his group. "One of their weakest members destroyed us in battle, and had it not been for Minato's firstborn, we would be dead. The leader would have killed us effortlessly, of that I am sure," the old cage said before looking towards Minato. "This group is a threat to the shinobi way of life in each of our respective villages. Though my village and I may despise you, Yellow Flash, IWA will not cower from the Shinigami's blade. Avalanches of earth will rain down on their small group as IWA buries them." Oniki finished with a passion not used in many years. Kitsuki, Akatsuki, and Kuratsuki looked at their leader with admiration and nodded in agreement. Mei took a breath and stood up. "When we needed help reclaiming Kiri and restoring its former glory, you answered our plea. I haven't personally seen this group you speak of, but I will trust your word and answer your call for help. The hidden mist will drown the Shinigami's blade, and if they still live, I will turn them to ash myself. Kiri will assist Konoha and Iwa in the fight against the Shinigami's blade, the red-headed Mizukage stated, receiving a nod from Ao and a smile from Kojuro. Gaara sat quietly in his chair, pondering his words before standing up. You will have the power of the hidden sand village at your disposal, the raccoon-eyed Kazekage said, crossing his arms, while Kankuro, Temari, and Beiki sighed at their leader's inability to deliver a proper inspiring speech. Everyone turned to A, who remained seated, hands folded, surveying the room. Where is the boy who killed the member we couldn't? A asked, shifting everyone's attention back to Minato, who tried his best to conceal his nervousness. A saw no tell from the blonde Hokage's face, but noticed the subtle flinch of the brown-haired girl in the Konoha group. Thinking quickly, Minato didn't miss a beat. Naruto is currently on a secret mission I cannot discuss, Minato said, earning a suspicious look from the Raikage. My son's presence isn't what we're here to discuss. The Shinigami's blade is a real threat, and it will take all of us, and all our ninja, to defeat them. You know this, the Hokage pleaded. Killer Bee, Darui, and Yujito looked at their leader expectantly while the muscular man continued to think. Arose from his chair. A sudden burst of laughter echoed from the room, instantly putting everyone on alert. The laughter intensified, and a distortion began to form within the space. Moments later, a man emerged from the distortion, followed by a woman and two unsettlingly insane children. Didn't you get my message about what would happen if you tried something like this? The man said with a smile, his identity immediately revealed to all present. The leader of the Shinigami's blade had arrived. Paradise. Naruto sat in a forest clearing with Aiko, who was delightedly observing the numerous butterflies fluttering around. The sandwich Aiko had made him earlier had sated his hunger, and he felt a slight return of his strength. Biting his lip, Naruto began to push himself up, catching Aiko's attention. She quickly rose and rushed to his side. Let me help, mister, Aiko offered, immediately trying to assist him. Just as Naruto was about to decline, a surge of strength flowed through him at Aiko's touch, enabling him to slowly stand. It took some time, but with Aiko's help, the Chunin stood, partially leaning on the girl. Taking multiple deep breaths, Naruto grunted as he took a step forward. His legs felt numb, and his body urged him to quit, but an inner drive compelled him to continue. Step by step, the ninja moved without a clear destination, Aiko assisting him without hesitation. After a few minutes of walking, they reached a flowing stream. I can take it from here, Aiko, Naruto said, prompting the girl to reluctantly let go. Naruto took a few more steps before stumbling and falling into the water. Just as he tried to stand again, a shock coursed through his entire body. The last thing he saw before losing consciousness was Aiko rushing to his side. Inside Naruto's mind, Naruto's eyes shot open, and he sat up, looking around. He was in what appeared to be an endless golden plain. Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze, a voice spoke, making him look around even more frantically. Thankfully, his curiosity was quickly satisfied. 10 figures shimmered into existence before him in a shining light. When the light faded, Naruto's eyes widened at their identities. Each held a sword and smiled at him. The blue-haired woman at the end of the line of swordsmen had the widest smile of all. Naruto shakily stood, his mouth agape. All 10 of his predecessors stood before him in their glory, each radiating power. The first swordsman, Tenji, stepped forward, sword in hand. We have watched you for the short time you've been a swordsman. In that brief period, you have shown the potential to be the best of us. It's time for you to unlock your full power, Naruto, just as we did. The legacy of the legendary swordsman has been passed down for generations and now rests in your hands. I, Tenji, the swordsman of the sun, pass to you my legacy, he declared before stepping back. The next man, wearing a black overcoat with long black hair, stepped forward. The blade in his hand was black and serrated. I, Shoji, the swordsman of the shadows, pass to you my legacy, he stated, returning to his spot. The third swordsman, a large brown-haired man with a heavy, bulky gray sword, stepped up. I, Tenkara, the swordsman of the forest, pass to you my legacy, Tenkara said with a smile and nod before returning to his place. The fourth swordsman, holding a reddish-gray curved sword and with gray hair, walked up with a smirk. I, Kobura, the swordsman of the ash, pass to you my legacy, he said before stepping back. The fifth swordsman stepped up, wielding 2 bluish-gray swords and smiling. I, Kojura, swordsman of the storm, pass to you my legacy, he told Naruto before stepping back in line. Next, the sixth swordsman, a muscular blonde-haired man wielding a bronze broadsword, walked forward. I, Hoshi, the swordsman of the earth, pass to you my legacy, he said before giving a short nod and returning to his spot. After Hoshi returned, a man with long black hair and a strange grin on his face stepped forward. He held a stained red scimitar at his side. I, Korabusa, the swordsman of the blood, pass to you my legacy, he said before returning to his spot beside an uncomfortable-looking Hoshi. The eighth swordsman walked forward, and Naruto immediately felt a sense of familiarity. This swordsman was a woman with red hair in two buns, holding a long, silver katana. "I, Mito, the swordsman of the whirlpool, pass to you my legacy," she said, giving a large smile as Naruto's eyes widened at the name. When Mito returned to her spot, the ninth swordsman stepped forward. He was an average-looking brown-haired man holding a green-tinted curved blade. He looked at Naruto for a moment before smiling. "I, Sito, swordsman of the grass, pass to you my legacy," he said before returning to his spot. Finally, the 10th swordsman stepped forward with the proudest smile of any of them. She stood directly in front of Naruto and placed a hand on his shoulder. Naruto looked up at her with tears in his eyes as she looked down at the blonde with tears in hers. "Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze, it seems like forever since I chose you to become my successor. I chose you because I saw an unyielding spirit within you, someone who could be great, someone with immense potential. Throughout your brief journey as a swordsman, I have witnessed your accomplishments, each one greater than the last. You have not only made me the proudest teacher ever, but you have affirmed everything I ever thought of you. That being said, I, Sira, the swordsman of the water, pass to you, Naruto, the swordsman of the moon, my legacy. You now truly hold the position and power of the 11th swordsman, the lunar soldier," the blue-haired swordsman declared, her tears now spilling over. Naruto quickly pulled the woman into a hug, and they both let their tears fall. The rest of the swordsmen looked at each other and smiled before slowly vanishing into nothing, leaving Naruto and his teacher alone. Within the confines of Naruto's mind, they spoke of many things, catching up and expressing how much they missed each other. Unfortunately, all things come to an end, and after a long period of catching up, it was time for Sira to go. When she left, however, there were no tears in the 10th and 11th swordsman's eyes. Only smiles remained as the two had finally found peace. Paradise. Naruto slowly opened his eyes and looked around. He quickly noticed he was no longer in the beautiful forest but in a quaint bedroom. Slowly, he began to sit up, only for Aiko to immediately appear in front of him, causing him to fall back down in slight shock. Aiko giggled and went to a chair in the corner of the room, promptly pulling it to the side of the bed and sitting down. She looked at Naruto with her seemingly trademark giant smile. Taking a short breath, Naruto slowly sat up again. "Where am I?" he asked, causing Aiko's smile to widen even further. "You're at my house. After you fell asleep, I had to drag you all the way here. You're really heavy, you know. I bet you're so heavy because you spend all day sleeping. I like to sleep too, but it's a lot more fun playing in the sun, even though my mom doesn't like me going too far off to play." "Oh yeah, you'll get to meet my mom later, and then calm down, Aiko," Naruto interrupted, causing the girl to slightly pout but quickly regain her smile. Her smile eventually brought a small smile to Naruto's face. It was impossible to be annoyed by her. Iron Country. Everyone in the room stood in a battle stance, facing the 4 members of the Shinigami's blade. Killer intent radiated from Minato, Kushina, and Konan, but it exploded from Yakumo, who seemed to have the Shinigami himself behind her. Minato quickly drew his tri-pronged kunao, chains erupted from Kushina, Yakumo summoned her scythe, activated his lightning armor, dust began to form around Oniki, sand flowed from Gaara's gourd, and Mifune unsheathed his sword. Mifune pointed his sword at Tsuranabe, an act that made the man scowl. "Who are you and why are you here?" the samurai demanded. Tsuranabe surveyed the man before responding. "Put the sword down, old man, only one person could have challenged me in combat, and unfortunately, he has been eliminated," the dark-haired swordsman said, immediately summoning his sword to block a slice from Yakumo's scythe. He looked into her eyes, seeing past the tears to the anger, hatred, and desire for vengeance that shone as she pushed down harder on her scythe. Tsuranabe sighed before barely pushing back, sending the girl speeding into Konan's arms. Tsuranabe redirected his gaze to the rest of the room. "Put your weapons down, all of you know that even together, you are no match for me. Besides, I did not come here to fight," he said, only causing everyone to heighten their guard. Tsuranabe sighed again. "I do not wish for conflict, I wish to end it. Do you not see that the actions of each of you put your own people at risk every day? If you only submit to me, all conflict, all war, and all bloodshed will end. I will create a perfect world, something that each of you cage have neglected to try. Let me save you and your people," the man stated, awaiting their answers. Mifune tightened his grip on his sword. "You are not welcome here. Now, I will ask you one last time." To the old samurai was cut short by a sudden pain in his chest. Slowly looking down, his eyes widened in horror at the sight of a hand covered in red chakra emerging from his chest. Turning his head, he looked into the grinning eyes of Menma. "You talk too much, old man," the boy said. Before Mifune could take another breath, Narumi appeared in front of him, and a second later, Mifune's head was detached from his body. Narumi looked down with a smile, her sword now dripping with the blood of Iron Country's leader. The other occupants, excluding Tsuranabe and Sashira, were wide-eyed in shock. Tsuranabe raised his hand and pinched the bridge of his nose. "Menma, Narumi, Sashira, it is time for us to return. Obviously, we will not get favorable answers today, he said as a distortion began to form in the room. As he started to turn, the black-haired swordsman moved his head to the side just in time to avoid a strike from A's fist. Tsuranabe jabbed his elbow backward hard into the Raikage's ribs, producing a noticeable breaking sound and bringing the blonde to his knees. Now fully turned, Tsuranabe watched in amusement as the room's occupants prepared to attack. Before they could, however, the black-haired man simply chuckled before vanishing into the distortion behind him, as did Sashura. When everyone turned around, they were surprised to see that Menma and Narumi were also gone. Iron Country. Minato sat in the conference room with the other cage, sighing. It had been a day since Mifyun's funeral, 5 days since the samurai's death. The blonde Hokage couldn't help but wonder for the millionth time what had led to this mess. 2 of his children were responsible for killing the leader of an entire country, seemingly without remorse. In fact, it looked almost as if they had enjoyed murdering the samurai. A small part of him had hoped he could rescue his children from the Shinigami's blade and bring them home. That hope was now dashed. Menma and Narumi, along with their comrades from the Shinigami's blade, were now the most wanted criminals in the elemental nations. There would be no sanctuary for the 2 children. The moment they were caught, they would be tortured for days and then executed. Minato sighed again. His wife had not left the bedroom, opting instead to cry over the monsters their children had become. It was a stressful situation, one he was sure wouldn't end anytime soon. His thoughts were interrupted by a fist slamming on the table in front of him. Minato looked up, as did all the cage, to see an irate and fuming A standing. Damn it! What in Kami's name is happening? How the hell did 2 children become that strong? A growled, clenching his fists. Minato shook his head at his fellow cage's outburst, but he understood it. Menma and Narumi both exuded a dark and malevolent power when they appeared, but it was nothing compared to the aura that radiated from Tsuranabe. It was a power that declared the Shinigami's blade leader could do anything he wanted, and there wasn't a damn thing anyone could do about it. Well, there was one, but thinking about him just made Minato's heart ache. The blonde Hokage took a breath before speaking from his chair. It must have been Tsuranabe. He's the only member we have no intel on, so it's perfectly feasible that he has some kind of special ability to empower those he chooses, Minato said, getting a few strange looks from the other cage. Mei spoke up next. Listen, Minato, we need all the information you have on the Shinigami's blade, especially if you want Kiri's support, the auburn-haired woman said, getting nods from her fellow leaders. After a few moments of thought about where to start, Minato sighed and spoke. Here's what we know. Paradise. Naruto stood in front of a waterfall, soaking in the water. His eyes were closed as he reflected on prior events, specifically his meeting with Aiko's mother. Flashback. Aiko was helping Naruto stand when her bedroom door opened. Both Aiko and Naruto froze, seeing an average-sized black-haired woman in a light blue shirt and dark pants standing in the doorway. Her eyes were wide, and her jaw slightly ajar. A second later, the woman appeared beside Aiko, pulling her away and causing Naruto to fall on his face. She quickly placed Aiko behind her and stood defensively, watching the blonde ninja struggle to get up. Who are you, and what are you doing with my daughter? The woman demanded, almost yelling. She kept her eyes glued to Naruto as he began to push himself up. Her attention was drawn away by the tugging of her shirt. After a few seconds of aggressive tugging, the woman looked down at her daughter, who had a worried look on her face. What is it, Aiko? The woman asked. The little girl looked at her mom, then at Naruto, who was still struggling to stand. Mom, he needs our help. I found him sleeping in the forest, and when he woke up, he wasn't feeling good, Aiko said, tugging on her mother's arm. The older woman looked down at her daughter and bit her lip. Aiko was so pure that her acts of kindness and willingness to believe in others constantly flirted with naivete. The mother slowly turned her attention to the boy in front of her, who had finally risen, though he was shaking as he forced himself to stand. The blonde-haired boy looked weak and lethargic to her, and she grudgingly accepted that her daughter was right. He did need their help. Naruto stood, though his muscles screamed at him to stop. With a deep breath, Naruto looked up into the eyes of who was revealed to be Aiko's mom. I understand your fear and uneasiness. I will leave immediately if you wish, just please do not blame Aiko. All she did was care for me and show me kindness, Naruto said before trying to take a few steps forward. As he took small steps, he stumbled and prepared to collide with the floor. He was pleasantly surprised when he opened his eyes and realized he had been caught. Looking upwards, Naruto looked into the uncertain eyes of Aiko's mother. The woman stared at him for a long time before letting out a sigh and lifting him to his feet. It's time for Aiko's lunch, and from the looks of it, you could use some food in you as well, the dark-haired woman said as she began to walk, supporting the boy, with Aiko following behind, a wide smile on her face. The three walked in silence out of Aiko's room, through the hallway, down the stairs, and into the kitchen. Aiko's mother and Naruto slowly made their way to the kitchen table, where she lowered the boy into a chair. Aiko quickly took the chair next to Naruto with the same grin plastered on her face. Aiko's mother stood up after setting Naruto in the chair and wiped a small bit of sweat from her forehead. Walking into the kitchen, she opened a drawer and cabinet, pulling out the makings for peanut butter and jelly sandwiches, causing Naruto to mentally raise an eyebrow. The blonde-haired boy looked around and admired the quaint and homey feeling the house provided. Naruto's attention shifted to the girl who was smiling at him. Smiling back, Naruto decided it was time to start a conversation. "So, Aiko, how old are you?" Before Aiko could answer, her mom interrupted. "Actually, I would like to know more about you before we say anything about ourselves," the woman said, turning around with a large plate holding 6 sandwiches. She gracefully walked to the table, set the plate down, and sat beside Aiko and across from Naruto, her eyes glued on the boy. Naruto nodded at Aiko's mother's request. "My name is Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze. I come from the Hidden Leaf Village, and I don't know where this place is or how I got here. All I want is to get home," Naruto said, getting confused looks from Aiko and her mother. "Did I say something wrong?" he asked. The black-haired woman stared at Naruto for a long moment, trying to detect any deception in his eyes before speaking. "Well, the place you are in doesn't really have a name. We simply know it as Paradise. It's odd you being here because people don't come through this land. As for the Hidden Leaf Village, I can honestly say I have never heard of such a place," she said, causing Naruto's eyes to widen. Meanwhile, Aiko was on her 3rd sandwich. End flashback. Naruto closed his eyes as he thought about his first impressions with Aiko's mother. He chuckled as he thought about little Aiko, who continued to eat her peanut butter and jelly sandwiches as he and her mother conversed about Paradise and its unique aspects. He had spoken to the woman about any nearby civilization, but Aiko's mother had given him no reassuring answers. The people of Paradise lived off the land's many gifts. There were no worries of danger from others, no concerns about not having enough to eat or good enough living conditions. It truly was a paradise, and the name did it justice. By the end of his and Aiko's mother's conversation, Naruto had clarity. Aiko's mother knew who Naruto was, and Aiko had eaten a grand total of 12 peanut butter and jelly sandwiches. With a smile, Naruto took a deep breath. His smile slowly faded as he walked under the waterfall and began to concentrate. The perfectly tempered water fell evenly on him as he let it run along his body. Taking breaths between the water, he looked inside himself to find his chakra. His chakra pathways were all closed, he knew that now, but they could be opened if he found his chakra center. Opening his chakra pathways was key to his body recovering. Minutes passed as the water continued to fall onto Naruto's shoulders. Still, he kept his eyes closed and continued to search his body. More minutes passed before Naruto sensed something. Deep within, he felt his chakra. There wasn't much of it at the moment, but that was about to change. Naruto walked out from under the waterfall and stood in the pond with his eyes closed, recalling his time with the serpents. One of the last things he had learned from Leviathan was how to jumpstart his chakra and make it temporarily stronger and more potent. The plan was to use the same technique and force his chakra pathways open with a flood of newly formed chakra. The process was similar to opening the 8 gates, and if Naruto got this wrong, it could kill him. Unfortunately, it was a risk he had to take. Raising his hands, Naruto placed them just above the water and began to summon his chakra. It didn't take long to pull it from him, and when he did, he immediately converted it to lightning chakra, creating small bolts of lightning along his hands. With one last deep breath, he summoned the rest of his chakra. After 2 minutes of agonizing pain, Naruto gasped, his eyes flying open. His chakra pathways were now fully open, allowing him to heal at an Uzumaki's accelerated rate. He stumbled forward a few steps but managed to stay upright. A frown creased his brow. The Konoha ninja realized he was still in rough shape. Though his chakra pathways were open and generating chakra, his reserves were completely depleted, meaning he couldn't leave just yet. With a sigh, Naruto waded out of the water and sank into the grass. Iron Country. Minato surveyed the cages before him. "Here's what we know about the Shinigami's blade," Minato began. "Each member appears to possess unique abilities. We're unsure if these powers stem from their swords or if they were innate. A single member could decimate an entire village. All 4 together? They could conquer the continent without question. So far, 3 of their members have been eliminated. As you know, Naruto, my son, killed the first during the Chunin exams. I've been told he killed a second while en route to assist Kiri, and I personally eliminated a third while he was away. However, as you've witnessed, Menma and Narumi have joined the Shinigami's blade and gained significant strength. Jiraiya located their base, but Menma and Narumi nearly ended his career with ease, according to him. I believe they've mastered the Kyuubi's chakra, which is their unique ability. Furthermore, my ninja, Konan, encountered another swordsman who inflicted an equal strike on his opponent for every blow landed." The blonde Hokage paused, taking a breath before continuing. "We have no information on the Shinigami's blade leader. We don't know his power, his abilities, or anything about him, really," Minato concluded with a weary tone. Silence filled the room. The other 4 cages sat in thoughtful quiet, their expressions downcast. The grim reality of the situation hit Oniki, the Tsuchikage, and the Reikage, particularly hard. Both were proud men who had dedicated their lives to grueling training, only to be effortlessly defeated by a single opponent. The fact that a low-ranking Shinigami's Blade member nearly killed 3 Kages, only to be defeated by a child, deeply wounded their ninja pride. It also put things into perspective. Success would require the combined efforts of all 5 great ninja villages to overcome this still mysterious group. Stood up, drawing everyone's attention. Minato is right. The Shinigami's Blade is a threat we can no longer ignore. Kumo will join this alliance and destroy these swordsmen, A declared, crossing his massive arms. The rune remained quiet until Gaara rose. The Shinigami's Blade poses a genuine threat to us all. Suna will participate in the assault against them, the one-tailed Jinchuriki stated in a low voice. Mei stood next, a sultry smile gracing her face. You'll have the assistance of Kiri, along with the swordsman of the mist. We'll wipe the Shinigami's Blade from existence, the auburn-haired Mizukage said with a flirtatious tone, inadvertently pushing up her breasts as she crossed her arms. All eyes turned to the eldest Kage, who sat deep in thought. After a minute of silence, Oniki stood on his chair, much to the secret amusement of his fellow Kages. Iwa and Konoha have long been enemies. Perhaps it's time an alliance was formed to confront this threat, the old man said. Minato smiled at the responses. For the first time in ninja history, all 5 ninja villages would be allied against a single enemy. I know it will take time to assemble your forces, but what matters is that they are assembled and ready for battle. We aren't fully aware of our enemy's strength, but we know their goal and location. They intend to destroy our ninja way of life, and that will not stand. For the first time in history, all 5 ninja villages will be allies, and the Shinigami's Blade will face the wrath of the elemental nations. Now, I believe we should also reach out to the smaller villages for their assistance, Minato said, receiving nods from everyone. Paradise. Naruto lay on the grass, basking in the sun, when a shadow fell across his face. Slowly, he opened his eyes to see Aiko smiling down at him. A smile spread across his own face, a common occurrence whenever he saw the innocent little girl. Hello Aiko, how are you doing? The ninja asked. Aiko's smile widened. You weren't home, so I came looking for you. What are you doing, Naruto? She asked cheerfully. The blonde slowly sat up and looked at her. I was a little hurt before, so I had to help myself get better, he said, pushing himself up. On his feet, Naruto took a few breaths before standing straight. Looking down at Aiko, he smiled again and patted her head, making her giggle. Aiko, I want to thank you for everything you've done for me. When I was weak, you watched over me, and for that, I'm very grateful, Naruto said, causing Aiko to look down, hoping to hide her blush as she smiled. You're welcome, Naruto. I like having you here, the black-haired girl said, her smile still plastered on her face. Do you want to get some peanut butter and jelly sandwiches? Aiko asked, her eyes shining with puppy dog appeal. Naruto chuckled at how adorable the little girl could be before sighing. I guess I am feeling kind of hungry, though I do wonder about your obsession with peanut butter and jelly sandwiches, Naruto mused aloud, oblivious to the irony, especially given his family's love for ramen. Let's go, Aiko, the blonde said, walking beside her. Aiko smiled and held out her hand, which Naruto took, and the two walked toward her house. It kind of looked like you were sleeping, Aiko said as they continued to walk, making Naruto laugh. Aiko's house. The ninja and his new friend entered Aiko's house hand in hand. Aiko skipped while humming, and Naruto, rolling his eyes good-naturedly, had a smile on his face. They walked into the kitchen, where Aiko's mother was already making peanut butter and jelly sandwiches as if she'd anticipated their request. The woman looked up and smiled at the sight of her daughter and their guest returning. Welcome back, you two. You're both right on time for lunch. Go ahead and sit down at the table, and I'll bring you your sandwiches, she requested. Naruto and Aiko nodded, obeying the woman's request and taking their places at the table. A minute later, Aiko's mom brought a plate of 6 peanut butter and jelly sandwiches and placed it on the table. Immediately after, she retrieved the plates, placed them in front of Aiko, Naruto, and her own spot, then sat beside Aiko. Looking at the two, she smiled when she saw her daughter immediately begin stuffing her face while Naruto politely took a sandwich and ate it at a calm pace. Shaking her head slightly with an amused look, the woman took a sandwich for herself before looking back at them. So, how are your days going? Aiko's mother asked. Aiko's face lit up at the question. Well, when I woke up, there was a birdie outside my window. When I opened my window, the birdie let me pet it. Then me and the birdie sang together, and the birdie told me about its day. After that, I went outside and played with a few squirrels, which was a lot of fun. Then I went to watch the fishies swim, which was a lot of fun. And then I went to go find Naruto, which took a long time, but I found him sleeping in the grass. And then we came back home to eat food, the girl said without taking a second to breathe. Both Naruto and Aiko's mother looked at the girl, then at each other, with amused expressions before soft laughter escaped them. Naruto smiled brightly at the innocence and pure goodness that radiated from Aiko. It was refreshing to have a break from the often dark nature of the ninja world. Naruto's smile faltered at the thought of the ninja world. No matter how much he wished to stay here, people needed and depended on him. He had to recover as quickly as possible so he could leave, despite his hesitation. Later that night, Naruto sat on the roof of Aiko's house, staring at the sky as he waited. The moon was almost full, just a few more minutes. Tonight was the night he would regain the power he had before his fight with Ryuki. Staring at the sky, Naruto watched as the last clouds moved away from the moon. Immediately, the great light in the night sky shone down on him, granting him unparalleled power. His body went into overdrive, all soreness and injury vanished, and pure, untainted chakra surged through him. A white light enveloped Naruto's figure as the pure chakra gave him strength greater than any he had ever wielded. After about a minute, the light around the blonde faded, leaving Naruto in his black sleeveless shirt and black umbu pants. Looking himself over, he felt power coursing through his veins. To his side, he noticed something new, a crescent moon tattoo with 3 stars outside it on his left shoulder. The markings made Naruto raise an eyebrow, but he set it aside for later. Shaking his head slightly, the blonde swordsman held out his hand and focused as he had so many times before. An instant later, a glowing light appeared in his hand, lasting 10 seconds before dying down to reveal something new. Instead of his usual black and silver curved blade, Naruto now held a slightly thinner and less curved sword. The blade was white with a gold lining. A purple moon was placed in the center where the handle and blade met. The handle itself was golden, with 3 white stars running down it in a straight line. It was a fine blade, and for some reason, Naruto felt slightly more powerful with this new sword than his previous one. Taking a few swings, he immediately realized this sword was lighter and could land quicker blows, yet it was large enough to deliver powerful strikes. The blonde nodded at his new sword. He was a new Naruto, so it was only fitting that he wielded a new sword. Shinigami's blade base. Tsuranabe was strategizing new plans when he felt it. An immense wave of power caused him to stop and walk to his window. Looking outside, he saw a great light shining from the moon down to the ground. Narrowing his eyes, then realizing what the light meant, Tsuranabe smiled a large, sinister smile. His plans were back on track. The key to his unlimited power had survived his test, and he knew exactly where that key was. Flaring his chakra, Sashura instantly appeared behind him. The black-haired leader of the Shinigami's blade continued to stare in the direction of the fading light. Sashura, he addressed the woman without turning around, causing her to look up. It seems our dear Naruto survived his battle with the dragon summoner. The boy now resides in paradise. I think we should pay him a visit, don't you? He asked with an amused tone. Sashura quickly nodded. I shall get Menma and Narumi, she said, turning and leaving to retrieve the 2 Jinchuriki, leaving her leader alone in his office. So, Naruto, you've returned from the dead, but I wonder if you've finally reached the pinnacle of a swordsman. I suppose we shall soon see whether you've matured or if you're still the same child I last saw in Kiri, the man said, chuckling evilly at the end of his comment. Meanwhile, Sashura walked through the base's hallways, gritting her teeth in anger. Soon, Sira, I will avenge you, my beloved, Sashura silently promised, clenching her fists at the thought of seeing the blonde who took the woman she loved from this world. It wasn't long before she reached the kitchen, where the 2 siblings were conversing. Making her presence known, Sashura walked in and looked at the 2 Jinchuriki. Tsuranabe might be using them to further his ambitions, but she didn't trust them in the slightest and was secretly waiting for them to slip up, to give her any excuse to kill them. Shaking her head, Sashura looked Menma and Narumi in the eyes. It seems your brother has survived his previous challenge and now resides in paradise. Be ready to leave, Sashura said, quickly turning and leaving the 2 alone to stew in the anger that their hated brother was still alive. Iron Country. The Cages and their guests sat in the meeting room in Iron Country late at night when a massive surge of chakra was felt. A light shone outside the window in the distance, drawing each of the Cages' attention. Looking at the light in the far distance, it appeared to be a beam coming directly from the moon downwards. After a short moment of confusion, the Konoha members' eyes widened simultaneously. They exchanged excited looks, wide smiles, and, in Kushina and Yakumo's cases, tears. The moonlight confirmed the bleak and distant hopes the Konoha group had previously held. The power felt gave truth to one fact: Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze was back. My son is alive. My son is alive. My boy is alive. Minato thought, a smile on his face, while in the back of his mind, his thoughts were along the lines of, we actually have a chance to beat the Shinigami's blade now. Konan had a genuine smile on her face. While not as emotional as her fellow Konoha ninja, she was ecstatic that Sashura's words proved false. Well, sis, you sure know how to train the blue-haired Kunoichi thought, her smile turning into an amused smirk. Kushina held her hand to her heart. My baby is alive. Oh, my sweet baby, I will find you no matter how long it takes, and when I do find you, I'm going to smother you in hugs and kisses, sweetie, you know, the red-headed Uzumaki thought, unable to control her verbal tic even in her thoughts as tears slid down her face. Yakumo, however, had a mix of extreme happiness and womanly fury on her face. When I get my hands on you, Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze, you will wish you were never born, a demonic voice thought in her head. And then I'm gonna give you the best welcome home present of your life, a naughtier voice in her mind thought, causing the girl to blush as tears of happiness fell down her face. The other cages and their guests looked at the Konoha group with confused expressions but set it aside for later. It was late, and they were tired. Whatever was happening could wait until tomorrow morning. Paradise the next day. Naruto's eyes flickered as he slowly began to wake. Stretching his arms and gradually opening his eyes, he was met with the sight of Aiko looking down at him. Naruto blinked a few times before raising a finger and poking her nose. Aiko giggled at the action and moved back, allowing Naruto to sit up. It's about time you woke up, lazy head. We get to go into town today, she shouted, jumping around the room. The intensity of her voice made him put his hands to his ears in hopes of lessening the noise. Seeing that the girl was done talking and just jumping for fun, Naruto slowly got out of bed and, without a word, picked up Aiko. Walking to the doorway, he placed the girl down and shut the door completely, missing the pout that formed on her face. A minute and a half later, Naruto opened the door in his regular clothes to a still pouting Aiko. Rolling his eyes, Naruto ruffled Aiko's hair, causing her to giggle and hold out her hand, which Naruto took. The two walked downstairs to see Aiko's mother in the living room. The woman looked up as they made their way downstairs. Smiling, Aiko's mother stood up. Well, look who's finally up, she said with a smirk as Aiko giggled beside the boy in question. Naruto rubbed the back of his neck in embarrassment. Sorry, I guess I was just really tired, the blonde said, which got a giggle from Aiko. More like really lazy, the little girl corrected, eliciting laughter from her mother and the blonde. As the laughter died down, Aiko's mother stood straight. Well, it's good you're awake. I don't know if Aiko already told you, but today we're going into town, she said, to which Naruto nodded. Well, good. Maybe we can get some lunch and afterward get you some new clothes, she said with a smile. Naruto nodded with a smile and Aiko smiled as well. Paradise in town 20 minutes later. Naruto, Aiko, and Aiko's mother sat at a food stand in town. The three sat on stools, waiting for their food, with Aiko swinging her legs back and forth. Naruto had ordered the same as Aiko and her mother, the house soup. Naruto looked at Aiko's mother with a perplexed expression. So, you don't pay for this or anything here in Paradise? Naruto asked, causing the woman to turn to him and smile. Aiko's mother chuckled at Naruto's obvious amazement. No, Naruto. Here in Paradise, we take care of one another. We have people who collect certain resources, people who utilize those resources like tailors or cooks, and we share our resources among ourselves. For example, I'm a teacher, but I don't charge for teaching others. It's just a service I provide to the people of this land. The land around us takes care of us, and we make the most of it by sharing resources evenly. Is that so hard to understand? The woman asked, not seeing the big problem. Naruto nodded his head. In a world where you must give something to receive something, the concept of everyone living in a world where everything is free is nothing more than a fantasy, the blonde said, stopping as the food arrived. The smell of the soup made his mouth water. Dipping his spoon into the bowl, he slowly began to raise it before something stopped him dead in his tracks. A presence he hadn't felt since the civil war in Kiri. A presence that made Naruto's face pale and his stomach churn. Focusing on the presence, the blonde quickly looked around before narrowing down the location. Looking in the direction of what he had sensed, his eyes widened as four figures stood atop a distant hill. Each figure possessed cage-level power, and each harbored a dream of peace through submission. After a long moment of silence, Naruto was snapped out of his trance by a tug on his arm. Looking down, he noticed Aiko with a concerned look on her face. Putting on a weak smile for her, he slowly got up from his stool and looked down at Aiko. Listen, Aiko, I need to take care of something quickly, but I'll be back soon. In the meantime, I want you to take your mom and go back to the house, okay? The blonde said, now getting Aiko's mother's full attention as well. Aiko tilted her head in confusion. What's the matter, Naruto? Maybe I can help, the girl suggested excitedly. Naruto looked at the girl with a sad smile, and the sight of Aiko only strengthened his resolve. Looking up at Aiko's mother, he sent a silent message through eye contact. The woman immediately understood that Naruto needed them out of the way for some reason. Standing up from her stool, she took her daughter's hand in her own and smiled. Come on, Aiko, Naruto has to take care of this alone. He'll be back soon though, and then you two can play all day. Does that sound fun? The mother asked with an excited tone. The little girl smiled her signature wide smile and nodded rapidly. Okay, mommy. Good luck with what you're gonna do, Naruto, the little girl said before jumping off her stool and squeezing her mother's hand. Aiko's mother gave one last look towards Naruto before turning away from him and walking with her skipping daughter home. The blonde swordsman, meanwhile, turned around with a determined and angry look on his face. He let out a slight growl before shining away in a water vortex. Paradise Hilltop. Tsuranabe watched as Naruto left the people he was interacting with and only had to wait a few short moments before the blonde swordsman appeared in front of the 4 members of the Shinigami's blade. The black-haired leader smiled a dark smile as he looked the boy over. He was almost there, he had almost achieved mastery over his abilities. Shaking himself out of his inner thoughts, Tsuranabe let his smile grow. Why, hello, Naruto, what a surprise seeing you here. I'll say, before your little light show last night. Naruto reached for his new sword, its appearance surprising Tsuranabe, who raised an eyebrow. Leave now and live to see tomorrow, Naruto warned, his voice firm as he gripped the sword, allowing his chakra to surge. He rested the blade on his shoulder, his eyes narrowing as Tsuranabe began to laugh. Simultaneously, Naruto noticed the sinister smiles on his siblings' faces and the woman's angry expression. Oh, Naruto, even after our last encounter in Kiri, you still doubt my power? Tsuranabe challenged, a sword materializing in his hand. He tilted his head slightly, raising his weapon. As Naruto prepared for battle, an inexplicable weight pressed down on him, forcing him to his knees. He gasped for air, his breaths coming in short, ragged bursts. He fought to stand, but it was useless. Tsuranabe, disappointment etched on his face, shook his head. Still so naive and arrogant, Naruto. Believing you can defeat every enemy. He then turned to the 2 Jinchuriki beside him. Bind him, Tsuranabe commanded, his voice cold. Menma and Narumi approached their brother with cruel smiles. Menma grabbed Naruto's head, forcing him to look up. I want to see the pain on your face, you pathetic worm, he sneered, nodding to his sister. Both Kyuubi Jinchuriki inhaled, then unleashed malevolent red chakra chains from their backs. The chains shot towards Naruto, piercing his shoulders and exiting his chest, then entering his chest and exiting his back. They continued, going through his tailbone and emerging from his hips, finally wrapping around his knees and exiting the back of his legs before cinching tight. The chakra chain seared Naruto's body, eliciting a scream of agony. It took every ounce of the blonde swordsman's will not to lose consciousness. Tsuranabe walked to the hill's edge, gazing down at paradise. Menma and Narumi followed, dragging their brother with them. Sashura joined her leader, her eyes also fixed on the town. Despite the excruciating pain, Naruto fought to remain aware of his surroundings. Tsuranabe looked down at paradise. Naruto, you may not grasp the true significance of this land. This place, this paradise, is the last truly good place on earth. It is also one of the final obstacles to my perfect world. And when I create my perfect world, there will be peace, he declared. You're an insane and maniacal bastard, Naruto spat, a wave of intense pain surging through him as the burns worsened. The leader of the Shinigami's blade chuckled at Naruto's defiance. You are resilient, I'll grant you that. At this point, I know it's futile to explain how I'll create my perfect world. Your mind is set. But you will witness the next step of my plan, the destruction of the last perfectly good place on earth, he said with a smile. Naruto's eyes widened. No, please, don't do this. You can have me, just leave this place alone. They won't interfere with your plans, just leave them be. Please, he begged from the ground. He struggled against the chains, the intense burning sensation discouraging him, but thoughts of Aiko and her mother spurred him to continue fighting. Tsuranabe shook his head. That is the difference between us, young Naruto. I will do whatever it takes to achieve my ultimate goal, whereas you will compromise yours if a step seems wrong to you. Now, watch as paradise falls, the black-haired swordsman said, raising his sword. A black beam shot skyward from the blade's tip, then descended, enveloping the entire town. Within paradise, Aiko's mother and the townspeople stared at the black beam descending from the sky, confused. A strange feeling began to overcome the mother. Her energy was rapidly draining. Looking around, she saw people collapsing. Losing the strength to stand, she fell, prompting Aiko to rush to her side. The girl quickly knelt, a tired expression on her face. Mommy, I'm tired, the little girl murmured, her eyes growing heavy. The mother looked around again and would have vomited if she had the energy. People lay on the ground, some with their skin growing thin and wrinkled, their hair losing color. Moments later, these same people let out haunting moans before their bodies decomposed into dust. Unable to physically react, the woman turned to her daughter. Aiko looked scared and needed comfort. Gathering her last bit of energy, the woman smiled at her daughter and whispered, "Everything will be okay, sweetie." Aiko smiled back, reassured by her mother's words. Her smile, however, quickly turned to fear as her mother's appearance began to change. Her beautiful black hair lost its color, then her skin lost its color and texture, and eventually, the moans began. Aiko clutched her mother's hand tighter, but it eventually weakened and crumbled in her grasp. The little girl tried to scream but lacked the energy. She watched as her mother transformed from the beautiful woman she knew into a pile of dust. It was too much for Aiko, and she eventually passed out from exhaustion. On Paradise Hilltop, Naruto felt it. One by one, he felt the people dying until no life forces remained in Paradise. The Shinigami's blade members chuckled at Paradise's demise, but something within Naruto snapped. Looking up, he let out a primal scream of rage. The scream drew the attention of the Shinigami's Blade members, who turned to see a dark, shadowy substance engulfing Naruto. The sky, once bathed in sunlight, immediately turned black. An eternal darkness blanketed the once peaceful land. The swordsman slowly rose, the chakra chains that had impaled him swiftly falling away. His siblings lunged forward to attack, but before they could land a hit, both were sliced in half at the midsection. Split in two, Menma and Narumi lay on the ground, unresponsive. The shadow-covered Naruto turned his gaze to Sashura and dashed towards her. A millisecond before he could cleave her in half with his shadowy sword, Tsuranabe appeared beside his subordinate and blocked Naruto's attack. Tsuranabe frowned as the force of the strike caused his arm to buckle slightly. Tsuranabe used his left hand to reinforce his right, stabilizing his sword. Sashura, get Menma and Narumi and take them to the base now, the leader ordered. With significant effort, Tsuranabe managed to push Naruto's sword back a little. Looking at the boy before him, he saw eyes devoid of soul, of emotion. Sashura quickly moved to collect Menma and Narumi's bodies, which were just beginning to reform. The three vanished in a distortion, returning to their base. Naruto ignored the others, focusing solely on Tsuranabe. He pushed hard, knocking the leader back, and quickly swiped his sword. Tsuranabe dodged just in time but didn't anticipate Naruto striking again so quickly. With a swift stab, Naruto landed a hit on the side of Tsuranabe's cheek. The black-haired swordsman jumped back, touching his cheek. He couldn't believe it, the boy had actually landed a blow. Tsuranabe had little time to ponder his wound as Naruto immediately charged him. Naruto swung his sword with heavy, rapid blows, breaking Tsuranabe's guard repeatedly. On the defensive, Tsuranabe began to feel the fatigue from his attack that annihilated Paradise. With over half of his remaining strength, he swung his sword, sending Naruto flying backward. Just as Naruto started to rise and prepare to attack again, the leader of the Shinigami's blade vanished in their signature distortion. Standing, Naruto looked around. Seeing the Shinigami's blade gone, the darkness covering him receded. As the shadows vanished and Naruto regained his senses, he collapsed to his knees. Tears immediately streamed from his eyes. He clenched his fists so hard they bled. His tears eventually turned to sobs as he thought of Aiko and her mother. So many people were dead, and they had done nothing to deserve such a fate. Naruto gritted his teeth, looking skyward. I swear to you, people of Paradise, I will not let your deaths be in vain. I will make this right, he vowed before looking back to the ground, tears still falling. Konoha Hospital. Jiraiya, the Toad Sage and a member of the Sunin, lay in his hospital bed, a shattered man. Painkillers coursed through him, but they did nothing to alleviate his anguish. His body was useless, nothing more than that of a decrepit old man. His eyes held no hope for a better tomorrow. His heart ached with an unbearable pain every second he thought about his actions. Everything he had done since the birth of his godchildren had created utter chaos in the ninja world. His ambition was to bring peace, but instead, he brought the opposite. He had ruined the lives of 3 children he loved and swore to protect from the day they were born. He gave everything to Menma and Narumi, creating 2 monsters. He ignored his eldest godson, and now he might never be part of the boy's life, if he was even still alive. The student he loved like a son refused to visit him unless for information, and the fiery red-headed woman he watched his student fall in love with wanted nothing to do with him. Jiraiya, the Toad Sage, was alone. Tsunade entered her teammate's room to find the same sight she had seen every day since her perverted friend's arrival. Jiraiya was in pain despite her best efforts. His body had given up, and his mind was gone. He couldn't bathe himself, so she worried about his perverted tendencies now that he'd be receiving sponge baths from female nurses. To her surprise and concern, he didn't react at all, maintaining the same blank, broken expression without a word. It broke her heart to see the man she had once loved in such a state. With a sigh, the blonde medic approached her teammate. "Alright, Jiraiya, care to tell me how you're feeling today?" she asked in a gentle tone she rarely used, though it had become normal for speaking to Jiraiya lately. Receiving no answer from the man, who continued to stare out his window with a sad look, Tsunade sighed again. "You know, Jiraiya, Orochimaru is coming by later today, and I thought the 3 of us could have dinner together, like old times. Doesn't that sound good? Hell, I could tell Orochimaru to get lost, and we could have that date you always wanted," she said with a smirk. Jiraiya maintained his expression, staring out the window. "Tsunade, you shouldn't worry about me, nor should Orochimaru. I don't deserve your concern. Just leave me as I am, a crippled, alone, old man. Just let me die so I am no longer a burden on anyone else," he said in a lifeless tone. Tsunade's mouth fell open at his words. She stood beside him, trying to find words to say, but none came. As she struggled to think of anything, she didn't notice the tear that fell from her eye. Turning, the slug summoner exited the room to attend to her other patients. She had been quite busy today due to a number of her nurses calling in sick. Hokich's office. Itaka stood in his temporary office, gazing at the village below. Needing a break from paperwork, the young man had stepped away from the Hokage desk to clear his mind but was met with an odd sight. The streets of Konoha seemed almost empty. A few vendors were out, and only a handful of civilians and ninja walked around, but the usually bustling village was now almost silent. Narrowing his eyes, Itachi flared his chakra, immediately summoning 2 of his umbu. Without taking his eyes off the quiet village, Itachi spoke. Cat, boar, the village is a bit too quiet for my liking. Go into town and investigate. Something is happening, and I want to know what as soon as possible, the temporary Hokage ordered. Behind him, Cat and Boar nodded before vanishing from his office. Taking a breath, Itachi concentrated. Whatever was happening wasn't just a lull in Konoha. No, something was amiss, and he needed to know what. Before another thought could cross his mind, footsteps sounded from just outside the open door to the Hokage's office. Turning quickly, he was met with a sight that instantly put him on guard. Danzo Shimura. Danzo, what are you doing here? Itachi asked, subtly reaching for a hidden kunao. He watched as 2 ninja dressed in umbu clothing with the root symbol carved on their headbands followed the elderly man. Itachi activated his Sharingan as Danzo smiled a sinister smile. The elder smiled at the acting Hokage, who stood with his greatest weapon activated. Hello, Uchiha. Allow me to preface what I must say by stating that I am nothing more than a shadow clone, so killing me will do nothing. Now, what I am doing here is simple. I am saving Konoha, the shadow clone said, walking forward but stopping when Itachi unsheathed a kunao and his umbutanto. Konoha is the strongest village in the elemental nations, yet what do we do with that fact? We simply sit on it instead of showing the world our strength. Konoha can rule this world, but only if it has the right leader. That is why the current regime must end, and from its ashes, a new regime will rise. I will bring Konoha the glory it deserves, something neither you nor that bumbling fool Minato could ever have the will or the stomach to do, the elder said, slamming his cane on the floor. Itachi growled at Danzo's words, gripping his tanto tighter. Whatever you think is right, you're wrong. You made a mistake telling me this, Danzo, because now I'm coming after you, the Uchiha growled. His determined look, however, quickly turned to confusion as the Danzo shadow clone began to laugh. You believe so, dear Itachi? Unfortunately for you, by now my forces have gathered and are about to strike and gain control over Konoha. And without you to lead the shinobi, Konoha's ninja forces will stand no chance against the alliance I have created. Konoha will be mine, and it will become greater than its days under the first Hokage himself. Goodbye, Itachi, for this is the end for you, the clone said with a smile before popping out of existence. With their leader's disappearance, the 2 root ninjas stepped forward, making Itachi ready himself for an attack. Just as the Uchiha prepared for any incoming attack, the 2 root ninjas stopped their advances and both made a single hand sign. Seals immediately appeared along both of the root ninjas' bodies, making Itachi's eyes widen. A second later, an explosion activated by multiple exploding tags planted along the ninjas' bodies filled the Hokage's office, causing the entire top level of the Hokage tower to crumble and a pillar of smoke to form upwards. Uchiha compound. Suzuki stood in his backyard, practicing his kunao and shuriken throwing. He had just landed a kunao in a dummy's head when a loud explosion echoed through the village. Immediately looking up, he saw a tower of smoke in the distance. Using chakra, the Chunin jumped onto his house's roof for a better view, his eyes widening at the sight. The Hokage tower was on fire, its entire top section destroyed. Not knowing what was happening or if his brother was okay, Suzuki prepared to head towards the tower. As he was about to jump off his house, he felt multiple presences nearby and dodged just in time to avoid several shuriken. Turning quickly and activating his Sharingan, he was confused to see 5 of his fellow clansmen land in front of him. Narrowing his eyes, he noticed each had their Sharingan activated, raising questions about their intentions. Thinking of multiple scenarios, Suzuki addressed the newcomers to buy time. What are you doing? We have to go to the Hokage tower to make sure Itachi is alright. Suzuki shouted, causing the 5 Uchiha to chuckle. Each Uchiha had signature Uchiha features and wore umbu battle armor. One Uchiha stepped forward as his clansmen drew tanto from their sheaths. Suzuki Uchiha, under the orders of the new Hokage Danzo Shimura, and the Uchiha clan head Fugaku Uchiha, you have been sentenced to death. The new Konoha will be strong, and you will only impede the progress of not only the village but the clan as well. We must ensure the world knows that the Uchiha clan is the most powerful clan in the world, and this is the first step, the Uchiha clansman said, drawing his own tanto. Suzuki looked at the group, almost dumbfounded. You are all fools. All this proves is that you are all traitors to Konoha and that your arrogance knows no bounds. Just because we have a gift unlike other clans does not make us better than them. No clan is above another, not even the Uchiha, the boy yelled, subconsciously voicing the thoughts of the Madara Uchiha speaking to him. Suzuki took a step forward, standing tall against his clansmen. That being said, you truly believe you will defeat me? You are welcome to try, however, people far stronger than you have tried, Suzuki said before activating his storage seal. His spear immediately appeared in his grasp, lightning crackling around it. The Uchiha members exchanged glances before 3 charged forward with swords, 1 left, 1 down the middle, and 1 right. 2 stayed back, shouting great fireball jutsu and sending large fireballs flying towards Sasuke. The Chunin smirked before dashing straight to the middle Uchiha and throwing his spear. The middle Uchiha prepared to raise his sword to block the incoming weapon, but it vanished before he could. Then, he felt a sharp pain in his chest. Stopping his movement and falling to the ground, his last thoughts were how? Death by spear occurred because when Sasuke threw the spear, it used built-up chakra to speed up and become invisible even to the Sharingan, impaling the man's chest without a chance for defense. Without missing a beat, Sasuke jumped up just in time to avoid the incoming fireballs. Hanging in the air, Sasuke performed a series of lightning-quick hand signs before shouting "Solar Destruction," sending a massive golden ball of fire down upon his fellow clansmen. The 2 Uchiha below were paralyzed in shock and fear as the miniature sun flew towards them. The great ball of fire impacted, continuing through the roof and into the house. Once the giant fireball reached the ground, it exploded in a massive blast that incinerated everything nearby. As the explosion began to expand, a purple chakra guardian rose above the blast, covering and absorbing the attack. A minute after the massive blast, the purple being and its guardian began to fade. Nearby, Sasuke knelt, panting, gazing at his ruined home through activated Mangekyo Sharingan. Clenching his fists in anger, he slowly rose, preparing to head to the Hokage Tower. Sasuke, a familiar voice called, making him spin around, a spear instantly in his hand. He nearly dropped it. Fugaku Uchiha, his father, stood with crossed arms, his Sharingan active and uniquely designed a Mangekyo. Dread filled Sasuke. He shook his head to focus, then glared, "Father, what is this? You sent clan members to kill me?" "Why?" Fugaku uncrossed his arms and sighed. "Sasuke, the Uchiha clan must assert its dominance and claim its rightful place as Konoha's leaders. Though I never wish to kill Itachi or you, I must do what's best for the clan," he said coldly. Sasuke flared his chakra in rage. "You truly believe the Uchiha clan alone can conquer Konoha? You're a fool," Sasuke shouted, raising his spear for battle. Fugaku narrowed his eyes, adopting the Uchiha interceptor stance. "Watch your words, boy. I'm not naive enough to believe only an Uchiha can kill an Uchiha. We aren't doing this alone. My allies are currently invading the village, restraining and eliminating other clans. By day's end, Konoha's streets will run red, but we, the Uchiha, will finally rule this land as we should have for so long." Sasuke was shocked. This horrid plan would bring immense death, shame, and disgrace upon the Uchiha clan. Chakra blazed purple around him. "You're insane. I will stop you and the rest of the clan. As long as I breathe, you will not succeed. I swear this on my life and my ancestors. Fugaku Uchiha, today you die." Both Uchiha then charged, intending to kill. Hyaga compound. Hayashi was outside with his wife and daughters in the Hyaga compound when the explosion occurred. All chatter ceased. He immediately stood, seeing a smoke pillar rise from the village center, seemingly from the Hokage Tower. His family rushed to his side, fear etched on their faces. Hayashi activated his Byakugan, ready to go to the tower, when he sensed something approaching. His eyes widened. He pushed his family down and began his signature Hyaga rotation. 50 shuriken and kunao clattered off the chakra dome. As the barrage stopped, Hayashi slowly ceased spinning, adopting his gentle fist stance. His shaking wife and daughters stood behind him. 10 Hyaga clansmen stepped into view. Hayashi gritted his teeth, recognizing them as high-level Hyaga. Their smug smirks made his wife and daughters tremble. Hayashi narrowed his eyes. "Hayashi Hyaga, your time as head of the Hyaga clan has ended. By order of the clan elders and the new Hokage, Danzo Shimura, you and your family are to die," the lead Hyaga declared as the others took their gentle fist stances. Hayashi remained in his stance. "You won't lay a hand on my family. You will die today for treason. Girls, stay behind me. I'll handle this," he said, his tone reassuring. The 10 Hyaga charged. The first lunged with a chakra-infused palm thrust. Hayashi easily brushed it aside and retaliated with a palm thrust to the man's heart, sending him flying. 2 more attacked from behind, but Hayashi spun, delivering instant fatal palm thrusts to their hearts. The remaining 7 regrouped and attacked simultaneously. They aimed for Hayashi and his family, but he surprised them by initiating a rapid rotation. They impacted the dome but didn't fly back. Instead, they remained pressed against it, taking more and more force. Unseen by them, Hayashi was subtly pushing them away and pulling them back, maximizing the impact of his continuous strikes all in less than a second. As the rotation continued, more strikes pounded their faces and chests, caving them in beyond recognition. Hayashi suddenly stopped, sending the unrecognizable, deceased Hyaga members flying backward to land in a heap of flesh. Out of his stance, Hayashi struggled to control his breathing. Before he could pant, his wife tackled him from behind, sobbing and shaking. He gently unwrapped her arms, turned, and pulled her into a hug. As she cried into his chest, he looked at his tearful daughters, Hinata and Hanabi. He nodded, and they rushed over, embracing him tightly. Hayashi held his family, trying to convey reassurance through his hug. The moment ended with the sound of clapping. Releasing his family and quickly on guard, Hayashi turned to see the Hyuga elders standing at a distance, smirking evilly. Scowling, Hayashi stood tall, glaring menacingly. "How dare you old fools think you can attack my family and live," he growled. The elders chuckled. One elder stepped forward, surveying the small family. "It's time for change, Hayashi. Once you're gone, the Hyuga will gain more prestige and lead the new Hidden Leaf village into a golden age of prosperity and power. We'll eventually be known as the most powerful clan in the elemental nations. But don't despair at your imminent demise, for you and your family's death shall be the catalyst for our rise to power," the elder said before snapping his fingers. Following the snap, over 40 ninja wearing root headbands appeared on surrounding compound roofs. Hayashi looked around, a flicker of fear in his eyes. He was rusty, as he'd realized after fighting his clansmen. He didn't think he could take on 10 more elite ninja, much less over 40. The elders were gone. Cursing inwardly, Hayashi activated his Byakugan again as the ninja leaped down, surrounding him and his family. He glanced back, seeing his wife and daughters crying and shaking even worse than before. He gazed at them for a long time, trying to memorize their faces. Taking a deep breath, Hayashi adopted a stance similar to Gentle Fist but slightly different, both arms forward, one leg back, ready to kick off. He looked up, pure determination on his face. Without turning his head, he spoke to his family. "Hinata, Hanabi, you've made me the proudest father imaginable. You are both destined for great things, and I know you'll achieve your dreams. Hitomi, you're an angel, and you deserved better than a stuck-up man like me. You made me the happiest man alive, and I cherished our love every single day. I love all of you," he said, leaving his family sobbing and confused. Before they could respond, Hayashi dashed forward, shouting Hyuga Forbidden Trigram, 10,000 palms. He unleashed a palm thrust that didn't make immediate contact but sent a blast of chakra forward, instantly killing a root member. The other root members attacked, some with taijutsu, some with weapons, some with ninjutsu. Hayashi continued to dash, picking up speed, quickly reaching the small army of root ninja. He leaped up, delivering a palm thrust that killed 5 root ninja below. Landing in the pile of bodies, he began to deliver rapid strikes to the surrounding ninja. The root ninja tried to attack, but he dodged, then landed 20 palm strikes in 2 seconds, killing one ninja, then others with separate palms. As attacks rained down, Hayashi dodged while striking forward, backward, sideways, and upward. 2 root ninja broke from the crowd, leaping up and sending a fireball and a stream of water at him. Hayashi simply thrust his palms upward without looking, reflecting the attacks back at them, sending them crashing to the ground. He continued to block attacks with his hands before looking down and thrusting his hand onto the ground. The thrust propelled him into the air, where he saw the swarm of root ninja below. Without hesitation, the Hyuga clan head flipped and spiraled downwards headfirst. Falling into the swarm, Hayashi performed a mid-air rotation, sending chakra thrusts in every direction, killing a multitude of root ninja. Landing on his feet, exhausted and breathing heavily, Hayashi looked at the group, now still. A second later, all but one root ninja fell backward, dead before they hit the ground. The last root ninja stared silently at the panting clan head before unsheathing a ninjato. Raising it, he charged, intending to complete his master's orders and end the Hyuga clan head and his family. As the blade neared Hayashi, he stopped panting, thrusting both hands forward, shattering the ninjato and killing the man with a chakra thrust. Shakily standing, Hayashi surveyed his yard, covered with over 50 dead bodies. He had prided himself on his clean lawn. Slowly turning, he looked at his family, who now gazed at him with admiration. The sight brought a smile to his face before he fell backward, dying with a peaceful expression. His death was inevitable, caused by the complete expulsion of all his chakra. Hitomi, Hinata, and Hanabi immediately appeared by his side, tears streaming down their faces. Hayashi, wake up," Hitomi said, her voice soft but panicked, as she rubbed his forehead and caressed his cheek. "Hayashi, you're scaring me. I need you to wake up, love, please. Please, Hayashi, I need you. Don't leave me, please don't leave me." Hayashi, her voice rising with each word as she began to shake violently. Tears streamed from her eyes. Hinata and Hanabi knelt beside their unmoving father, shaking him gently. "Father, wake up. Wake up, father, you did it. You beat them, now you have to wake up," Hinata pleaded, while Hanabi buried her head in his chest. Their pleas lasted 5 minutes before the painful reality hit the Hyuga family. Hayashi Hyuga was dead. Hitomi, Hinata, and Hanabi clung to him, weeping for their loss. Cries, sobs, and moans echoed as they gripped him tightly. This sad scene greeted Niji as he rushed into the compound yard. Seeing his uncle dead in his family's arms, the usually stoic Niji Hyuga began to cry. Hokage Tower remains. A cloud of smoke enveloped the rubble of the Hokage Tower, a former symbol of Konoha now gone. In the center, a pile of burnt wood and ash began to shake. After a few seconds, a figure rose from the ashes, a furious Itaki Uchiha. Covered in ash and soot, his skin was burnt and dark, with cuts bleeding on his face and singed hair ends. Activating his Sharingan, Itake closed his eyes, sensing Konoha's greatest threat. 30 seconds later, his eyes snapped open. He had his target. Danzo Shinmura. Jumping onto a nearby building's roof, Itake sped towards the ruins of the Hokage Monument. Hospital. Tsunade was in Jireya's room when the explosion sounded. Looking out the window, horror contorted her face as the Hokage tower fell. As she prepared to investigate, she sensed multiple chakra signatures approaching. She stepped in front of Jireya's hospital bed, ready to protect him with her life. Unbeknownst to her, Jireya was slowly waking. As he awoke behind his former teammate, the Toad Sunin was about to ask why Tsunade looked ready for a fight. Before he could speak, the hospital door burst open, revealing ninja in Umbu equipment with root headbands. Sakura was heading to Ino's flower shop when the Hokage tower exploded. Immediately adopting her battlefield mentality, she prepared to go to the site, but 12 men dressed as mercenaries dropped in front of her. Each wore a dirty smirk, examining the pink-haired Kunoichi. Sakura narrowed her eyes and raised her fists. "Hey creeps, get out of my way unless you're ready for a pounding," she shouted. The men chuckled. One spoke, "Trust me, girl, the only one taking a pounding today is you," his dirty smile eliciting more chuckles from his comrades and a look of pure disgust and mild fear from Sakura. He stepped forward, pulling a large amount of rope from a pouch. The others advanced, some drawing weapons, others cracking knuckles. "We can rough her up, boys, but not too much. It's no fun if we can't hear M scream," the mercenary announced. Sakura clenched her fists, gritting her teeth. Despite her fear, she was ready to fight. She had never killed anyone, but her ninja instincts told her this might be her first time. She knew it would come eventually and that she couldn't hesitate. Tsunade and Yakumo had emphasized this. Taking a breath, she dashed forward before the mercenaries could move, landing a chakra-powered punch on the speaker. He flew backward, colliding with a nearby building wall. Turning, she raised her fists, glaring at the mercenaries. "Who's next?" she challenged. Konoha Hospital. Jireya's room was filled with dead bodies. Tsunade stood guard over him, panting and blood-covered. One wall was gone, its rubble burying 3 dead root ninja. About 20 dead root ninja littered the room, and 15 filled the halls. Despite their losses, the root ninja kept coming, exhausting Tsunade. She tried to summon, but was constantly interrupted. Currently, she fought 3 root ninja, prioritizing Jireya's protection. With a superpowered punch, Tsunade killed 1 root ninja, leaving 2. Before she could react, a sharp pain shot through her shoulder. She quickly spun, grabbing both root ninja and slamming their heads together, popping them like balloons from the force. Breathing heavier but grateful for the brief reprieve, she stood tiredly. Reaching back, she felt the cause of her pain, a kunai embedded in her shoulder. Without flinching, she pulled it out and dropped it. Jireya watched his former teammate fight fiercely to protect him. He saw her kill every ninja who entered not low level, but elite jonin, at least Umbu captain level. He knew she was tired. Despite being legendary ninja, they were still human. It pained him that he couldn't help, stuck in bed, unable to assist the woman he loved. Tears welled up, but with great effort, he wiped them away. With a sigh, he got her attention. "Tsunade," he beckoned. She turned. "It's time for you to get out of here and save yourself," he said, making her eyes widen, then fill with anger. "You idiot, if I leave, they'll kill you. Now if you're done with dumb suggestions." "Enough," Jireya interrupted, shouting. Tsunade's eyes widened again as tears streamed down his face. "Tsunade, I've caused enough pain in this world. I've destroyed a family, turned 2 kids I loved like my own grandchildren evil. I've alienated my oldest grandson and made his life a living hell. I won't be the cause of your death. I'm not worth it, so please, just leave," he begged the woman he loved. Tsunade's eyes began to tear up slightly before she turned back to the door. More root ninja were on their way. "There's always time for redemption, Jireya. Once you're out of the hospital and this is over, you'll get your chance to make things right. So shut it about letting you die, because you're not getting off the hook that easily," she said as a tear fell, readying for battle. She didn't have to wait long as 7 root ninja poured in, weapons ready. The first threw shuriken, Tsunade caught them all and threw them back, embedding them in the ninja's head. The second charged with a kunai. Tsunade stepped aside, dodged the strike, grabbed his kunai hand, took the kunai, and stabbed him in the temple, killing him. Tsunade's fierce battle. The hospital room was a gruesome scene, littered with bodies as root ninjas swarmed in, stepping over their fallen comrades. With a snarl, Tsunade lunged, grabbing one ninja's face and slamming him into the wall, creating a gaping hole and ending his life. 2 others attacked from behind, but she simply thrust her elbows back, sending them hurtling through the hospital window to their deaths. Turning, she barely caught a sword blade swung by another root ninja. It sliced her hand, drawing blood, yet she held firm. Distracted, she was drop-kicked in the stomach by another, knocking the wind out of her and sending her sprawling against the wall. He capitalized, unleashing a barrage of punches to her face. Finally, Tsunade regained her senses, seizing his fist mid-air. With a fierce growl, she dragged him forward, slamming him into the broken window's wall. Releasing him, she delivered a punch to his chest with such force it tore through him, killing him instantly. Tsunade stood, fist still embedded in the ninja's chest, panting heavily. Pulling her hand free, she slowly turned to face the last root ninja, who stood poised with his sword. Time seemed to slow as he charged. Too exhausted to defend herself, she braced for death. Suddenly, a figure appeared, intercepting the blow. Confusion turned to horror as Tsunade recognized her impaled teammate. Without hesitation, she rushed forward, smashing the root ninja's head into a bloody pulp. The thud of something hitting the ground made Tsunade spin around. She knelt, cradling the fallen Jiraiya in her lap. Seeing his wound, she pulled out the sword and began the mystical palm technique. But Jiraiya raised a hand, stopping her, a gentle smile on his face. He shook his head slightly, and tears streamed down Tsunade's cheeks. "You idiot, why? Why would you do something so stupid?" she choked out. Jiraiya smiled through the pain. "I couldn't let that scum kill the woman I love," he said, and Tsunade's breath hitched as her tears fell harder. "I'm sorry I never told you how much you meant to me, Tsunade. It was, and will be, one of my biggest regrets. You said there was always a chance for redemption. I want you to tell Naruto I'm so sorry for everything I did to hurt him. Tell him that until now, I didn't realize how much he meant to me. As for you, my queen," Jiraiya said, raising his hand to wipe her tears, "everything will be okay, Tsunade. This is the greatest death I could ever wish for, and one I don't deserve." Tsunade sobbed. Tsunade clutched Jiraiya tightly. "Please, Jiraiya, don't leave me. Please, I love you too, just don't leave me. I need you, Jiraiya, I can't live without you." He chuckled, then coughed. "Are you kidding me? You're Tsunade Senju, the most badass kunoichi of all time. You'll be just fine. But I do have one last request, Tsunade. One thing I've wanted since the day I met you. A kiss," Jiraiya said with a soft smile, making Tsunade cry even harder. She nodded, lifting him slightly. She lowered her face to his, feeling him respond as their lips met. It was magical, an unexplainable sensation. Just as she deepened the kiss, she felt him cease. Opening her eyes, separating her lips, she saw the reason and sobbed. Jiraiya, student of the third Hokage, first summoner of the Toads, most powerful of the Sunin, teacher of the fourth Hokage, and her love, was dead. He lay in her arms, a peaceful smile on his face. Tsunade cried in anguish, tightening her embrace. There she sat, Tsunade Senju, weeping into the arms of her true love. Confrontation at the Forest of Death. In front of the Forest of Death, Orochimaru, Anko, Teiuya, and Kimimaro faced 20 root ninja. Orochimaru scowled, recognizing them immediately. "Danzo is trying to take over the village," the Sunin declared, surprising his comrades. "Anko, Teiuya, Kimimaro, I know these ninja. They have no emotions, no hesitation, no pain. You can't hold back, these ninja must be killed." As he prepared to fight, Anko nodded, ready to show them who they were messing with. Teiuya grabbed her flute, snarling, while Kimimaro looked ready to do what was necessary. "These cocksuckers are going down," Teiuya shouted, making Orochimaru sigh, Anko smile faintly, and Kimimaro nod hesitantly. As if provoked, a root ninja lunged at Teiuya. Before he could get within 5 feet, Orochimaru's hand pierced his chest, stopping him cold. Orochimaru pulled his arm free, letting the dead ninja fall, then turned to face the others. His glare radiated such intense fear that even the emotionless root ninja recoiled. Anko smirked. Her sensei was serious now. These guys stood no chance. "Congrats, assholes, you just pissed off one of the legendary Sunin. And even worse, you've pissed off the snake mistress of Konoha," the purple-haired special Jonin declared. Swiftly performing hand signs, Anko shouted, striking shadow snakes. Numerous large snakes burst from her sleeves, slithering forward to attack. Some root ninja drew swords, others prepared jutsu. While the root ninja focused on the snakes, Orochimaru performed a few lightning-quick hand signs, whispering hidden mole jutsu. He vanished into the ground, quickly resurfacing quietly behind the enemies, who were preoccupied with fighting the snakes. Without a single hand sign, Orochimaru opened his mouth wide and unleashed striking shadow snakes. The snakes slithered rapidly, catching the unawares enemies from behind. For snakes bit deeply into the backs of 4 root ninja, then began to swallow them whole. Noticing their comrades fall, the remaining root ninja jumped back, but 2 were caught by Anko's snakes and suffered the same fate. With 13 root ninja left, their focus shifted to both snake summoners. This singular focus proved to be their downfall. While 2 root ninja were still trying to distance themselves from the swarming snakes, they were struck from behind. Kimimaro watched as 2 root ninja tried to escape his master's snakes and took matters into his own hands. Raising his hands, Kimimaro aimed his fingers and unleashed a barrage of bone bullets into their backs. He continued firing, embedding more bones until both were dead. Slightly panting from chakra depletion and his body still recovering from years of sickness, he prepared to attack the remaining 11 ninja. Then he felt a hand on his shoulder. Looking over, he saw Teiwaya gently shake her head. "You've done your part, Kimimaro. Let me take a crack at it. After all, I've been wanting to kill these motherfucking cocksuckers since I saw them," the redhead said in her usual manner. Performing hand signs, Teiwaya shouted, summoning Jutsu Doki as Orochimaru and Anko's snakes pursued the remaining root ninja. Orochimaru's eyes widened. "Teiwaya, no," the Sunin yelled, but it was too late. Teiwaya completed the hand signs, and the ground began to rumble, causing the snakes to slow and the root ninja to look around. 10 seconds later, a massive arm shot from the ground. It found leverage and began to pull itself up. Slowly, over 20 seconds, a colossal figure emerged. Standing up, it shook off dirt and rubble before positioning itself behind Teiwaya. The summoned creature stood around 12 feet tall, clad in a dark green bodysuit with faded gray hair covering its head and face. It wore a purple rope belt, similar to Teiwaya's, and held a massive club. Breathing heavily, Teiwaya calmed herself and raised her flute to her lips, playing a wild, erratic melody that made the summon move. As she played, the monster began to walk forward, club at the ready. The root ninja snapped out of their stupor and collectively hurled shuriken, kunao, and fire jutsu at the advancing figure. Despite the assault, the creature continued forward. As it neared, it swung its club, crushing 2 root ninja. One tried to jump on its back and stab it, but the creature simply swung its club backwards, squashing the ninja like a bug. Teiwaya continued her erratic melody until the remaining 8 enemies realized how she controlled the creature. They abandoned attacking the summon and focused on the redhead. 2 charged her with swords, but Kimimaro intercepted, impaling each with bone blades from his arms, killing them both. Simultaneously, 2 ninja prepared jutsu against Teiwaya, but Orochimaru and Anko instantly appeared behind them. Anko plunged her kunao into her opponent's temple, while Orochimaru violently snapped his opponent's neck, almost ripping his head off. The last 2 root ninja, somehow forgetting Teiwaya was still playing, were surprised when the creature grabbed them from behind. Raising them high, it squeezed, crushing them instantly. Looking at the battlefield, Teiwaya smiled weakly, breathing harshly. "Take that, cocksuckers," she said before falling backward. Before she hit the ground, Orochimaru appeared behind her, catching her and cradling her in his lap. As she lay there, Anko and Kimimaro quickly rushed to her side. Orochimaru gently stroked her hair. "Damn it, Teiwaya. I told you you wouldn't be able to handle the jutsu without the curse seal yet. Why didn't you listen?" Orochimaru said, tears welling in his eyes. Teiwaya smiled. I had to do something. I couldn't let you 3 get all the credit." "It was totally worth it," the redhead said with her usual cocky attitude, though sounding very tired. The snake Sunin chuckled, quickly wiping his eyes, while Anko and Kimimaro smiled through a few tears. Orochimaru examined her before smiling. "Well, you're lucky you didn't summon all 3 doki, or else you would have died. However, once you've recovered, I'm going to train you so hard you'll wish you had summoned all 3, Orochimaru said with a rare laugh, causing all 3 comrades to look at him in shock. "What?" Orochimaru asked, noticing their bewildered expressions. He never got an answer. Kimimaro looked at the girl he had grown close to and took her hand. "I'm glad you're okay, Teiwaya," the stoic Kagaya member said. The girl, still lying down, rolled her eyes before gripping his hand hard and pulling him down, slamming her lips onto his. It quickly escalated as she forced her tongue into the innocent Kimimaro, all while still in Orochimaru's lap, who tried to separate them, and failing that, tried to get away. Anko watched the scene, smiling. It was a perfect moment for her family. Family. The word felt foreign, yet brought feelings she'd never experienced. With a sigh, she turned back toward the village. "Orochimaru-sensei, you keep Teiwaya and Kimimaro safe. I'm gonna go help out and see what's going on in the village," Anko said, getting a nod from her master. Before she could leave, Orochimaru disentangled himself from Teiwaya and Kimimaro and walked to Anko. He pulled her into a hug, widening her eyes. "Be careful, my daughter," the Sunin said softly, making Anko quickly wipe her eyes as she nodded. "You know it," the purple-haired Kunoichi responded before taking off with a smile. Clash at the Uchiha compound. Inside the Uchiha compound, Suzuki and Fugaku exchanged swift blows. Fugaku lunged for a punch, but Suzuki dodged, jumping back and quickly performing hand signs. "Dragon Flame Jutsu," the younger Uchiha shouted, unleashing a stream of intense flames at his father. With no other option, Fugaku activated his Susanoo, a light blue, almost white chakra guardian rose, effortlessly absorbing Suzuki's attack. Suzuki growled, channeling chakra into his Mangekyo to summon his own Susanoo, his purple guardian rose, ready for battle. Fugaku surveyed the now battlefield. Seeing his son summon a Susanoo so early filled him with paternal pride, but also raised a crucial question: how had Suzuki attained the Mangekyo Sharinan? Shaking his head, Fugaku refocused on his son and his Susanoo. I must say, I'm impressed by the power you're displaying, son. If only you would admit the superiority of the Uchiha clan and join me, Fugaku said, receiving a scowl from his youngest son. The young Uchiha narrowed his eyes. Just because we have certain combat advantages doesn't make us greater than everyone else. You claim no one can beat an Uchiha, that we're the greatest in the village, even the elemental nations. You are wrong, father. It falls to me to show you the consequences of your arrogance. Only when the Uchiha clan is humbled will we finally be free from the cycle of hatred we've played such a big part in creating, Suzuki declared, his Susanoo raising its arm and aiming at Fugaku's. Today, I will save the Uchiha clan. Solar destruction, the boy shouted, as a massive fireball formed in his guardian's hand. Fugaku smirked, his guardian raising its arms to its mouth. Performing a series of hand signs, Fugaku shouted, Great Fireball Jutsu. Both Susanoo launched their fireballs simultaneously. The two attacks collided, struggling for dominance. Suzuki's attack eventually overpowered his father's, speeding toward Fugaku's Susanoo. The impact created a massive fiery explosion, instantly turning into a pillar of smoke. After a minute and a half, the smoke cleared, revealing Fugaku's chakra guardian still standing, but with a medium-sized crack on its chest. Fugaku was breathing a little harder, the Susanoo draining his chakra. Across from him, Suzuki was panting far more heavily. Maintaining his Susanoo consumed most of his chakra, and using ninjutsu while doing so made it worse. Feeling lightheaded, the boy looked up at his father. How could you do this? How could you dishonor the clan like this? Suzuki shouted, clenching his fists in anger. He struggled to control his breathing, a task easier said than done. It was increasingly difficult to maintain his Susanoo, but it was his only chance to defeat his father. His thoughts were interrupted as his father rushed forward, leveling a powerful punch at his chakra guardian's face, creating a small crack above the eye and knocking Suzuki back into an Uchiha compound wall. Fugaku looked at his son amidst the rubble of the Uchiha compound, shaking his head, hating what had to be done. Raising his hand, the elder Uchiha quietly uttered Amaterasu. The eternal black flames of the Uchiha clan formed, speeding toward his youngest son, who was just beginning to rise from the ground. Suzuki rose in pain. His eyes, head, and entire body ached. With effort, he stood, still encased in his chakra guardian, only for his eyes to widen at the sight of black flames racing toward him. Performing a series of lightning-quick hand signs, Suzuki shouted, Dragon Flame Jutsu, spewing an intense stream of white flames to meet the Amaterasu. The two flames clashed, each pulsating with immense heat. For a moment, Amaterasu seemed to gain the upper hand, the black flames overwhelming the white. But at the last second, the remaining white fire intensified, fighting back against the eternal flame. Before Amaterasu could regain control, both flames exploded into a chaotic mess of fire and smoke. Fugaku was panting heavily from using his Mangekyo Sharinan and was understandably caught off guard when Suzuki, still in Susanoo form, emerged from the rising smoke pillar. Suzuki dashed forward, grabbing his father, who was also in his Susanoo. With his father in his grasp, Suzuki kicked off the ground and ascended into the air. As they rose, Suzuki unleashed punch after punch at his father's Susanoo, each strike creating a larger crack than the last. Reaching the peak of his jump, about 200 feet above the ground, Suzuki pulled his father close and slammed his Susanoo's head into Fugaku's, creating a major crack that actually tore off one of his father's Susanoo eyes. After the headbutt, they plummeted rapidly. Suzuki quickly twisted to land on his father, ensuring Fugaku would hit the ground first. When they crashed, the shockwave leveled the entire Uchiha compound, leaving both Suzuki and Fugaku lying on the ground. After a considerable time, Suzuki slowly rose to his feet. Looking at his father, Suzuki walked forward with immense difficulty. His breathing was ragged, his vision blurry, but he had something to do, no matter how hard. Reaching Fugaku, Suzuki was surprised to see his father smiling in defeat. Fugaku looked at his youngest son approaching and smiled. You have done well, Suzuki. You truly embody what it means to be an Uchiha, Fugaku said before coughing heavily. Suzuki looked at his father, tears in his eyes. Father, why? Why would you betray the village? Why would you order our clan to act in such disgrace? Why? Suzuki shouted through his tears. Tears began to fall from his own face, and his eyes widened when he saw his father's eyes start to leak tears. Suzuki, the Uchiha clan has become corrupted. I never wanted to betray Konoha, but this was the only way for Konoha to be safe. The Uchiha clan had to be destroyed to be reborn. I knew that you and your brother would be able to counter the clan's attack, so I made sure that all corrupted members of our clan joined in the fight. They, along with myself, will die today, and you and your brother will lead the new Uchiha clan. It will not be easy, but you can do it. I know you can, son, Fugaku said with a proud smile before another coughing fit began, this time with blood. The younger Uchiha's jaw dropped, his eyes wide. His father had planned a genocide of the Uchiha clan. Not only that, but he did it to keep Konoha safe, prioritizing innocent lives over traitors, even those within his own family. Rushing to his father's side, Sasuke tried to lift him, only to find he had no strength left. "Father, get up. We can go to the hospital and get you help, you just have to get up," Sasuke pleaded. Fugaka smiled even more at his son, but shook his head. "Sasuke, Uchiha tradition taught you that only an Uchiha can beat an Uchiha. In most ways, that notion is false. However, the idea of an Uchiha besting another comes from something so few in our clan experience. When two Uchiha battle, it's like any other fight. But when both use a Susanoo, the loser's chakra network self-destructs, killing them. Only an Uchiha can do this to another Uchiha. That's where our greatest phrase and fallacy comes from. So, my son, there's no point. I am to die soon, and I am so happy that you will be the last face I see. Take my eyes, for they may help you in your journey one day, and always remember that I love you, my son," Fugaka said, his smile unwavering as his eyes slowly closed for the last time. Sasuke knelt, tears streaming down his face. He didn't care that ninja weren't supposed to show emotions, he didn't care that he wasn't supposed to cry. His father was dead. Showdown at the Hokage Monument ruins. Itachi landed where the great Hokage Monument once stood, his Mangekyo Sharingan activated. His eyes narrowed with hate as he faced Danzo Shimura, the elder of Konoha, who wore an evil, amused smirk. Beside Danzo, a hooded ninja stood ready to protect his master. The smoking ruins of Konoha did not distract Itachi, they fueled his resolve to end Danzo's life and eliminate any of his slaves who threatened the Hidden Leaf's peace. "Ah, Itachi, it's nice to see you survived. I would have been disappointed if the legendary Itachi Uchiha were to be killed off so easily," the old man chuckled, as Itachi radiated a dark hatred and massive killer intent that would have caused heart attacks in lesser ninja. "I'll give you this chance, Itachi. I will call off my root and all the additional forces I've gathered, so long as you surrender the Hidden Leaf to me," Danzo offered with a dark smile. His smile faltered, however, when Itachi, bloodstained and burnt, laughed. Itachi's laughter ceased. "What do you think will happen when the fourth Hokage arrives? Do you truly believe you and your men can defeat the greatest ninja in history? You are a fool, Danzo. I will not surrender, and neither will Konoha." Itachi watched in disbelief as Shisui emerged, Danzo observing with amusement. The temporary Hokage quickly composed himself, fists clenched. "Shisui, what's the meaning of this? Why ally with Danzo?" he demanded. Shisui remained silent, studying Itachi before speaking in a trance-like voice. "I align myself with what's best for the Hidden Leaf village. Lord Danzo's new rule is Konoha's best interest." He drew his ninjato, putting Itachi on immediate guard. "I must do what's best for Konoha, so I will do what's necessary. It will be swift," Shisui stated, activating his Mangekyo Sharingan and vanishing. Itachi narrowed his eyes, maintaining his guard. Shisui the body flicker, had mastered Shunshin to near teleportation, his abilities almost matching the fourth Hokage's High Shin. Itachi closed his eyes, sensing for chakra. Before he could focus, he barely dodged a ninjato slash from behind by Shisui. Spinning around, Sharingan locked on his clan member, Itachi tensed as Shisui disappeared again. Moments later, Shisui appeared before Itachi, delivering a forceful punch to his gut, or so he thought. Upon contact, Itachi vanished, replaced by a log with an explosive tag. Without a change in expression, Shisui instantly flickered 10 feet away, evading the blast. As the body flicker surveyed his surroundings, he noticed a flock of crows overhead. His eyes widened, realizing they were more than just birds. Before he could react, the crows dissolved, reforming into Itachi. "Phoenix Sageflower Nail Crimson," the temporary Hokage shouted, unleashing a volley of flaming shuriken at Shisui. Itachi immediately followed with Shuriken Shadow Clone Jutsu, multiplying the fiery projectiles. Shisui watched the rain of shuriken impassively, not even blinking. He shunshined 10 feet away. Unfortunately for Shisui, Itachi appeared a second later, delivering a powerful punch to his face, sending him backward. When Shisui looked up, a kick to the head drove him straight into the ground. With Shisui down, Itachi swiftly drew his ninjato, thrusting it into his cousin's back. A cold dread enveloped him as Shisui's body vanished in a puff of smoke. Sensing immense chakra, Itachi turned to see his opponent enveloped by a colossal green chakra guardian, Shisui Susanoo. Gritting his teeth, Itachi channeled more chakra into his Mangekyo Sharingan, summoning his own towering red Susanoo. Itachi's Susanoo manifested the sword of Tatsuka in its right hand, while Shisui's Susanoo wielded a drill sword. Both Uchiha stared intensely, then simultaneously charged. The two Uchiha clashed instantly, their swords colliding. Both Susanoo pushed, locked in a stalemate. From within his guardian, Itachi glared at his treacherous family member. Shisui returned an impassive gaze. Taking deep breaths, Itachi exhaled a wave of scorching white-hot flames, which passed through his guardian and struck Shisui's Susanoo's face. The attack forced Shisui back enough for Itaka's guardian to gain the upper hand. With a powerful effort, the red Susanoo deflected its green adversary's sword and slashed downwards across Shisui's Susanoo, sending it crashing to the ground. Shisui and his Susanoo promptly rose, while Itake panted within his own. Once again, their gazes met. Shisui's Susanoo was covered in cracks, half its face missing, and a large gash across its chest. Itake's Susanoo, however, weakened rapidly. His body screamed in pain, his eyes burned, and his head throbbed. The immense chakra and energy required to maintain his full-body Susanoo, wield the sword of Tatsuka, and cast his fire jutsu were overwhelming him. While Itake struggled to recover, Shisui seized his chance. Launching himself and his Susanoo forward, the Green Guardian powerfully drove its drill sword into the red Susanoo's head before Itake could react. Itake cried out as the force of Shisui's attack sent him and his Susanoo crashing down. Almost immediately, Itake's red guardian disintegrated, leaving him gasping on the ground, unable to rise. Shisui, still encased in his Susanoo, glanced at Danzo, who watched with amusement from a distance. The village elder merely nodded, the only confirmation Shisui needed to advance. Taking massive strides, Shisui quickly reached his prone cousin. Looking down at the exhausted prodigy, Shisui's Susanoo plunged its massive drill sword into Itake Uchiha, intending to kill. However, upon contact, Itake's body vanished in smoke. Tilting his head in slight confusion within his damaged guardian, Shisui was caught off guard when Itake appeared behind his Susanoo, his fist encased in a Susanoo arm. Susanoo fist! Itake roared, slamming his fist into the back of Shisui's Susanoo, breaking through and striking Shisui, forcing him out of his guardian. Now it was Shisui who lay face down, but Itake saw his cousin was still breathing. With effort, Itake walked over, turned Shisui, and lifted him. The young Uchiha's eyes were bloody, his nose broken and bleeding, and a little blood trickled from his mouth. Pulling Shisui close, Itake gazed into his eyes and whispered, "Tsukuyomi." Instantly, the familiar surroundings of the Hokage monument melted away into a red, wasteland sky. Itake's creation. Tsukuyomi world. In the red-skied realm, Shisui knelt, hands chained behind his back, a departure from the usual crucified pose in Tsukuyomi. He stared at the ground until footsteps approached. Looking up, a fist from his cousin met his face. Itake glared, eyes promising a slow, painful death. Itake threw a few more punches before speaking. "Before I have you mutilated and killed very slowly and very, very painfully, I want to know why. Why would you, the most loyal Uchiha I've known, suddenly betray your village?" Itake asked, expecting an emotionless, root-like answer. He was shocked when Shisui looked up with sadness in his eyes. "Itake, I don't have much time. I can feel Danzo's influence taking over. Listen, he has the Sharingan. Not just one or too many. He approached me about a crucial village security matter and caught me off guard. I wasn't prepared when he revealed his Sharingan and cast me in a genjutsu. He's dangerous, you must kill him. You must protect the village, Itake, do you understand?" Shisui urged in a rushed tone. Itake could only nod slowly, stunned, trying to absorb the sudden information. Shisui looked at his cousin and smiled. "Itake, stop overthinking. It makes you dull," he said, regaining Itake's attention. "Guess we finally saw who was stronger." "I still say you got lucky," Shisui chuckled, as regret washed over Itake. "One last thing, Itake, tell my mom and Aunt Mikato I'm sorry and I love them," Shisui said with a strained smile as his eyes slowly closed. Seconds later, Shisui's head dropped forward. Shisui the body flicker was dead. Still in shock, Itake stared at his dead cousin, oblivious to his own shaking body and the few tears escaping his eyes. After minutes staring at his cousin's lifeless body, Itake clenched his fists, drawing blood, and gritted his teeth, tears still streaming. Danzo would pay. He would pay dearly. Real world. The Tsukuyomi jutsu dissipated as quickly as it began. Itake returned to the real world, but alone. He looked at his cousin, still in his grasp. Shisui was dead, but a smile graced his face. Kneeling, Itake gently laid Shisui on the ground. "Goodbye, my friend. I promise your death will not be in vain," Itake whispered, then stood, eyes filled with hatred directed at Danzo, who approached them. Danzo looked at the fallen Uchiha and shook his head. What a shame, he was such a useful weapon. He truly could have helped Konoha reach its fullest potential. But his sacrifice won't be forgotten. He died for his village like a good weapon should, Danzo said, his tone devoid of care. Itake growled. "You'll pay for your actions, Danzo. You've betrayed Konoha, stolen Uchiha eyes, incited civil war, and attacked multiple clans. As acting Hokage, I, Itake Uchiha, sentence you to death. May the Shinigami grant you the punishment you deserve," Itake declared, his voice devoid of emotion, his gaze promising death. Danzo laughed at Itake's words. "I suppose the cat's out of the bag," the elder said, removing the bandages from his eye and arm. After a moment, Itake's fury and killer intent surged. Just as Shisui had warned, 5 Sharinan covered his arm, and 1 was implanted in his right eye. Itake, everything I've done has been for the village's good. While Konoha enjoyed peace in the light, I tirelessly worked in the shadows, maintaining her safety. I love my village more than anything, which is why I should lead it. As for the implanted Sharinan, many Uchiha died in the First Shinobi World War. It would have been a waste to let their eyes die with them. Again, all for Konoha's good, the old man said with a twisted smile. Before Itake could respond, 15 masked figures, bearing root headbands, appeared around him via Shunshin. Danzo maintained his smile. This is the end, Itake. The village is mine now, and soon your eyes, along with Shisui's, will belong to me. That should give me all I need to kill that pathetic yellow flash, he declared, then addressed his root ninja. Kill him, but ensure his eyes aren't damaged, Danzo ordered, receiving nods. Taking a few breaths, Itake drew his tanto for the 3rd time, bracing for the impending battle. Streets of Konoha. Enko leaped across the village rooftops, encountering a sickening sight, a pink-haired kunoichi surrounded by root ninja and held down by common mercenaries. 4 root ninjas stood impassively, while 3 mercenaries groped, licked, and leered at the now crying girl. Growling, Enko launched a kunao, slicing the throat of the mercenary holding the girl's hair. The men looked up in confusion, while Sakura gazed around hopefully. Her cover blown, Enko jumped into view, hands on hips, a murderous glare on her face. Alright, you sick FKS, I've got news for you. USH*T stains have made me angry, and people who make me angry usually die pretty painfully. Normally, I'd ask you to surrender due to Konoha's merciful shinobi ideals, but I'll make an exception for people who think it's nice to FK children, she declared. Secretly, she stalled while 2 snakes from her coat quietly slithered to the remaining mercenaries. The moment Enko finished speaking, the snake struck both mercenaries in their groins, eliciting screams of pain. Immediately after her snake struck, Enko performed hand signs, then yelled, striking shadow snakes, sending a small army of snakes from her sleeves, gathering around her. She drew a kunao as the root ninja advanced. Her snakes rapidly dispersed, a large group slithering to the writhing mercenaries, covering and silencing their screams. The rest of her large group swarmed 2 incoming root ninja, quickly killing them without a sound, even in death. The final 2 root continued forward, intent on killing the snake summoner. One drew a tanto, the other a kunao. The kunao wielder reached Enko first, but she used her flexibility to bend backward, dodging the strike, then stabbed her kunao into the root ninja's heart. The last root member had kept a slight distance. Making a battle decision, he sheathed his tanto and threw a kunao with an explosive tag behind Enko. By the time Enko heard the sizzling, it was too late to dodge. As the explosion detonated, her last remaining snakes covered the kunao, absorbing the blast as best they could. Their sacrifice saved Enko from death, but the blast still knocked her backward. While Enko lay on the ground, regaining her senses, the root ninja walked up, tanto drawn. As he prepared the finishing blow, a fist burst through his chest. Looking down, he observed the wound briefly before the arm withdrew, and he fell, dead. Enko, blinking rapidly, slowly focused her vision. What she saw was a scared, traumatized, teary-eyed kunoichi with a blood-covered arm. Finding the strength to push herself up, Enko walked to the crying girl. Reaching the pink-haired kunoichi, Enko pulled her into a hug. SHH, let it out, kid. Sometimes it's okay to cry, and this is definitely one of those times, Enko said, comforting her. Sakura used the moment to release her emotions, crying for what she'd endured, her perceived weakness, and what had almost happened. Before they could settle, 10 root ninja dropped seemingly from nowhere, interrupting Sakura's grieving. Sakura began to shake, but Enko immediately went on guard. Listen, kid, when I attack them, you need to run. Try to reach the forest of death if you can, you'll be safe there, Enko whispered. Sakura wanted to argue, but before she could, a bright light flashed in the sky, and a massive surge of chakra pulsed through the village, causing not only her and Enko, but also the root ninja, to look up. Uchiha compound. Suzuki knelt beside his deceased father, tears long dried, his eyes devoid of life. He felt an overwhelming numbness. The Uchiha clan was shattered, with few survivors, and his father had been instrumental in their downfall and Konoha's greatest betrayal. The Uchiha clan may be in ashes, but only you, Suzuki Uchiha, can rebirth your clan. I foresee a great future for you. The same voice that whispered Mangekyo Sharinan spoke again. Suzuki squinted in thought, startled by the sudden appearance of 10 root ninja around him and his father. He took a deep breath, recognizing each as at least Jonin level. Shaking his head, Suzuki rose. He had no time to ponder their strength, his focus was his own, for he now carried the Uchiha clan's legacy. Standing tall, Suzuki looked around, strengthening his resolve. He was one of the 3 cage killers, the Uchiha clan's hope, and he would honor his ancestors and friends, especially a certain blonde girl in the land of demons who could see the future. Shin was another for whom he would fight. Suzuki chuckled. A year ago, before his genin team, he was just an angsty brat trying to emulate his brother. He thought Itachi acted alone, but becoming a ninja clarified the shinobi world. Itachi sometimes needed help, and his strength came from those who aided him and the bonds they shared. Raising his head high, Sasuke remembered all his current bonds. He would make them proud. As the boy prepared for battle, a bright light flashed in the sky, and a massive wave of chakra swept through the compound. Ruins of the Hokage Monument. Danzo smiled malevolently, observing Itachi Uchiha, who panted heavily, bruised, and with blood leaking from his eyes. Itachi's attention fixed on the 15 surrounding root ninja. He waited for the first to move, to seal their fate. Tanto in hand, Itachi spun, blocking an incoming sword slash from a root goon. He immediately executed a high backflip, dodging a volley of shuriken that struck the first ninja. Annoyingly, the goon replaced himself with a log, dashing Itachi's hopes of disorganization. Landing, Itachi had no time to think as 3 root ninja appeared around him. Using honed instincts and tireless training, he dodged every punch and kick, awaiting his moment. It arrived when all 3 threw simultaneous punches, which Itachi ducked under. Rising, he held a kunao. One swift spin, and the 3 root ninja fell, grasping their slit throats. Standing tall, his shinobi senses screamed. He immediately saw 2 root completing a jutsu. Large fireballs flew from the 2, who had removed their masks. Taking a quick breath, Itachi closed his eyes, bringing his hands together as the fireballs rushed him. Just as the jutsu were about to collide, he opened his eyes and shouted, "Secret Phoenix Flame Technique." A massive yellow and red flame engulfed Itachi, causing Danzo to raise an eyebrow and focus his Sharingan. The elder stepped back from the heat despite his distance. The 2 root attacks were absorbed by the flame, increasing its size and intensity. Itachi took deep breaths, surveying his surroundings. The root ninja observed him cautiously, seeking information. Danzo leaned slightly on his cane, a look of mild interest on his face. Looking down, Itachi saw the scorched ground beneath him. Taking another deep breath, Itachi knew it was time to end the battle. His breathing became shorter and more rapid before he leaped into the air. Instead of falling, he sailed through the air with a stream of fire trailing behind him. Reaching a sufficient height, Itachi looked at the 12 remaining root ninja. With his objective in mind, Itachi sped towards them. Like a flaming bullet, which perfectly described Itachi, he flew at such high speed that his opponents had no time to react. One by one, Itachi flew past the root ninja, never touching them but killing them. His mere close presence turned each into a charred corpse. In 5 seconds, Itachi had flown through the remaining enemies, killing each without thought. Unfortunately, his new form didn't last. After flying past the last root ninja, the flame vanished, and he fell hard, sliding across the ground. For a few moments, the Uchiha lay still. His body ached, his mind refused to move. The secret move, a forbidden jutsu by Izuna Uchiha, Madara's brother, was a powerful shield and weapon. The problem was its immense chakra cost, requiring hours of meditation to reach full potential. Using it after expending so much chakra, including his Mangekyo, could be fatal. It was a stupid, impulsive decision. Itachi cursed internally as he felt Danzo approach. Danzo stood over the current Hokage, a frown on his face. He lifted his cane and shoved it hard into Itachi's shoulder, eliciting a groan of pain. "You'll be an asset to my root. It will more than compensate for the failures who died today. You will serve me. With my other forces, you'll kill the blonde Hokage and his Uzumaki whore. Then you'll secure my position as Hokage. You'll kill any dissenters, man, woman, or child," the elder said, removing his cane only to flip Itachi over with it. "I will rule this village with absolute power and bring Konoha the glory she rightfully deserves. The other nations will bow to our every whim, and everyone will know the Hidden Leaf Village is the most powerful shinobi village in the world. This I do for all of Konoha," Danzo declared, focusing his Sharingan on Itachi's eyes, who was too exhausted to resist. Before Danzo could act, something blindingly bright made him close his eyes. Next, the old man felt a flow of chakra unlike any he had ever felt. Above Konoha, a bright light, not the sun, shone above the Hidden Leaf Village. Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze radiated chakra high in the air throughout his home. He hadn't known what to expect, but not this. The village was ablaze, the dead everywhere. This wasn't the Konoha he had left. Gritting his teeth in anger and confusion, Naruto narrowed his eyes, making his decision. It was time for the world to know Naruto Namikaze had returned from the dead. Naruto walked through the dead city, covered in its murdered people's dust. The last perfect place was destroyed by greed. Naruto continued at his monotonous pace, directionless. His eyes were puffy from tears, his heart shredded. He tried not to think of her, but little Aiko kept invading his thoughts, bringing pain. Aiko, the epitome of innocence, was gone, all due to another man's ambition. A deep breath filled the blonde shinobi as he walked. His thoughts shifted to his fight with Tsuranobe. He wielded immense power, feeling good, but he wasn't in control. In that moment, Naruto realized he had no say in his body's actions when he slashed his former siblings and marked his enemy's face. It scared him, having so much power, and how quickly it took over. Deep down, the young Namikaze knew the rage and fury he recently used wouldn't defeat the Shinigami's blade. Still deep in thought, Naruto's eyes glanced up, seeing a figure 30 yards away. Narrowing his eyes, Naruto walked towards it, quickening his pace with each step. Soon, he was sprinting. He reached the figure, his body rigid. Lying in dust was Aiko. Her eyes were closed, her breathing faint, but she was alive. Dropping to his knees, his legs giving out, Naruto cautiously reached out, afraid she'd disappear. When his hand made contact, his eyes widened, his heart leaped with joy. A smile quickly formed on his shaking face as tears welled. Reaching forward again, Naruto placed both hands on Aiko's shoulders. Somehow, he knew what to do to revive her, though he'd never done it. Closing his eyes, Naruto concentrated. He looked inside himself, feeling through his chakra network, his spiritual energy, until he found it, his core, receiving power from the moon. Once found, he slowly drew from it, transferring energy to Aiko. With closed eyes, Naruto sat in silence, meditating for minutes. During those minutes, a slight glow formed over their bodies as the energy transfer continued. When completed, the glow vanished and Naruto fell backward, slightly panting. Aiko's eyes slowly opened. Blinking a few times, the little girl pushed herself up, feeling revitalized and energetic. Getting to her feet, she looked around, spotting her new friend on the ground. Quickly going to his side, Aiko knelt. His eyes were closed, but he was breathing, so she assumed he was asleep. Taking it upon herself to wake him, she poked his cheek. "Naruto, time to wake up, sleepy head. It's not nap time," she said, causing a smile to form on his face before he opened his eyes and sat up. Once he sat up, they looked at each other, then exchanged big smiles and hugged. However, halfway through the hug, Aiko's recent memories flashed. She began to shake uncontrollably, and when her mother's fate came to mind, tears started. Her sobs came quickly, and a cold feeling unlike any she'd felt formed in her core. Crying, she clung to Naruto. "Naruto, something happened to mommy," she managed to get out between scared sobs. Naruto nodded, holding Aiko tighter, letting her mourn her mother's death. No small child should endure losing a parent. It would undoubtedly take an emotional toll, but he'd be damned if he let Aiko face such pain alone. "I know, Aiko, I know. And I'm so sorry I couldn't protect you, but I give you my word that I won't let any harm come to you as long as I'm around. Those responsible will get what they deserve soon. But for now, we have to leave this place," the blonde said, pulling back. His heart broke at the sight of her crying. Her crying seemed a crime against nature. Her innocence didn't deserve this, but the world could be cruel. Shaking his head, Naruto stood up, Aiko's hand in his. As they stood, Aiko continued to cry, and Naruto couldn't deny a few tears had fallen from his eyes too. "The pain of the heart is the worst kind," a soft but familiar voice said nearby. Naruto's head snapped towards the voice, seeing his former master a few feet away with a slightly sad look. Naruto was surprised, but not as surprised as by the next revelation. Feeling a tug on his arm, he looked from his teacher to Aiko, who was pulling his hand. The girl was looking at Sira, which slightly confused Naruto since he knew only he could see the spirits of the previous legendary swordsman. "Naruto, who's the pretty lady over there?" Aiko asked, widening Naruto's eyes and bringing a small smile to Sira's face. Naruto's jaw dropped slightly before he found words. "Aiko, you can see her?" he asked. Aiko turned to him and nodded, her tears paused for the moment. "The girl is special, kid," Sira said, walking towards them. Kneeling before Aiko, Sira said, "Hi there, my name is Sira, and I used to teach little Naruto over here." This elicited a small giggle from the teary-eyed Aiko for calling Naruto little, while the blonde looked away in embarrassment. When Naruto looked back, he met Sira's eyes. "What are you doing here? I thought you had moved on," he asked. Sira only smiled wider. That doesn't mean I can't pop in every once in a while to check up on my adorable little student and his even more adorable little student," she said, patting his head. Aiko, meanwhile, wasn't paying much attention to the conversation. Naruto, however, was trying to figure out why his master was here. So deep in thought, he almost missed Sira gesturing for him to follow as she began to walk away. Getting up slowly, he performed the shadow clone jutsu and turned to the clone. "Keep an eye on her," the blonde told his clone, then looked at Aiko, who was astounded by two Narutos. "Listen, Aiko, I'll be right back, but I'm gonna leave you with this guy. He'll watch after you while I'm gone," Naruto said, rubbing her head and getting a small smile and nod. Turning, Naruto quickly joined Sira, who stood near a recently vacated house. Standing beside his master, he waited for her to speak. Sira looked at her former student for a long moment before sighing. "I had hoped he wouldn't find it," she began. "If you haven't learned by now, I was once part of the Shinigami's blade. When my master died, he made me promise to seek peace. For years, I tried to figure out how to end conflict, but I couldn't. One day during training, a man appeared. He told me he'd been watching me, and like me, he was on a mission to end all conflict, and he'd found a way. He was so persuasive, I joined almost immediately. It wasn't until much later that I realized what lengths he'd go to. Sarah paused, letting Naruto absorb the information. When she saw the Konoha shinobi was still following, she continued. For months I trained, fought, ate, and lived with my fellow members. I didn't realize I was being used then. It was like I was in a trance, no longer in control of my body, she said, clenching her fists, tears forming. Each of us was sent to a separate location, ordered to destroy it and everyone there. I killed men, women, and children, all in the name of peace. Sarah spat out the last word as tears fell. By the time I came to my senses, the blood on my hands was too much. I looked for Tsuranabe but found his office empty. What I did find was a series of scattered books, each with a missing page except the last. Sarah wiped her eyes. The blue-haired woman took a breath and continued. Each missing page contained the location of areas where conflict didn't exist. Peaceful, perfect places. It was then I realized what Tsuranabe was doing. He was having us destroy every perfect place left. So I grabbed the untouched book, went through it, and found the map of the place we stand now. The last perfect place. I knew what I had to do to preserve the hope of peace. I destroyed the map. Unfortunately, Tsuranabe walked in at that moment, she said, scratching the back of her head. To say he was furious would be an understatement. He attacked me immediately, but I was strong enough to escape for a few moments. But once I got out of the Shinigami's blade base, I was ambushed by 3 other members. I don't know why, but something in me wouldn't let me kill them. I knocked them out quickly but forgot about Tsuranabe for a moment. That was all he needed, and next thing you know, I have a sword going through my stomach, Sarah said, rubbing her stomach. When he pulled his sword out and got ready to end me, I was able to reverse summon myself to the land of the serpents. They healed my wound for the short term, but Tsuranabe's sword has more than a few abilities that I pray you never face. One allows him to absorb all the power of a killed enemy who has reached their fullest potential. I knew what would happen if I died to him. He would gain all the power of not only me but each of our past swordsmen. He would be unstoppable. Once I left the serpent realm, an unfamiliar feeling guided me for weeks until it led me to you, Sarah said to Naruto, placing her hand on his shoulder and meeting his gaze with a smile. The moment we met, I knew you were destined to be my successor and save everyone from Tsuranabe's evil. That night, I was actually seeking you out, not the other way around. I sensed your immense power. The bandits were just in the way. I trained you as quickly and thoroughly as possible, knowing you'd need experience but were strong enough for me to die peacefully. So, the night you earned your title, I ensured you killed me, saving everyone from an early demise. Only you can stop Tsuranabe, Naruto, she declared with her usual confident smile. It's time for me to go now. Tell my sister I love her, Sarah added, pulling him into a hug. Naruto was still processing everything when Sarah embraced him, and in that moment, all his thoughts vanished. He hugged his teacher back, cherishing the embrace from the woman he'd missed so dearly. But good things end, and the blueness began to fade. In seconds, Naruto held only air. Realizing this, he composed himself, wiping away a few tears before standing tall, a determined look on his face. He had a mission, and it started with returning to Konoha. Turning, he headed back to his new charge. Naruto arrived at Aiko's location, and his clone dissipated, startling the girl sitting beside it. She immediately looked everywhere but at Naruto, a reaction he found amusingly cute. Shaking his head, he quietly walked up behind her. "Boo," he said, making Aiko jump and scream. When she landed, she pouted at her laughing new friend. Her pouts soon turned into giggles, joining Naruto's. As their laughter subsided, Naruto knew it was time for business. He knelt, looking at Aiko at her level. "Listen, Aiko, it's not safe here. I have to go home, and you need to come with me," he said as gently as possible. Aiko's expression shifted to worry. "But what about Mommy? I don't know where she is." "We need to find Mommy," she pleaded, her sad look again piercing Naruto's heart, though he hid it. He had to be strong for her. "Aiko, you can't see your mom just yet, but I need you to trust me. Can you do that?" he asked, relieved when she reluctantly nodded. He felt guilty for not telling her the truth about her mother, but more urgent matters demanded his attention. "Now, Aiko, don't be scared by what you're about to see," he warned, receiving a determined nod from her. Stepping back, Naruto took a deep breath and bit both thumbs. Performing the necessary hand signs, he drew out his chakra and shouted, summoning Jutsu Leviathan. The sky quickly darkened with swirling black clouds. Thunder roared, frightening Aiko, who tightly clasped her hands, trying to be brave. Mist formed on the ground, rapidly rising into a massive pillar. Storm clouds dominated the sky, slightly unnerving Aiko. Seconds later, the fearsome form of the serpent leader revealed itself, towering high above the ruined paradise. Leviathan surveyed the surroundings before looking down. Its eyes widened slightly upon seeing its clan summoner. For days, the serpents had believed Naruto was gone for good, all except for Levios, loyal to his personal summoner. Moments ago, Leviathan had felt an immense power, unlike anything it had sensed in a long time. Observing Naruto, Leviathan immediately recognized a change in the boy. Shaking its head, Leviathan lowered its massive form within a reasonable distance of Naruto and addressed the blonde shinobi. "Naruto, we believed you had fallen. What happened, young one?" the creature boomed. Naruto sighed, a little tired from summoning the serpent leader. "I did fall, but I was given another chance. My purpose isn't fulfilled yet. Will you help me fulfill it?" Naruto asked. Leviathan slowly nodded. "Naruto, you are our summoner, and we are loyal to you. What do you need?" the serpent asked, examining Naruto. Aiko, meanwhile, stood beside Naruto, jaw agape, watching something so massive converse with her friend. Her awe was interrupted when Naruto spoke again. "Leviathan, we need to get to Konoha as fast as possible. I need to reassure my family and friends that I'm okay and reveal new information about the Shinigami's blade," Naruto explained, earning a slow nod from the great serpent. "It shall be done," Leviathan replied, slowly coiling itself around Naruto and Aiko. Leviathan continued to move, gaining speed as it formed a vortex around the two humans, who were safe within its center. As Leviathan moved faster, lightning erupted from its body. An instant later, the two humans and the serpent leader vanished. Konoha front gates. Leviathan, Naruto, and Aiko appeared before Konoha as the serpent slowed. Coming to a stop, Naruto surveyed the village's state, his village. Buildings burned, market stalls lay destroyed, and dead bodies littered the streets. Gritting his teeth and clenching his fists, Naruto closed his eyes and focused, pulsing his chakra to sense anyone still in the village. After a few seconds, he located his classmates and, most importantly, his teammate and sensei. His senses indicated they were all tired and dangerously low on chakra, in trouble, each surrounded by ninja with unfamiliar chakra presences, except for Itaki. Identifying his enemies, Naruto stepped forward and looked up at the sky. Without looking back, Naruto simply told Leviathan, "Protect her," before taking a massive, chakra-enhanced leap into the air. He ascended higher and higher until he was far above the Hidden Leaf village. There, he hovered, eyes closed, as if levitating. Taking a short breath, Naruto's eyes snapped open, and he let out a loud shout. A burst of chakra erupted from him, instantly turning the daytime sky pitch black. Chakra continued to surge from the blonde in waves. A minute after the sky's dramatic change, Naruto remained suspended, almost glowing. Reaching out his hand, his lunar blade appeared in its full-powered form. Raising his arm, sword in hand, Naruto shouted at Sanctity's end, bringing his sword down into seemingly empty air. However, countless chakra slashes shot from his sword. Sasuke. Sasuke looked up at the sky now that the blinding light had subsided and nearly screamed with joy at what he saw. His best friend was alive. Naruto was alive and back home. Feeling a surge of confidence, Sasuke turned to face the root agents trespassing on his clan's property, ready to fight. He never got the chance, though, as chakra slices flew from Naruto's direction and impacted the ground. Upon impact, the strike sped across the ground, seemingly tracking specific targets. The chakra slices shot past Sasuke and quickly connected with the root ninja in front of him. Once a strike hit each member, the attack separated into hundreds of smaller but equally effective strikes. In seconds, all that remained of Sasuke's enemies were shredded pieces of flesh and a massive pool of blood. Every root ninja was dead from Naruto's attack, massacred by the blonde's power and his sword. The Uchiha smirked at the outcome. His teammate, best friend, and brother was back, and he seemed stronger than ever. Sakura and Anko. Both Sakura and Anko had shielded their eyes from the blinding light. When they opened them, they were astonished by the sight. Dead root members littered the streets before them, blood staining the ground, their bodies dismembered. For most, the scene would be too gruesome and sickening. Sakura, however, was becoming accustomed to horrific injuries since starting her training with Tsunade. For Anko, the sight was a turn-on, and she creepily licked her lips. The pink-haired and purple-haired Kunoichi both breathed a sigh of relief, safe now, saved by the most unexpected source. Naruto. After his incredible attack, Naruto slowly descended to the ground, as if floating. Closing his eyes, Naruto scanned for any other evil presences he might have missed. He located a vile presence at the remains of the Hokage monument, where his teacher, Itaki, was also present. Opening his eyes, Naruto took off. Energy coursed through his body as he sped towards the two individuals he had sensed. Running through the streets and gaining speed, Naruto reached what he considered an acceptable distance from his objective and leaped into the air. Gliding through the wind, the Chunin flew for about 10 seconds before reaching the monument. As he landed, he saw his sensei slightly bent over, panting exhaustedly, and the man known as Danzo standing with a snarl on his face. Landing softly once more, Naruto stood tall. "I'm gone for a couple of days, and look what happens," the blonde remarked, walking towards his tired teacher while Danzo remained on guard. All three ninja ignored the shredded root shinobi lying in pools of blood, their body parts gruesomely separated. Coming to stand by Itachi, Naruto placed his hand on his sensei's shoulder and channeled some chakra into him, healing and energizing the Uchiha. When the process finished, Itachi stood tall, looking at his student with gratitude and nodding his thanks. Naruto nodded back in acknowledgement before both turned their attention to the Konoha elder, who glared at them with hatred, though fear flickered behind it. You think healing him will change anything? I carry the will of fire. I'm willing to do whatever it takes to see Konoha rise to its full potential. I'm destined to be Hokage, the elder shouted, causing the Uchiha's eyes to narrow while Naruto observed the man, seeing how pathetic he truly was. Wah, you're like a child throwing a tantrum. Because you don't get what you want, you're willing to destroy everything in your path until you do get it. You speak of the will of fire, but you disgrace the very concept with your actions here today. What you have done is unforgivable, and for that, you will pay with your life, Naruto declared, extending his arm and resummoning his sword. Itachi stepped forward. Danzo, as Hokage of the Hidden Leaf Village, for the crimes of creating a coup, treason against the village, the murder of the innocent, the attempted murder of the Hokage, and the theft of a clan's bloodline, I, Itachi Uchiha, 5th Hokage of Konohagakure no Sato, sentence you to death. May you suffer in hell where you belong for all eternity, the Uchiha pronounced, earning a growl from Danzo and a surprised look from Naruto at the Hokage announcement. Turning to the blonde, the Uchiha looked at his student with pride before giving his order. Naruto, this criminal has transplanted the Uchiha clan's eyes into his right arm and his right eye. On behalf of the Uchiha clan, I ask that you return them to me, but keep him alive. I want to be the one to end his wretched life, Itachi said in a cold voice. Naruto nodded, disappearing for a split second before reappearing behind the elder and kicking him to the ground. While Danzo lay on his stomach, Naruto placed his foot on the man's back and gripped his right arm tightly. He pulled hard, immediately dislocating the arm and making the elder gasp in pain, but Naruto kept pulling. He pulled harder and harder until a small tearing sound began, and Danzo started screaming. With a final pull, Naruto ripped Danzo's right arm off, making the man scream before nearly losing consciousness. However, unconsciousness wouldn't come. Naruto heated his hand with stored energy and placed it on Danzo's wound, instantly cauterizing it, causing the man to scream again and snap back from the brink of darkness. Naruto then moved in front of the still-lying Danzo, pulled his upper body up by his hair, looked into his eye, and ripped it from its socket before the man could try to use the bloodline, eliciting another scream from Danzo. Once again, Naruto cauterized the wound, not to keep him alive or conscious, but to make him suffer. Releasing the man, Naruto walked back to his teacher and current Hokage, holding Danzo's arm and eye, both dripping with the elder's blood. As Naruto stood beside his sensei, he saw the hatred in Itachi's glare directed at Danzo. Stepping forward, Itachi looked at the old man writhing in pain on the ground, whimpering and crying pathetically. Activating his Mangekyo Sharingan, Itachi uttered one word, Amaterasu. Black flames consumed the man, making him writhe more and scream louder. It lasted only a few seconds, but Itachi was somewhat satisfied knowing the man suffered in death. Turning around, no longer paying attention to the now quiet body turning to ash behind him, he looked at the village he had sworn to protect. Bodies covered the streets, blood stained the ground, and buildings were ablaze. It was a living nightmare for the Uchiha. Before he could succumb to his misery, however, Naruto stepped forward and placed his hand on his teacher's shoulder. Konoha has suffered loss before, but she can be rebuilt no matter the damage done. As long as the will of fire continues to burn in a single person, Konoha will never die, Naruto said profoundly as the darkness in the sky began to fade, revealing the blue sky once more. Turning to create more space, Naruto bit both thumbs and performed a series of hand signs before shouting, summoning Jutsu Levios. Immediately, a powerful boom of thunder and loud crackling lightning sounded. A great pillar of mist formed in front of Naruto, stretching high into the sky. From the mist rose the fearsome serpent and Naruto's personal summon, Levios. Upon appearing in Konoha, Levios looked around before looking down. Its eyes widened in shock, exuding happiness at seeing its summoner and friend apparently well. Quickly decreasing its size until it was slightly smaller than Gamabunta, Levios lowered its head and smiled at Naruto, who smiled back. Naruto, it is good to see you again, my friend, the serpent said with a tone of happiness and power in its voice. Naruto smiled and placed his hand on Levios. It is good to see you as well, Levios. Unfortunately, our reunion will have to wait as I need your help, Naruto said before pointing to the village. Levios rose and surveyed the village, quickly feeling sympathy for his friend. Witnessing one's home nearly destroyed always brought pain. Giving Naruto one last look, the serpent nodded and looked to the sky. Opening its jaw, Levios let out a deafening roar, likely heard across the fire country. Clouds covered the sky, and from them came not hard rain, but soft, comforting mist. The water sprayed across the village, extinguishing flames, washing the streets, and, due to its special properties, healing the injured. Itachi watched in amazement while Naruto looked on with a smile before looking up at his friend and nodding. The serpent nodded back before leaving Konoha in a pillar of mist. Looking back at the village, Naruto gathered his remaining strength and softly said, "Multi-shadow clone jutsu." An army of Narutos appeared behind the original and immediately dashed into the village, tasked with helping anyone in need and repairing the village. As long as the will of fire continues to burn, Konoha will survive, Naruto declared before sitting down as Itachi continued to gaze upon his village. Naruto slowly walked to the front gate of the village. His mind was in turmoil. While the immediate threat to Konoha was over, he faced a task arguably more difficult than fighting. He had to tell a child she would never see her mother again. Although he tried to take his time reaching the gates to figure out how to tell Aiko, he arrived quicker than he would have liked. Exiting the open gates, he continued into a nearby forest, coming to a clearing where the great serpent Leviathan lay protectively coiled around Aiko in its reduced size. The black-haired girl was staring at the serpent's scales when she heard Naruto approach. Looking up, a wide smile instantly appeared on her face. "Naruto," the little girl shouted, pulling herself from the serpent leader's grasp and running to the blonde. Naruto offered a half-smile and looked up at his summon. "Thank you for your help, Leviathan. I can take it from here," the shinobi said, earning a nod from Leviathan before the creature was enveloped in a shroud of mist. When the mist dissipated, the serpent was gone. Naruto watched the mist fade until he felt a series of pokes on his leg. Looking down, Naruto smiled at Aiko, who was clearly trying to get his attention. When she saw she had it, her smile widened. "Did you save the day?" she asked, to which Naruto nodded with a smile. His smile quickly faded, however, as he realized he had a confession to make. The blonde shinobi walked past Aiko and slowly sat on the ground. "Aiko, come here. There's something I need to tell you," Naruto said, patting the ground in front of him. Aiko tilted her head in confusion but obeyed her new friend, quickly sitting down. Naruto looked away for a moment, seeing her lingering smile. Deep down, he knew it would be a long time before she smiled like that again. Taking a deep breath, Naruto spoke. "Aiko, we need to talk about what happened back at your home," he said, watching Aiko's smile fall as she remembered the recent events. "We need to go back. We've got to find mommy," the girl interrupted, determination in her eyes. The determined look morphed into confusion, though, when she noticed the sad expression her blonde ninja friend wore. Naruto took a deep breath and placed a hand on Aiko's shoulder, praying to Kami that the Aiko he'd come to know in such a short time wouldn't disappear with the horrible news he had to deliver. "Aiko, your mother isn't there anymore. Your mom is no longer alive," he said slowly. Aiko's eyes widened, and tears immediately formed. She shook her head rapidly in denial. "No, you're lying. Why would you say that, Naruto? Friends aren't supposed to lie. Why would you say that?" Aiko cried in a broken voice as tears streamed down her face. Naruto wanted to look away to avoid seeing the little girl cry, but he forced himself to be strong for Aiko. She needed him now. "Aiko, I'm so sorry. I wish I could have saved her, but I wasn't fast enough, I wasn't strong enough. But I swear I will protect you, Aiko, even if it costs me my life, and I will find and stop the man who killed your mother," Naruto said, pulling the crying girl into his arms. He held her tightly as she sobbed, both unable to form any other response than to cry. Naruto knew Aiko probably felt alone, but he would be damned if he would let her feel that way for another second. "Aiko, though you may not be able to see your mother anymore, know that she is always with you, always watching after you. You aren't alone, you'll never be alone," Naruto said as tears started to fall from his own eyes. The girl in his arms continued to sob, but Naruto eventually felt a knot against his stomach, bringing him a small measure of relief. The two stayed in their embrace for just over 10 minutes before Naruto gently separated from her. Stepping back, his heart broke at the sight. Aiko's eyes were puffy, and her face was wet with tears. Naruto took a small breath. "Aiko, why don't I show you where you will be staying?" the blonde suggested. Getting a nod from the girl, he immediately scooped her up, earning a squeak from Aiko, and took off for the Namikaze compound. Namikaze compound. Naruto stopped at the front door of his house, Aiko still shaking in his arms. Taking a breath, Naruto opened the door and gently set Aiko on the ground. Just as he was about to step forward, he felt the small hand of his companion grab his. Turning and looking down, his heart hurt again as he saw a sniffling Aiko. Looking deep into her eyes, Naruto put on the best, most gentle fake smile he could. "Welcome, Aiko, to your new home." Konoha Morgue. Tsunade stood before her deceased teammate. He was dressed in the red coat he'd worn throughout his hospital stay and at the time of his death. She gazed at him with a blank expression, though her mind was consumed by despair. Since Dan's passing, she had closed herself off to love, inadvertently ignoring Jireya's affection for her. The pain surpassed any physical wound she had ever endured. Clenching her fists, she felt a renewed urge to despise the village for once again taking someone she loved. Yet, she knew allowing such hatred to fester would dishonor the old pervert. She remained still as a pale hand gently rested on her shoulder. "He always saw the best in everyone," Orochimaru's voice stated, causing Tsunade to frown with bitterness and sadness. "He tirelessly tried to pull me from darkness, and each time, I failed him. My weakness led to me being exploited, causing him pain. I wish I could return to our childhood, to when he'd try to bring us together for fun. I'd change so much if I could go back. The slug Sunin shook her head. You only disappointed him because you were controlled. I disappointed him every day by my own choice. I wish I could go back to when he tried to comfort me after Dan's death. I would have let him, and perhaps then, I wouldn't be such a bitter old woman, Tsunade confessed, tears welling and falling. Slowly, she placed a hand on Jiraiya's chest, but her eyes narrowed as she felt something within his coat. Tilting her head, she unfastened his coat while Orochimaru watched, curious about her actions. Opening the coat, the blonde Sunin discovered an inside pocket and quickly reached in. She withdrew a small black book. From experience, she knew this wasn't his research notebook, it was something else entirely. Upon opening the book, Tsunade noticed a uniquely folded page. Turning to it, she began to read. As she read, her eyes widened astronomically, and she started to tremble. Slowly looking up, she declared, I've got to find Naruto, before rushing off. Ruins of the Hokage Tower. Itachi stood before the rubble that was once the Hokage Tower. His fists were clenched as he pondered how everything had gone so wrong, so quickly. So many dead, so much destruction. Itachi thanked Kami that Naruto was there to finish what he could not. The Uchiha tightened his fists further. As Hokage, his mission was to protect Konoha's people, a mission he had failed miserably. So engrossed in thought, Itachi didn't notice a presence beside him until it spoke. It isn't your fault, Naruto's familiar voice said, almost startling Itachi. Without turning, Itachi sighed. Naruto, I was entrusted to protect everyone here. Your father entrusted them to me, and I betrayed not only his trust, but the trust of all those who perished today. I don't deserve this title, the Uchiha stated sadly. Naruto looked at his teacher with wide eyes before smiling. My father didn't choose you to lead the village because of your strength, Itachi-sensei, he chose you because of your absolute devotion to the village. He knew that even without a technique like the high-ration up your sleeve, you would still kill 1,000 enemy ninja before letting them harm your home. That said, you can't be everywhere at once. No one can, so protecting everyone at every moment is an impossible task. All you can do now is be the pillar of strength Konoha needs. The people are hurting, and my father chose you to unite them and, if necessary, heal them, the blonde concluded. Itachi remained silently shocked for a long moment before a smile, a mix of amusement and pride, touched his lips. Chuckling softly, Itachi responded, when did my cute little genin get so wise? He was surprised by the serious expression on Naruto's face. When I finally opened my eyes and realized my true mission, Naruto replied. Before Itachi could question him further, the blonde vanished, revealing it was merely a shadow clone. Shaking his head, Itachi turned around, met with a shocking sight. The people of Konoha, ninja and civilians alike, had begun approaching the remains of the Hokage Tower and stopped before Itachi. The current Hokage examined their faces, seeing dirt, blood, and tears staining them. Gritting his teeth and steeling his resolve, Itachi stood tall. People of Konohagakure no Sato, hear me now. We were deceived, betrayed, and suffered the loss of many lives. But those who fell victim to the despicable cowards who tried to extinguish our will of fire will not have died in vain. Each and every one of us must unite, regardless of clan or social status. All of us as members of Konoha will show the cowards and fools who slither in the dark that they will never extinguish our will of fire. It will burn strong always and forever. We will make those whose lives were sacrificed for Konoha proud, we will rise above this, and we will find a way to heal. That is the true will of fire, Itachi declared. Looking at the crowd, he noticed that while many still held sad expressions, their eyes burned with determination. As if on cue, every villager present shouted to the sky, "Hi!" Namikaze compound. Naruto sat in his room in front of a sleeping Aiko. He had just received his clone's memories and smiled, knowing Itachi would be fine. Before Naruto could think further, a loud knocking echoed through the house from the front door. Standing, Naruto quickly and quietly left his room and made his way to the door. Opening it, ready to silence the person, he was unprepared for the fist that collided with his face. Stumbling backward in shock, he barely managed to grab the second fist aimed at him. Holding onto the fist, Naruto looked at his attacker, only to see the eyes of his best friend. Pushing Sasuke back, Naruto stood and stared at his friend. Sasuke, what the hell is your problem? He swiftly dodged another punch. You asshole. My problem is you, Sasuke yelled, confusing Naruto. It was only when Sasuke's eyes welled with tears that Naruto understood. I had to watch my best friend die while I couldn't do anything to save you. I almost believed you were dead, your family believed you were dead, Yakumo tried to freaking kill herself because of you, Sasuke said, widening Naruto's eyes. She's fine, by the way, but you won't be when she gets back. I almost feel sorry for you, Sasuke added, his trademark smirk beginning to form. Naruto looked at his friend and smiled. I'll find a way out of it. For what it's worth, I missed you too. And I am sorry, Sasuke, the blonde said, to which the Uchiha smiled. Unfortunately, before Sasuke could respond, a frantic knocking sounded at the door. Naruto looked at the door and sighed. "I'm really popular today, aren't I?" the blonde said sarcastically and opened the door. He was surprised to see it was Tsunade, knocking like a maniac. The woman pushed into the compound without asking and placed a black notebook on a nearby table. Both members of Team 11 looked at Tsunade as if she were crazy. The woman was shaking and muttering to herself. Tsunade, can I help you?" Naruto asked. Upon being addressed, Tsunade walked up to the boy and grabbed his shoulders, making him raise an eyebrow. "Naruto, I know you and Jiraiya weren't close, but that right there is his actual journal. Every single key moment from the day you and your siblings were born and so on is in there. You need to read it, Naruto," the Sannin said urgently. Naruto looked at her as if she was crazy. "Listen, Tsunade, I didn't even like the senile old pervert. Why would I want to know his idiotic thoughts?" he said before a loud slap landed on his face. The blonde swordsman put a hand to his face and was shocked to see Tsunade now with tears in her eyes. "Believe it or not, Naruto, that senile old pervert loved you more than you could ever imagine. Now he's dead, and you are going to read that journal or else I will break every single bone in your body, heal you, and then break you again. Got it?" Tsunade growled. She received a blank nod from Naruto and a look of disbelief from Sasuke at her announcement that the Toad Sage had fallen. Walking over to the table, Naruto picked up the journal and began to read the folded pages. October 10th. The village is safe thanks to Sensei's sacrifice. I'm going to miss the old man, but he died doing what he loved, protecting his precious people. Teach managed to pull out all the stops and use the Reaper Death Seal. Afterward, he sealed the chakra into the seals Minato made on Narumi and Menma. It will be tough for those two going forward. A Jinchuriki's life is never easy after all. I thank Kami that it wasn't Naruto who was forced to bear such a burden. I will be keeping an eye on Naruto to make sure he's safe. I trust in Minato and Kushina's sealing skills, but I just want to be sure my godson is safe. January 3rd. The Toads have summoned me. They said it concerns the fulfillment of the prophecy given to me long ago. I have waited my entire life to see what I believe is happening come to fruition. I truly thought Minato was the one who would bring peace to the ninja world, but I know that Naruto will save us and bring peace. Or at least, that's what I think. I'm sure Narumi and Menma will grow up to be fine ninja, but I truly believe it will be Naruto who fulfills the prophecy. Maybe I should send in an application to be the next great Toad Sage because I called it in my first book. January 5th. I just returned from Mount Mayaboku, and I've never been more pissed off in my entire life. Shima and Fukazaku told me the prophecy had changed to revolve around two children born who both would wield incredible power. They told me there's no way Naruto could be the child of prophecy. If that were all, I wouldn't be so pissed off. I would still train Naruto to be the strongest he could be. However, I was asked to meet with the great Toad Sage alone, and what I heard was not allowed to be spoken to anyone else. I have been told that to fulfill the prophecy, I had to abandon Naruto and focus on Menma and Narumi. When the great Toad Sage told me that, I told him to go fuck himself. I thought he was going to try and kill me, but instead, he told me something that has forced me to bend to his wishes. If I don't abandon Naruto to his own devices and let him discover his life on his own, then he will perish a horrible death. Though it crushes me inside, I have to step away and out of my little Naruto's life. Kami, forgive me. Naruto, forgive me. January 16th. The meeting with Minato went just as planned, a fact that infuriates me. My former apprentice was my last hope at ending this prophecy before it began. I am disappointed that I was able to persuade Minato and Kushina because I really thought they would be far more hesitant to agree to something so stupid and insane. I hate myself for what I have had to do to keep my godson safe, but the love I have for him makes it far easier to do. There's no way I will let him suffer the fate the great Toad idiot has predicted. Damn it, I feel sick with what I have done, but it is necessary to ensure Naruto's survival. Naruto's eyes widened at the revelation that would change his perception of everything. Turning to the last marked page, he began to read. April 5th. I stand before the base of the Shinigami's blade. I will bring back Menma and Narumi, but I will try to make Minato see reason and lock his children up when they return. As for the leader, I will kill him to protect Naruto. I will protect Naruto even if he hates me for it. If I die, I pray that all I have done is not for nothing. I wish I could say I would change things if they could, but Naruto will become strong and survive because of the chain of events I have committed against my true will. I believe in him. Somehow, someday, Naruto will bring peace to the ninja world. He will bring peace and joy back to our way of life. Naruto held the journal with wide eyes, his mind racing. Everything he thought he knew, which had inevitably started his journey, was a lie. Naruto had believed his family was manipulated by Jiraiya to raise Menma and Narumi as the golden children who would lead Konoha and the rest of the world to a new age of prosperity, but he was wrong. Every action Jiraiya had taken was to ensure his safety in the hopes that he would succeed. It completely shattered Naruto's perception of the old Sannin, leaving the boy frozen in shock. He felt numb until a hand settled on his shoulder. Turning, Naruto looked into Tsunade's brown eyes, which held a soft smile and still welled with tears. Taking a breath, Naruto nodded and offered a small smile before reaching out and hugging her. The action shocked and greatly pleased Tsunade, who let her tears flow freely as she held the boy. Sasuke looked at the two hugging with a raised eyebrow and shifted his gaze to the black book that had fallen from Naruto's grasp onto the floor. What could be so important in that book, the boy thought, before shrugging off the idea. His expression grew serious as he recalled the situation in the village and his clan. Quietly exiting the Namikaze compound, he left to return to the remains of his home with one goal: to restore the Uchiha clan to its once honorable position. Taking one last look behind him at his best friend's house, he smirked. His clan's greatest member once tried to bring honor and power to the Uchiha clan but failed. Madara had a friend who wanted more than anything to help him, yet Madara turned him away. Sasuke wouldn't make the same mistake. With Naruto's help, he would regain the Uchiha's lost glory and create a better future with his blonde friend. 1 week later, Konoha Gates. Naruto, Itachi, and Sasuke stood at the Konoha Gates, awaiting Minato, Kushina, Konan, and Yakumo. Naruto was by far the most nervous, while Sasuke and Itachi could hardly contain their grins at the thought of what Yakumo was going to do to the blonde. The village behind them was in quite good shape. Naruto's clones, along with Konoha's determined ninja and civilians, had worked overtime rebuilding all the damaged buildings. The Hokage Tower had been reconstructed using resources from civilians and the manpower, and in some instances elemental jutsu, provided by the ninja. Itachi had also decided enough was enough and begun construction on rebuilding the Hokage Monument, Konoha's most important landmark. As for those in the hospital, Tsunade and Shizune had been very hands-on with the other doctors, assisting the many injured patients like Teiuya and Anko to keep casualties as low as possible. Unfortunately, Konoha still suffered many losses, most notably the heads of the Hyuga and Uchiha clans, and of course, Jiraiya, the most powerful Sannin. After a week of deliberation and meetings with ninja and civilians alike, it was decided that a mass funeral for the departed would be held upon the 4th Hokage's arrival, where the names of all victims of the Konoha uprising would be placed on the memorial stone, ninja or not. Sasuke had been busy comforting his mother, who grieved the loss of most of her clan, while also trying to gather the remaining Uchiha clan to discuss their future plans. Naruto had spent every day and night comforting and talking to Aiko, doing his best to help her adjust to her new life. She was opening up, but it was a big change for such a young girl to handle. It would take a lot of work, but Naruto had vowed to himself to keep Aiko safe. She was his responsibility, one he didn't mind in the slightest. All three ninja were drawn from their thoughts as 4 figures appeared in view. Looking in the distance, it took a mere 2 seconds for 2 figures to appear in front of Naruto and practically tackle him. Naruto was barely standing as his mother and father embraced him, crying tears of joy and showering him with countless kisses. Both parents held onto their child, sobbing with joy that their baby had returned home. Naruto smiled in their embrace, but his attention shifted to a figure standing still and staring at him. Taking a deep breath, Naruto with difficulty separated from his parents and walked forward to face his girlfriend. Yakumo stared at Naruto as if he wasn't real, and the tears streaming from her eyes wouldn't stop. This was a dream, it had to be. She had had so many of them before, only to wake up and realize her love was still gone. It barely registered in her mind as the blonde started to approach her. Throwing all caution to the wind, Yakumo dashed into her boyfriend and smashed her lips against his. Naruto was surprised by the kiss, but not nearly as surprised as when he felt her tongue force its way into his mouth. Both remained locked in the kiss for a full minute before separating. Naruto gazed into his girlfriend's eyes after they separated and smiled. "I missed you," he whispered. Yakumo buried herself in his neck before whispering back, "You are still getting punished later on," with a certain chill that caused Naruto to slightly pale. The onlookers watched the scene with a smile but remained silent. After so much pain through recent events, it was a welcome change. Tsuranabe emerged into his room from a distortion in paradise, his fists clenched and teeth gritted. He stood in silent fury until his anger finally erupted. With a furious roar of awe, he summoned his sword and violently slashed at the wall, continuing to strike as his breathing grew heavier. After a few more slashes, the leader of the Shinigami's blade ceased his tantrum, focusing instead on regaining his breath. His fists still clenched, Tsuranabe looked up. "Hear me now, Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze," he seethed in a quiet rage, "I will kill you the next time we meet. I will take everything that you have and everything that you are." He then walked to his bed, ignoring the bleeding cut on his cheek, a memento from the lunar swordsman. Sitting on his bed, Tsuranabe closed his eyes. He was so close to achieving the goal that had eluded him for years, so close to fulfilling his long-standing mission. All he needed was the remaining power of the second pure chakra weapon, which Naruto possessed. Once he obtained the weapon at its full potential, along with the pure chakra now circulating through the blonde, the world would be forced to bend to his demands for perfection. A world with a singular mind, a singular will, no conflict, no dissension. Perfect. Lying on his back, Suranabi allowed himself to drift off into a much-needed rest, a rest that would inevitably revive memories of his past within his dreams. Within dream, Suranabi sat sniffling in a corner, knees pulled to his chest, his eyes red and puffy from crying. The 10-year-old Suranabi wished for the pain inside to stop. Just days earlier, 2 men and the village elder had taken him from his dwelling on the street to an unfamiliar place. There, the boy was chained and dragged into a dark room before being placed on a table. The men drew a series of lines across his body, immediately initiating an excruciating pain that coursed through him for several hours and lingered still. The black-haired boy cried more as bursts of pain continued to rack his body. Sitting in his room, Suranabi looked up as the door opened, revealing a bright light. A brown-haired woman, appearing to be in her mid-30s and dressed in commoner's apparel with a cooking apron, walked in. Slowly, she knelt before Suranabi. He flinched in fear from the woman, and again from the pain. "I know that you're hurting right now, but I'm going to try my best to make the pain less. My name is Kara, what is your name?" the woman asked in a gentle tone that instantly dispelled Suranabi's fear and lessened his pain. For a full minute, silence reigned until Suranabi found the courage to speak. "Teet Suranabi. My name is Suranabi," the boy said in a small voice. "Where am I?" he asked, a question that had previously earned him a strike to the face from his kidnappers. He watched Kara for any sign of harm but saw none. Instead, she frowned and looked away before returning her gaze to him. "We are in your new home, Suranabi. This is where it has been decided that you will eat, sleep, and live," Kara said with a barely noticeable hint of spite and anger at the end. Suranabi was about to ask another question when Kara raised her hand, causing him to flinch in fear. Realizing her action, Kara immediately lowered her hand. "I'm sorry, Suranabi, I didn't mean to scare you. I was just raising my hand to keep you from asking any questions. I'll answer your questions as best I can tomorrow, but for now you need some rest. Go ahead and get some sleep, I'll watch over you. I'll keep you safe," the woman said gently with a smile. Under normal circumstances, Suranabi wouldn't dare close his eyes after the beating he had just received, but something in the lady's tone told him to trust her. With a slight nod, the child closed his eyes and let himself be enveloped in unconsciousness. Kara's smile vanished, replaced by a sad frown, once Suranabi had drifted off. She watched as his body continued to twitch and slightly convulse in pain despite his sleep. Little did the child know that any chance of a normal life was gone. The people of her village all knew this child was the most recent in a long line of sacrifices chosen to hold the 10-tailed beast. Every 4 years, a child would be brought forth to hold the beast, and when its power corrupted and overloaded the host, a new child would be chosen as another sacrifice. It disgusted Kara. Suranabi would be the 3rd child she was in charge of keeping alive. Her duties were simply to ensure their survival. When she first received her position as caretaker of the sacrifice, she was told she didn't need to feed the child every day, just enough so they didn't starve. There was also no need to talk to the sacrifice, simply feed the child and let it rot until its inevitable and painful demise in 4 years. Kara was unable to do such a thing. She disagreed with the entire idea of sacrificing children and sending them like lambs to the slaughter. It cut deep into her heart every day as she listened to the child crying in pain, knowing she was powerless to stop what was already in motion. Being selected as the 10-tail sacrifice was nothing more than a death sentence. The process had certainly taken its toll on Kara over the years, constantly driving her to thoughts of leaving this kami-forsaken village. However, the thought of how poorly anyone else would treat the sacrifice kept her there. It seemed she was the only one in the village who realized these were children in need of love, care, and affection. They needed the fresh outdoors, not to be locked in a cage. They needed to go out and make friends, not be sentenced to a short life of isolation. There wasn't much Kara could do as a simple caretaker, but she could try to make these last 4 years of the sacrifices' lives as peaceful as possible. That is why she stayed in the same village and in the same position. Coming out of her thoughts, Kara gave one last look at Suranabi before quietly getting up and leaving the room. As the door shut, Suranabi continued to twitch from pain and from visions he was seeing in his sleep. Tossing around, the boy was sent a barrage of visions: the moon, a great tree, the stars, a man, and finally, a white-haired woman. Each vision was just an image except for the woman. While he only received still images of the moon, the tree, the stars, and the man, when the woman appeared, she seemed to walk towards him. Elegantly dressed, she carried herself like royalty, with horns protruding from her head, 2 white eyes, and 1 red eye on her forehead. After a short walk, she came to a stop before whispering, "We will have peace." Immediately after the words were spoken, everything went black, and Suranabi continued to sleep a dreamless sleep. Morning arrived rather quickly. Opening his eyes slowly, Suranabi pushed his sore, small body to sit up in his bed. Blinking a few times, he looked around his room, reminded of his grim situation. Before his thoughts could deepen, the door opened, and in walked the newly met Kara, holding a steaming bowl of something. The smell immediately made Suranabi's mouth water, partly because he hadn't been given food in days. The boy kept his eyes on the brown-haired woman as she came to sit in the chair next to his bed, his body occasionally twitching due to the effects of the ceiling. Kara sat down and looked at Tsurunabi with a kind smile. I thought you might be hungry, so I fixed you some soup. Be careful though, because it's pretty hot, so make sure to blow on it, she said, handing the bowl to Tsurunabi. The boy looked at the bowl for a few seconds, trying to figure out if it was some sort of trap, before succumbing to his hunger. Taking the soup, he brought a spoonful to his mouth, blew on it lightly, and ate. His taste buds instantly fell in love as he quickly devoured the meal. The brown-haired caretaker once again offered a sad smile. The child was obviously starving, and from what she had been told, he had never had a properly cooked meal before. After all, why should anyone put effort into making something for someone who would become just another sacrifice? The thought disgusted her, but she maintained her smile to avoid causing the boy any concern. It didn't take long for Tsurunabi to finish his soup. When he did, he set the bowl down beside him and looked at Kara. Tsurunabi stared at the woman for a few moments as questions formed in his head. Where am I? He asked after a long moment of examining the woman in front of him. Kara's smile fell slightly at the question, but not completely. Well, Tsurunabi, we are in your new home. It was decided by the village elders that you would come to stay here and that I would watch over you, Kara said in a gentle and calm tone. So I'll be taking care of you, and if there's anything that you need, you shouldn't be afraid to ask me, and I'll do my best to get it for you. The boy stared at his caretaker for a long moment before taking a breath. Why are you acting so nice to me? You say that you are here to help me, but why? You don't even know me, he asked, needing an answer if he was going to trust the woman before him. Kara maintained her smile, but her heart ached at the obvious skepticism from her new charge. Because, Tsurunabi, all children deserve to be loved. Innocent people shouldn't face the world alone. What has happened to you is unfair, Tsurunabi, but I want you to know that I will try to be there for you as much as I can, she said, placing her hand on his shoulder. When she did, Tsurunabi flinched slightly but allowed her hand to remain. Eventually, a smile appeared on his face, which caused Kara's smile to grow as well. Now, how about we get out of bed and do something productive, she said with a chipper tone that caused the boy to nod. 10 hours later. Tsurunabi lay in bed, waiting for sleep to overcome him. He had had a very fun and eventful day thanks to Kara. After getting out of bed earlier that morning, Kara had begun teaching him to read. He'd already had a rough grasp, but wasn't proficient. Luckily, he had a very good and patient teacher in his caretaker, and by the end of the day, he had started picking it up pretty well. After a day of learning to read and other subjects, Kara had let him watch and help out in cooking dinner. They had made a mess, but the two had fun through the process. Safe to say, it was the best day of Tsurunabi's short life. Thinking of the events brought a smile to his face before he slowly fell into slumber. Once again, his dreams seemed to be nothing but a series of images: the moon, a tree, two odd-looking men, and finally the same white-haired woman as before. Once again, the woman sent a message to him, saying, "Blood taints this world. We will have peace, and soon, my gift will become yours." With those words, everything went black again, and Tsurunabi continued his sleep. Kara sat in her room, reflecting on her day with her new charge. She had definitely broken through some of Tsurunabi's walls and seemed to have gained his favor. It had taken a lot of careful maneuvering, but she had managed to overcome some barriers, which brought a smile to her face. If she could ease the burden of the children entrusted to her, even a little, it helped ease her conscience enough to sleep at night. The horrible truth that she was in charge of keeping a sacrifice sedated until their death still hurt her soul, but it was her duty until she found someone else who would treat these kids as human beings and not monsters to be beaten around. With a sigh, Kara turned off her light and got into bed. She needed her rest for tomorrow because she had more plans and activities to do with Tsurunabi. All the fun would be mixed with teaching him essentials such as improving his reading, writing, and cognitive thinking. It may have seemed like a futile effort, but she was willing to go to any lengths to make every child she was tasked with looking after feel loved and like a regular kid. The next day, Tsurunabi was awakened by a knock at his door. Getting up slowly and rubbing his eyes, the boy, clad in a t-shirt and pajama pants, walked to the door and opened it. He was met with the sight of a smiling Kara, which caused his mouth to slightly smile as well. "Time to wake up, sleepy head. Go ahead and get dressed so that you can come have your breakfast. We have a big day, Tsurunabi," Kara said in a chipper tone, to which Tsurunabi nodded rapidly before closing his door to get dressed. In a matter of minutes, Tsurunabi was sitting in the kitchen, dressed in brown shorts and a blue shirt, enjoying a plate of eggs and toast. Kara sat across from him, eating a piece of toast and drinking a cup of orange juice. The little boy stopped eating for a moment, gaining Kara's attention, and spoke. "So what are we going to be doing today, Kara?" the boy asked, with some eggs still in his mouth, which caused Kara to giggle slightly before swallowing her food. "First of all, Tsurunabi, it is polite to swallow your food before speaking. As for what we are doing today, we will be doing a bit of learning and some playing outside if that sounds okay to you," the woman said, which gained a nod from the boy. "Good, because it is beautiful outside," and it seems like a crime to stay indoors on a day like this, she said, looking out the kitchen window at the bright sunshine. 10 minutes later, Kara and Tsuranabe sat outside in the grass. The sky was a perfect blue, and the sun shone brightly, making Kara smile as she looked around. The grass was a vibrant green, and many different types of flowers were in bloom. Inhaling the beautiful scent of nature, she turned to Tsuranabe, who was looking around with a smile. Tsuranabe, everything that you see around you is alive, Kara said, interrupting the boy's thoughts and gaining his attention. From the grass to the trees, everything you see is a living, breathing thing. Nature is the life force of this world. Isn't it beautiful? She asked gently, to which Tsuranabe nodded quickly. Kara smiled again, but it slightly faded, causing Tsuranabe to tilt his head in confusion. Unfortunately, not everyone can see that. Every day, part of the earth is destroyed in some way or form. People are killed on vast battlefields on the dead earth. The planet is crying, and no one will listen to its pleas for help, she said sadly. Tsuranabe looked down at the blades of grass. He looked at the dirt, even at a small group of ants carrying something to their den. Looking back up, the boy stared at Kara. What can we do to help it? The boy asked with the intent to save the planet. Seeing his enthusiasm, Kara giggled before offering a gentle smile. Unfortunately, there isn't much that we can do. People will continue to fight, and by doing that, they will continue to ignore the planet's pleas. The best thing that the two of us can do is listen and comfort the planet. Spend time with it, acknowledge its beauty, talk to it, make its time bearable. Treat it like the living thing that it is. For you see, Tsuranabe, the earth is greater than any one person. It was here before any of us were here, and it will be here well after we pass on. It's very important to treat the ground that you are on with the respect it deserves, Kara said as the sun shone on her. The two sat in the grass for the next 2.5 hours as Kara taught Tsuranabe more about the earth and its creatures. She taught him about the different seasons and why the planet would change during them, as best she could without confusing him. She also taught him the difference between night and day and why the transition occurred. It was an eventful and knowledge-packed day in the sun. When they were done, they went into the house and worked together to make a small lunch of noodles and rice. For the rest of the day, Kara taught Tsuranabe new words, better speaking techniques, writing practice, and more cognitive exercises, along with his math studies. By the end of the day, both Tsuranabe and Kara were tired, but they overcame their exhaustion enough to fix dinner together, something that was quickly becoming a favorite for Tsuranabe because of the fun they would have in the kitchen. All in all, it was a long and fulfilling day, and now Tsuranabe was asleep in bed. For the little boy in bed, sleep came almost immediately, and he lay in a dreamless sleep. After a few hours, when the moon shone, the woman appeared within Tsuranabe's mind once again, but this time it was different. Tsuranabe's dream. Tsuranabe was surrounded by nothing but darkness. He seemed to float through the void. After what felt like hours, he was startled and closed his eyes when a bright light appeared. Barely opening his eyes to let them adjust, he saw the same white-haired woman who had been appearing to him in his sleep, walking towards him. By the time his eyes were fully adjusted, she stood before him. He quickly examined her features while she stared at him. "Who are you?" the boy asked. She was quiet for a long time, observing him, before responding. "My name is Kaguya Atsutsuki, the rabbit goddess, and I have a mission for you," she said, turning and beckoning him to follow. As if a switch had been flipped, Tsuranabe found he could walk instead of float. And so, he followed the goddess. "This planet is dying, young Tsuranabe," she said without looking at him, still walking forward. "Long ago, I tried to save the planet and all its inhabitants. I tried to ensure that man would stop killing man, that all violence would end, and that they would take care of the earth and adhere to my wishes. But man fell into their lust for power and violence. They fought against me to disrupt the peace I had created, and through my own son's betrayal, I was sealed away. For centuries, I have been unable to do anything but watch as man taints this land and ignores its pleas for help. This must not go on. The blood and violence, the war and destruction, all of it must end. To stop it, however, I will need your help, young Tsuranabe. I will need you to save this world," Kaguya said, turning around and looking at the boy behind her. The black-haired boy looked at the ground, thinking about the words he was hearing. What Kaguya was telling him aligned with what he had learned today from Kara, but one question dominated his mind. "Why do you need my help?" "I'm just a kid," the boy asked, looking up at the goddess. Kaguya smiled at his question and walked up to him before lowering herself to his level and placing a hand on his face. "I see potential in you, young Tsuranabe, more so than any other I have come across so far. You and I are tethered together, so I will always be with you to guide and assist when necessary. You will need my help, but I will also need yours. Can I count on you to help me in saving not only the world, but all beings that live here, Tsuranabe?" the white-haired woman asked, looking into the boy's eyes. Tsuranabe took a few moments to digest what he had been told before smiling and nodding, which gained a smile from Kaguya. "The time will come when I will call upon your assistance. Our time will come soon, and together we will alleviate the pain of the earth," she said before standing up. "It is time to wake up now, Tsuranabe." Tsuranabe's room. Tsuranabe woke up and, for the first time, remembered his encounter with Kagaya. The things he had been told ran through his mind and dominated his thoughts until a knock at his door, signaling it was time to wake up, drew him back into the real world. Shaking his head, Tsuranabe got out of bed and prepared himself for another fun day with Kara. The black-haired boy had a good day, filled with both fun and learning, just like previous days. He studied math, science, writing, and vocabulary, interspersed with games like hide-and-seek and board games with Kara. His favorite part was talking with Kara while they cooked dinner, which made him feel special and valued. She was always kind, understanding, and genuinely cared about his problems, a feeling he cherished and hoped would never end. After another eventful day, Tsuranabe prepared for sleep, hoping to speak with Kagaya again. This routine continued for months. Tsuranabe and Kara became inseparable. He saw Kara as a mother figure, a feeling she reciprocated. They had learned everything about each other, solidifying their bond. Tsuranabe proved to be a quick learner, consistently surprising Kara with his rapid grasp of concepts. He also became a skilled cook from their time together in the kitchen. Secretly, Tsuranabe continued his conversations with Kagaya. She repeatedly explained that humans wouldn't listen to reason, necessitating certain actions. Blood had to be spilled, and the world must adhere to one will, the right will, to end its senseless violence. The idea of bloodshed deeply conflicted Tsuranabe, as Kara's morality lessons contradicted Kagaya's methods. Though frustrated, the rabbit goddess remained patient. The more they talked, the more Tsuranabe became entranced by her message of a single will dominating the world for its protection. Kitchen. Kara smiled as she did the dishes. It had been almost a year since Tsuranabe arrived, and their time together was a joy. He was a sweet, sincere boy in an unfair situation. While she treated all her previous hosts with love and respect, Tsuranabe had uniquely captured her heart. This thought made her frown. She knew his predetermined fate but had decided he wouldn't suffer the same end as previous hosts. The cycle would stop with Tsuranabe. For 5 months, Kara had meticulously planned arguments to prevent the village from transferring the tailed beast to another host. Her arguments ranged from asserting his humanity to claiming he was a more mature, powerful, and controlled weapon for the village. Though the weapon argument tasted terrible, she would say anything to save the boy she adored. If all arguments failed, she decided they would flee the village and find refuge elsewhere. She would do whatever it took to keep Tsuranabe safe. A knock at the front door interrupted her thoughts. Kara calmly walked to the door and opened it, surprised to see the village elder flanked by 2 soldiers. Without a word, she stepped aside, letting them in, and led them to the living room. Kara waited for the elder to sit before taking her own seat. She remained silent as the elder stared intently at her. "Guard the host's door, make sure it stays in its room," the elder ordered without looking away from Kara. The guards silently obeyed. Once they left, the elder took a breath. "It has come to my attention that you've grown attached to the host. You've attempted to change village tradition. I believe it would be best if you distance yourself from it immediately, before unfortunate consequences arise. Kara, you've been a loyal villager, and I hope I can count on that loyalty and devotion to do what's best for the village," the elder said sternly. Kara didn't flinch. "With all due respect, Tsuranabe is not in it. He's a 10, soon to be 11-year-old boy. He has feelings, thoughts, and dreams, just like us. He's a member of this village, and I believe it's in our best interest to treat him as such. As for tradition, sometimes things need to change, like the constant cycle of using children as mere containers to be discarded when their use is fulfilled. I've witnessed this cycle twice before, and I believe it must end. It's a despicable village tradition," Kara stated, unwavering. The elder stared at Kara for a long time, then sighed. "Kara, you were such a good, obedient girl as a child. I'll ask you once more to reconsider. Stop thinking about the host, think about yourself. Whose life is more important, yours or that thing's?" the elderly woman pressed. Without blinking, Kara immediately responded, "His name is Tsuranabe, and I will protect him with my life. As long as I do that, my soul is at peace. I ask you to abandon this tradition and save this village from sinking further into the depths than it already is. Give him a chance, and he may just surprise you," she said with firm determination. Shaking her head, the elder stood. "Guards, with me," she said, loud enough to reach the soldiers. Both responded immediately and quickly joined the elder. The old woman took one last look at Kara and sighed again. "I wish things had been different, Kara. You had such potential, you still do. Truly a shame to waste it on something with such a short shelf life," the woman said before turning and leaving with her guards. Once they left, Kara let out a breath she hadn't realized she was holding. Her mind was made up. Tomorrow, she would take Tsuranabe and leave. Their departure could wait until he finished sleeping, he would need his rest. Nodding, Kara stood and went to her room. Donning her sleeping attire, she got into bed and tried to sleep, a feat easier said than done. Hours passed as Kara lay in bed, staring at the ceiling. She pondered how things had come to this, how she had grown so attached to Tsuranabe. Each memory of him brought a smile. The boy had captured her heart, and their time together revealed a maternal side she hadn't known existed. Her thoughts then shifted to their impending departure. The elder's late-night visit felt more like a threat than a friendly call, instilling fear, not for herself, but for Tsurunobi if she wasn't there. When he woke, she would tell him their plans to leave. She would pack enough food for a few days, and they would depart tomorrow night. Shaking her head in bed, Kara got up and went to the kitchen. Unable to sleep and hungry, it was the perfect time for a late-night snack. Walking into the kitchen, she headed for the pantry but stopped when she looked through the window. Bars covered the outside, and a shadowy figure ran through the backyard, freezing her with fear. Quickly opening the silverware drawer, she pulled out a knife for protection and tried to locate the figure again. As she searched, a smell reached her nose, turning her fear into panic, the smell of smoke. Kara ran to the front door and tried to open it, but the knob was hot, and something obstructed the door. Her eyes widened as she realized the front windows were also barred from the outside. Through what she could see, a large yellow flame rapidly grew outside. Turning quickly, Kara ran to Tsurunobi's room, practically slamming the door open. The door slamming open immediately woke Tsurunobi, who sat up in confusion. "Tsurunobi, we need to leave now. There's a fire, and we have to get out," Kara said quickly, helping him out of bed. She noticed his window also had outside bars, blocking any exit. It quickly dawned on her that this was planned, not accidental. Someone was trying to kill them. Grabbing Tsurunobi's hand once he was out of bed, she ran back toward the living room. As they ran, they abruptly stopped upon seeing a spreading fire in the living room, quickly moving toward the kitchen. Turning back, they ran to Kara's room, and Kara immediately shut the door. She let go of Tsurunobi, who was now terrified. Kara looked at her window, now barred. It must have been done while she was in the kitchen. Cursing silently, she moved to her bedside table and removed the lamp. Picking up the heavy table, she carried it to the window. With all her strength, Kara slammed the bedside table against the window. The glass broke, but the bars remained. Picking up the table again, she slammed it against the bars. Behind Kara, Tsurunobi watched the door in fear as flames began to spread. The heat intensified, and he turned to see Kara grunting, relentlessly slamming her table against the window. Looking closely, he saw tears streaming down her face. Kara slammed the bars repeatedly, blinking through tears at their inevitable demise. Internally, she prayed to any god who would listen. She had to open this window, she had to save Tsurunobi. With the boy in mind, she gained new strength. Slamming harder, she desperately battered the bars, which began to loosen. Raising the table, she slammed it, making the bars groan but not move. She barely noticed the increasing heat and the fire burning away her door. Kara raised the table. Slam. Nothing. She raised it again. Slam. Nothing. She picked it up again, despite her arms seriously aching. Slam. The bars loosened. Slam. They loosened more. Slam. They groaned, struggling to hold their place. With a cry, Kara slammed the table one last time. Slam. The bars broke off. A smile appeared on Kara's face as she created an escape route. That smile was short-lived, however, as she turned to see her door engulfed in flames. "Tsurunobi, let's go. Hurry," she shouted, getting the child to run to the window. "Be careful, there's glass on the ground below," Kara said, quickly ushering him out as the fire consumed her door and rapidly swarmed her room. Tsurunobi quickly and safely exited the window, and Kara was right behind him, ready to follow. Her plans were derailed when the roof above her began to collapse. Burning debris fell directly in front of her. The smoke made her look away, and when she looked back, her blood ran cold. The debris blocked all but a small part of the window, too small for her to exit but large enough to see the child who was like a son to her, safe outside. She watched numbly as Tsurunobi stood up and turned, only to look in horror at her predicament. In her head and heart, she knew this was the end, so she had to be quick. "Tsurunobi," she yelled, getting his attention. "Tsurunobi, you have to run away. The village isn't safe, they started this fire. You have to run away. I love you, Tsurunobi," she said, tears streaming down her face. Tsurunobi heard her words and moved to try and move some of the flaming debris blocking Kara, but before he could, the burning house collapsed, forcing him back a few feet. Looking up at the burning house, Tsurunobi fell to his knees with a look of utter despair. He watched as the fire consumed his entire home, his greatest memories, and the only person who mattered, Kara. Letting out a loud cry for his fallen mother, Tsurunobi clutched the warm ground as if it would alleviate his pain. "What a shame indeed," an old voice said, causing Tsurunobi to look up, and behind him, an elderly woman, backed by two men with swords at their sides, stood watching the fire. "I truly wished to avoid this course of action, but Kara was insistent on protecting you. You see, young host, your position is that of a servant to the village. Your duty is to us, and anyone who would disrupt that will be put down," she said before whispering something to her guard. Her whispers were interrupted by Tsurunobi, who chose this moment to stand. The black-haired boy knelt, watching the fire as a dark feeling overwhelmed him. Standing, Tsuranabe turned and faced the elder and her guards. Unbeknownst to him, a goddess whispered the words he would utter next: an endless cycle of hatred, an endless cycle of violence, an endless cycle of man killing man, an endless cycle of death. Your actions make this planet weep in despair, and as a servant to this planet, I will end the weeping. I will break the cycle. I will have peace. All will succumb to my will, and I will bring peace through submission. Tsuranabe's words caused the elder and her guards to shudder slightly. The guard to her right took the initiative to restrain the host. As he reached Tsuranabe's side and prepared to force him down, the black-haired boy growled and shoved his arm through the guard's chest. A black energy aura began to emanate from the boy as he continued to stare at the elder while the impaled man sputtered. His lungs filled with blood, and he reached to try and remove Tsuranabe, but the boy held firm. A dark, burning sensation spread through the guard's body, and instantly, black flame covered him. The man tried to scream, but his body wouldn't allow it as he burned to nothing but ashes on the host of the ten-tailed beast. The elder and her remaining guard watched in horror as the man burned to nothing before their eyes. The whole time, Tsuranabe maintained eye contact, finding their reactions somewhat amusing. Once the guard was reduced to ash, Tsuranabe began to approach the two remaining villagers. The last soldier drew his sword and swung it at Tsuranabe's head, but the boy caught the weapon in his hand. Just like man, your ultimate solution is always violence, he said before delivering a kick to the man's groin. The guard fell to his knees, his mouth open in a silent scream. Tsuranabe capitalized by taking the sword from the guard's grasp and stabbing it through the man's open mouth. He released the sword, letting the guard fall to the ground, dead, with the sword still impaled in his mouth. Tsuranabe continued his walk with a twisted smile toward the now shaking elder, who was on her knees. He stood before her kneeling form, watching her cry pathetic tears, hoping they would save her. Please, show mercy. Please, I'm just an old woman. Don't kill me, she begged in fear. The woman's begging made the boy let out a dark chuckle as he raised his hand and stroked the old woman. For a few seconds, he caressed her hair before grabbing her head tightly, eliciting a gasp of pain from the elder. I will take everything from you, he whispered before the black aura surrounding him spread over the old woman, causing her to scream in agony. He stared into her eyes as her entire life force was drained. Her skin turned gray, her white hair immediately fell out, and she struggled to escape. Tsuranabe laughed as her struggles grew weaker and weaker until the woman before him was nothing more than a husk that once housed a living soul. Her hair was gone, her skin was dark gray, her eyes were completely black, and her face held an eternal expression of fear. With a smile, Tsuranabe turned his attention to the rest of the nearby village and started walking. That night, his smile never left his face. End of dream flashback. Tsuranabe woke from his memories and sat up in bed. He moved his hand to the spot where Naruto had struck him with his sword. Kaguya, let the boy know that his time has come. You know what to say, Tsuranabe said to seemingly no one. The time had come to end the lunar swordsman's journey. Every citizen in Shinobi mourned those lost in the Konoha uprising, standing, sitting, or kneeling in solemn remembrance. Soft rain fell as thousands gathered, seeking solace and honoring their loved ones. The failed rebellion claimed 127 shinobi and 47 civilians. Most fallen shinobi were Chunin and Jounin, but a few young genin also perished, a cruel reminder of shinobi life's harsh reality. Minato silently observed his villagers before the memorial stone. The Hokage scheduled the mass memorial a week after the uprising, allowing clans and families to grieve and hold funerals. He had attended far too many funerals. All who died opposing Konoha's traitors, ninja or not, would have their names etched on the great stone. As the blonde Hokage scanned the faces, he noted thoughtfulness rather than typical despair on some. Uchiha clan. Itaka stood, feeling the rain but unaffected by it. The rebellion had deeply impacted him. He struggled to sleep, eat, or even grieve, a source of profound frustration. Throughout his life, he had been the Uchiha prodigy, the perfect shinobi, the flawless ninja. Each title made him grimace, as he constantly fought the arrogance that plagued his clan. Despite his disdain for these titles, they fueled his pursuit of perfection. He was Itachi Uchiha, not supposed to make mistakes, yet he had, costing 164 lives. Konoha brothers and sisters he swore to protect were dead due to his failure. This led him to refuse attendance at his father's and fellow clansmen's funeral. To him, his father and all who betrayed Konoha deserved a painful traitor's death. He mourned Shisui privately. He barely registered Konan's hand slipping into his, but the faint touch offered a sliver of comfort. Mikato's eyes were so red and swollen, they might have been mistaken for activated Sharingan. The past week was stressful. Her eldest son was lost, and her youngest struggled with having killed his own father. Given these factors, she temporarily assumed the clan head position, tasked with reorganizing and reuniting the fractured clan, a difficult feat with only a third remaining. Many clan children were now orphans, their parents foolishly participating in the village takeover attempt. The pathetic pursuit of power disgusted Mikato. It sickened her that her family died for a cause no grander than greed. Long ago, as a genin, she chose happiness over power, and her joy had made her stronger. She had long preached happiness to her family, but the Uchiha clan was stubborn. Their stubbornness and pride had nearly destroyed the clan, and her beloved husband's foolishness forever altered her family. With a sad sigh, she looked from the stone to her youngest son, comforted by a blonde girl. Suzuki stood, his hand weakly entwined with Shin's, who offered emotional support. She arrived in Konoha a day after his father's funeral, an act he considered divine. Flashback. Suzuki sat on his back steps, staring with dead eyes at the spot where he committed his greatest sin, killing his father and fellow clan members. The young Uchiha had remained silent during his father's funeral, standing with his remaining family while his mother handled the proceedings. Confusion, sadness, anger, and despair swirled within him, almost obscuring his brother's absence. It hurt not having Itake's support, but he understood his brother's immense struggle. Itake believed he had failed. While normal people might be frustrated by failures, Itake was not normal. He had strived for perfection for so long that the shattering of that persona deeply affected him. The Uchiha was so lost in thought he neither heard nor sensed the girl who held a special place in his heart. The blonde priestess from the land of demons silently sat beside him. His attention finally focused when she gently took his hand. Surprised, Suzuki looked up, eyes widening. Shin, what are you doing here? The black-haired Shinin stammered. Shin feigned a pout and turned away. And here I thought you'd be glad to see me. Perhaps I should just return home, she said, pulling her hand back and crossing her arms. A small grin played on her lips while her back was turned. Suzuki flushed, waving his arms frantically. No need for that. I'm truly glad to see you, It's been a long week, with little good coming from it, he said, sadly looking at the ground. Shin turned back, a sympathetic look on her face, and embraced him. I know. I came as soon as I received your letter. I wanted to come alone, but my guards insisted. I'm so sorry for your losses, Suzuki. If you need anything, I'll be by your side to support you in any way I can, she whispered. Suzuki took a short breath, pointed forward, and began to speak. Right there is where I killed my father. On my roof is where I killed my clan members. I committed unforgivable sins, and frighteningly, I'd do it again in the same situation. I want to be angry at my father. I don't want to feel bad about killing him or my clan members. They chose to betray the leaf and dishonor the clan, yet I still miss them. I feel cold and dead inside, and I just don't know what to do, he said, turning to Shin with tear-filled eyes, which broke her heart. How did you get past it when your mother died? How did you stop the pain? He asked desperately. The blonde priestess looked at the saddened Shinin, recalling the pain of losing her own mother. It hurt more because of their closeness, and she saw the boy she cared for experiencing the same agony. For so long, I closed myself off. I became bitter and uncaring, and my people suffered because of it. It wasn't until you and your group helped me that I began to open up. You gave me what I had needed for so long but was too afraid to admit, someone to lean on, someone to support me. That's what you did, Suzuki. You supported me despite our very rocky start, she said with a small giggle, eliciting a slight smirk from Suzuki. When you experience such a loss, you need someone to help shoulder the weight and pain. That's why I'm here, Suzuki. I'm going to help you carry whatever burden you feel you should. And I missed my special Uchiha, Shin finished, placing a hand on Suzuki's cheek. Suzuki smiled at Shin's declaration, then closed the distance between them, kissing her. As they shared the kiss, Mikoto watched from inside, unnoticed by them. Mikoto watched her son and smiled. She knew it would take a long time for her little boy to overcome his father's death. However, seeing him open up to someone brought immense relief and assured her the healing process had begun. Her son would be okay because he had someone to help him through such a horrible situation. It took effort not to rush out, pull the blonde away, and protect her son's innocence, but she fought those maternal instincts. He needed contact with someone close. She would keep a close eye on Shin tonight, as it was decided she and her guards would stay at the Uchiha residence. Mikoto wanted to be a grandmother someday, but not today, nor in the near future. Walking to her room, she allowed tears to stream freely down her face only after shutting the door. End flashback. Suzuki looked at the ground, but before he could sink too low, Shin's tightening grip brought him out of his thoughts. Hinata Hayaga. Hinata stood beside her mother and younger sister. Hitomi occasionally shed tears but focused on comforting Hanabi, who sobbed almost uncontrollably. Hayashi's death had deeply affected them all, and healing would take time. Fortunately, they received immense support from the branch family, who provided condolences, meals, comfort, and anything else needed, while the main branch focused on repairing the clan's nobility. Priorities would soon shift, as would many aspects of the Hayaga clan. The three were flanked by the entire remaining Hayaga clan, after the disgraceful snakes had been removed. Following the uprising, an internal investigation, assisted by the branch clan under her mother's orders as the new clan head, exposed several clansmen involved in the planning, though not physically in the rebellion. These individuals were handed over to the Hokage, who dealt with them swiftly, executing over 20 main branch Hayaga members without protest from the clan. The Hyaga heiress still had nightmares of her father sacrificing his life for her, his dead body on the ground. Every other night since the uprising, she awoke in a sweat and tears, believing that if she had been strong enough, her father might still be alive. The nightmares and self-doubt became so severe that her health deteriorated significantly. She stopped eating, couldn't get enough sleep, and cried constantly. Frankly, Hinata had lost the will to live and was rapidly succumbing to grief, until a conversation with a certain genjutsu user changed everything. Flashback. Hinata sat on her bed in her darkened room. It had been nearly a week since the Konoha uprising, nearly a week since her father's death. The funeral for the fallen Hyaga members the day before had only solidified the permanence of his absence. She would never see him again, all because she was too weak to help. So engrossed in her grief, she almost missed her door opening, letting a stream of light into the room. Shielding her eyes, Hinata focused her vision to see her mother standing before her. Hitomi looked at her daughter and sighed sadly. Hinata, her baby girl, was broken, and she didn't know how to help. She had tried to get Hinata to talk, had been patient, and though the wound was fresh, Hitomi couldn't bear to see her daughter suffer so intensely anymore. She had tried to get Hinata-sensei, Korone Ui, to speak with her, but the Jounin's words fell on deaf ears a shock, as Hinata admired Konoha's Ice Queen more than anyone. Although Korone failed to reach her daughter, the genjutsu specialist recommended someone else, which Hitomi immediately agreed to. Anything to help her daughter heal. Hinata, you have a visitor, the Hyaga clan head said quietly. Receiving no response, Hitomi frowned sadly and exited the room to allow the visitor privacy. Yakumo stood at the doorway, watching Hitomi leave without a word, and frowned in disappointment at Hinata. Personally, Yakumo didn't understand why she was asked to speak with her. While she and Hinata had recently begun a friendship, they weren't particularly close. Still, the sight before her was sad and a waste of kunoichi potential. The day prior, Korone Ui, her former teacher, had knocked on her door. Yakumo would have slammed the door in her face had the woman not begged and swore her student needed help. Korone explained that Hinata was taking her father's loss very badly, it was severely harming the young genin. This situation resonated with Yakumo, as she had recently experienced something similar. That was why she was here, to help Hinata as she had been helped through her grief. Taking a breath, Yakumo entered Hinata's room. First off, I want to say that I am so sorry for your loss, Hinata. I know what it's like to lose someone, or at least think you've lost someone. I know how badly it hurts to realize you won't see that person again, but you cannot let your grief destroy you. I'm not saying to forget your father or even to forget the pain you're feeling, but I am saying to get up and keep living your life. You are a talented kunoichi, and honestly, you have some of the most potential of any ninja in our class. It would be a sin to let all that potential go to waste, Hinata, Yakumo said, looking at the depressed girl. Hinata sniffled, then looked up, the Akugan activated, the skin around her eyes red. That's it, isn't it? You don't care about me or my pain. You're only here to get me back into the ninja force. Was it the Hokage or Korone-sensei who put you up to this? Just because you thought your boy toy was gone doesn't mean you know my pain, so. That was as far as Hinata got before Yakumo slammed her open palm into the Hyaga's face with a hard slap. When Hinata recovered, she looked up to a furious Yakumo, eyes blazing. Listen to me, I cried tears of blood when I was told Naruto was missing in action. I lost the will to live and nearly died because of it, so don't you ever downplay my relationship with him again. As for who put me up to it, you should be honored and grateful to have someone who cares enough about you to go to that length. You should have seen Korone beg and plead for me to help her precious student, something I had wished for her to do for me for so long. You have a family and a team who love you, and you spit in their faces every moment you spend wallowing in your room. Now get up, because enough people have passed on, Hinata Hyaga doesn't need to join them. End flashback. It took Hinata the rest of that day to recover from the shock of Yakumo's actions and words. When she finally left her room, she began forging a new Hinata. She cleaned herself up and started training to one day assume clan head duties from her mother, to protect her little sister, and to honor her father's memory, who died so she could live. Though Yakumo had been harsh, she was right. Hinata had been dishonoring her father by refusing to live the life he fought for. The pain of loss still cut, but instead of weighing her down, it now drove her to become stronger, to never feel that pain again. So here Hinata stood, watching names carved onto the memorial stone, her eyes fixed on Hayashi Hyaga. Though tears streamed, she looked at the name with pride and determination. She would achieve what her father had, she would become strong enough to protect her loved ones, for that was her Nindo, her ninja way. Orochimaru. The snake's son experienced a range of emotions, unusual for him. He had always suppressed his feelings, adhering to the ninja's rule of emotional detachment. However, since bringing Kimimaro, Teiwa, and Anko back into his life, his emotions had become overwhelming. He still recalled the rage and fury he felt towards the root ninja who dared threaten his children, the fear when they were attacked, and the pride when they fended off such powerful enemies. Emotions were complex, and Orochimaru was unaccustomed to them. Jiraiya had always been better at handling such things. The thought of his late teammate brought a sad frown to his face. He had apologized to Jiraiya after being freed from the Shinigami's blade's grasp, but never got the chance to show him. He never conveyed how much their friendship meant, how much he valued the Toad Sunin. Throughout most of their time together, Orochimaru had treated Jiraiya poorly, berating him, belittling his skills, and mocking his intelligence. If only he could go back and tell Jiraiya how much he admired his ability to always take things in stride. Regardless of the situation, Jiraiya always found a way to smile, a rare trait among shinobi. His thoughts eventually turned to how Jiraiya had treated his last remaining loyal godson. It didn't make sense. Tsunade had mentioned Jiraiya expressing regret over his actions towards the boy in a previous conversation, yet his continued antagonistic behavior suggested otherwise. Dealing with his newfound emotions combined with the loss of his friend gave him a significant headache. Orochimaru glanced at Tsunade, who stood nearby with her assistant Shizun. The Slug Sunin had clearly been crying, evidenced by her red eyes, and had been drinking the night before, judging by her flinches with each name carved. Jiraiya's death had affected her most. Orochimaru likely knew before Tsunade that this was precisely why she didn't want to let Jiraiya in. Noeki, Dan, and now Jiraiya. The Snake Sunin wondered what Tsunade had done to anger Kami, given her numerous losses. Tsunade would try to close herself off again, but Orochimaru had already decided against it. He would take over Jiraiya's role in comforting her, ensuring she didn't lose her way again. Tsunade. Tsunade stood next to Shizun, her fists clenched. She never wanted Jiraiya's name on this cursed stone, yet he had died as he wished, a hero. This upset her. She had wanted him to live a long, fruitful life and die with her of old age, a truth she refused to admit for years, and now she was paying for it. Since childhood, Jiraiya had pined for her, never loving another woman despite his unsavory hobby. After Dan, he had comforted her, and she was tempted to give him the chance he always wanted, but the thought of him on the memorial stone stopped her. It was naive given their profession. Now, the man she loved was gone. She would no longer punch him for his irritatingly perverted behavior, nor would she have to hide her grin at his antics. Any future they could have had was gone. Jiraiya's death spurred her to redeem him in Naruto's eyes. They meticulously analyzed every page and sentence of Jiraiya's journal, searching for explanations for his ever-changing personality towards Naruto. There had to be a reason he felt such private regret but acted so spitefully toward the boy directly, and she was determined to find out. Naruto had reluctantly agreed to help her. Together, they would discover what had happened to the man and take appropriate action if needed. But for now, Tsunade would focus on living life as best she could, as Jiraiya would, taking it all in stride. Tsunade's face was so numb from already shed tears that she barely noticed fresh streams flowing down as Jiraiya of the Sunin was etched onto the memorial stone, immortalizing his name but finalizing his death. Namikaze family. Naruto watched his father carve the names of the fallen onto the memorial stone. The Konoha uprising deeply wounded every citizen of Konoha, civilian and shinobi alike. Initially, Naruto blamed himself for not returning to Konoha sooner, but his perspective shifted when he recalled Sira's teaching, unless you took the life yourself, don't blame yourself. The Leaf had lost high-profile ninja, undoubtedly weakening it, but Naruto's recent transformation brought new confidence. Deep down, he knew there was only one threat to his home, and it would eventually meet its end. Naruto's gaze returned to his father, observing him more closely. The job's stress was taking its toll, evident in the slight bags under his eyes and paler complexion. The fourth Hokage still exuded power, but he seemed to carry the world's weight on his shoulders. It upset the blonde Chunin to see his father in such a state, but he knew things would soon improve. Discussions were already underway to restore council rights, exclusively for shinobi, of course. His father was also receiving assistance from his masked student, his successor, and the last two Sunin. Konoha was in good hands. Kushina watched her husband with both concern and immense pride. Most people focused on Akage's glorious leadership, but she knew the truth. Akage's most vital role was how they handled times of despair. Her husband was shouldering so much, easing the village's pain without complaint. It was simply part of the job. She was also proud of his support for their recent, life-changing family addition. Flashback. Kushina and Minato stood patiently in the living room. Naruto had told them to wait, he had something important to show them. Kushina felt a surge of excitement. Naruto must have brought her a gift, perhaps free ramen, or maybe they were going to Ichiraku's for dinner, or even unlimited ramen. The ramen possibilities made her mouth water. Minato watched his wife with an amused grin, clearly aware of her thoughts, but both were drawn away by the sound of two pairs of approaching footsteps, which confused them. It was a major surprise when Naruto entered, hand in hand with a little girl no older than 5 or 6. The girl had black hair and an adorable shyness, but Kushina noticed the hidden sadness in her eyes. Something had deeply hurt the girl recently, and Kushina's curious side wanted to know what. Minato examined the girl, maintaining his calm composure despite his shock. Seeing his parents speechless, Naruto took the initiative. "Mom, Dad, this is Aiko. She isn't from here, but hopefully, she'll come to consider it home. Aiko, this is my mom and dad, Kushina and Minato Namikaze, Naruto told the little girl, who was slightly hiding behind his leg. Aiko peeked out, watching Kushina kneel with a motherly smile, much like her own mother used to have. It almost brought tears to Aiko's eyes, but she remembered Naruto's words about her mother always being with her. Kushina instinctively knelt and smiled at the girl. The little girl was precious and reminded Kushina so much of herself when she first arrived in Konoha, scared, though she refused to admit it, but lucky to have Mito to help with her loneliness. "Hello Aiko, it's very nice to meet you. You are very pretty," she commented, making the little girl blush slightly. "So how did you and Naruto meet?" she asked, smiling as Aiko's mood seemed to do a complete 180, her eyes lighting up. Aiko took a big breath before beginning her grand tale. "Well, I went to the forest to play with the animals and eat my peanut butter and jelly sandwich. When I got there, I saw Naruto sleeping in the grass. I wanted to wake him up because you can't sleep in the forest, you'll get dirty. So I kept asking him to wake up, but he wouldn't," she pouted. "After a few days, he woke up. He must have been really tired because he wouldn't stop sleeping. Every day, I brought some peanut butter sandwiches for him to eat because I always get hungry when I wake up," she said. As she continued her story, Naruto motioned to his father to go to the kitchen. The two silently excused themselves as Aiko went on with her story. Naruto and Minato stood across from each other at the kitchen counter. Minato could tell his son was stressed. "Naruto, what's wrong, son?" Minato asked after a silence. Minato's eyes narrowed when Naruto looked up with a despairing look, one Minato had seen on Kakashi after Rin and Obito's deaths, and one he himself had worn after failing his genin team so horribly. It was a look of failure, despair, and rage combined. The blonde Chunin looked at his father, fists clenched. "They did it. They took the last perfect place, and I couldn't stop it," Naruto whispered. Minato leaned in slightly to hear his son better. "Who did what, Naruto?" the blonde Hokage asked. The boy was silent for another moment, then took a small breath before responding. "The Shinigami's blade. The place I ended up was the last perfect place left on this planet, and Tsuranabe destroyed it without a second thought. That girl in there," Naruto said, pointing towards the living room, "she is the last remaining being from that land, and it's all because of me. They've been pushing me further and further, killing anyone at will, just so that I'll be a better fight. So many people are dying, and it's all my fault," Naruto said angrily, but quietly enough not to alert Aiko in the other room. Minato looked at his son and sighed. "Listen, Naruto, whatever the Shinigami's blade has been planning, it has to have been in the works long before you came into the picture. This group of psychopaths are the only ones responsible for their actions, not you nor anyone else. In a few weeks, I will call a meeting to discuss actions and strategies against the Shinigami's blade. I want you there, but for now, calm down because you have another person to be strong for. I can see that the little girl in there is relying on you, so you have to be strong for her if not anyone else," Minato said, ending the conversation by leaving the kitchen and heading to the living room. Naruto took a second to consider his father's answer before quickly following him. Both blondes entered the living room to an amusing sight. Kushina and Aiko seemed to be locked in a fierce glare-off, lightning bolts practically visible between them. "Minato, this little girl said something unforgivable," she said through gritted teeth as her husband slowly and cautiously walked to her side. "I'm not the one being a dumb meanie, and I'm the one who's right," Aiko declared, her face red, as Naruto slowly and cautiously walked to the little girl's side. "Ramen is far better than peanut butter sandwiches." "No it's not, tomato head," the two shouted at one another, causing both blondes in the house to fall over. Naruto slowly stood up and placed a hand on Aiko's shoulder. "Okay, can't we just agree that both are good in their own special way?" he asked, while his father, now standing, slapped a hand to his face. "No," both Kushina and Aiko shouted. "It matters not, little girl, soon you will see the glory of ramen. After all, you'll be eating a lot of it here," Kushina said, crossing her arms, as Aiko's angry face morphed into a confused one. Seeing the girl's confused look, Kushina offered one of her motherly smiles, making Aiko feel warm inside. Walking up to Aiko, Kushina knelt down and placed a hand on her head. "You didn't think that I, Kushina Uzumaki, would let someone as adorable as you stay somewhere other than my home, did you? Not to mention that anyone who can stand up to an Uzumaki is more than welcome in this house," Kushina said with a smile, before her voice took a gentler tone. "I know what it's like in a new place where you don't know many people. I know how scary it can be, but I promise that I'll be there with you every step of the way. So long as you're here, you'll never be alone. Got it?" the red-headed woman asked. Aiko looked into Kushina's eyes and saw genuine concern, as if seeing her own mother again. With teary eyes, Aiko nodded and nearly tackled the woman in a hug, sobbing while Kushina softly rubbed her back to calm her down. Looking up at her husband for final approval, she saw him smile and nod. Glancing at her son, she saw him smiling while subtly looking away to hide his watering eyes. All of this made Kushina begin to cry lightly with happiness. This, what she had now, was a family. End flashback. Kushina remembered the priceless moment she would always treasure. Aiko, as far as Kushina was concerned, was an Uzumaki, whether or not she considered herself part of it. 12 hours later, Naruto sat on his roof under the night sky, the moon shining brightly. He allowed the special chakra from the moon to flow through him, refreshing him physically and spiritually. "A lot on your mind?" a voice asked. Naruto continued looking at the moon as the voice's owner sat next to him. "Do you want to talk about it?" the voice inquired. The blonde swordsman sighed before turning to Tenji, the first legendary swordsman, whose figure shone in the light. "Do you ever regret how you went about things, Tenji? Do you ever think, what if I had chosen another path?" Naruto asked. Tenji immediately laughed. "Naruto, there is no end to my regrets. Even though I have passed on, I still wish I had been more rational. I should have listened to Kagaya, but instead, I betrayed her for peace. I chose an ideal over the woman I loved and my unborn children. I turned her into a monster, and I'll always regret it," Tenji said, looking down. "Aw, how sweet, Tenji," a sarcastic yet powerful voice spoke. Naruto instantly stood up, but Tenji's eyes just widened. A glowing light appeared in front of them, radiating for a moment before dying down to reveal a white-haired, white-skinned woman with horns, dressed in what seemed to be royal clothing, wearing a smirk. Tenji remained sitting, but his spiritual form began to shake. "Kagaya," the man whispered. Naruto's eyes narrowed before he extended his arm, summoning his newly acquired white blade. The act caught Kagaya's attention, and she let out a laugh. "Please, boy, you are an eternity too early to dare think about challenging me. Besides, I come merely as a messenger," the woman said, putting up both hands but keeping her smirk. "Kagaya, how are you here? Why are you here?" Tenji asked, still in shock at seeing his former love. Turning her attention back to Tenji, Kagaya rolled her eyes. "Still as bad a listener as ever, my dear Tenji. The reason I'm here is simple. Tsuranabe, swordsman of the 10 Tails, has challenged your champion to a duel to the death. In 1 month, a blue moon will occur. On that night, you will meet Tsuranabe near his base, somewhere your Hokage undoubtedly knows the location of. Don't miss it," Kagaya said before turning her back. "Or what?" Naruto asked, causing Kagaya to chuckle a dark laugh. Kagaya turned around with a twisted smile, a red eye opening in the center of her forehead. "Or Tsuranabe will destroy everything," she said before slowly fading away. Today was the day that not only he, but his family, would get answers to the numerous questions that had surfaced. Naruto stood in his front yard, waiting for his father, mother, Tsunade, and Orochimaru. Over the past few weeks, since finding Jiraiya's personal journal, inconsistencies had arisen between Jiraiya's inner thoughts and his behavior. One thing remained consistent, however: the toads were somehow involved. Today, he and the 5 others closest to Jiraiya would travel to Mount Mayaboku for answers. Naruto had withheld that he was willing to go to any length to get these answers. Jiraiya's actions, somehow influenced by the toads if the journal was to be believed, had directly affected Naruto's life. The years of feeling like a stranger in his own home, the neglect, the loveless relationship with his parents. The toads could offer any reason they wished, but if necessary, Naruto would take matters into his own hands, or rather, his very powerful partners. All at once, the 4 joining him on the trip to the toad's homeland exited the house, snapping the blonde boy out of his thoughts. Not a word was said as the 4 cage-level shinobi approached where Naruto stood. He had no idea how long the confrontation would last, so just in case, he had called Yakumo over, who was currently watching Aiko. The two had immediately hit it off, forming a bond of sisterhood that was quite entertaining. Minato approached his son and placed a hand on his shoulder. "Are you ready, Naruto?" he asked, receiving a simple nod. The blonde Hokage said nothing else, turning to the rest of the group, who nodded. Taking a deep breath, Minato put his hands together, and instantly a seal formed on the ground beneath the 5. It glowed for a second before the group was instantly transported away, leaving no trace. Mount Mayaboku. Everything was calm in the realm of the toads. The air was clean, the massive plants healthy and tall, and the realm held a soft silence, interrupted only by the sounds of water flowing through many waterfalls. This was the scene Naruto, Minato, Kushina, Tsunade, and Orochimaru arrived to. Kushina and the 2 remaining Sannin looked in awe at the beautiful land. Minato smiled, never tiring of visiting Mount Mayaboku, but Naruto kept his eyes narrowed, not paying attention to the scenery. He had a mission he would not fail. Minato took a few steps before turning to face the group. "Okay everyone, follow me. The 2 elder toads should be nearby, where they will take us to the great toad sage. I've already informed them of the need to address an important issue, they just aren't aware of what," and with that, the Hokage turned, and the group began their march to the highest-ranking toads. It wasn't a long journey, just longer due to navigating the plants. After about 15 minutes, the group cleared the plants blocking their view and came to a very large waterfall. Sitting in front of it were 2 small, old-looking toads and 1 massive, ancient-looking toad. The Hokage was personally shocked to see the great toad sage away from his chair, something he had never witnessed before. The great toad sage's presence here showed how seriously they were taking this. As the group stood before the three toads, who looked at them with smiles, all bowed in respect except for Naruto, who remained standing. This caused the two elder toads' smiles to falter and the great toad sage to focus on him, but they didn't comment. "All of you please stand and be welcome to Mount Mayaboku, our home," the male elder toad said. The four bowing ninjas stood up at once, and Minato smiled. Pa, it's great to see you again. You as well, great toad sage. You all remember Kushina, I take it, he asked, gaining nods from Ma and Pa. "This is my son Naruto, and Tsunade and Orochimaru of the Sunin," he introduced, to which the toads nodded. "The summoners of Katsuyu and Manda, we have heard many good things from the slugs and snakes. We have heard even more information about you from Jiraiya boy, Lady Tsunade," Pa said, causing the woman to blush slightly but gain a sad look. Seeing this, Ma immediately hit Pa. "Be more sensitive, you old idiot," the female toad shouted before looking back at the group. "This looks like a fine group indeed," she said before focusing on Naruto. "But perhaps this boy needs to be taught some more lessons in respecting his elders, Minato," she said, staring directly at the boy with a frown. Naruto mirrored her action. Trying to prevent things from getting too sidetracked, Minato took a step forward. "You have all heard of Jiraiya's death, I presume?" Minato asked, to which the toad elders both nodded. A shame it is, Jiraiya was among the best summoners one could have. He made the toads very proud. "I still feel like it was only yesterday that reckless little boy ended up here in Mount Mayaboku because he tried the summoning jutsu without a summon. He will truly be missed," Pa said with a somber tone. Ma looked at the ground in sadness, and the great toad sage had no reaction. Minato nodded. "Well, Jiraiya is actually the reason we are here," the blonde Hokage said, causing the two elders to look confused and the great toad sage to suddenly show interest. Jiraiya had a special journal on his person when he died. A journal that detailed a few trips he made to Mount Mayaboku when he was receiving the prophecy about the future of the ninja world. He talked about receiving the prophecy from you, Ma and Pa, but he also wrote down certain very private interactions he had with you, great toad sage, Minato said, maintaining a respectful tone. Ma and Pa looked at the great toad sage, for they hadn't known he had met with Jiraiya in private. The great toad sage took a breath before slowly shaking his head. "I'm afraid that Jiraiya was mistaken. The only times we would speak to each other, Fukazaku and Shima here would be in attendance as well. If that is what you came here for, you have your answer. Now I must ask that you all leave," the great toad sage said, trying to dismiss everyone, which surprised the toad elders by his behavior. Deciding he had been quiet enough, Naruto stepped forward and looked up at the great toad sage. "So you will deny it? Good, that makes my decision a lot easier," the boy said, confusing the rest of the group and elders while causing the great toad sage to narrow his eyes at him. Naruto bit his thumb, letting the blood leak. The Konoha group's eyes widened, but the great toad sage chuckled. "You arrogant child, no summon may pass through here without our permission. To attempt it is futile." So the massive toad was interrupted as Naruto finished the hand seals. Dark storm clouds instantly covered Mount Mayaboku's formerly peaceful blue skies. The calm breeze picked up into a strong gust of wind. A large pillar of mist began to form behind Naruto, intensifying by the second. Before anyone could react to the sudden change, Levios, son of Leviathan the great serpent, rose from the mist. Rising high above everyone else, when the serpent reached its apex, it let out a mighty roar that silenced the realm it had been summoned to. Looking back down, Levios lowered himself beside Naruto as best he could. The Konoha group stared in awe at the magnificent beast beside Naruto, but all three toads were shaking terribly in fear. How? I thought the SS Serpent Sea Clan was GG gone, asked the great toad sage. In an instant, Levios was no longer beside his faithful summoner but instead coiled tightly around the massive toad, his sharp ridges digging deeply into the toad's body, drawing blood and causing the sage to cry out in pain. "I assure you that we are far from it, Toad. I was told that I would be summoned if you didn't provide satisfactory answers to the boy over there. You see, this boy has been given permission to summon any serpent he desires, and I am his chosen retainer. He is capable of taking on any obstacle, but every once in a while he requires assistance. Assistance that I am more than happy to provide. Now, you will tell Naruto all that he wants to know, or else your paradise that you have created here will be no more," the serpent said, his ridges still digging in. The great toad sage nodded obediently while the toad elders were too scared to say or do anything, not that it would matter if they could. Naruto nodded his head in thanks to Levios before he began. "In Jiraiya's journal, he says that you told him to neglect me, to enable everyone to neglect me. I had to grow up without the love of parents, without the love of godparents, without friends, without anyone. For so long I suffered loneliness, and it all seems to come back to the prophecy and instructions that you gave. Still though, to be able to affect my own family with a simple prophecy doesn't make sense. My mother is an Uzumaki, so her devotion to family is among the strongest in the elemental nations. How would simple words and suggestions convince her to leave her firstborn child behind in the dust?" Naruto asked while the group behind him lowered their heads in disappointment of themselves. For a second, the Great Toad Sage didn't answer until Levios tightened his hold. I did what I had to. As a sage, my duty is to protect the world, not the individual. Sacrifices have to be made to keep the world from coming to an end. Jiraiya didn't have the heart to truly convince everyone to abandon you, so I had to intervene. I had to make him see objectively what he needed to do. I placed him in a genjutsu that took away all feelings of love he had towards you. The genjutsu placed upon him would spread to each person he talked to, each person he met, each person he saw. All of Konoha was soon placed under the genjutsu. The more it spread, the weaker it would become, but it would stay strong on Jiraiya and anyone he immediately interacted with, namely your family. Levios nodded at his summoner, then swiftly tightened his grip. His body sliced through the Great Toad Sage with such speed and force that it killed the oldest toad. The Konoha group suddenly found themselves back where they started, but the serpent remained. Ma and Pa could only stare in shock and fear. The serpent rose, facing the two small toads. By decree of the last great clan, the Serpent Clan, the toads will be without a summoner for the next 1,000 years. Your Mount Mayaboku paradise is no more, and you won't leave this realm until you find another summoner. All of this is your punishment for interfering in a prophecy, revealing it, and directly influencing a realm outside your own, Levios declared, nearly giving both elders heart attacks. With a final roar, Levios began to fade into mist. After the serpent vanished, heavy rain and lightning storms erupted over the once peaceful paradise. Winds intensified, and the skies stayed black. This would be Mount Mayaboku's state for the next millennium. Namikaze Compound. Naruto and the rest of the Konoha group were transported into the front yard of the Namikaze residence. All of the shinobi except Naruto were wide-eyed and shocked at how quickly events had escalated and at the information they'd received. The toads had influenced not only Naruto's life, but also the lives of the entire Namikaze family and their closest friends, all for the sake of fulfilling a foolish prophecy. The group was pulled back to reality as Naruto started walking into the house. Without a word, Minato, Kushina, Tsunade, and Orochimaru followed the blonde indoors. Entering the living room, Naruto smiled, welcomed by the sight of Yakumo and Aiko discussing different places to enjoy a peanut butter and jelly sandwich. The blonde Chunin had to suppress a chuckle. Aiko's obsession with peanut butter and jelly sandwiches seriously rivaled his mother's obsession with ramen. Finally unable to hold back his laughter, Naruto let out a small chuckle, prompting Aiko and Yakumo to immediately turn, smiling at his presence. "You're back," Aiko shouted, running to meet Naruto. "You were gone for so long, I thought you were gonna be gone forever," the little girl said, now clinging to him. Naruto shook his head and let out a small laugh while Yakumo stood and walked up to her boyfriend with a smile. With a sigh, Naruto patted the little girl's head as the rest of the Konoha group entered the house behind him. "Aiko, I wasn't even gone for an hour," he said while Kushina, Tsunade, and Orochimaru took seats in the living room. Yakumo narrowed her eyes at the sight of the mighty shinobi looking as if they'd seen a ghost. Minato, meanwhile, stood beside his son and placed a hand on his shoulder. Glancing at his father, Naruto gently removed Aiko's little arms and looked at Yakumo, who nodded at him. "Aiko, how about we go eat some peanut butter sandwiches? Maybe you can show me how to make a perfect sandwich while Naruto talks with his parents," Yakumo said with a smile. Aiko thought for a few seconds before smiling and nodding rapidly. The little girl immediately ran to the kitchen, followed by Yakumo. Once the two entered the kitchen, Naruto walked to a couch in the living room and sat down while Minato placed a hand on the wall, silencing the entire room. After ensuring their privacy, Minato slowly joined the group, sitting next to his wife on a couch. All eyes rested on Naruto, and the look on the boy's face revealed nothing. For what seemed like hours, the room was silent. It was the red-headed Uzumaki who finally broke the silence. "Naruto, I'm so sorry for everything you went through. I should have been a better mother, I should have fought harder against the genjutsu, I should have." Kushina was interrupted when Naruto raised his hand to stop her. "Mom, I've had my suspicions that bigger things were at play for a while, and I forgave you and Dad a long time ago. I spent years being angry at you, but I learned that I'd rather let things go and be happy than hold a grudge and stay angry. There's no point in asking me for forgiveness because I've already forgiven you," Naruto said, bringing his mother to tears. Minato shook his head. He was happy his son had forgiven them, but in his mind, and Kushina's too, they didn't deserve his forgiveness, not yet, at least. "Naruto, nothing makes us happier to hear that you've forgiven us, but we still aren't sure we deserve it. It's not right that you had to go through most of your life alone. We failed you as parents." The blonde Chunin shook his head. "Listen, Dad, you and Mom have worked every day since I returned to earn my forgiveness. I'm telling you that I want us to just move on. I want us to just enjoy what we've got right now, okay?" Naruto asked, receiving a nod from his father and smiles from both parents. Minato's smile faded, however, when he recalled the recent events. He took a moment before asking a question. "What did we just see, Naruto?" the blonde Hokage asked, still unsure about what he'd witnessed at Mount Mayaboku. Naruto tilted his head slightly, then remembered that no one in the room had personally seen his summon before. It almost made Naruto chuckle. Levios could be quite a sight when he tried. What you saw was my personal summon, Levios, son of the leader of the Serpent Clan. He was delivering punishment upon the toads for violating the laws of summons, the Chunin said, sighing when he noticed the confused looks from Minato, Kushina, Orochimaru, and Tsunade. Shaking his head, Naruto began a brief explanation. The laws of summons are rules that any clan choosing to be a summon must abide by. Summons are only supposed to interfere in a realm that isn't their own by protecting and working with their summoner. They cannot interfere by their own volition, which means if they receive a prophecy, Naruto said sarcastically with air quotes, they have to keep quiet and let it happen. They can't just tell their summoner what to do to make the prophecy happen because that falls under interfering in a realm that isn't their own. The toads violated that rule, so they were punished. They won't be able to work with any summoners until whatever punishment they're receiving is over. Another key rule is that summons are not allowed to act against others from a different realm unless in self-defense or acting on their summoner's orders. Summons are allowed to disobey their summoner if an order goes against their ideals. When that big toad used his genjutsu to affect others, he violated that rule. All in all, the toads deserve to be punished, Naruto finished, crossing his arms. Minato was quiet, contemplating the new information again, before a question popped into his mind. Why did your summon get to dish out the punishment? What gives your summon the authority to do that? Minato asked, trying to better grasp the situation. He was still quite shocked that the summons he had worked with for so long could be capable of such treachery. It was another shock that he would no longer be able to use said summons in combat, but at the moment, he wouldn't summon them even if he could. Naruto smiled slightly at his father's question. Levios can carry out the judgment because he's part of one of the 3 legendary clans, the blonde said, sighing as he noticed a few confused looks. Okay, in the world of summoning clans, there's a pecking order. At the top are the legendary clans. For organization's sake, let's call them S-class clans. Below them are the A-class clans, which include the toads, slugs, and snakes. Below those are the B, C, and D-class clans, respectively. The serpents are the top clan, so they carry out the punishment, he explained, refraining from rolling his eyes at the new looks of understanding from everyone else. What if the serpents were to break a law? Who punishes them? Tsunade asked, inserting herself into the conversation. Naruto shifted his gaze to the woman and continued his explanation. The other 2 S-class clans would have carried out the punishment, Naruto said, looking slightly away. Orochimaru noticed Naruto's action and raised an eyebrow. Why do you say would have? Aren't the other summons still in power? Orochimaru asked. Naruto bit his lip before answering. One of the S-class clans is no more, and the other hasn't been heard from in hundreds of years. The serpents have only recently come back into the picture. All 3 clans were forgotten by time because they didn't deal in flashy battles or care about how much fame they received, unlike some other clans. Who were the other 2 S-class clans, and how do you know all of this about the summons? Kushina asked. Naruto took a breath and ran a hand through his hair. Today was proving a lot more taxing than he thought it would. The 3 legendary clans consisted of the serpents, the dragons, and the hellhounds. The serpent's domain is the sea, the dragon's domain was the sky, and the hellhound's domain was the land. I learned everything I know about summons on my trips to the serpent realm. To be a proper summoner, I needed to know the ins and outs of the different clans, the rules of summoning, and the history of my summoning clan, Naruto said, briefly remembering having to sit and listen with Levios as Leviathan lectured about the need to know history and rules. The entire room was quiet. A lot had happened in the short time they were at Mount Mayaboku, and a lot of important, life-changing information had been shared. It was almost too much to process, leaving everyone mentally exhausted. Their silence was interrupted when Aiko decided now was the best time to interrupt with lunch. It's time for lunch, everybody, the little girl shouted, marching into the room with a massive smile and a large plate stacked with multiple peanut butter and jelly sandwiches. Her appearance brought a smile to everyone's faces in the room as Yakumo entered behind and took her seat next to Naruto. Aiko set the plate down, grabbed a sandwich, and took a seat on the other side of Naruto. With a smile, everyone took a sandwich, even Kushina, though she muttered something about it never being better than ramen while she took one. Hours later, Namikaze compound. Naruto sat on his roof, looking into the night sky. Tsunade and Orochimaru had left some time ago, Yakumo had gone home after spending time with the blonde, and Aiko had reluctantly gone to bed. Minato and Kushina had gone to their room, no doubt to further discuss today's events. So that left Naruto up on the roof, once again contemplating his thoughts. So, what's got you this time, kid? Asked a voice that caused the blonde to smile. Looking up, he watched as Sira made her way next to him and sat down. The blonde swordsman smiled at his teacher and looked up at the moon. Today was a rough day. It really got me thinking about how things could have been if not for the toad's interference. Like, would I have still been forgotten by my parents? Would Menma and Nerumi still have turned out evil? Would I have ever met you? Then I started thinking about all the things I still have to do. I still have to get on Tsuranabe's level, and I have less than a month to do it. I have to decide what to do about Menma and Narumi. I'm trying to figure all of this out, but it's too much. For the first time since you passed your legacy on to me, I'm not sure if I can do this, Naruto said, looking down. Sira looked at her student with a smile. Her only regret when she died was that she wouldn't be able to personally witness her student's growth, but these short moments she had with him were enough. It was truly beautiful to see the little boy she had come across not so long ago growing more mature with every passing day. She chuckled to herself as she remembered how fragile and scared he was when she met him, and now he was among the most dangerous swordsmen in the world. You have grown so much in such little time, Naruto. You have the weight of the world on your shoulders, and you refuse to give that burden to anyone else. Every time I see you, I grow more and more proud of who you are becoming, and it reinforces that I was correct when I chose my successor. Things will work out so long as you stick to what you know is right. You need to let go of these hypothetical scenarios that cloud your mind. It's no use focusing on what could have been because there's no way to change the past. The only thing you can affect is the present and the future, so focus on that. As for your fight with Tsuranabe, it's time for you to finally reach the peak of your abilities. Tomorrow, you will go to the Serpent Realm and return to the Stone of Sanctity. Myself, along with all of the other legendary swordsmen, will turn you into the pinnacle of all swordsmen. You will be the greatest in our line. Now, go ahead and go to bed. You will need the rest, kid, she said, smiling as Naruto lifted his head with a smile. Sira watched as he jumped off the roof and went to his room. Her smile died down as he left, turning into a contemplative frown. You didn't tell him, did you? The question caused Sira to look up and focus on the newcomer. Tenji walked up and stood next to Sira's sitting form. The blue-haired woman shook her head. I will tell him in the Stone of Sanctity about the true source of his power. I only hope that he will be able to truly harness it when the time comes, she said, looking up at the moon. He has power unlike any of the former swordsmen, a power not given to him by the sword. He has learned much today, all of this extra information can wait. Tenji stared at his fellow swordsman for a moment before nodding at her judgment. She knew her student best, he would trust her judgment. Sakura sat on her bed in her room, staring at a picture. Her white hair was braided in its normal style, falling over her left shoulder. She sat in a white tank top and black shorts. Her breathing was calm but sad as she stared down at the picture in her hands. The picture was of her being hugged by Sira. The blue-haired swordsman was smiling goofily while Sakura had a surprised look on her face at the contact. It made her chuckle but also caused a tear she had been holding in to finally run down her face. Every night, she would relive her memories with Sira, all the feelings she experienced with her: surprise, awe, confusion, betrayal, but the strongest among them was love. It was the feeling of love that stabbed at her heart every night and day, a feeling that would not leave her until Sira's soul received justice. Laying down on her back but still clutching the picture of her and Sira close to her chest, she started to once again reminisce and go through the memories she held with her Aquanite. Unknown land. A group of large wolves had cornered Sakura. Her face was bleeding, along with her right shoulder and left leg. Behind her was a cliff where nothing but a watery death awaited. Gritting her teeth, the white-haired woman gripped a moderately well-made spear tightly as the wolves began to close in. They were obviously in a hurry to enjoy their meal. Taking a deep breath, Sakura narrowed her eyes and quickly identified the alpha of the pack. She knew that she was probably going to die today, but she was going to make sure that these wolves remembered her. Letting out a battle cry, Sakura ran with all her strength at the alpha wolf and jumped into the air. Shifting the spear in her hand, she held it tight and slammed the sharp edge into the shocked, still alpha's head. Landing hard in front of it, she watched as blood started to flow quickly out of its wound and waited for the other wolves to attack her from behind. Seconds passed, and she felt no additional bites, just the sting of her previous ones. Slowly turning around and momentarily ignoring the formerly alive alpha, she was met with an unusual sight. 5 large wolves surrounded her and looked to be wanting to move, but they just couldn't. Their movements were reduced to twitching, as if that was all they could accomplish. Tilting her head for a moment, she was back on guard when the sound of clapping made its way into the area. Looking around, she tried to locate the source of the sound. While she looked around, a blue-haired woman slowly moved her face right next to Sakura's. "What you looking for?" the blue-haired woman asked. Sakura, who was looking in the completely opposite direction, slowly turned her head until she met the newcomer's eyesight. The two stared at each other for a few seconds before Sakura screamed and jumped backward, only to fall down due to her injured leg. The blue-haired woman gave Sakura a funny look before slowly approaching her. "Damn, that doesn't look like it feels too good," the woman commented while Sakura grimaced in pain as if to emphasize her point. As the woman continued to approach, Sakura reached for her spear and quickly turned it on her. The woman stopped and put her hands on her hips while a pout made its way onto her face. Is this how you thank all the people who saved your life? After all, if it weren't for me, you wouldn't have been able to kill that wolf. Not to mention that all of these guys would be chewing on your intestines right about now," she said, waving an arm towards the wolves that were still twitching. Sakura once again looked at the wolves before asking the obvious question. "What's going on with them?" the white-haired woman asked. The blue-haired woman barely looked over her shoulder as her smirk grew. Let's just say that I have a certain relationship with water that allows me to go so far as controlling the water and other creatures. It comes in handy from time to time, the woman said, chuckling at the end. By the way, my name's Syrah, can I get your name? Syrah asked, her smile growing wider. The white-haired woman looked at Syrah closely while staying on guard, which was becoming increasingly difficult by the second. Sashara. What do you want? She said abruptly, trying to get Syrah to leave her alone as soon as possible. Syrah eyed Sashara up and down before starting to approach her. Let's just say that I was pointed in the right direction by my boss to find someone that'll fit in with us. You're definitely a fighter. You're stubborn, you have a strong will, and you don't even consider the notion of losing, Syrah said, coming to a stop just in front of Sashara, who was still holding up a front. Before Sashara could respond, the pain from her injuries suddenly became too much as she started to fall. She would have hit the ground if not for Syrah catching her in a firm but gentle hold. Easy, girl. Let's go ahead and take care of these bites, Syrah said, lowering the woman down to the ground slowly. Laying Sashara on her back, Syrah stretched out her right arm, and in an instant, a beautiful gold-handled silver sword appeared in her hand. Sashara started to squirm to get away, thinking that Syrah was going to kill her, only to grunt in pain at the attempt. Taking a deep breath, Syrah concentrated on the ability given to her by her sword. Water started to rise into the sky directly from the large lake below the cliff. Sashara watched, not quite believing her eyes, as a mass of water formed in the sky and felt the power emanating from her blue-haired counterpart. The water eventually stopped rising and came together to form a sphere of clear water in the sky. After the sphere finished forming, it started to move towards Syrah and Sashara. Taking another breath, Syrah clenched her grip on the sword tighter, making the sphere stop directly in front of her. A second later, four streams of water started to flow out of it and rush to cover Sashara's body. It didn't take long for all of the water to create a thin layer covering all the way up to Sashara's. With a smile, Syrah looked up. Aquamatosis, the blue-haired woman declared just before Sashara's slashes converged on her. Every strike landed, each amplified on the opposite side of Syrah's body by Sashara's unique sword ability. After almost a minute, Syrah remained standing, still smiling despite countless sword slashes covering every inch of her body, blood staining her completely. The sight caused Sashara's eyes to widen in alarm before her friend's form exploded into thousands of blood and water droplets. From many of these droplets, a still amused Syrah reformed, looking as if nothing had happened. More and more Syrahs materialized until about 20 filled the training ground, leaving Sashara aghast. She had never witnessed this ability from Syrah. What are you? Sashara stammered, her sword clattering from her grasp. Her will to fight vanished, seeing how utterly outclassed she was. Syrah watched her white-haired friend drop her sword, then instantly appeared before Sashara, her own sword at Sashara's throat. Flanked by her duplicates, the blue-haired swordsman glared at Sashara with disapproval. Is that what I taught you? To surrender even when victory seems impossible? No. I taught you to fight with every fiber of your being. You disrespect both your opponent and yourself by giving up simply because someone is stronger. Never drop your sword in battle. I brought you into the Shinigami's blade because I admired your resolve. I still believe your will is one of the strongest I've ever seen, so don't ever disappoint me by giving up like that. Understood? Syrah's voice was sharp with anger. Sashara could only nod silently in agreement. Seeing her compliance, Syrah's angry expression immediately softened into her usual smile. Good, because I'm hungry now. Come on, let's get something to eat, Syrah said, turning and heading back towards the base. Sashara paused for a moment, then snapped out of it and jogged to catch up. Syrah, how did you get so strong? Sashara asked. Syrah simply laughed loudly and continued walking. Back in the training ground, all the Syrah copies dissolved into water. 2 months later, Sashara and Syrah sat on the bank of a nearby river, their feet in the water, gazing up at the sky. The setting sun painted the sky a beautiful mix of blue and yellow. Syrah was the first to break her gaze, turning her attention to the white-haired woman beside her. Soon, Sashara looked away from the sky only to be surprised that Syrah was staring at her, causing Sashara's face to flush crimson as she quickly averted her eyes. What are you staring at? Sashara asked, still red-faced. Syrah remained silent for a moment, choosing to simply take in Sashara's presence. Sashara, what is your dream? Syrah asked after a few more seconds. Sashara looked up at her friend, still flushed but with a confused expression. I don't know. I guess I've never thought about it before. What's your dream, Syrah? She asked in return. The blue-haired swordsman took a deep breath before looking at the river in front of her. My dream is to unite the world. To usher in a new age of peace. To transform this world into a place where suffering no longer exists. I don't know how I'll achieve it yet, but I'm certain I will. That's partly why I joined the Shinigami's blade. Tsuranabe desires world peace, and I figure I'll need all the help I can get to pull this off, Syrah said with a soft smile, still looking at the river. Sashara stared at her friend in slight awe. A strange feeling began to bubble within her. Before she could stop herself, she blurted out loudly, "Wherever you go, I'll help you, I swear." Sashura's mouth snapped shut after her outburst. The declaration caused Sira to turn to Sashura with a surprised look that eventually morphed into a smile. That familiar strange feeling returned to Sashura, but before she could react, Sira's lips met hers. The white-haired woman was momentarily surprised, then her eyes closed in happiness. Sashura wrapped her arms around Sira's neck, deepening the kiss. Throughout the embrace, one thought pounded in Sashura's head and would remain there for the rest of the night: "I love you, Sira." 2 weeks later, the white-haired swordsman waited in the living room of the Shinigami's blade base. She had been there all day, anticipating Sira's return from her mission, her return to her. It had been an incredible couple of weeks since their first kiss, with many more shared since. The mere thought of the blue-haired woman sent intense butterflies through her stomach. Never before had she felt this way with anyone. Never had she felt so weak, yet so strong. In her mind, Sashura's happiness was entirely dependent on being with Sira. Sashura's thoughts were interrupted when someone entered the living room. Looking up, Sashura's smile formed, recognizing Sira, but it immediately twisted into a worried frown. Sira walked in, covered in blood. Her blue hair was matted and stained reddish-brown with dried blood. Blood covered every inch of her body and clothes. Sira herself wore a blank expression, and on closer inspection, Sashura saw she was trembling. Immediately getting up, Sashura rushed to Sira. "Sira, what happened?" Sashura asked, her voice laced with worry. She received no answer. "Sira, what's wrong?" Sashura pressed, met only with more silence. Sashura reached out and gently placed her hand on Sira's exposed, blood-covered shoulder, only for Sira to scream and jump back. Now trembling even more, the blue-haired swordsman began muttering "I'm sorry" repeatedly. Finally, having enough, Sashura vanished, reappearing behind Sira, and with a chop to the neck, rendered her unconscious. Catching her before she fell, Sashura lifted Sira into her arms and carried her to their now shared room. Gently placing her on the bed, Sashura immediately climbed in beside her, pulling Sira close and holding the still shaking woman. Hopefully, when Sira awoke, everything would be better. Watching her lover sleep, Sashura grew sleepy herself, and it wasn't long before sweet slumber claimed her as well. A few hours later, Sashura awoke from her nap to find Sira missing. Slowly sitting up, Sashura looked around for Sira before her eyes landed on a piece of paper on the bedside table. Seeing it sent a chill down her spine. Sashura quickly grabbed the paper and began to read. "Sashura, my heart aches just writing this. Know that my intention is not to hurt you when I say this. I'm leaving the Shinigami's blade. I've recently discovered it's not the group I thought it was. I want to bring peace, but all the Shinigami's blade will bring is chaos and destruction. It's my role, passed on by many before me, to fight against chaos and evil. I plan on stopping Tsuranabe. If I fail, then I'll find someone who won't. You know me, I'm resourceful. I wish I could take you with me, but our paths diverge here. I must do this alone. I pray that one day we see each other again. I love you, Sashura, my beloved Winter Queen. Love, your Aqua Knight." The paper slipped from Sashura's hands as tears immediately welled in her eyes. Getting up as fast as possible, Sashura ran out of the room, clinging to the slim hope she could catch Sira in time. Those hopes were crushed, however, when she entered the living room. There sat Tsuranabe, her fearsome leader. The man had cuts along his body, and his breathing was labored. She had never seen him so injured, but those injuries quickly began to vanish as the cuts all over his body healed rapidly. Most people would be awestruck by his healing abilities, but Sashura was focused on one thing: Sira. Knowing she had to play her cards right to get the information she needed, Sashura asked, "What happened, Tsuranabe?" Tsuranabe looked up at Sashura before standing, with some effort. "We have been betrayed. Sira has decided that our ideals are no longer one and the same. She has decided that she would rather live in a world full of destruction and pain rather than a world of peace by submission," the man said in a low voice. Steeling herself, Sashura spoke. "I will go after Sira and bring her back, master," the white-haired woman stated. Tsuranabe raised an eyebrow at her response before shaking his head. As he started to walk to his office, he spoke one last time. "No need. I inflicted a blow that will inevitably kill her. Then all her power will be mine," the man said, causing Sashura to go rigid. It wasn't until after the door to Tsuranabe's office shut that Sashura fell to her knees. Tears streamed down the white-haired swordsman's face. She wanted to sob, to wail, to scream, but nothing would come out. The only thing that left her body were the continuous streams of tears from her eyes. She was broken. The woman she loved, the only person in the entire world she cared about, was gone. As she sat on the floor, her only thoughts were why Sira couldn't have taken her along. Surely, the two of them could have taken on Tsuranabe together. And if not, at least they would have died together. Rising from her sadness, a rage began to build within her, a rage that would only be put to rest by killing her lover's murderer. Getting to her feet, Sakura stormed to Tsuranabe's office and slammed open the door. At that, her mind went black, and she immediately fell unconscious. A little over a year later, Sakura sat in her room. Her expression was filled with a dark rage and hatred that would frighten any man, animal, or creature. After months of proving herself and rising to become by far the best swordsman in the Shinigami's blade, excluding Tsuranabe, she had finally gained enough trust that her leader would come to her for advice and counsel. It had taken time, but Sakura had convinced Tsuranabe that Sira would be necessary for the plan of peace by submission, so he had finally relented to accepting her back. Sakura had just returned from relentlessly searching for her lover when she received the news Sira had been killed by a boy she trusted as her apprentice. The anger and pure hatred boiling within her would only be quenched by the death of the child who took her beloved away from her. Sakura's room. Sakura was now asleep, falling into slumber over the cherished memory she held with her blue-haired lover, as she did every night. And just like every other night, she fell asleep feeling cold and alone without her Aqua Knight to hold her. Menma and Narumi. The two Namikaze siblings sat in their room, both discontent. Every day their pathetic brother continued to breathe was an insult to them, an insult that could not be tolerated. On top of that, they were expected to continue taking orders from Tsuranabe. When Menma and Narumi had left the leaf, they had decided they would show the world the true power of a Jinchuriki and rule over all mankind. No one would be above them, for no one can be above the gods themselves. Menma looked at his sister. So it's decided. On the night Tsuranabe goes to kill Naruto, we will take anything of value and leave, Menma stated. Narumi nodded. I refuse to be led around any longer. We are gods, Menma, we answer to no one. With all the knowledge and resources Tsuranabe has, we will be unstoppable. Not even Tsuranabe will stand in our way.